Woken Furies by Richard K. Morgan. Fury. Noun. 1A. Intense, disordered, and often destructive rage. 2. Wild, disordered force or activity. 3A. Any of the three avenging deities who in Greek mythology punished crimes. 3B. An angry or vengeful woman. The New Penguin English Dictionary, 2001. Prologue. The place they woke me in would have been carefully prepared. The same for the reception chamber where they laid out the deal. The Harlan family don't do anything by halves, and as anyone who's been received can tell you, they like to make a good impression. Gold-flecked black decor to match the family crests on the walls. Ambient subsonics to engender a tear-jerking sense that you're in the presence of nobility. Some Martian artifact in a corner, quietly implying the transition of global custody from our long-vanished unhuman benefactors to the firmly modern hand of the first family's oligarchy. The inevitable hollow sculpture of old Conrad Harlan himself in triumphal planetary discoverer mode. One hand raised high, the other shading his face against the glare of an alien sun. Stuff like that. So here comes Takeshi Kovacs, surfacing from a sunken bath full of tank gel, sleeved into who knows what new flesh, spluttering into the soft pastel light and held upright by demure court attendants in cutaway swimming costumes. Towels of immense fluffiness to clean off the worst of the gel, and a robe of similar material for the short walk to the next room. A shower, a mirror. Better get used to that face, soldier. A new set of clothes to go with the new sleeve. And then on to the audience chamber for an interview with a member of the family. A woman, of course. There was no way they'd use a man, knowing what they did about my background. Abandoned by an alcoholic father at age 10, raised alongside two younger sisters, a lifetime of sporadically psychotic reaction when presented with patriarchal authority figures. No, it was a woman. Some urbane executive aunt, a Secret Service caretaker for the Harlan family's less public affairs, an understated beauty in a custom-grown clone sleeve, probably in its early 40s, standard reckoning.
Welcome back to Harlan's world, Kovacs-san. Are you comfortable?
Yeah, you? Smug insolence. Envoy training conditions you to absorb and process environmental detail at speeds normal humans can only dream about. Looking around, the envoy Takeshi Kovacs knows in split seconds, has known since the sunken bath awakening, that he's in demand.
You may call me Ayura.
The language is a Mandlik, not Japanese, but the beautifully constructed misunderstanding of the question, the elegant evasion of offense without resorting to outrage, traces a clean line back to the first family's cultural roots. The woman gestures equally elegantly.
Though who I am isn't very important in this matter. I think it's clear to you whom I represent.
Yes, it's clear. Perhaps it's subsonics. Perhaps just the woman's sober response to my levity that dampens the arrogance in my tone. Envoys soak up what's around them, and to some extent, that's a contaminative process. You often find yourself taking to observed behavior instinctively, especially if your envoy intuition grasps that behavior as advantageous in the current surroundings. So I'm on secondment. Ayura coughs delicately.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Solo deployment? Not unusual in itself, but not much fun either. Being part of an envoy team gives you a sense of confidence you can't get from working with ordinary human beings.
Yes, that is to say, you will be the only envoy involved. More conventional resources are at your disposal in great number.
That sounds good.
Let us hope so.
So, what do you want me to do? Another delicate throat clearing.
In due course. May I ask once again if the sleeve is comfortable?
It seems very. Sudden realization. Very smooth. Response at impressive levels, even for someone used to core combat custom. A beautiful body, on the inside at least. Is this something new from Nakamura?
No.
Does the woman's gaze slant upward and left? She's a security exec. She's probably wired with retinal data display.
Hakani Neurosystems, grown under off-world license for Kumalo Cape.
Envoys aren't supposed to suffer from surprise. Any frowning I did would have to be on the inside. Kumalo. Ever heard of them?
No, you wouldn't have.
Excuse me?
Suffice it to say, we have equipped you with the very best biotech available. I doubt I need to enumerate the sleeve's capacities to someone of your background. Should you wish detail, there is a basic manual accessible through the data display in your left field of vision.
A faint smile, maybe the hint of weariness.
Hakani were not culturing specifically for envoy use, and there has not been time to arrange anything customized.
You've got a crisis on your hands.
Very astute, Kovacs-san. Yes, the situation might fairly be described as critical. We would like you to go to work immediately.
Well, that's what they pay me for.
Yes.
Will she broach the matter of exactly who is paying at this point? Probably not.
As you've no doubt already guessed, this will be a covert deployment. Very different from Sharia. Though you did have some experience of dealing with terrorists toward the end of that campaign, I believe.
Yeah. After we smashed their IP fleet, jammed their data transmission systems, blew apart their economy, and generally killed their capacity for global defiance, there were still a few diehards who didn't get the Protectorate message. So we hunted them down. Infiltrate, befriend, subvert, betray. Murder in back alleys. I did that for a while.
Good. This work is not dissimilar.
You've got terrorist problems? Are the Quellists acting up again? She makes a dismissive gesture. No one takes Quellism seriously anymore. Not for a couple of centuries now. The few genuine Quellists still around on the world have traded in their revolutionary principles for high-yield crime. Same risks, better paid. They're no threat to this woman, or the oligarchy she represents. It's the first hint that things are not as they seem.
This is more in the nature of a manhunt, Kovacs-san. An individual, not a political issue.
And you're calling in envoy support. Even through the mask of control, this has to rate a raised eyebrow. My voice has probably gone up a little as well. Must be a remarkable individual.
Yes, he is. An ex-envoy, in fact. Kovacs-san, before we proceed any further, I think something needs to be made clear to you. A matter that...
Something certainly needs to be made clear to my commanding officer, because to me this sounds suspiciously like you're wasting Envoy Corps time. We don't do this kind of work.
May come as something of a shock to you. You, no doubt believe that you have been re-sleeved shortly after the Sharia campaign. Perhaps even only a few days after your needle cast out.
A shrug. Envoy cool. Days or months, it doesn't make much difference to me.
2 centuries.
What?
As I said, you have been in storage for a little under 200 years. In real terms,
Envoy cool goes out the window rapidly. What the fuck happened to...
Please, Kovacs-san, hear me out.
A sharp note of command, and then, as the conditioning shuts me down again, pared back to listen and learn, more quietly.
Later, I will give you as much detail as you like. For now, let it suffice that you are no longer part of the Envoy Corps as such. You can consider yourself privately retained by the Harlan family.
Marooned centuries from the last moments of living experience you recall. Sleeved out of time. A lifetime away from everyone and everything you knew. Like some fucking criminal. Well, Envoy assimilation technique will by now have some of this locked down, but still. How did you...
Your digitized personality file was acquired for the family some time ago. As I said, I can give you more detail later. You need not concern yourself too much with this. The contract I am here to offer you is lucrative and, we feel, ultimately rewarding. What's important is for you to understand the extent to which your Envoy skills will be put to the test. This is not the Harlan's world you know.
I can deal with that. Impatiently. It's what I do.
Good. Now, you will of course want to know.
Yeah. Shut down the shock. Like a tourniquet on a bleeding limb. Drag up competence and a drawled lack of concern once more. Grab onto the obvious, the salient point in all of this. Just who the fuck is this ex-envoy you so badly want me to catch?
Maybe it went something like that. Then again, maybe not. I'm inferring from suspicion and fragmented knowledge after the event, building it up from what I can guess, using Envoy intuition to fill in the gaps, but I could be completely wrong. I wouldn't know. I wasn't there. And I never saw his face when they told him where I was, told him that I was, and what he'd have to do about it. Part 1. This is who you are. Make it personal. Quellcrist Falconer. Things I should have learned by now. Volume 2. Chapter 1. Damage. The wound stung like fuck, but it wasn't as bad as some I'd had. The blaster bolt came in blind across my ribs, already weakened by the door plating it had to chew through to get to me. Priests, up against the slammed door and looking for a quick gut shot. Fucking amateur night. They'd probably caught almost as much pain themselves from the point-blank blowback off the plating. Behind the door I was already twisting aside. What was left of the charge plowed a long, shallow gash across my ribcage and went out, smoldering in the folds of my coat. Sudden ice down that side of my body and the abrupt stench of fried skin sensor components. That curious bone splinter fizzing that's almost a taste, where the bolt had ripped through the bioloop casing on the floating ribs. 18 minutes later, by the softly glowing display chipped into my upper left field of vision, the same fizzing was still with me as I hurried down the lamplit street, trying to ignore the wound. Stealthy seep of fluids beneath my coat. Not much blood. Sleeving synthetic has its advantages.
Looking for a good time, Sam?
Already had one, I told him, veering away from the doorway. He blinked wave-tattooed eyelids in a dismissive flutter that said, "Your loss," and leaned his tightly muscled frame languidly back into the gloom. I crossed the street and took the corner, tacking between a couple of more whores, one a woman, the other of indeterminate gender. The woman was an augment, forked dragon tongue flickering out around her overly prehensile lips, maybe tasting my wound on the night air. Her eyes danced a similar passage over me, then slid away. On the other side, the cross-gender pro shifted its stance slightly and gave me a quizzical look, but said nothing. Neither was interested. The streets were rain-slick and deserted, and they'd had longer to see me coming than the doorway operator. I'd cleaned up since leaving the Citadel, but something about me must have telegraphed the lack of business opportunity. At my back, I heard them talking about me in strip Jap. I heard the word for broke. They could afford to be choosy. In the wake of the MechSec initiative, business was booming. Takeshi was packed that winter, thronging with salvage brokers and the decom crews that drew them the way a trawler wake draws ripwings. Making New Hawk safe for a new century, the ads went. From the newly built hoverloader dock down at the Comcho end of town, it was less than 1,000 kilometers, straight-line distance, to the shores of New Hokkaido, and the loaders were running day and night. Outside of an airdrop, there is no faster way to get across the Andrasse Sea. And on Harlan's World, you don't go up in the air if you can possibly avoid it. Any crew toting heavy equipment, and they all were, was going to New Hawk on a hoverloader out of Takeshi. Those that lived would be coming back the same way. Boomtown. Bright new hope and brawling enthusiasm as the MechSec money poured in. I limped down thoroughfares littered with the detritus of spent human merriment. In my pocket, the freshly excised cortical stacks clicked together like dice. There was a fight going on at the intersection of Pencheva Street and Muko Prospect. The pipe houses on Muko had just turned out, and their synapse-fried patrons had met late-shift dock workers, coming up through the decayed quiet of the warehouse quarter. More than enough reason for violence. Now a dozen badly coordinated figures stumbled back and forth in the street, flailing and clawing inexpertly at each other while a gathered crowd shouted encouragement. One body already lay inert on the fused glass paving, and someone else was dragging their body, a limb's length at a time, out of the fray, bleeding. Blue sparks shorted off a set of overcharged power knuckles. Elsewhere, light glimmered on a blade. But everyone still standing seemed to be having a good time, and there were no police as yet. Yeah, part of me jeered. Probably all too busy up the hill right now. I skirted the action as best I could, shielding my injured side. Beneath the coat, my hands closed on the smooth curve of the last hallucinogen grenade and the slightly sticky hilt of the tebbit knife.
Never get into a fight if you can kill quickly and be gone.
Virginia Vedora, Envoy Corps trainer, later career criminal and sometime political activist. Something of a role model for me, though it was several decades since I'd last seen her. On a dozen different worlds, she crept into my mind unbidden, and I owed that ghost in my head my own life 12 times over. This time I didn't need her or the knife. I got past the fight without eye contact, made the corner of Pencheva, and melted into the shadows that lay across the alley mouths on the seaward side of the street. The time chip in my eye said I was late. Pick it up, Kovacs. According to my contact in Millsport, Plex wasn't all that reliable at the best of times, and I hadn't paid him enough to wait long. 500 meters down and then left into the tight fractal whorls of Bellicott and Kohei section, named centuries ago for the habitual content and the original owner-operator family, whose warehouse frontages walled the curving maze of alleys. With the unsettlement and the subsequent loss of New Hokkaido as any kind of market, the local belloweed trade pretty much collapsed, and families like Kohei went rapidly bankrupt. Now the grime-filmed upper-level windows of their facades peered sadly across at each other over gape-mouthed loading bay entrances, whose shutters were all jammed somewhere uncommitted between open and closed. There was talk of regeneration, of course, of reopening units like these and retooling them as decom labs, training centers, and hardware storage facilities. Mostly it was still just talk. The enthusiasm had kindled on the wharf line units facing the hoverloader ramps farther west, but so far it hadn't spread farther in any direction than you could trust a wirehead with your phone. This far off the wharf and this far east, the chitter of Mexec finance was still pretty inaudible. The joys of trickle-down. Bellicott and Kohei 9.26 showed a faint glow in one upper window, and the long, restless tongues of shadows in the light that seeped from under the half-cranked loading bay shutter gave the building the look of a one-eyed, drooling maniac. I slid to the wall and dialed up the synthetic sleeves' auditory circuits for what they were worth, which wasn't much. Voices leaked out into the street, fitful as the shadows at my feet. "Telling you I'm not going to hang around for that." It was a Millsport accent, the drawling metropolitan twang of Harlan's world of Manglik, dragged up to an irritated jag. Plex's voice, muttering below sense-making range, made soft, provincial counterpoint. He seemed to be asking a question. "How the fuck would I know that? Believe what you want." Plex's companion was moving about, handling things. His voice faded back in the echoes of the loading bay. I caught the words, kaikyo, matter, a chopped laugh. Then again, coming closer to the shutter, "Matters is what the family believes, and they'll believe what the technology tells them. Technology leaves a trail, my friend." A sharp coughing and indrawn breath that sounded like recreational chemicals going down. "Yeah, this guy's fucking late." I frowned. Kaikyo has a lot of meanings, but they all depend on how old you are. Geographically, it's a strait or a channel. That's early settlement years use, or just hyper-educated kanji scribbling first family's pretension. This guy didn't sound first family, but there was no reason he couldn't have been around back when Conrad Harlan and his well-connected pals were turning Glimmer 6 into their own personal backyard. Plenty of DH personalities still on stack from that far back, just waiting to be downloaded into a working sleeve. Come to that, you wouldn't need to re-sleeve more than half a dozen times end to end to live through the whole of Harlan's world's human history anyway. It's still not much over 4 centuries Earth standard since the colony barges made planetfall. Envoy intuition twisted about in my head. It felt wrong. I'd met men and women with centuries of continuous life behind them, and they didn't talk like this guy. This wasn't the wisdom of ages drawling out into the Takitomoro night over pipe fumes. On the street, scavenged into the argot of strip Jap a couple of 100 years later, Kaikyo means a contact who can shift stolen goods. A covert flow manager. In some parts of the Millsport archipelago, it's still common usage. Elsewhere, the meaning is shifting to describe above-board financial consultants. And farther south, it means a holy man possessed by spirits or a sewage outlet. Enough of this detective shit. You heard the man, you're late. I got the heel of one hand under the edge of the shutter and hauled upward, locking up the tidal rip of pain from my wound as well as the synthetic sleeve's nervous system would let me. The shutter ratcheted noisily to the roof. Light fell out into the street and all over me. "Evening." "Jesus!" The Millsport accent jerked back a full step. He'd been only a couple of meters away from the shutter when it went up.
Tack?
"Hello, Plex." My eyes stayed on the newcomer. "Who's the tan?" By then I already knew. Pale, tailored good looks, straight out of some low-end Xperia flick, somewhere between Miki Nozawa and Ryu Bartok. Well-proportioned fighter's sleeve, bulk in the shoulders and chest, length in the limbs. Stacked hair, the way they're doing it on the BioWare catwalks these days. That upward, static, twisted thing that's meant to look like they just pulled the sleeve out of a clone tank. A suit bagged and draped to suggest hidden weaponry. A stance that said he had none he wasn't ready to use. Combat arts crouch that was more bark than readiness to bite. He still had the discharged micropipe in one curled palm, and his pupils were spiked wide open. Concession to an ancient tradition put aluminum tattooed curlicues across one corner of his forehead. Millsport Yakuza apprentice. Street thug. "You don't call me Tiny," he hissed. "You are the outsider here, Kovacs. You are the intruder." I left him at the periphery of my vision and looked toward Plex, who was over by the workbenches, fiddling with a knot of webbing straps and trying on a smile that didn't want to be on his dissipated aristo face. "Look, Tack, this was strictly a private party, Plex. I didn't ask you to subcontract the entertainment." The Yakuza twitched forward, barely restrained. He made a grating noise deep in his throat. Plex looked panicked. "Wait, He put down the webbing with an obvious effort. "Tack, he's here about something else." "He's here on my time," I said mildly. "Listen, Kovacs, you fucking no." I looked back at him as I said it, hoping he could read the bright energy in my tone for what it was. "You know who I am. You'll stay out of my way. I'm here to see Plex, not you. Now get out." I don't know what stopped him. Envoy rep? Late-breaking news from the Citadel? Because they'll be all over it by now, you made such a fucking mess up there. Or just a cooler head than the cheap-suited punk persona suggested. He stood braced in the door of his own rage for a moment, then stood down and displaced it. All poured into a glance at the nails of his right hand and a grin. "Sure. You just go ahead and transact with Plex here. I'll wait outside. Shouldn't take long." He even took the first step toward the street. I looked back at Plex. What the fuck's he talking about? Plex winced. We need to reschedule, Tack. We can't... Oh, no. But looking around the room, I could already see the swirled patterns in the dust where someone had been using a grav lifter. Nah, you told me... I know, Tack, but I paid you. I'll give you the money. I don't want the fucking money, Plex. I stared at him, fighting down the urge to rip his throat out. Without Plex, there was no upload. Without the upload, I want my fucking body back. It's cool. You'll get it back. It's just right now, Kovacs. We're using the facilities. The Yakuza drifted back into my line of sight, still grinning. And because, to tell the truth, they were pretty much ours in the first place. But then Plex here probably didn't tell you that, did he? I shuttled a glance between them. Plex looked embarrassed.
You gotta feel sorry for the guy.
Issa, my Millsport contact broker, all of 15 years old, razored violet hair and brutally obvious archaic data rat plugs, working on world-weary reflective while she laid out the deal and the cost.
Look at history, man. It fucked him over, but good.
History, it was true, didn't seem to have done Plex any favors, Born 3 centuries sooner with the name Kohei, he'd have been a spoiled, stupid younger son with no particular need to do more than exercise his obvious intelligence in some gentleman's pursuit like astrophysics or archaeologue science. As it was, the Kohei family had left its post-unsettlement generations nothing but the keys to 10 streets of empty warehouses and a decayed aristo charm that, in Plex's own self-deprecating words, made it easier than you'd think to get laid when broke. Pipe blasted, he told me the whole shabby story on less than 3 days' acquaintance. He seemed to need to tell someone, and envoys are good listeners. You listen, you file under local color, you soak it up. Later, the recalled detail maybe saves your life. Driven by the terror of a single lifespan and no resleeve, Plex's newly impoverished ancestors learned to work for a living, but most of them weren't very good at it. Debt piled up. The vultures moved in. By the time Plex came along, his family were in so deep with the Yakuza that low-grade criminality was just a fact of life. He'd probably grown up around aggressively slouched suits like this one, probably learned that embarrassed give-up-the-ground smile at his father's knee. The last thing he wanted to do was upset his patrons. The last thing I wanted to do was ride a hoverloader back to Millsport in this sleeve. Plex, I'm booked out of here on the Saffron Queen. That's 4 hours away. Going to refund me my ticket?
We'll flicker it, Tack.
His voice was pleading.
There's another loader out to MP tomorrow evening. I've got stuff. I mean, Yukio's guys—
Use my fucking name, man! Yelped the Yakuza.
They can flicker you to the evening ride. No one's ever going to know.
The pleading gaze turned on Yukio.
Right? You'll do that, right?
I added a stare of my own. Right? Seeing as how you're fucking up my exit plans currently? You already fucked up your exit, Kovacs. The Yakuza was frowning, head shaking. Playing at senpai with mannerisms and a clip-on solemnity he'd probably copied directly from his own senpai not too far back in his apprenticeship. Do you know how much heat you've got out there looking for you right now? The cops have put in sniffer squads all over uptown, and my guess is they'll be all over the loader dock inside an hour. The whole TPD is out to play, not to mention our bearded stormtrooper friends from the Citadel. Fuck, man, you think you could have left a little more blood up there? I asked you a question. I didn't ask for a critique. You going to flicker me to the next departure or not? Yeah. He waved it away. Consider it fucking done. What you don't appreciate, Kovacs, is that some people have got serious business to transact. You come up here and stir up local law enforcement with your mindless violence, they're liable to get all enthusiastic and go busting people we need. Need for what? None of your fucking business. The senpai impression skidded off, and he was pure Millsport Street again. You just keep your fucking head down for the next 5 or 6 hours and try not to kill anyone else. And then what? And then we'll call you. I shook my head. You'll have to do better than that. Better than? His voice climbed. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to, Kovacs? I measured the distance, the time it would take me to get to him, the pain it would cost. I ladled out the words that would push him. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to a whiff-wired chimpira, a fucking street punk up here from Millsport and off the leash from his senpai. And it's getting old, Yukio. Give me your fucking phone. I want to talk to someone with authority. The rage detonated. Eyes flaring wide, hand reaching for whatever he had inside the suit jacket. Way too late. I hit him. Across the space between us, unfolding attacks from my uninjured side. Sideways into throat and knee, he went down choking. I grabbed an arm, twisted it, and laid the tebbit knife across his palm, held so he could see. "That's a BioWare blade," I told him tightly. "Adoration hemorrhagic fever. I cut you with this and every blood vessel in your body ruptures inside 3 minutes. Is that what you want?" He heaved against my grip, whooped after breath. I pressed down with the blade and saw the panic in his eyes. "It isn't a good way to die, Yukio. Phone!" He pawed at his jacket and the phone tipped out, skittered on the Evercrete. I leaned close enough to be sure it wasn't a weapon, then towed it back toward his free hand. He fumbled it up, breath still coming in hoarse jags through his rapidly bruising throat. "Good. Now punch up someone who can help, then give it to me." He thumbed the display a couple of times and offered the phone to me, face pleading the way Plexus had a couple of minutes earlier. I fixed him with my eyes for a long moment, trading on the notorious immobility of cheap synth features, then let go of his locked-out arm, took the phone, and stepped back out of reach. He rolled over away from me, still clutching his throat. I put the phone to my ear.
"Who is this?"
asked an urbane male voice in Japanese. "My name is Kovacs." I followed the language shift automatically. "Your Chimpira Yukio and I are having a conflict of interest that I thought you might like to resolve." A frigid silence. "That's sometime tonight I'd like you to resolve it," I said gently. There was a hiss of indrawn breath at the other end of the line.
"Kovacs-san, you are making a mistake.
"Really?"
It would be unwise to involve us in your affairs."
"I'm not the one doing the involving. Currently I'm standing in a warehouse looking at an empty space where some equipment of mine used to be. I have it on pretty good authority. The reason it's gone is that you took it." More silence. Conversations with the Yakuza are invariably punctuated with long pauses, during which you're supposed to reflect and listen carefully to what's not being said. I wasn't in the mood for it. My wound ached. "I'm told you'll be finished in about 6 hours. I can live with that. But I want your word that at the end of that time the equipment will be back here and in working order, ready for me to use. I want your word."
Hirayasu Yukio is the person to—
"Yukio is a chimp. Let us deal honestly with each other in this. Yukio's only job here is to make sure I don't slaughter our mutual service provider, which, incidentally, is something he's not doing well. I was already short on patience when I arrived, and I don't expect to replenish my stock anytime soon. I'm not interested in Yukio. I want your word."
"And if I do not give it?"
"Then a couple of your front offices are going to end up looking like the inside of the Citadel tonight. You can have my word on that." Quiet. Then,
"We do not negotiate with terrorists."
"Oh, please. What are you, making speeches? I thought I was dealing at executive level. Am I going to have to do some damage here?" Another kind of silence. The voice on the other end of the line seemed to have thought of something else.
"Is Hirayasu Yukio harmed?"
Not so's you'd notice." I looked down coldly at the Yakuza. He had mastered breathing again and was beginning to sit up. Beads of sweat gleamed at the borders of his tattoo. "But all that can change. It's in your hands."
"Very well."
Barely a handful of seconds before the response. By Yakuza standards, it was unseemly haste.
"My name is Tanaseda. You have my word, Kovacs-san, that the equipment you require will be in place and available to you at the time you specify. In addition, you will be paid for your trouble."
"Thank you. That—"
"I have not finished. You further have my word that if you commit any acts of violence against my personnel, I shall issue a global writ for your capture and subsequent execution. I am talking about a very unpleasant real death. Is that understood?
It seems fair. But I think you'd better tell the chimp to behave himself. He seems to have delusions of competence.
Let me speak to him.
Yukio Hirayasu was sitting by now, hunched over on the evercrete, wheezing breathily. I hissed at him and tossed him the phone. He caught it awkwardly, one-handed, still massaging his throat with the other. "Your senpai wants a word." He glared up at me out of tear-smeared, hating eyes, but he put the phone to his ear. Compressed Japanese syllables trickled out of it, like someone riffing on a ruptured gas cylinder. He stiffened, and his head lowered. His answers ran bitten off and monosyllabic. The word yes featured a lot. One thing you've got to hand to the Yakuza: they do discipline in the ranks like no one else. The one-sided conversation ended, and Yukio held the phone out to me, not meeting my eye. I took it.
"This matter is resolved,"
said Tanaseda in my ear.
"Please arrange to be elsewhere for the remainder of the night. You may return 6 hours from now when the equipment and your compensation will both be waiting for you. We will not speak again. This confusion has been most regrettable."
He didn't sound that upset. "You recommend a good place for breakfast?" I asked. Silence. A polite, static backdrop. I weighed the phone in my palm for a moment, then tossed it back to Yukio. "So?" I looked from the Yakuza to Plex and back. "Either of you recommend a good place for breakfast?" Chapter 2. Before Leonid Meksek unleashed his beneficence on the struggling economies of the Saffron Archipelago, Takitamura scraped a seasonal living out of big-game bottleback charters for rich sportsmen across from Millsport or the Ohrid Isles, and the harvest of web jellies for their internal oils. Bioluminescence made these latter easiest to catch at night, but the sweeper crews that did it tended not to stay out for more than a couple of hours at a time. Longer, and the web jelly's gossamer-fine stinging aerials got plastered so thick over clothing and onboard surfaces that you could lose serious productivity to toxin inhalation and skin burns. All night long the sweepers came in so that crew and decks could be hosed clean with cheap biosolvent. Behind the Angier lamp glare of the hosing station, a short parade of bars and eating houses stayed open until dawn. Plex, spilling apologies like a leaky bucket, walked me down through the warehouse district to the wharf and into an unwindowed place called Tokyo Crow. It wasn't very different from a low-end Millsport skipper's bar, mural sketches of Ebisu and Elmo on the stained walls, interspersed with the standard votive plaques inscribed in kanji or a Manglic Roman, "Calm seas, please, and full nets." Monitors up behind the mirrorwood bar giving out local weather coverage, orbital behavior patterns, and global breaking news. The inevitable holoporn on a broad projection base at the end of the room. Sweeper crew members lined the bar and nodded around the tables, faces blurred weary. It was a thin crowd, mostly male, mostly unhappy. "I'll get these," said Plex hurriedly as we entered. "Too fucking right you will." He gave me a sheepish look. Yeah. What do you want, then?" "Whatever passes for whiskey around here. Cask strength. Something I'll be able to taste through the flavor circuits in this fucking sleeve." He sloped off to the bar, and I found a corner table out of habit. Views to the door and across the clientele. I lowered myself into a seat, wincing at the movement in my blaster-raked ribs. What a fucking mess. Not really. I touched the stacks through the fabric of my coat pocket. I got what I came for. Any special reason you couldn't just cut their throats while they slept? They needed to know. They needed to see it coming. Plex came back from the bar, bearing glasses and a tray of tired-looking sushi. He seemed unaccountably pleased with himself. "Look, Tack, you don't need to worry about those sniffer squads. In a synth sleeve—" I looked at him. "Yes, I know. And, well, it's only 6 hours. And all of tomorrow until the loader ships out." I hooked my glass. "I really think you'd better just shut up, Plex." He did. After a couple of brooding minutes, I discovered I didn't want that either. I was jumpy in my synthetic skin, twitching like a meth come-down, uncomfortable with who I physically was. I needed distraction. "You know Yukio Long?" He looked up, sulkily. "I thought you wanted—" "Yeah, sorry, I got shot tonight, and it hasn't put me in a great mood. I was just—" "You were shot?" "Plex." I leaned intently across the table. "Do you want to keep your fucking voice down?" "Oh, sorry. I gestured helplessly. "How the fuck do you stay in business, man? You're supposed to be a criminal, for Christ's sake." "It wasn't my choice," he said stiffly. "No? How's that work, then? They got some kind of conscription for it up here?" "Very funny. I suppose you chose the military, did you? At 17 fucking standard years old?" I shrugged. "I made a choice, yeah. Military or the gangs. I put on a uniform. It paid better than the criminal stuff I was already doing." "Well, I was never in a gang." He knocked back a chunk of his drink. "The Yakuza made sure of that. Too much danger of corrupting their investment. I went to the right tutors, spent time in the right social circles, learned to walk the walk, talk the talk, and then they plucked me like a fucking cherry." His gaze beached on the scarred wood of the tabletop. "I remember my father," he said bitterly. "The day I got access to the family data stacks. Right after my coming-of-age party the next morning. I was still hungover, still fried, and Tanaseda and Kedar and Hiroyasu in his office like fucking vampires. He cried that day." "That Hiroyasu?" He shook his head. "That's the son, Yukio. You want to know how long I've known Yukio? We grew up together. Fell asleep together in the same kanji classes, got wrecked on the same take, dated the same girls. He left for Millsport about the time I started my DH biotech practicals, came back a year later wearing that fucking stupid suit." He looked up. "You think I like living out my father's debts?" It didn't seem to need an answer, and I didn't want to listen to any more of this stuff. I sipped some more of the cask-strength whiskey, wondering what the bite would be like in a sleeve with real taste buds. I gestured with the glass. "So how come they needed your D and re-gear tonight? Gotta be more than one digital human shunting set in town, surely." He shrugged. "Some kind of fuck-up. They had their own gear, but it got contaminated. Seawater in the gel feeds. Organized crime, huh?" There was a resentful envy in the way he stared at me. "You don't have any family, do you?" "Not so's you'd notice." That was a little harsh, but he didn't need to know the close truth. Feed him something else. "I've been away." "In the store?" I shook my head. "Off-world." "Off-world? Where'd you go?" The excitement in his voice was unmistakable, barely held back by the ghost of breeding. The Glimmer system has no habitable planets apart from Harlan's world. Tentative terraforming down the plane of the ecliptic on Glimmer 5 won't yield useful results for another century. Off-world for a Harlanite means a stellar-range needlecast, shrugging off your physical self and re-sleeving somewhere light years distant under an alien sun. It's all very romantic, and in the public consciousness, known needlecast riders are accorded a celebrity status somewhat akin to pilots back on Earth during the days of intra-system spaceflight. The fact that, unlike pilots, these latter-day celebrities don't actually have to do anything to travel the hypercaster, the fact that in many cases they have no actual skills or stature other than their hypercast fame itself, doesn't seem to impede their triumphant conquest of the public imagination. Old Earth is the real jackpot destination, of course, but in the end it doesn't seem to make much difference where you go, so long as you come back. It's a favorite boost technique for fading Xperia stars and out-of-favor mil-sport courtesans. If you can just somehow scrape up the cost of the cast, you're more or less guaranteed years of well-paid coverage in the Skull Walk magazines. That, of course, doesn't apply to envoys. We just used to go silently, crush the odd planetary uprising, topple the odd regime, and then plug in something UN-compliant that worked. Slaughter and suppression across the stars for the greater good, naturally, of a unified protectorate. I don't do that anymore.
Did you go to Earth?
Among other places. I smiled at a memory that was getting on for a century out of date. Earth's a shithole plex. Static fucking society, hyper-rich immortal overclass, cowed masses. He shrugged and poked morosely at the sushi with his chopsticks.
Sounds just like this place.
Yeah. I sipped some more whiskey. There was a lot of subtle differences between Harlan's world and what I'd seen on Earth, but I couldn't be bothered to lay them out right now. Now you come to mention it.
So what are you— Oh, fuck.
For a moment I thought he was just fumbling the bottle-back sushi. Shaky feedback on the hold synth sleeve, or maybe just shaky close-to-dawn weariness on me. It took me whole seconds to look up, track his gaze to the bar and the door, make sense of what was there. The woman seemed unremarkable at first glance. Slim and competent-looking, in gray coveralls and a nondescript padded jacket, unexpectedly long hair, face pale to washed out, a little too sharp-edged for sweeper crew, maybe. Then you noticed the way she stood, booted feet set slightly apart, hands pressed flat to the mirrorwood bar, face tipped forward, body preternaturally immobile. Then your eyes went back to that hair, and framed in the doorway, not 5 meters off her flank, a group of senior caste New Revelation priests stood frigidly surveying the clientele. They must have spotted the woman about the same time I spotted them.
Oh, shit! Fuck!
Plex, shut up. I murmured it through closed teeth and stilled lips. They don't know my face.
But she's—
Just wait. The spiritual well-being gang advanced into the room. 9 of them, all told. Cartoon patriarch beards and close-shaven skulls, grim-faced and intent. 3 officiators, the colors of the evangelical elect, draped blackly across their dull ochre robes, and the BioWare scopes worn like an ancient pirate patch across one eye. They were locked in on the woman at the bar, bending her way like gulls on a downdraft. Across the room, her uncovered hair must have been a beacon of provocation. Whether they were out combing the streets for me was immaterial. I'd gone masked into the Citadel, synth-sleeved. I had no signature. But rampant across the Saffron Archipelago, dripping down onto the northern reaches of the next landmass like venom from a ruptured web jelly, and now, they told me, taking root in odd little pockets as far south as Millsport itself, The Knights of the New Revelation brandished their freshly regenerated gynophobia with an enthusiasm of which their earth-bound Islamo-Christian ancestors would have been proud. A woman alone in a bar was bad enough. A woman uncovered, far worse. But this... "Plex," I said quietly, "on second thoughts, I think you'd maybe better get out of here." "Tak, listen." I dialed the hallucinogen grenade up to maximum delay, fused it, and let it roll gently away under the table. Plex heard it go and made a tiny yelping noise. "Go on," I said. The lead officiator reached the bar. He stood half a meter away from the woman, maybe waiting for her to cringe. She ignored him. Ignored, for that matter, everything farther off than the bar surface under her hands, and, it dawned on me, the face she could see reflected there. I eased unhurriedly to my feet. "Tak, it isn't worth it, man. You don't know what—" I said, "Go, Plex." Drifting into it now, into the gathering fury like an abandoned skiff on the edge of the maelstrom. "You don't want to play this screen." The officiator got tired of being ignored. "Woman," he barked, "you will cover yourself." "Why?" she enunciated back with bitten clarity. "Don't you go and fuck yourself with something sharp." There was an almost comical pause. The nearest barflies jerked around on a collective look that gaped. Did she really say? Somewhere someone guffawed. The blow was already swinging in, a gnarled, loose-fingered backhander that by rights should have catapulted the woman off the bar and onto the floor in a little heap. Instead, the locked-up immobility dissolved. Faster than anything I'd seen since combat on Sanction 4. Something in me was expecting it, and I still missed the exact moves. She seemed to flicker like something from a badly edited virtuality, sideways and gone. I closed on the little group, combat rage funneling my synthetic vision down to targets. Peripherally, I saw her reach back and fasten on the officiator's wrist. I heard the crack as the elbow went. He shrilled and flapped. She levered hard, and he went down. A weapon flashed out. Thunder and greasy lightning in the gloom at the bar rail. Blood and brains exploded across the room. Superheated globs of the stuff splattered my face and burned. Mistake. She'd killed the one on the floor, let the others alone for time you could measure. The nearest priest got in close, lashed out with power knuckles, and down she went, twisting onto the ruined corpse of the officiator. The others closed in, steel-capped boots stomping down out of robes the color of dried blood. Someone back at the tables started cheering. I reached in, yanked back a beard, and sliced the throat beneath it, back to the spine. Shoved the body aside, slashed low through a robe and felt the blade bury itself in flesh, twist and withdraw. Blood sluiced warm over my hand. The tepid knife sprayed droplets as it came clear. I reached again, dreamlike. Root and grab, brace and stab, kick aside. The others were turning, but they weren't fighters. I laid open a cheek down to the bone, parted an outflung palm from middle finger to wrist, drove them back off the woman on the floor, grinning all the time, grinning like a reef demon. Sarah. A robe-straining belly offered itself. I stepped in, and the tebet knife leapt upward, unzipping. I went eye to eye with the man I was gutting. A lined, bearded visage glared back. I could smell his breath. Our faces were centimeters apart for what seemed like minutes, before the realization of what I had done detonated behind his eyes. I jerked a nod, felt the twitch of a smile in one clamped corner of my mouth. He staggered away from me, screaming, insides tumbling out. "Sarah!" "It's him!" Another voice. Vision cleared, and I saw the one with the wounded hand, holding his injury out like some obscure proof of faith. The palm was gouting crimson, blood vessels closest to the cut already rupturing. "It's him! The envoy! The transgressor!" With a soft thud behind me, the hallucinogen grenade blew. Most cultures don't take kindly to you slaughtering their holy men. I couldn't tell which way the room full of hard-bitten sweeper crew might lean. Harlan's world never used to have much of a reputation for religious fanaticism, but a lot had changed while I was away, most of it for the worse. The citadel looming above the streets of Takitamura was one of several I'd run up against in the last 2 years, and wherever I went north of Millsport, it was the poor and work-crushed who swelled the ranks of the faithful. Best to play it safe. The grenade blast shunted aside a table like a bad-tempered poltergeist, but alongside the scene of blood and fury at the bar, it went pretty much unnoticed. It was half a dozen seconds before the vented molecular shrapnel got into lungs, decayed, and started to take effect. Screams to drown the agony of the priests dying around me, confused yelling, threaded with iridescent laughter. It's an intensely individual experience, being on the receiving end of an H-grenade. I saw men jerk and swat at invisible things, apparently circling them at head height. Others stared bemused at their own hands or into corners, shuddering. Somewhere I heard hoarse weeping. My own breathing had locked up automatically on the blast, relic of decades in one military context or another. I turned to the woman and found her propping herself up against the bar. Her face looked bruised. I risked breath to shout across the general uproar. "Can you stand?" A clenched nod. I gestured at the door. "Out! Try not to breathe!" Lurching, we made it past the remains of the new Revelation commandos. Those who had not already started to hemorrhage from mouth and eyes were too busy hallucinating to present any further threat. They stumbled and slipped in their own blood, bleeding and flapping at the air in front of their faces. I was pretty sure I'd gotten them all one way or another, but on the off chance I was losing count, I stopped by one who showed no apparent wounds. An officiator. I bent over him. "A light," he driveled, voice high-pitched and wondering. His hand lifted toward me. "A light in the heavens, the angel is upon us. Who shall claim rebirth when they would not, when they await?" He wouldn't know her name. What was the fucking point? "The angel!" I hefted the Tebet knife. Voice tight with lack of breath. "Take another look, officiator." And then something must have gotten through the hallucinogens. His voice turned suddenly shrill, and he scrabbled backward away from me, eyes wide on the blade. "No! I see the old one, the reborn! I see the destroyer!" Now you've got it. The Tebet knife bioware is encoded in the runnel, half a centimeter off the edge of the blade. Cut yourself accidentally, you probably don't go deep enough to touch it. I slashed his face open and left. Deep enough. Outside, a stream of tiny, iridescent, skull-headed moths floated down out of the night and circled my head, leering. I blinked them away and drew a couple of hard, deep breaths. Pump that shit through. Bearings. The wharfway that ran behind the hosing station was deserted in both directions. No sign of Plex, no sign of anyone. The emptiness seemed pregnant, trembling with nightmarish potential. I fully expected to see a huge pair of reptilian claws slit through the seams at the bottom of the building and lever it bodily out of the way. Well, don't, Tack. You expect it in this state, it's going to fucking happen. The paving. Move. Breathe. Get out of here. A fine rain had started to sift down from the overcast sky, filling up the glow of the Angier lamps like soft interference. Over the flat roof of the hosing station, the upper decks of a sweeper's superstructure slid toward me, jeweled with navigation lights. Faint yells across the gap between ship and wharf and the hiss-clank of autograpples firing home into their shoreside sockets. There was a sudden tilting calm to the whole scene, some unusually peaceful moment drifting up from memories of my new-pest childhood. My earlier dread evaporated, and I felt a bemused smile creep out across my face. Get a grip, Tack. It's just the chemicals. Across the wharf, under a stilled robot crane, stray light glinted off her hair as she turned. I checked once more over my shoulder for signs of pursuit, but the entrance to the bar was firmly closed. Faint noises leaked through at the lower limits of my cheap synth hearing. Could have been laughter, weeping, pretty much anything. H-grenades are harmless enough long-term, but while they last, you do tend to lose interest in rational thought or action. I doubted anyone would work out where the door was for the next half hour, let alone how to get through it. The sweeper bumped up to the wharf, cranked tight by the auto-grapple cables. Figures leapt ashore, trading banter. I crossed unnoticed to the shadow of the crane. Her face floated ghost-like in the gloom. Pale, wolfish beauty. The hair that framed it seemed to crackle with half-seen energies. Pretty handy with that knife. I shrugged. Practice. She looked me over. Synth sleeve, biocode steel. You decom? Nah, nothing like that. Well, you sure... Her speculative gaze stopped, riveted on the portion of my coat that covered the wound. Shit, they got you! I shook my head. A different party. Happened a while back. Yeah? Looks to me like you could use a medic. I've got some friends could... It isn't worth it. I'm getting out of this in a couple of hours. Brows cranked. Re-sleeve? Well, okay, you got better friends than mine. Making it pretty hard for me to pay off my Jiri here. Skip it. On the house. On the house? She did something with her eyes that I liked. What are you? Living some kind of Xperia thing? Miki Nozawa stars in? Robot samurai with a human heart? I don't think I've seen that one. No? Comeback flick. About 10 years back. I missed it. I've been away. Commotion back across the wharf. I jerked around and saw the bar door propped open, heavily clothed figures silhouetted against the interior lighting. New clientele from the sweeper, crashing the grenade party. Shouts and high-pitched wailing boiled out past them. Beside me, the woman went quietly tense, head tilted at an angle that mingled sensual and lupine in some indefinable pulse-kicking fashion. They're putting out a call, she said, and her posture unlocked again as rapidly and with as little fuss as it had tautened. She seemed to flow backward into the shadows. I'm out of here. Look, thanks. Thank you. Sorry if I spoiled your evening. It wasn't shaping up for much anyway. She took a couple of more steps away, then stopped. Under the vague caterwauling from the bar and the noise of the hosing station, I thought I could hear something massive powering up, tiny, insistent whine behind the fabric of the night, sense of shifting potential, like carnival monsters getting into place behind a stage curtain. Light and shadow through the stanchions overhead made a splintered white mask of her face. One eye gleamed silver. "You got a place to crash, Mickey-san? You said a couple of hours. What do you plan to do until then?" I spread my hands, became aware of the knife, and stowed it. "No plans." "No plans, huh?" There was no breeze coming in off the sea, but I thought her hair stirred a little. She nodded. "No place either, right?" I shrugged again, fighting the rolling unreality of the H-grenade come-down. Maybe something else besides. "That's about the size of it." "So, your plans are play tag with the TPD and the Beards for the rest of the night, try to see the sun come out in one piece. That it?" "You should be writing Xperia. You put it like that, it sounds almost attractive." "Yeah, fucking romantics. Listen, you want a place to crash until your high-grade friends are ready for you? That I can do. You want to play Mickey Nozawa in the streets of Kitamura? Well..." She tilted her head again. "I'll trode the flick when they make it." I grinned. "Is it far?" Her eyes shuttled left. "This way." From the bar, the cries of the deranged, a single voice shouting murder and holy retribution. We slipped away among the cranes and shadows. Chapter 3. Comcho was all light, ramp after sloping evercrete ramp, a swarm with Angier lamp activity around the slumped and tethered forms of the hoverloaders. The vessels sprawled in their collapsed skirts at the end of the autograpples, like hooked elephant rays dragged ashore. Loading hatches gleamed open on their flaring flanks, and aluminum-painted vehicles maneuvered back and forth on the ramps, offering up forklift arms laden with hardware. There was a constant backdrop of machine noise and shouting that drowned out individual voices. It was as if someone had taken the tiny glowing cluster of the hosing station 4 kilometers east and cultured it for massive viral growth. Comcho ate up the night in all directions with glare and sound. We threaded our way through the tangle of machines and people across the key space behind the loader ramps. Discount hardware retailers piled high with aisles of merchandise shone neon pale at the base of the reclaimed wharf frontages, interspersed with the more visceral gleaming of bars, whorehouses, and implant clinics. Every door was open, providing step-up access in most cases as wide as the frontage itself. Knots of customers spilled in and out. A machine ahead of me cut a tight circle, backing up with a load of Palutsky ground-profile smart bombs. Alert blaring, "Watch it, watch it, watch it." Someone stepped sideways past me, grinning out of a face half metal. She took me in through one of the implant parlors, past 8 work chairs where lean-muscled men and women sat with gritted teeth, seeing themselves get augmented in the long mirror opposite and the banks of close-up monitors above. Probably not pain as such, but it can be much fun watching the flesh you wear sliced and peeled and shoved aside to make room for whatever new internal toy your sponsors have told you all the DCOM crews are wearing this season. She stopped by one chair and looked in the mirror at the shaven-headed giant it barely held. They were doing something to the bones in the right shoulder. A peeled-back flap of neck and collar hung down on a blood-soaked towel in front. Carbon-black neck tendons flexed restlessly in the gore within. "Hey, Or."
"Hey, Sylvie."
The giant's teeth appeared to be ungritted, eyes a little vacant with endorphins. He raised a languid hand on the side that was still intact and knocked fists with the woman. "You doing?"
Out for a prowl. You sure this is going to heal by the morning?
Orr jerked a thumb.
"Or I'd do the same to this scalpel head before we leave, without chemicals."
The implant operative smiled a tight little smile and went on with what he was doing. He'd heard it all before. The giant's eyes switched to me in the mirror. If he noticed the blood on me, it didn't seem to bother him. Then again, he was hardly spotless himself.
"Who's the synth?"
Friend, said Sylvie. Talk to you upstairs.
"Be up in 10.
He glanced at the operative.
Right?"
"Half an hour," said the operative, still working. "The tissue bond needs setting time."
"Shit."
The giant fired a glance at the ceiling.
"Whatever happened to your Russia flash? That stuff bonds in seconds."
Still working. A tubular needle made tiny sucking sounds. "You asked for the standard tariff, Sam. Military-issue biochem isn't available at that rate."
"Well, for fuck's sakes, what's it going to cost me to upgrade to deluxe then?"
"About 50% more?" Sylvie laughed. "Forget it, Orr. You're almost done. You won't even get to enjoy the dwarfs."
"Fuck that, Sylvie. I'm bored rigid here."
The giant spittled his thumb and held it out.
"Swipe me up, you."
The implant operative looked up, shrugged minutely, and set down his tools on the operating pallet. "Anna," he called, "get the Russia flash." While the attendant busied herself in a footlocker with the new biochemicals, the operative took a DNA reader from amid the clutter on the mirror shelf and rubbed the upsoak end across Orr's thumb. The machine's hooded display lit and shifted. The operative looked back at Orr. "This transaction will put you in the red," he said quietly. Orr glared.
"Never fucking mind. I'm shipping out tomorrow. I'm good for it, and you know it."
The operative hesitated. "It is because you are shipping out tomorrow," he began.
"Oh, for fuck's sake, read the sponsor screen, will ya? Fujiwara Havel, making New Hawk safe for a new century. We're not some goddamn bootstrap leverage outfit. I don't come back, the Enka payment covers it. You know that."
"It isn't." The exposed tendons in Orr's neck tensed and lifted.
"The fuck are you, my accountant?"
He levered himself up in the chair and stared into the operative's face.
"Just put it through, will ya? And get me some of those mill-issue endorphins while you're about it. I'll take them later."
We stayed long enough to see the implant operative cave in. Then Sylvie nudged me away toward the back. "We'll be upstairs," she said.
"Yeah."
The giant was grinning.
"See you in 10.
Upstairs was a Spartan set of rooms wrapped around a kitchen-lounge combination with windows out onto the wharf. The soundproofing was good. Sylvie shrugged off her jacket and slung it over the back of a lounger. She looked back at me as she moved to the kitchen space. "Make yourself at home. Bathroom in the back over there if you need to clean up." I took the hint, rinsed the worst of the gore off my hands and face in a tiny mirrored basin niche, and came back out to the main room. She was over at the kitchen counter, searching cabinets. "Are you really with Fujiwara, Havel?" "No." She found a bottle and cracked it open, pinched up 2 glasses in her other hand. "We're a goddamned bootstrap leverage outfit. And then some. Or just has a data rat tunnel into FH's clearance codes. Drink?" "What is it?" She looked at the bottle. Don't know. Whiskey." I held out my hand for one of the glasses. "Tunnel like that's gotta cost in the first place." She shook her head. "Fringe benefits of decom. We're all wired better for crime than a fucking envoy. Got electronic intrusion gear up the ass." She handed me the glass and poured for both of us. The neck of the bottle made a single tiny clink in the quiet of the room each time it touched down. Orr's been out on the town for the last 36 hours, whoring and shooting chemicals on nothing but credit and Enka payment promises. Same thing every time we ship out. Views it as an art form, I reckon. Cheers.
Cheers.
It was very rough whiskey.
You been crewing with him long?
She gave me an odd look. Long enough? Why?
Sorry. Force of habit. I used to get paid to soak up local information.
I raised the glass again.
Here's to a safe return, then.
That's considered bad luck.
She didn't lift her own glass.
You really have been away, haven't you?
Yeah, for a while.
Mind talking about it?
Not if we sit down. The furniture was cheap, not even auto mold. I lowered myself carefully into a lounger. The wound in my side seemed to be healing to the extent that synth flesh ever did.
So?
She seated herself opposite me and pushed her hair away from her face. A couple of the thicker strands flexed and crackled faintly at the intrusion.
How long you been gone?
About 30 years, give or take.
Pre-beard, huh?
Sudden bitterness. Before this heavy stuff, yeah. But I've seen the same thing in a lot of other places. Sharia, Latimer, parts of Adoration.
Oh, catch those names.
I shrugged. It's where I've been. Behind Sylvie, an interior door unfolded crankily, and a slight, cocky-looking woman wandered yawning into the room, wrapped in a lightweight black polyalloy skin suit half unseamed. She put her head on one side as she spotted me and came to lean on the back of Sylvie's lounger, scrutinizing me with unapologetic curiosity. There were kanji characters shaved into her stubble-length hair.
Got company? Oh, glad to see you got those viewfinder upgrades at last. Shut up.
She flicked idly at the other woman's hair with hard-lacquered fingernails, grinning when the tresses crackled and shifted away from the touch.
Who is this? Bit late for shore leave romances, isn't it? This is Mickey. Mickey, meet Jadwiga.
The slight woman winced at the full name, mouthed the single syllable Yad.
And Yad, we are not fucking, he's just crashing here.
Jadwiga nodded and turned away, instantly disinterested. From the back, the kanji on her skull read, "Just don't fucking miss."
We got any shiver left? Think you and Laz dropped it all last night. All of it? Jesus, Yad, it wasn't my party. Try the box on the window.
Jadwiga walked spring-heeled dancer's steps across to the window and upended the box in question. A tiny vial fell out into her hand. She held it up to the light and shook it so the pale red liquid at the bottom quivered back and forth.
Well, she said meditatively, enough for a couple of blinks. Ordinarily I'd offer it around, but instead you're going to hog the whole lot yourself, predicted Sylvie. That old new pest hospitality thing just gets me right there every time. Oh, look who's talking, bitch, said Jadwiga without heat. How often, outside of mission time, you ever agree to hook us up to that main of yours? It isn't the same. No, it's better. You know, for a renouncer kid, you're pretty fucking stingy with your capacity. Kyoka says Kyoka doesn't... Guys.
I gestured for attention, broke the tightening cable of confrontation that was cranking Jadwiga back across the room toward Sylvie a couple of flexed steps at a time. It's okay. I'm not up for any recreational chemicals right now. Yad brightened.
See?
She told Sylvie. Although if I could beg some of Orr's endorphins when he gets up here, I'd be grateful. Sylvie nodded, not looking away from her standing companion. She was clearly still miffed, either over the breach of host etiquette or the mention of her renouncer background. I couldn't work out which.
Orr's got endorphins?
Jadwiga wanted to know, loudly.
Yes, said Sylvie. He's downstairs getting cut. Yad sneered. Fucking fashion victim. He's never going to learn. She slipped a hand inside her unseamed suit and produced an eye hypo. Fingers programmed by obvious habit screwed the mechanism onto the end of the vial. Then she tipped her head back and, with the same automatic deftness, spread the eyelids of one eye and fired the hypo into it. Her tight-cabled stance slackened, and the drug's signature shudder dropped through her from the shoulders. Shiver is pretty innocuous stuff. It's about 6/10 beta-thanatine analog, cut with a couple of take extracts that make everyday household objects dreamily fascinating and perfectly innocent conversational gambits sniggeringly hilarious. Fun if everyone in the room is dropping it, irritating for anyone left out. Mostly it just slows you down, which I imagine was what Yad, in common with most decoms, was after. "You're from New Pest?" I asked her.
Mm-hmm.
"What's it like these days?"
Oh, beautiful.
A badly controlled smirk.
Best-looking swamp town in the southern hemisphere. Well worth a visit.
Sylvie sat forward.
You from there, Mickey?
"Yeah, long time ago." The apartment door chimed and then unfolded to reveal Orr, still stripped to the waist, right shoulder and neck liberally smeared with orange tissue weld. He grinned as he saw Jadwiga. "So you're up, are you?" Advancing into the room, dumping a fistful of clothing into the lounger beside Sylvie, who wrinkled her nose. Yad shook her head and waved the empty vial at the giant.
Down. Definitely down. Chilled to flatline.
"Anyone ever tell you you've got a drug problem, Yad?" The slight woman dribbled, sniggering, as poorly suppressed as the earlier smirk. Orr's grin broadened. He mimed junky trembling, a twitching idiot face. Jadwiga erupted into laughter. It was infectious. I saw the smile on Sylvie's face and caught myself chuckling. "So where's Kyoka?" asked Orr. Yad nodded back at the room she'd come out of.
Sleep.
"And Laszlo's still chasing that weapons chick with the cleavage, right?" Sylvie looked up.
What's that?
Orr blinked. "You know, Tamsin, Tamita, whatever her name was. The one from that bar on Muko." He pointed and squeezed his pectorals hard toward each other with the palms of both hands, then winced and stopped as the pressure touched his recent surgery. "Just before you pissed off on your own. Christ, you were there, Sylvie. I wouldn't have thought anyone could forget that rack."
She's not equipped to register that kind of armament, grinned Jadwiga. No consumer interest. Now
Any of you guys hear about the Citadel?" I asked casually. Orr grunted. "Yeah, I caught the newscast downstairs. Some psycho offed half the head beards in Takeshi by the sound of it. They say there are stacks missing. Guy just carved them out of the spines like he'd been doing it all his life, apparently." I saw Sylvie's gaze track down and across to the pocket of my coat, then up to meet my eyes.
Pretty savage stuff,
said Yad. "Yeah, but pretty pointless." Orr acquired the bottle from where it stood on the kitchen bar countertop. "Those guys can't re-sleeve anyway. It's an article of faith for them."
Fucking freaks.
Jadwiga shrugged and lost interest.
Sylvie says you scored some dwarfs downstairs.
"Yes, I did." The giant poured himself a glass of whiskey with exaggerated care. "Thanks."
Oh, come on.
Later, with the lights powered down and the atmosphere in the apartment mellowed almost to comatose proportions, Sylvie shoved Jadwiga's slumped form out of the way on the lounger and leaned across to where I sat enjoying the lack of pain in my side. Orr had long ago slipped away to another room.
You did that?
she asked quietly.
That stuff up at the Citadel?
I nodded.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. A small silence.
So, she said finally. It wasn't quite the Miki Nozawa rescue it looked like, huh? You were already cranked up.
I smiled, slightly stoned on the endorphin. Call it serendipity.
All right. Mickey Serendipity, that's got a ring to it.
She frowned owlishly into the depths of her glass, which, like the bottle, had been empty for a while.
Gotta say, Mickey, I like you. Can't put my finger on it, but I do. I like you.
I like you, too. She wagged a finger, maybe the one she couldn't quite put on my likable qualities.
This is not sex, you know?
I know. Have you seen the size of the hole in my ribs? I shook my head muzzily. Of course you have. Spectrochem vision chip, right? She nodded complacently. You really from a renouncer family? A sour grimace.
Yeah, from being the operative word.
Oh, they're not proud of you? I gestured at her hair. I'd have thought that qualifies as a pretty solid step on the road to upload. Logically—
Yeah, logically. This is a religion you're talking about. Renouncers make no more fucking sense than the beards when it comes down to it.
So they're not in favor?
Opinion,
she said with mock delicacy,
is divided on the matter. The aspirant hardliners don't like it. They don't like anything that roots construct systems firmly to physical being. The preparant wing of the faith just wants to play nice with everyone. They say any virtuality interface is, as you say, a step on the road. They don't expect upload to come in their lifetime anyway. We're all just handmaidens to the process.
So, which are your folks? Sylvie shifted her body on the lounger again, frowned, and gave Jadwiga another shove to make space.
Used to be moderate preps. That's the faith I grew up in. The last couple of decades, though, with the beards and the whole anti-stack thing, a lot of moderates are turning into hardline asps. My mother probably went that way. She was always the seriously pious one.
She shrugged.
No idea, really. Haven't been home in years.
Like that, huh?
Yeah, like that. There's no fucking point. All they do is try and marry me off to some eligible local.
She snorted with laughter.
As if that's going to happen while I'm carrying this stuff.
I propped myself up a little, groggy with the drugs. What stuff?
This.
She tugged at a handful of hair.
This fucking stuff.
It crackled quietly around her grasp, tried to writhe away like thousands of tiny snakes. Under the crinkled black and silver mass of it, the thicker cords moved stealthily like muscles under skin. Decom Command Data Tech. I'd seen a few like her before, a prototype variant back on Latimer, where the core of the new Martian machine interface industry was boiling into R&D overdrive. A couple more used as minesweepers in the Hun home system. It never takes long for the military to bastardize cutting-edge technology for their own use. Makes sense. As often as not, they're the ones paying for the R&D anyway. Well, that's not unattractive, I said carefully.
Oh, sure.
She raked through the tresses and separated out the central cord until it hung clear of the rest, an ebony snake gripped in her fist.
That's attractive, right? Because, after all, any red-blooded male's just going to love a twice prick-length member flopping around in bed at head height, right? Fucking competition anxiety and creeping homophobia all in one.
I gestured. Well, women—
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm straight. Oh. Yeah. She let the cord fall and shook her head, so the rest of the silvered mane rearranged itself as it had been. Oh. A century ago, they were harder to spot. Military systems officers might have extensive virtual training on how to deploy the racks of interface hardware built into their heads, but the hardware was internal. Externally, machine interface pros never looked much different from the next human sleeve. A bit sick around the gills, maybe, when they'd been in the field for too long, but that's the same for any data rat with overexposure. You learn to ride it, they say. The archaeolog finds, just outside the Latimer system, changed all that. For the first time in nearly 600 years of scratching around across the Martian's interstellar backyard, the Guild finally hit the jackpot. They found ships. Hundreds, quite possibly thousands of ships, locked into the cobwebbed quiet of ancient parking orbits around a tiny attendant star called Sanction. Evidence suggested they were the remains of a massive naval engagement, and that some of them, at least, had faster-than-light star drive capacity. Other evidence, notably the vaporization of an entire archaeolog guild research habitat and its 700-odd crew, suggested the vessel's motive systems were autonomous and very much awake. Up to that point, the only genuinely autonomous machines the Martians had left us were Harlan's world's very own orbital guardians, and no one was getting near them. Other stuff was automated, but not what you'd call smart. Now, here the archaeolog systems specialists were suddenly being asked to take on interface with crafty naval command intelligences an estimated 500,000 years old. Some form of upgrade was in order. Definitely. Now that upgrade was sitting across from me, sharing a military-issue endorphin rush and staring into an empty whiskey glass. "Why'd you sign up?" I asked her, to fill the quiet. She shrugged. "Why does anyone sign up for this shit? The money. You figure you'll make back the sleeve mortgage in the first couple of runs, and then it's all pure credit stacking up." "And it isn't?" A wry grin. "No, it is. But, you know, there's a whole lifestyle comes with it. And then, well, servicing costs, upgrades, repairs. Weird how fast the money spends itself. Stack it up, burn it down again. Kind of hard to save enough to ever get out." "Well, the initiative can't last forever." "No. Lot of continent still to clean up over there, you know. We've barely pushed 100 clicks out of Drava in some places, and even then you've got to do constant house cleaning everywhere you've been, keep the mimics from creeping back in. They're talking about another decade minimum before they can start resettlement. And I'll tell you, Mickey, personally, I think even that's crapshit optimism, strictly for public consumption." "Come on, New Hawk isn't so big." "Well, spot the fucking off-worlder." She stuck out her tongue in a gesture that had more Maori challenge about it than childishness. "Might not be big by your standards. I'm sure they've got continents 50,000 clicks across where you've been. Around here, it's a little different." I smiled. "I'm from here, Sylvie." "Oh, yeah, New Pest, you said. So don't tell me New Hawk's a small continent. Outside of Kossuth, it's the biggest we've got." In actual fact, there was more landmass contained in the Millsport archipelago than either Kossuth or New Hokkaido. But as with most of the island groups that made up the bulk of Harlan's world's available real estate, a lot of it was hard-to-use, mountainous terrain. You'd think, given a planet 9/10 covered in water and a solar system with no other habitable biospheres, that people would be careful with that real estate. You'd think they'd develop an intelligent approach to land allocation and use. You'd think they wouldn't fight stupid little wars over large areas of useful terrain, wouldn't deploy weaponry that would render the theater of operations useless to human habitation for centuries to come. Well, wouldn't you?
I'm going to bed, slurred Sylvie. Busy day tomorrow.
I glanced across at the windows. Outside, dawn was creeping up over the Angier lamp glow, soaking it out on a blotter of pale gray. Sylvie, it is tomorrow.
Yeah.
She got up and stretched until something cracked. On the lounger, Jadwiga mumbled something and unkinked her limbs into the space Sylvie had vacated.
Loader doesn't live till lunchtime, and we're pretty much stowed with the heavy stuff. Look, you want to crash, use Laz's room. Doesn't look like he's coming back. Left of the bathroom.
Thanks. She gave me a faded smile.
Mickey, least I can do. Good night.
Night. I watched her wander to her room, checked my time chip, and decided against sleep. Another hour and I could go back to Plex's place without disturbing whatever no dance his Yakuza pals were wound up in. I looked speculatively at the kitchen space and wondered about coffee. That was the last conscious thought I had. Fucking synth sleeves. Chapter 4. The sound of hammering woke me. Someone chemically too far gone to remember how to operate a flex door, reverting to Neanderthal tactics. Bang, bang, bang. I blinked eyes gone gummy with sleep and struggled upright in the lounger. Jadwiga was still stretched out opposite, still comatose by the look of it. A tiny thread of spit ran out of the corner of her mouth and dampened a patch on the lounger's worn bella-cotton covering. Across at the window, bright sunlight streamed into the room and turned the air in the kitchen space hazy with luminescence. Late morning, at least. Shit. Bang, bang. I stood and pain flashed rustily up my side. Or's endorphins seemed to have leached out while I slept. Bang, bang, bang. "Fuck is that?" yelled someone from an inner room. Jadwiga stirred on the lounger at the sound of the voice. She opened one eye, saw me standing over her, and thrashed rapidly into some kind of combat guard, then relaxed a little as she remembered me. "Door," I said, feeling foolish.
Yeah,
she grumbled.
I hear it. If that's fucking Laszlo forgotten his code again, he's looking for a boot in the crotch.
The banging at the door had stopped, presumably at the sound of voices from within. Now it started up again. I felt a jagged twinge in the side of my head.
Will someone fucking answer that?
It was a female voice, but not one I'd heard before. Presumably Kyoka, awake at long last.
Got it,
Jadwiga yelled back, stumbling across the room. Her voice dropped back to a mutter.
Did anyone go down and check in with embarkation yet? No, of course not. Yeah, coming!
She hit the panel and the door folded itself up and away.
You got some kind of fucking motor dysfunction?
She inquired acidly of whoever was outside.
We heard you the first 97 times. Yay!
There was a brief scuffle, and then Jadwiga bounced back into the room, struggling not to fall. Following her in, the figure who'd dealt the blow scanned the room with a single trained sweep, acknowledged my presence with a barely perceptible nod, and wagged an admonishing finger at Yad. He wore an ugly grin full of fashionably jagged teeth, a pair of smoked yellow-enhanced vision lenses, barely a centimeter from top to bottom, and spreading wings of tattoo work across both cheekbones. It didn't take much imagination to guess what was coming next. Yukio Hirayasu stepped through the door. A second thug followed him in, clone identical to the one who'd shoved Yad aside, except he wasn't smiling. Kovacs! Yukio had just spotted me. His face was a tight mask of throttled-back anger. What exactly the fuck do you think you're doing here? I'd have thought that was my line. Peripheral vision gave me a tiny flinch across Jadwiga's face that looked like internal transmission. You were told, snapped Yukio, to stay out of the way until we were ready for you, to stay out of trouble. Is that so fucking difficult to do?
These your high-powered friends, Mickey?
It was Sylvie's voice, drawling from the door to my left. She stood wrapped in a bathrobe and gazed curiously at the new arrivals. Proximity sense told me that Orr and someone else had made appearances elsewhere behind me. I saw the movement reflected in the EV lenses of Yukio's muscle clones, saw it registered with minute tautening of their faces beneath the smoked glass. I nodded. You might say that. Yukio's eyes flickered to the woman's voice, and he frowned. Maybe the reference to Mickey had thrown him. Maybe it was just the 5-3 disadvantage he'd walked into. You know who I am, he began. So let's not complicate matters any—
I don't know who the fuck you are, said Sylvie evenly. But I know you're in our place without an invitation, so I think you'd better just leave.
The Yakuza's face flared disbelief.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here!
Jadwiga threw up both hands in something midway between a combat guard and a gesture of obscene dismissal. Yad, I started, but by then it had all already tipped too far. Yad was already swinging forward, chin jutting, clearly bent on shoving the yak muscle man tit for tat back to the door. The muscle reached, still grinning. Yad dummied him very fast, left him reaching, and took him down with a judo trick. Someone yelled behind me. Then, without fuss, Yukio produced a tiny black particle blaster and shot Yad with it. She dropped, freeze-lit by the pale flash of the blast. The odor of roasted meat rolled out across the room. Everything stopped. I must have been moving forward because the second yak enforcer blocked me, face gone shocked, hands filled with a pair of Seged slug guns. I froze, lifted empty warding hands in front of me. On the floor, the other thug tried to get up and stumbled over the remains of Yad. Right. Yukio looked around the rest of the room, wagging the blaster mainly in Sylvie's direction. That's enough. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but you— Sylvie spat out a single word. Or— Thunder detonated in the confined space again. This time it was blinding. I had a brief impression of looping gouts of white fire, past me and branching, buried in Yukio, the enforcer in front of me, the man still halfway up from the floor. The enforcer flung out his arms as if embracing the blast that drenched him from the chest down. His mouth gaped wide, his sun lenses flashed incandescent with reflected glare. The fire inked out, collapsing after images soaking across my vision in tones of violet. I blinked through it, groping at detail. The enforcer was two severed halves, steaming up at me from the floor, Zeged still gripped in each fist. Excess discharge had welded his hands to the weapons. The one getting up had never made it. He was down next to Yad again, gone from the chest up. Yukio had a hole through him that had removed pretty much every internal organ he owned. Charred rib ends protruded from the upper half of a perfectly oval wound in which you could see the tiled floor he lay on like a cheap Xperia special effect. The room filled with the abrupt reek of voided bowels.
Well, that seemed to work.
Orr stepped past me, peering down at what was apparently his handiwork. He was still stripped to the waist, and I saw where the discharge vents had blown open in a vertical line up one side of his back. They looked like massive fish gills, still rippling at the edges with dissipating heat. He went straight to Jadwiga and crouched over her.
Narrow beam,
he diagnosed.
Took out the heart and most of the right lung. Not much we can do for her here.
Someone close the door, suggested Sylvie.
As a council of war, it was pretty headlong. The DECOM team had a couple of years of close-wired operational time behind them, and they communicated in a flickering shorthand that owed as much to internal tannoy and compressed symbol gesture as it did to actual speech. Envoy-conditioned intuition at full stretch gave me just enough of an edge to keep up.
Report this?
Kyoka, a slight woman in what had to be a custom-grown Maori sleeve, wanted to know. She kept looking at Jadwiga on the floor and biting her lip.
2?
Orr flipped her a rapid thumb and little finger gesture. His other hand traced tattooing across his face.
Oh, and him?
Sylvie did something with her face, gestured low. I missed it, guessed, and grabbed.
They were here for me. Yeah, no shit.
Orr was looking at me with something that grazed open hostility. The vents in his back and chest had closed up, but looking at the massive, muscled frame, it wasn't hard to imagine them ripping open for another blast.
Some nice friends you've got.
I don't think they would have gotten violent if Yad hadn't jumped the goon. It was a misunderstanding.
Fuck!
Orr's eyes widened.
Yad is dead, you asshole!
She's not really dead, I said doggedly. You can excise the stack and—
Excise.
The word came out, lethally soft. He trod closer, looming.
You want me to cut up my friend?
Playing back the position of the gunmetal discharge tubes from memory, I guessed most of his right side was prosthetic, charging the 5 vents from a power pack buried somewhere in the lower half of his ribcage. Given recent advances in nanotech, you could get large blotches of energy to go pretty much anywhere you wanted over a limited distance. The nanocan Shepard fragments just rode the blast like surfers, sucking power and tugging the containment field wherever the launch data had them headed. I made a mental note. If I had to hit him, to go left. I'm sorry, I don't see another solution right now.
Or—
Sylvie made a sideways chopping gesture.
Tats, this place, time.
She shook her head. Another sign, thumb and forefinger forced apart by the fingers of the other hand. From the look on her face, I got the sense she was emitting data through the team net as well.
Cash, the same. 3 days. Puppetry. Torch and wipe, now.
Kyoka nodded.
Sensor. Laz? Oh.
Yeah, we can do that.
Orr wasn't plugged all the way into this. He was still angry, speaking slowly.
Yeah, okay.
Where?
Kyoka again. Some complex counting off from one hand, an inclination of her head.
Jet? No, there's time.
Sylvie made a flat-palmed motion.
Orr and Mickey. Easy. You run blank. This, maybe this. Down. Got it.
Kyoka was checking out a retinal screen as she spoke, eyes up and left to skim the data Sylvie had shot her.
Laz? Not yet. I'll flag you. Go.
The Maori-sleeved woman disappeared back into her room, emerged a second later pulling on a bulky gray jacket, and let herself out the main door. She allowed herself a single backward look at Jadwiga's corpse, then she was gone.
Or, cut her.
A thumb at me.
Guevara.
The giant gave me a final smoldering look and went to a case in the corner of the room, from which he took a heavy-bladed vibro knife. He came back and stood in front of me with the weapon, deliberately enough for me to tauten up. Only the obvious, that Orr didn't need a knife to grease me, kept me from jumping him. My physical reaction must have been pretty obvious because it got a derisive grunt out of the giant. Then he spun the knife in his hand and presented it to me, grip first. I took it. You want me to do it? Sylvie moved across to Jadwiga's corpse and stood, looking down at the damage.
I want you to dig out the stacks on your two friends there, yes. I think you've had the practice for it. Yad, you can leave.
I blinked. You're leaving her? Orr snorted again. The woman looked at him and made a spiraling gesture. He compressed a sigh and went to his room.
Let me worry about Yad.
Her face was clouded with distance, engaged at levels I couldn't sense.
Just get cutting, and while you're at it, you want to tell me who exactly we've killed here?
Sure. I went to Yukio's corpse and manhandled it onto what was left of its front. This is Yukio Hirayasu, local yak, but he's someone important's son, apparently. The knife burred into life in my hand, vibrations backing up unpleasantly as far as the wound in my side. I shook off a teeth-on-edge shiver, placed one cupped palm on the back of Yukio's skull to steady it, and started cutting into the spine. The mingled stink of scorched flesh and shit didn't help.
And the other one?
She asked. Disposable thug. Never seen him before.
Is he worth taking with us?
I shrugged. Better than leaving him here, I guess. You can toss him over the side halfway to New Hawk. This one I'd keep for ransom if I were you.
She nodded. What I thought.
The knife bit down through the last millimeters of spinal column and sliced rapidly into the neck below. I switched off, changed grip, and started a new cut, a couple of vertebrae lower down. These are heavyweight Yakuza, Sylvie. My guts were chilling over as I recalled my phone conversation with Tanaseda. The senpai had cut a deal with me purely on the strength of Yukio's value in one piece, and he'd been pretty explicit about what would happen if things didn't stay that way. Millsport connected, probably with First Family links. They're going to come after you with everything they've got. Her eyes were unreadable.
They're going to come after you, too.
Let me worry about that.
Oh, that's very generous of you. However,
she paused as Orr came back out of his room, fully dressed, and headed out the door with a curt nod.
I think we have this handled. Key is off, wiping our electronic traces now. Orr can torch blast every room in this place in about half an hour. That leaves them with nothing but—
Sylvie, this is the Yakuza we're talking about.
Nothing but eyewitnesses, peripheral video data, and besides which, we'll be on our way to Drava in about 2 hours' time, and no one's going to follow us there.
There was a sudden stiff pride in her voice.
Not the Yakuza, not the First Families, not even the fucking envoys. No one wants to fuck with the Mimants.
Like most bravado, it was misplaced. For one thing, I'd had it from an old friend 6 months back that Envoy Command had tendered for the new Hokkaido contract. They just hadn't been cheap enough to suit the Mexec government's freshly rediscovered faith in unfettered market forces. A sneer across Todor Murakami's lean face as we shared a pipe on the ferry from Akan to New Kanagawa. Fragrant smoke on the winter air of the reach and the soft grind of the maelstrom as backdrop. Murakami was letting his cropped core haircut grow out, and it stirred a little in the breeze off the water. He wasn't supposed to be there talking to me, but it's hard to tell envoys what to do. They know what they're worth.
Hey, fuck Leo Mexec. We told him what it cost. He can't afford it. Whose problem is that supposed to be? We're supposed to cut corners and endanger envoy lives so he can hand the first families back some more of the tax they pay? Fuck that. We're not fucking locals. You're a local, Todd.
I felt driven to point out.
Mill sport, born and bred. You know what I mean.
I knew what he meant. Local government don't get to punch keys on the envoy corps. The envoys go where the protectorate needs them, and most local governments pray to whatever gods they give house room that they'll never be found wanting enough for that contingency to be invoked. The aftermath of envoy intervention can be very unpleasant for all concerned.
This whole tendering angle's fucked anyway.
Todor plumed fresh smoke out over the rail.
No one can afford us. No one trusts us. Can't see the point, can you? I thought it was about offsetting non-operational costs while you guys were sitting on your asses undeployed. Oh yeah, which is when? Really? I heard it was all pretty quiet right now. Since Hunholm, I mean. Going to tell me some covert insurgency tales? Hey, Sam.
He passed me the pipe.
You're not on the team anymore, remember?
I remembered. In Enin. It bursts on the edges of memory like a downed marauder bomb going up distant, but not far enough off to be safe. Red laser fire and the screams of men dying as the rolling virus eats their minds alive. I shivered a little and drew on the pipe. With envoy-tuned sensitivity, Todor spotted it and shifted subject.
So what's this scam about? Thought you were hanging out with Radul Segesvar these days. Hometown nostalgia, cheap organized crime. Yeah.
I looked at him bleakly.
Where'd you hear that then?
A shrug.
Around. You know how it is. So, why are you going up north again?
The vibro knife broke through into flesh and muscle again. I switched it off and started to lever the severed section of spine out of Yukio Hirayasu's neck. Yakuza gentry, dead and destacked. Courtesy of Takeshi Kovacs, because that was the way the label was going to read whatever I did now. Tanaseda was going to be looking for blood. Hirayasu Sr., too, presumably. Could be he saw his son as the lip-slack fuck-up he evidently was, but somehow I doubted it. And even if he did, every rule of obligation the Harlan's world Yakuza girded themselves with was going to force him to make it right. Organized crime is like that. Radul Segesvar's New Pest Haiduchi Mafia or the Yak. North or south, they're all the fucking same. Fucking blood-tie junkies. War with the Yakuza. Why are you going up north again? I looked at the excised spinal segment and the blood on my hands. It wasn't what I'd had in mind when I caught the hoverloader up to Takitamura 3 days ago. Mickey? For a moment, the name meant nothing to me. Hey, Mick, you okay? I looked up. She was watching me with narrow concern. I forced a nod. Yeah, I'm fine. Well, do you think you could pick it up a bit? Or'll be back, and he'll want to get started. Yeah, sure. I turned to the other corpse. The knife burred back into life. I'm still curious what you plan to do about Jadwiga. You'll see. Party trick, huh? She said nothing, just walked to the window and stared out into the light and clamor of the new day. Then, as I was starting the second spinal incision, she looked back into the room. Why don't you come with us, Mickey? I slipped and buried the knife blade up to its hilt. What? Come with us. To Drava? Oh, you're going to tell me you've got a better chance running against the Yak here in Takitamura? I freed the blade and finished the incision. I need a new body, Sylvie. This one's in no state for meeting the mimics. What if I could set that up for you? Sylvie, I grunted with effort as the bone segment levered upward. Where the fuck are you gonna find me a body on New Hokkaido? Place barely permits human life as it is. Where are you gonna find the facilities? She hesitated. I stopped what I was doing, envoy intuition wakening to the realization that there was something here.
Last time we were out,
she said slowly.
We turned up a government command bunker in the hills east of Sopron. The smart locks were too complex to crack in the time we had. We were way too far north anyway, and it's bad Mimant territory, but I got in deep enough to run a basic inventory. There's a full med lab facility, complete re-sleeving unit, and cryocap clone banks, about 24 sleeves, combat biotech by the signature traces.
Well, that'd make sense. That's where you're taking Jadwiga?
She nodded.
I looked pensively at the chunk of spine in my hand, the ragged-lipped wound it had come out of. I thought about what the Yakuza would do to me if they caught up with me in this sleeve. How long are you going over for? She shrugged.
Long as it takes. We're provisioned for 3 months, but last time we filled our quota in half that time. You could come back sooner if you like. The loaders run out of Drava all the time.
And you're sure this stuff in the bunker's still functional?
She grinned and shook her head.
What?
It's New Hawk, Mickey. Over there, everything's still functional. That's the whole problem with the fucking place.
Chapter 5. The hover-loader Guns for Guevara was exactly what she sounded like. A low-profile, heavily armored shark of a vessel, spiking weaponry along her back like dorsal spines. In marked contrast with the commercial loaders that plied the routes between Millsport and the Saffron Archipelago, she had no external decks or towers. The bridge was a snubbed blister on the forward facings of the dull gray superstructure, and her flanks swept back and out in smooth, featureless curves. The 2 loading hatches, open on either side of her nose, looked built to disgorge flights of missiles. "You sure this is going to work?" I asked Sylvie as we reached the downward slope of the docking ramp. "Relax," growled Orr behind me. "This isn't the Saffron line." He was right. For an operation that the government claimed was being run under stringent security guidelines, DECOM embarkation struck me as sloppy in the extreme. At the side of each hatch, a steward in a soiled blue uniform was taking hard copy documentation and running the authorization flashes under a reader that wouldn't have looked much out of place in a Settlement Years Xperia flick. The ragged queues of embarking personnel snaked back and forth across the ramp, ankle-deep in carry-on baggage. Bottles and pipes passed back and forth in the cold, bright air. There was highly strung hilarity and mock sparring up and down the lines, repeated jokes over the antique reader. The stewards smiled back repeatedly, wearily.
"And where the fuck is Laz?"
Kyoko wanted to know. Sylvie shrugged.
"He'll be here. He always is."
We joined the back of the nearest queue. The little knot of decoms ahead of us glanced around briefly, spent a couple of measured looks on Sylvie's hair, then went back to their bickering. She wasn't unusual among this crowd. A tall black sleeve a couple of groups down had a dreadlocked mane of similar proportions, and there were others, less imposing, here and there. Jadwiga stood quiet beside me.
"This thing with Laz is pathological,"
Kyoko told me, looking anywhere but at Yad.
"He's always fucking late." "It's wired into him," said Sylvie absently. "You don't get to be a career wincefish without a tendency toward brinkmanship. Hey, I'm a wincefish, and I turn up on time."
"You're not a lead wincefish," said Orr.
"Oh, right. Listen, we're all—"
She glanced at Jadwiga and bit her lip.
Lead's just a player position. Laz is wired no different from me or...
Looking at Yad, you'd never have guessed she was dead. We had cleaned her up in the apartment. Beam weapons caught her eyes. There's not often much in the way of blood. Rigged her in a tight marine surplus combat vest and jacket that covered the wounds, fitted heavy black EV lenses over her shocked open eyes. Then Sylvie got in through the team net and fired up her motor systems. I'd guess it took a little concentration, but nothing to the focus she'd have to have online when she deployed the team against the Mimets on New Hawk. She got Yad walking at her left shoulder, and we formed a phalanx around them. Simple commands to facial muscles clamped the dead decom's mouth shut, and the gray pallor, well, with the EV lenses on and a long gray seal wrap bag slung over one shoulder, Yad looked no worse than she should have done on a shiver come-down with added endorphin crash. I don't suppose the rest of us looked too hot either.
Authorization, please.
Sylvie handed over the sheaf of hard copy, and the steward set about passing it through the reader one sheet at a time. She must have sent a tiny jolt through the net to the muscles in Jadwiga's neck at the same time, because the dead woman tilted her head, a little stiffly, as if scanning the loader's armored flank. Nice touch. Very natural.
Sylvie Oshima, crew of 5, said the steward, looking up to count. Hardware already stowed. That's right. Cabin allocation. He squinted at the reader's screen. Sorted. P-19 to 22, lower deck.
There was a commotion back up near the top of the ramp. We all looked back, apart from Jadwiga. I spotted ochre robes and beards, angry gesticulating, and voices raised.
What's going on?
Asked Sylvie casually.
Oh, beards.
The steward shuffled the scanned documentation back together.
They've been prowling up and down the waterfront all morning. Apparently they had a run-in last night with a couple of decoms someplace way east of here. You know how they are about that stuff. Yeah, fucking throwbacks.
Sylvie took the paperwork and stowed it in her jacket.
They got descriptions, or will any 2 decoms do?
The steward smirked.
No vid, they say. Place was using up all its capacity on holo porn, but they got a witness description, a woman and a man. Oh yeah, and the woman had hair. Christ, that could be me, laughed Sylvie.
Orr gave her a strange look. Behind us, the clamor intensified. The steward shrugged.
Yeah, could be any of a couple of dozen command heads I passed through here this morning. Hey, what I want to know is, what are a bunch of priests doing in a place runs holo porn anyway?
Jerking off, suggested Orr.
Religion,
said Sylvie, with a sudden click in her throat, as if she were going to vomit. At my side, Jadwiga swayed unsteadily and twisted her head more abruptly than people generally do.
Has it occurred to anybody that...
She grunted, gut deep. I shot a glance at Orr and Kyoka, saw their faces go tight. The steward looked on, curious, not yet concerned.
That every human sacrament is a cheap evasion. That...
Another choked sound, as if the words were being wrenched up out of somewhere buried in hard-packed silt. Jadwiga's swaying worsened. Now the steward's face began to change as he picked up the scent of distress. Even the decoms in the queue behind us were shifting their attention from the brawl at the top of the ramp, narrowing in on the pale woman and the speech that came sputtering up out of her.
That the whole of human history might just be some fucking excuse for the inability to provide a decent female orgasm.
I trod on her foot, hard. Quite. The steward laughed nervously. Quellist sentiments, albeit early poetic ones, were still marked "handle with care" in the Harlan's world cultural canon. Too much danger that any enthusiasm for them might spill over into her later political theory and, of course, practice. You can name your hoverloaders for revolutionary heroes if you want, but they need to be far enough back in history that no one can remember what they were fighting for. "I," said Sylvie, puzzled. Orr moved to support her.
"Let's have this argument later, Sylvie. We'd better get stowed first. Look."
He nudged her.
"Yad's dead on her feet, and I don't feel much better. Can we,
She caught it, straightened, and nodded.
Yeah. Later,
she said. Jadwiga's corpse stopped swaying, even lifted the back of one hand realistically to its brow. "Come down, Blues," I said, winking at the steward. His nervousness ironed out, and he grinned. "Been there, man." Jeering from the top of the ramp, I heard the shouted word "abomination," then the sound of electrical discharge, probably power knuckles. "Think they've reeled in more than they can stow up there," said the steward, peering past us. "Should have come heavy. They're going to mouth off like that to a dock full of decom. Okay, that's us. You can go through." We made it through the hatch without further stumbling from anybody and went down the metal echoing corridors in search of the cabins. At my back, Yad's corpse kept mechanical pace. The rest of the team acted like nothing had happened. "So what the fuck was that?" I finally got around to asking the question about half an hour later. Sylvie's crew stood around in her cabin looking uncomfortable. Orr had to stoop below the reinforcing joists of the ceiling. Kyoka stared out of the tiny one-way porthole, finding something of great interest in the water outside. Jadwiga lay face down on a bunk. Still no sign of Laszlo.
"It was a glitch,"
said Sylvie. "A glitch." I nodded. "Does this kind of glitch happen often?"
"No, not often."
"Oh, but it has happened before." Orr ducked under a joist to loom over me.
"Why don't you give it a rest, Mickey? No one forced you to come along. You don't like the terms, you can just fuck off, can't you?"
"I'm just curious to know what we do if Sylvie drops out of the loop and starts spouting quellisms in the middle of a Mimint encounter, that's all."
"Let us worry about the Miments,"
said Kyoka tonelessly.
"Yeah, Mickey,"
Orr sneered.
"It's what we do for a living. You just sit back and enjoy the ride. All I want you shut the fuck up if you—"
"Look."
She said it very quietly, but Orr and Kyoka both hooked around toward the sound of her voice.
"Why don't you two leave me and Mickey alone to talk about this?"
"Ah, Sylvie, he's
got a right to know, Orr. Now, you want to give us some space?"
She watched them out, waited for the cabin door to fold, then went past me back to her seat. "Thanks," I said.
"Look."
It took me a moment to realize she meant it literally this time. She reached into the mass of her hair and lifted the center cord.
"You know how this works. There's more processing capacity in this than in most city databases. Has to be."
She let the cord go and shook her hair across it. A small smile flickered around her mouth.
"Out there, we can get a viral strike flung at us hard enough to scrape out a human mind like fruit pulp. Or just Mimint interactive codes trying to replicate themselves, machine intrusion systems, construct personality fronts, transmission flotsam, you name it. I have to be able to contain all that, sort it, use it, and not let anything leak through into the net. It's what I do, time and time again, and no matter how good the house cleaning you buy afterward, some of that shit stays. Hard to kill code remnants. Traces."
She shivered a little.
"Ghosts of things." There's stuff bedded down there beyond the baffles that I don't want to even think about.
Sounds like it's time for some fresh hardware.
Yeah.
She grinned sourly.
I just don't have that much loose change right now, know what I mean?
I did know. Recent tech. It's a fucker, huh?
Yeah. Recent tech, fucking indecent pricing. They take the guild subsidies, the protectorate defense funding, and then pass on the whole fucking cost of the Sanction Lab's R&D to people like me.
I shrugged. Price of progress.
Yeah, saw the ad. Assholes. Look, what happened back there is just gunge in the works, nothing to worry about. Maybe something to do with trying to hotwire YAD. That's something I don't usually do. It's unused capacity. And that's usually where the data management systems dump any trace junk. Running YAD's CNS must have flushed it out.
Do you remember what you were saying?
Not really.
She rubbed at the side of her face, pressed fingertips against one closed eye.
Something about religion? About the beards?
Well, yeah. You lifted off from there, but then you started paraphrasing early Quell-Christ Falconer. Not a Quellist, are you?
Fuck no.
I didn't think so. She thought about it for a while. Under our feet, the guns for Guevara's engines began to thrum gently. Departure for Drava imminent.
Could be something I caught off a dissemination drone. There's still a lot of them out in the east, not worth the bounty to decommission, so they get left alone unless they're fucking up local comlinks.
Would any of them be Quellist?
Oh, yeah. At least 4 or 5 of the factions who fucked up New Hawk were Quellist-inspired. Shit, from what I hear, she was fighting up there herself back when the unsettlement kicked off.
Well, that's what they say. The door chimed. Sylvie nodded at me, and I went to open it. Out in the faintly shuddering corridor stood a short, wiry figure with long black hair bound back in a ponytail. He was sweating heavily. Laszlo, I guessed.
Yeah, who the fuck are you?
Long story. You want to talk to Sylvie?
Oh, that'd be nice.
The irony was ladled on. I stood aside and let him in. Sylvie gave him a weary, top-to-toe look.
Got in the life raft launcher, Laszlo announced. Couple of bypass jolts and a 7-meter crawl up a polished steel chimney, nothing to it.
Sylvie sighed.
It's not big, Laz, and it's not clever, and someday you'll miss the fucking boat. What are we going to do for a lead then?
Well, looks to me like you're already lining up replacements. A cocked glance in my direction.
Who is this, exactly? Mickey, Laszlo.
An idle gesture back and forth between us.
Laszlo, meet Mickey Serendipity, temporary traveling companion. Did you get him aboard with my flashes?
Sylvie shrugged.
You never used them.
Laszlo spotted Jadwiga's form on the bed, and a grin lit up his bony face. He strode across the cabin and slapped her on one buttock. When she didn't respond, he frowned. I shut the door. Jesus, what did she take last night?
She's dead, Laz. Dead? For the moment, yes.
Sylvie looked across at me.
You've missed rather a lot of the dance since yesterday.
Laszlo's eyes followed Sylvie's gaze across the cabin.
And it all has something to do with tall, dark, and synthetic there, right?
Right, I said. Like I said, it's a long story. Laszlo went across to the basin niche and ran water into his cupped hands. He lowered his face into the water and snorted. Then he wiped the surplus water back through his hair, straightened up, and eyed me in the mirror. He turned pointedly toward Sylvie.
All right, Skipper. I'm listening.
Chapter 6. It took a day and a night to get to Drava. From about midway across the Andrasi Sea, guns for Guevara ran throttled back, sensor net spread as wide as it would go, weapons systems at standby. The official line from the Mexec government was that the Miments had all been designed for a land war, and so had no way of getting off New Hawk. On the ground, DECOM crews reported seeing machines there were no descriptors for in the Military Machine Intelligence Archive, which suggested at least some of the weaponry still prowling the continent had found ways to evolve beyond its original program parameters. The whispered word was that experimental nanotech had run wild. The official line said nanotech systems were too crude and too poorly understood at the time of the unsettlement to have been deployed as weapons. The whispered word was dismissed as anti-government scaremongering. The official line was derided every place you could find intelligent conversation. Without satellite cover or aerial support, there was no way to prove the thing either way. Myth and misinformation reigned. "Welcome to Harlan's world." "Hard to believe," muttered Laszlo as we cruised the last few kilometers up the estuary and through Drava's deserted dockyards. 4 centuries on this fucking planet, and we still can't go up in the air. Somehow he'd blagged entry to one of the open-air observation galleries the hoverloader had sprouted from its armored spine once we were inside the Drava base scanning umbrella. Somehow else he'd chivied us into going up there with him, and now we all stood shivering in the damp cold of early morning as the silent keys of Drava slid by on either side. Overhead, the sky was an unpromising gray in all directions. Orr turned up the collar on his jacket. "Anytime you come up with a way to decom an orbital, Laz, just let us know."
"Yeah, count me in," said Keoka. "Bring down an orbital. They'd make Mitzi Harlan give you head every morning for the rest of your life."
It was common talk among the DECOM crews, an analog of the 50-meter bottleback stories charterboat skippers told in the Millsport bars. No matter how big the bounty you hauled back from New Hawk, it was all human scale. No matter how hostile the Miments, ultimately they were things we'd built ourselves, and they were barely 3 centuries old. You couldn't compare that with the lure of hardware the Martians had apparently left in orbit around Harlan's world approximately 500,000 years ago. Hardware that, for reasons best known to itself, would carve pretty much anything airborne out of the sky with a lance of angel fire. Laszlo blew on his hands. They could have brought them down before now if they'd wanted to.
"Oh, man, here we go again."
Keoka rolled her eyes.
"There's a lot of crap shit talked about the orbitals,"
said Laszlo doggedly.
"Like how they'll hit anything bigger or faster than a helicopter, but somehow 400 years ago we managed to land the colony barges okay. Like—"
Orr snorted. I saw Sylvie close her eyes.
"How the government has these big hyperjets they keep under the pole, and nothing ever touches them when they fly. Like all the times the orbitals take out something surface-based, only they don't like to talk about that. Happens all the time, man. Bet you didn't hear about that dredger they found ripped apart yesterday off Sanshin Point."
"I did hear that one," Sylvie said irritably.
"Caught it while we were waiting for you to turn up yesterday morning. Reports said they ran aground on the point. You're looking for conspiracy when all you've got is incompetence." "Skipper, they said that, sure. They would say that. Oh, for fuck's sake."
"Laz, old son." Orr dropped a heavy arm around the lead wincefish's shoulders. "If it had been angel fire, there wouldn't have been anything left to find. You know that. And you know damned well there's a fucking hole in the coverage down around the equator big enough to drive a whole fleet of colony barges through, if you do the math right. Now why don't you give the conspiracy shit a rest and check out the scenery you dragged us all up here to see?" It was an impressive enough sight. Drava, in its day, was both trade gateway and naval port for the whole new Hokkaido hinterland. The waterfront saw shipping from every major city on the planet, and the sprawl of architecture behind the docks reached back a dozen kilometers into the foothills, to provide homes for almost 5 million people. At the height of its commercial powers, Drava rivaled Millsport for wealth and sophistication, and the Navy garrison was one of the strongest in the Northern Hemisphere. Now we cruised past rows of smashed-in settlement years warehouses. Containers and cranes tumbled across the docks like children's toys, and merchant vessels sunk at anchor end to end. There were lurid chemical stains on the water around us, and the only living things in view were a miserable-looking clutch of ripwings flapping about on the canted corrugated roof of a warehouse. One of them flung back its neck and uttered a clattering challenge as we went past, but you could tell its heart wasn't in it.
"Want to watch out for those,"
said Kyoka grimly.
"They don't look like much, but they're smart. Most places on this coast, they've already polished off the cormorants and the gulls, and they've been known to attack humans, too."
I shrugged. Well, it's their planet. The DECOM beachhead fortifications came into view. Hundreds of meters of razor-edged live wire crawling restlessly about inside its patrol parameters, jagged rows of crouched spider blocks on the ground, and robot sentries perched, brooding on the surrounding rooftops. In the water, a couple of automated mini-subs poked conning towers above the surface, bracketing the curve of the estuary. Surveillance kites flew at intervals, tethered to crane stacks and a communications mast in the heart of the beachhead. Guns for Guevara cut power and drifted in broadside between the two subs. On the dockside, a few figures paused in what they were doing, and voices floated across the closing gap to the new arrivals. Most of the work was done by machines, silently. Beachhead security interrogated the hoverloader's navigational intelligence and gave clearance. The auto-grapple system talked to the sockets on the dock, agreed trajectory, and fired home. Cables cranked tight and pulled the vessel in. An articulated boarding corridor flexed itself awake and nuzzled up to the dockside loading hatch. Buoyancy anti-grav kicked over to mooring levels with a shiver. Doors unlatched.
"Time to go,"
said Laszlo, and disappeared below like a rat down a hole. Orr made an obscene gesture in his wake.
"What'd you bring us up here in the first place for? You're in such a fucking hurry to get off."
An indistinct answer floated back up. Feet clattered on the companionway.
"Let him go,"
said Kyoka.
"No one rolls till we talk to Kudomaya anyway. There'll be a queue around the fab."
Orr looked at Sylvie.
"What are we going to do about Yad?"
"Leave her here."
The command head was gazing out at the ugly gray bubble fab settlement with a curiously rapt expression on her face. Hard to believe it was the view. Maybe she was listening to the machine systems talk, senses open and lost in the wash of transmission traffic. She snapped out of it abruptly and turned to face her crew.
"We've got the cabins till noon. No point in moving her till we know what we're doing."
"And the hardware?"
Sylvie shrugged.
"Same applies. I'm not carting that lot around Drava all day while we wait for Kudomaya to give us a slot."
"Think he'll ramp us again?"
"After last time? Somehow I doubt it."
Below decks, the narrow corridors were plugged up with jostling decoms, carry-on gear slung across shoulders or portered on heads. Cabin doors stood, folded open, occupants within rationalizing baggage prior to launching themselves into the crush. Boisterous shouts ricocheted back and forth over heads and angled cases. Motion was sludgily forward and port, toward the debarkation hatch. We threaded ourselves into the crowd and crept along with it. Orr in the lead. I hung back, protecting my wounded ribs as much as I could. Occasional jolts got through. I rode it with gritted teeth. What seemed like a long time later, we spilled out the end of the debarkation corridor and stood amid the bubble fabs. The decom swarm drifted ahead of us, through the fabs and toward the center mast. Partway there, Laszlo sat waiting for us on a gutted plastic packing crate. He was grinning. "What kept you?" Orr feinted at him with a growl. Sylvie sighed. "At least tell me you got a Q-chip." Laszlo opened his hand with the solemnity of a conjurer and presented a little fragment of black crystal on his palm. The number 57 resolved itself from a blurred point of light inside. A string of muttered curses smoked off Sylvie and her companions at the sight. "Yeah, it'll be a while," Laszlo shrugged. "Leftovers from yesterday. They're still assigning the backlog. I heard something serious went down inside the cleared zone last night. We may as well eat." He led us across the encampment to a long silver trailer backed up against one of the perimeter fences. Cheap molded tables and chairs sprouted in the space around the serving hatch. There was a scattering of clientele, sleepy-faced and quiet over coffees and foil-plated breakfast. In the hatch, 3 attendants moved back and forth as if on rails. Steam and the smell of food boiled out toward us, pungent enough to trigger even the meager taste scent sense on the synthetic sleeve. "Misos and rice all around?" asked Laszlo. Grunts of assent from the decoms as they took a couple of tables. I shook my head. To synthetic taste buds, even good miso soup tastes like dishwater. I went up to the hatch with Laszlo to check what else was on offer. Settled for coffee and a couple of carbohydrate-heavy pastries. I was reaching for a credit chip when Laszlo put out his hand. "Hey, on me, this." "Well, thanks." "No big deal. Welcome to Sylvie's Slip-Ins. Guess I forgot to say that yesterday, huh? Sorry. Well, there was a lot going on." "Yeah. You want anything else?" There was a dispenser on the counter selling painkiller dermals. I pulled a couple of strips out and waved them at the attendant. Laszlo nodded, dug out a credit chip of his own, and tossed it onto the counter. "So you got tagged." "Yeah, ribs."
"I thought so from the way you were moving." "Our friends yesterday?"
"Nah, before that."
He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, busy man."
"Like you wouldn't believe."
I tore a dosage off one of the strips, pushed up a sleeve, and thumbed the dermal into place. Warm wash of chemical well-being up my arm. We gathered up the food on trays and carried it back to the tables. The decoms ate in a focused silence at odds with their earlier bickering. Around us, the other tables started to fill up. A couple of people nodded at Sylvie's crew in passing, but mostly the decom norm was standoffish. Crews kept to their own little knots and gatherings. Shreds of conversation wisped past, rich in specks and the same sawn-off cool I'd picked up in my companions over the last day and a half. The attendants yelled order numbers, and someone got a receiver tuned to a channel playing Settlement Years jazz. Loose and painless from the dermal wash, I caught the sound and felt it kick me straight back to my new-pest youth. Friday nights at Watanabe's place. Old Watanabe had been a big fan of the Settlement Years jazz giants and played their stuff incessantly to groans from his younger patrons that swiftly became ritualized. Spend enough time at Watanabe's, and whatever your own musical preferences, it wore you down. You ended up with an engraved liking for the tipped-out-of-kilter rhythms. "This is old," I said, nodding at the trailer-mounted speakers. Laszlo grunted. "Welcome to New Hawk." Grins and a trading of finger-touch gestures. "You like this stuff, huh?" Kyoka asked me through a mouthful of rice. "Stuff like it. I don't recognize Dizzy Chango and Grey Laughing Mushroom," said Orr unexpectedly. "Down the Ecliptic, but it's a cover of a Blackman Taku float originally. Taku never would have let the violin in the front door."
I shot the giant a strange look. Don't listen to him, Sylvie told me, scratching idly under her hair. You go back to early Taku and Ide stuff, they've got that gypsy twang scribbled all over the place. They only phased it out for Millsport sessions. That isn't... Hey, Sylvie! A youngish-looking command head with hair stacked straight up paused at the table. There was a tray of coffees balanced on his left hand and a thick coil of live cable slung over his right shoulder, twitching restlessly. You guys back already? Sylvie grinned. Hey, Oishi. Miss me? Oishi made a mock bow. The tray on his splayed fingers never shifted. As ever. More than can be said for Kutamaya-san. You plan on seeing him today? Well, you don't? Nah, we're not going out. Kasha caught some counter-in-splash last night. It'll be a couple of days before she's up and about. We're kicking back. Oishi shrugged. It's paid for. Contingency funding. Fucking contingency fund? Orr sat up. What happened here yesterday? You guys don't know? Oishi looked around the table, eyes wide. About last night. You didn't hear? No, said Sylvie patiently. Which is why we're asking you. Oh, okay. I thought everyone would know by now. We've got a co-op cluster on the prowl, inside the cleared zone. Last night I started putting together artillery. Self-propelled gun, a big one. Scorpion chassis. Kutamaya had to scramble everybody before we got shelled. Is there anything left? Asked Orr. They don't know. We took down the primary assemblers along with the gun, but a lot of the smaller stuff scattered. Drones, secondaries, shit like that. Someone said they saw Katakuri. Oh, crap shit, Kyoka snorted. Oishi shrugged again. Just what I heard. Mech puppets? No fucking way. Kyoka was warming to her theme. There haven't been any Katakuri in the CZ for better than a year. Haven't been any co-op machines either, pointed out Sylvie. Shit happens. Oishi, you think there's any chance we'll get assigned today? You guys? Oishi's grin reappeared. No way, Sylvie. Not after last time. Sylvie nodded glumly. That's what I thought. The jazz track faded out on a lifting note. A voice surged into place behind it, throaty, female, insistent. There was an archaic lilt to the words it used. And there, Dizzy Chango's push on the classic Down the Ecliptic, new light shed on an old theme, just in the manner Quellism illuminates those ancient iniquities of the economic order we have carried with us all the darkened way from the shores of earth. Naturally, Dizzy was a confirmed Quellist all his life, and as he many times said, groans went up from the gathered decoms. Yeah, fucking meth head junkie all his life, too, yelled someone. The propaganda DJ warbled on amid the cheers. She'd been singing the same hard-wired song for centuries, but the decom complaints sounded comfortable. Habit as well-worn as our protests had been at Watanabe's place. Orr's detailed knowledge of settlement years jazz began to make some sense. Gotta hop, said Oishi. Maybe catch up with you in the uncleared, yeah? Maybe, yeah. Sylvie watched him leave, then leaned in Laszlo's direction. How we doing for time? The wincefish dug in his pocket and displayed the Q-chip. The numbers had shifted to 52. Sylvie blew a disgusted breath. So, what are Karakuri? I asked. Mech puppets. Kyoka was dismissive. Don't worry, you aren't going to see any around here. We cleaned them out last year. Laszlo stuck the chip back in his pocket. They're facilitator units. Come in all shapes and sizes. Little ones start about the size of a ripwing, only they don't fly. Arms and legs. Armed sometimes, and they're fast. He grinned. Not a lot of fun. A sudden impatient tightening from Sylvie. She got up. I'm going to talk to Kutamaya, she announced. I think it's time to volunteer our services for cleanup. General protest. louder than the propaganda DJ had elicited.
Oh, cannot be serious.
Clean up pace shit, Skipper. Fucking grubbing about door to door. Guys, she held up her hands. I don't care, all right? If we don't jump the queue, we're not getting out of here till tomorrow, and that's no fucking good. In case any of you forgotten, pretty soon Yad is going to start smelling antisocial. Kyoka looked away. Laszlo and Orr muttered into the dregs of their miso soup. Anyone coming with me? Silence and averted gazes. I glanced around, then propped myself upright, luxuriating in the new absence of pain. Sure, I'll come. This Kutamaya doesn't bite, does he? In fact, he looked as if he might. On Sharia, there was a nomad leader I once had dealings with, a sheik with wealth stacked away in databases all over the planet who chose to spend his days herding semi-domesticated, genetically adapted bison back and forth across the Jahan steppe, and living out of a solar-powered tent. Directly and indirectly, nearly 100,000 hardened steppe nomads owed him allegiance under arms, and when you sat in council with him in that tent, you felt the command coiled inside him. Shigeo Kutamaya was a paler edition of the same figure. He dominated the command fab with the same close-mouthed, hard-eyed intensity, for all that he was seated behind a desk laden with monitoring equipment and surrounded by a standing phalanx of decoms awaiting assignment. He was a command head like Sylvie, gray and black-streaked hair, braided back to reveal the central cord, bound up in a samurai style 1,000 years out of date. Special Dep coming through. Sylvie shouldered a path for us through the other decoms. Coming through. Special Dep. God damn it, give me some space here. Special Dep. They gave ground grudgingly, and we got to the front. Kutamaya barely looked up from his conversation with a team of 3 decoms, sleeved in the slim young thing look I was starting to identify as Wincefish Standard. His face was impassive. "You're on no special deployment that I know of, Oshima-san," he said quietly, and around us the decoms exploded in angry reaction. Kutamaya stared back and forth at them, and the noise quieted. "As I said," Sylvie made a placatory gesture. "I know. Shigeo, I know I don't have it. I want it. I'm volunteering the slip-ins for Karakuri cleanup." That got some surf, but subdued this time. Kutamaya frowned. "You're asking for cleanup?" "I'm asking for a pass. The guys have run up some heavy debt back home and they want to get earnings 6 hours ago. If that means door-to-door, we'll do it." "Get in the motherfucking queue, bitch," said someone behind us. Sylvie stiffened slightly, but she didn't turn around. "I might have guessed you'd see it like that, Anton. Going to volunteer too, are you? Take the gang on house to house? Don't see them thanking you for that somehow." I looked back at the gathered decoms and found Anton, big and blocky-looking, beneath a command mane dyed 6 violently clashing colors. He'd had his eyes lensed so the pupils looked like steel bearings, and there were traceries of circuit work under the skin of his Slavic cheekbones. He twitched a little, but he made no move toward Sylvie. His metallic, dull eyes went to Kutamaya. "Come on, Shigeo," Sylvie grinned. "Don't tell me these people are all queuing up for cleaning duty. How many old hands are going to volunteer for this shit? You're sending the Sprogs out on this one because nobody else will do it for the money. I'm offering you a gift here, and you know it." Kutamaya looked her up and down, then nodded the 3 wincefish aside. They stepped back with sullen expressions. The holomap winked out. Kutamaya leaned back in his chair and stared at Sylvie. "Oshima-san, The last time I rammed you ahead of schedule, you neglected your assigned duties and disappeared north. How do I know you won't do the same thing this time?
Shig, you sent me to look at wreckage. Someone got there before us. There was nothing left. I told you that.
When you finally resurfaced, yes.
Oh, be reasonable. How was I supposed to decom what's already been trashed? We lit out because there was nothing fucking there.
That doesn't answer my question. How can I trust you this time? Sylvie gave out a performance sigh.
Jesus, Shig. You've got the excess capacity ponytail. You do the math. I'm offering you a favor in return for the chance to make some quick cash. Otherwise, I've got to wait to clear the queue sometime day after tomorrow. You get nothing but sprog sweepers. Everybody loses. What's the fucking point of that?
For a long moment, no one moved. Then Kudomaya glanced aside at one of the units on the desk. A data coil awoke above it. "Who's the synth?" he asked casually.
Oh.
Sylvie made "may I present" gestures.
New recruit. Mickey Serendipity. Ordnance backup.
Kudomaya raised an eyebrow. "Since when does Orr need or want help from anybody?"
It's just a tryout. My idea.
Sylvie smiled brightly.
Way I see it, you never can be too backed up out there.
That may be so. Kudomaya turned his gaze on me. But your new friend here is carrying damage. It's just a scratch, I told him. Colors shifted in the data coil. Kudomaya glanced sideways, and figures coalesced near the apex. He shrugged. Very well. Be at the main gate in an hour. Bring your gear. You'll get standard maintenance rate per day plus 10% seniority increment. That's the best I can do. Bonus for any kills you make. MMI chart value. She gave him another brilliant smile.
That'll do fine. We'll be ready. Nice doing business with you again, Shigeo. Come on, Mickey.
As we turned to go, her face twitched with incoming traffic. She jerked back around to look at Kudomaya, irritated.
Yes?
He smiled gently at her. Just so we're clear, Oshima-san. You'll be webbed into a sweep pattern with the others. If you do try and slide out again, I'll know. I'll pull your authorization and I'll have you brought back in, if I have to deploy the whole sweep to do it. You want to be arrested by a bunch of sprogs and then frog-marched back here, you just try me. Sylvie produced another sigh, shook her head sorrowfully, and walked out through the throng of queuing decoms. As we passed Anton, he showed his teeth. "Maintenance rate, Sylvie," he sneered. "Looks like you found your level at last." Then he flinched. His eyes fluttered upward, and his expression blanked as Sylvie reached in and twisted something inside his head. He swayed, and the decom next to him had to grab his arm to steady him. He made a noise like a freak fighter taking a heavy punch. Slurred voice, thick with outrage. "Fucking back off, swamp boy." It trailed out behind her, laconic, as we left the fab. She hadn't even looked in his direction. Chapter 7. The gate was a single slab of gray alloy armoring, 6 meters across and 10 high. Anti-grav lifters at either edge were railed onto the inner surfaces of 2 20-meter towers, topped with robot sentry gear. If you stood close enough to the gray metal, you could hear the restless scratching of live wire on the other side. Kudomaya's cleanup volunteers stood about in small knots before the gate, muttered conversation laced with brief flares of loud bravado. As Sylvie had predicted, most were young and inexperienced. Both qualities telegraphed clearly in the awkwardness with which they handled their equipment and gawked around them. The sparse assortment of hardware they had was none too impressive either. Weaponry looked to be largely obsolete military surplus, and there couldn't have been more than a dozen vehicles, all told, transport for maybe half of the 50-odd decoms present, some of it not even grav effect. The rest, it seemed, were doing the sweep on foot. Command heads were few and far between.
"How it's done,"
said Kyoka, complacently. She leaned back on the nose of the grav bug I was riding and folded her arms. The little vehicle rocked slightly on its parking cushion, and I upped the field to compensate.
"See, most Sprogs got no money to speak of. They come into the game practically systems blind. Try and earn cash for the upgrades with cleanup work and maybe some easy bounty on the edges of the uncleared. If they get lucky, they do good work and someone notices them. Maybe some crew with losses takes them on.
And if not,
then they grow their own hair."
Laszlo grinned up from the opened pannier he was rifling through on one of the other two bugs.
"Right, Skipper?" "Yeah, just like that."
There was a sour edge in Sylvie's voice. Stood near the third bug with Orr for company, she was once again trying to make Jadwiga look like a living human being, and the strain was showing. I wasn't enjoying the process much myself. We had gotten the dead decom mounted on one of the bugs, but piloting the vehicle second-hand was beyond Sylvie's control options, so Yad rode pillion behind me. It would have looked pretty strange if I'd gotten off while we waited and she'd stayed sitting there, so I stayed aboard too. Sylvie had the corpse drape one arm affectionately on my shoulder and left the other resting on my thigh. From time to time, Jadwiga's head swiveled and her sun-lensed features flexed in something approximating a grin. I tried to look casual about it.
"You don't want to listen to Laz,"
Kyoka advised me.
"Not 1 in 20 Sprogs is going to have what it takes to make command. Sure, they could wire the stuff into your head, but you'd just go insane.
Yeah, like the skipper here." Laszlo finished with the pannier, resealed it, and wandered around to the other side.
"What happens?"
said Kyoka patiently.
"You look for someone who can stand the heat and you form a co-op. Pool funds till you can pay for them to get the hair plus basic plug-in for everybody else, and there you go. Brand new crew. What are you looking at?"
This last to a young decom who'd wandered over to stare enviously at the grav bugs and the equipment they mounted. He backed up a little at Kyoka's tone, but the hunger in his face stayed.
"Dracul line, right?"
he said.
"That's right."
Kyoka rapped knuckles on the bug's carapace.
"Dracul 41 series, only 3 months off the Millsport factory lines, and everything you heard about it is 100% true. Cloaked drives, internally mounted EMP and particle beam battery, fluid response shielding, integrated Nuhanovich smart systems, you name it, they built it in."
Jadwiga twisted her head in the young decom's direction, and I guessed the dead mouth was trying on its grin again. Her hand moved off my shoulder and down my side. I shifted slightly in the seat.
"What'd it cost?"
asked our new fan. Behind him, a small crowd of like-minded hardware enthusiasts was gathering.
"More than any of you'll earn this year."
Kyoka gestured airily.
"Basic package starts at 120 grand, and this is not the basic package."
The young decom took a couple of steps closer.
"Can I
speared him with a look. "No, you can't. I'm sitting on this one."
"Come over here, kid."
Laszlo rapped on the carapace of the bug he was messing about with.
"Leave the lovebirds alone. They're both too hungover for manners. I'll show you this one. Give you something to aspire to next season."
Laughter. The little group of Sprogs drifted in toward the invitation. I exchanged relieved glances with Kyoka. Jadwiga patted my thigh and nestled her head on my shoulder. I glared across at Sylvie. Behind us, an address system cleared its throat.
Gate release in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Check your tags.
Whine of grav motors, minute scrape of poorly aligned rail runners. The gate lifted jerkily to the top of its 20-meter run, and the decoms trudged or rode, according to their finances, through the space beneath. The live wire coiled and snaked back from the clean field our tags threw down, building itself into restless hedges over head height. We moved along a cleared path whose sides undulated like something out of a bad take dream. Farther out, the spider blocks shifted on their multiple haunches as they detected the approaching tag fields. When we got closer, they heaved their massive polyhedral bodies up off the cracked evercrete and scuttled aside in reverse imitation of their programmed block and crush function. I rode between them with wary attention. One night on Hunhome, I'd sat behind the fortifications of the Quan Palace and listened to the screams as machines like these wiped out an entire assault wave of insurgent tech ninjas. For all their bulk and blind sluggishness, it hadn't taken them very long. 15 carefully negotiated minutes later, we cleared the beachhead's defenses and spilled untidily out into the streets of Drava. The dock surfacing gave way to rubble-strewn thoroughfares and sporadically intact apartment buildings, averaging 20 stories high. The style was settlement years utilitarian standard, this close to the water. Accommodation had been thrown up to serve the fledgling port with little thought for aesthetics. Rows of small recessed windows peered myopically out toward the sea. The raw evercrete walls were scarred from bombardment and worn from centuries of neglect. Bluish-gray patches of lichen marked the places where the anti-bac sheathing had failed. Overhead, watery sunlight was leaking through the cloud cover and filtering down into the silent streets ahead. A gusting wind blew in off the estuary, seeming to hurry us forward. I glanced back and saw the live wire and spider blocks re-knit behind us like a healing wound.
"Better get on with it, I suppose," Sylvie's voice at my shoulder. Orr had ridden the other bug up parallel, and the command head was seated behind him, head weaving back and forth as if seeking a scent. "At least it's not raining." She touched a control on the comms jacket she wore. Her voice leapt out in the quiet, reverberated off the deserted facades. The decoms turned at the sound, keyed up and expectant as a pack of hunting dogs.
"All right, friends, listen up. Without wishing to take unseemly command here,"
She cleared her throat, whispered.
"But someone, if not I, then
Another cough.
someone has to do something. This is not another exercise in..."
She shook her head slightly. Her voice gathered strength, echoed off the walls again.
"This is not some fucking political masturbation fantasy we're fighting for. These are facts. Those in power have formed their alliances, shown their allegiance or lack of it, made their choices, and our choices in turn have been taken from us. I don't want...
She choked off, head lowered. The decoms stood still, waiting. Jadwiga slumped against my back, then started to slide out of the pillion seat. I grabbed backward with one arm and stopped her, flinched as pain sparkled through the soft woolen gray of the painkillers. "Sylvie!" I hissed it across the space between us. "Get a fucking grip, Sylvie! Pull out of there!" She looked up at me through the tangled mess of her hair, and for a long moment it was as if I were a total stranger. "Get a grip," I repeated softly. She shuddered, sat up and cleared her throat again, waved one arm airily.
"Politics,"
she declaimed, and the waiting crowd of decoms laughed. She waited it out.
not what we are here for, ladies and gentlemen. I am aware that I am not the only hairhead among us, but I think I probably rank the rest of you in terms of experience. So, for those of you who aren't too sure how this works, here's what I suggest. Radial search pattern, splitting off at every junction until each motorized crew has a street to itself. The rest of you can follow who you like, but I'd advise no less than half a dozen in each search line. Motorized crews lead on each street. Those of you unlucky enough to be on foot get to check the buildings. Long pause at each building search. Motorized guys don't get ahead of the pattern. Indoor guys call in backup from the riders outside if you see anything that might be mimicked activity. Anything at all.
Yeah, what about the bounty? Yelled someone. A surging murmur of agreement. What I take down is mine, ain't here for sharing it out, agreed someone else loudly. Sylvie nodded.
You will find,
her amplified voice trod down the descent,
that successful decom has 3 stages. First, you take down your mimit. Then you register the claim for it. Then you have to live long enough to get back to the beachhead and pick up the money. The last 2 stages of that process are especially hard to do if you're lying back there in the street with your guts spilled and your head gone, which is more than likely what'll happen if one of you tries to take down a karakuri nest without help. The word crew has connotations. Those of you who aspire to be in a crew at some stage, I suggest you meditate upon that.
The noise fizzled out into muttering. Behind me, Jadwiga's corpse straightened up and took the weight off my arm. Sylvie surveyed her audience.
Right. Now the radial pattern is going to fan us out pretty fast, so keep your mapping gear online at all times. Tag every street when you're done, stay in contact with each other, and be prepared to double back to cover the gaps as the pattern opens up. Spatial analysis. Remember, the mimics are 50 times as good as us at this. If you leave a gap, they'll spot it and use it.
If they're there at all, came another voice from the crowd.
If they're there at all,
agreed Sylvie.
Which they may or may not be. Welcome to New Hawk. Now.
She stood up on the Grav Bug's running boards and looked around.
Does anyone have anything constructive to say?
Quiet. Some shuffling. Sylvie smiled.
Good. Then let's get on with this sweep, shall we? Radial search is agreed. Scan up.
A ragged cheer went up and fists brandished hardware. Some moron fired a blaster bolt into the sky. Whoops followed, volcanic enthusiasm. Kick some motherfucking mimic's ass! Gonna make a pile, man, a fucking pile! Drama, baby, here we come! Kyoka cruised up on my other flank and winked at me. They're going to need all of that, she said. And then some. You'll see. An hour in, I knew what she meant. It was slow, frustrating work. Move 50 meters down a street at web jelly pace, skirting fallen debris and dead ground cars. Watch the scans. Stop. Wait for the foot sweepers to penetrate the buildings on either side and work their way up 20-odd levels, one creeping step at a time. Listen to their structure-skewed comms transmission. Watch the scans, tag the building clear, wait for the foot sweepers to come down, watch the scans, move on, another halting 50-meter stretch, watch the scans, stop. We found nothing. The sun fought a losing battle against the cloud cover. After a while, it started to rain. Watch the scans, move on up the street, stop.
Not all it's cracked up to be in the ads, eh?
Kyoka sat beneath the magical splatter of rain off her bug's invisible screens and nodded at the foot sweepers as they disappeared into the latest facade. They were already drenched, and the tense, flicker-eyed excitement of an hour ago was fading fast.
Opportunity and adventure in the fallow land of New Hawk. Bring an umbrella.
Seated behind her, Laszlo grinned and yawned.
Knock it off, Key. Everyone's got to start somewhere.
Kyoka leaned back in the seat, looking over her shoulder.
Hey, Sylvie, how much longer are we going to...
Sylvie made a sign, one of the terse, coded gestures I'd seen in action in the aftermath of the firefight with Yukio. Envoy Focus gave me the quiver of one eyelid from Kyoka as she ate up data from the command head. Laszlo nodded contentedly to himself. I tapped the comset they'd given me in lieu of a direct line into the command head's skull. Something going on I should know about, Sylvie?
Nah.
Orr's voice came back, dismissive.
We'll cut you in when you need to know something. Right, Sylvie?
I looked back at her. Right, Sylvie? She smiled a little wearily.
Now isn't the time, Mickey.
Watched the scans, move along the rain-damped, damaged streets. The screens on the bugs made shimmering oval umbrellas of rain splash over our heads. The foot sweepers cursed and got wet. We found nothing. By midday, we were a couple of kilometers into the city, and operational tension had given way to boredom. The nearest crews were half a dozen streets away on either side. Their vehicles showed up on the mapping equipment in lazily slewed parking formations, and if you tuned to the general channel, you could hear the foot sweepers grumbling their way up and down buildings, all trace of the earlier Mecha-killing enthusiasm gone from their voices.
Oh, look,
rumbled Orr suddenly. The thoroughfare we were working dog-legged right and then opened immediately onto a circular plaza lined with pagoda-style terracing and blocked at the far end by a multi-leveled temple supported on broadly spaced pillars. Across the open space, rain lay in broad pools where the paving had taken damage. Aside from the massive, tilted wreckage of a burned-out scorpion gun, there was no cover. "Is that the one they killed last night?" I asked. Laszlo shook his head.
Nah, been there for years. Besides, the way Oishi told it, last night's never built beyond the chassis before it got fried. That one out there was a walking, talking, self-prop mimicked motherfucker before it died.
Orr shot him a frowning glance.
Better get the Sprogs downstairs,
said Kyoka. Sylvie nodded. Over the local channel, she hurried the sweepers out of the last buildings and got them assembled behind the grav bugs. They wiped rain out of their faces and stared resentfully out across the plaza. Sylvie stood up on the running boards at the rear of the bug and cued the comms jacket.
"All right, listen," she told them. "This looks pretty safe, but there's no way to be sure, so we're taking a new pattern. The bugs will cruise across to the far side and check the temple's lower level. Say 10 minutes. Then one bug backs up and maintains a sentry point while the other two work their way back around on either side of the plaza. When they get back to you safely, everybody comes across in a wedge, and the foot sweepers go up to check the upper levels of the temple. Has everybody got that?"
Sullen wave of assent up and down the line. They couldn't have cared less. Sylvie nodded to herself.
"Good enough. So let's do it. Scan up."
She twisted about on the bug and seated herself once more behind Orr. As she leaned into him, I saw her lips move, but the synth sleeve wasn't up to hearing what she said. The murmur of the bug's drives lifted fractionally, and Orr drifted them out into the plaza. Kyoka nudged the bug she and Laszlo were riding into a flanking position on the left and followed. I bent to my own controls and picked up the right flank. After the relative press of the debris-choked streets, the plaza felt at once less oppressive and more exposed. The air seemed lighter, the rain splash on the bug shield less intense. Over the open ground, the bugs actually picked up some speed. There was an illusory sensation of progress and risk. The envoy conditioning, scratching for attention. Trouble. Just over the perceptual horizon. Something getting ready to blow. Hard to tell what gleanings of subconscious detail might have triggered it this time. Envoy intuitive functions are a temperamental set of faculties at the best of times, and the whole city had felt like a trap since we left the beachhead. But you don't dismiss that stuff. You don't dismiss it when it's saved your life 1,000 times before on worlds as far apart and different as Sharia and Adoration, when it's wired into the core of who you are, deeper than the memory of your childhood. My eyes ran a constant peripheral scan along the pagoda terracing. My right hand rested lightly on the weapons console. Coming up on the wrecked Scorpion gun. Almost halfway. There. Flare of adrenaline analog, rough through the synth system. My hand skittered on the fire control. No. Just the nodding flower heads on a stand of plant life, sprouting up through the shattered carapace of the gun. Rain splatter knocking each flower gently down against the spring of its stalk. My breathing eased back into action. We passed the Scorpion gun and the halfway mark. The sense of impending impact stayed.
You okay, Mickey?
Sylvie's voice in my ear. Yeah, I shook my head. It's nothing. At my back, Jadwiga's corpse clutched me a little closer. We made the shadows of the temple without incident. The angled stonework bulked over our heads, leading the eye upward toward huge statues of daiko drummers, steep-leaning load-bearing support structures like drunken pillars, merging seamlessly with the fused glass floor. Light fell in from side vents and rainwater from the roof in incessant clattering streams farther back in the gloom. Orr pushed his bug inward with what seemed to me a lack of due care.
This'll do,
Sylvie called, voice loud enough to echo in the space we'd entered. She stood, leaned on Orr's shoulder, and twisted herself lithely to the floor beside the bug.
Make it quick, guys.
Laszlo vaulted from the back of Kyoka's bug and prowled about for a while, apparently scanning the supporting structure of the temple. Orr and Kyoka started to dismount. What do we, I started, and stopped at the muffled sense of a dead comlink in my ear. I braked the bug, tugged the comset off, and stared at it. My gaze flickered to the decoms and what they were doing. Oi, someone want to tell me what the fuck's going on here? Kyoka offered me a busy smile in passing. She was carrying a webbing belt strapped with enough demolition charges to—
Sit tight, Mickey, she said easily. Be done in a moment.
Here, Laszlo was saying.
Here, and here. Or?
The giant waved a hand from the other side of the deserted space. In hand. Map's just like you figured, Sylvie. Couple more, max. They were placing the charges. I stared up at the propped and vaulted architecture. Oh no, you've got to be fucking kidding me! I moved to get off, and Jadwiga's dead grip wrapped around my chest. Sylvie! She looked up briefly from where she knelt before a black, satcheled unit on the glass floor. Hooded displays showed piles of multicolored data, shifting as her fingers moved on the deck.
Just a couple of minutes, Mick, all we need.
I jerked a thumb backward at Jadwiga. Get this fucking thing off me before I break it, Sylvie! She sighed and got up. Jadwiga let go of me and sagged. I twisted in the bug saddle and caught her before she could topple to the floor. Sylvie reached me about the same time. She nodded to herself.
Okay, want to be useful?
I want to know what the fuck this is about.
Later. Right now you can take that knife I gave you back in Takitamora and cut the stack out of Yad's spine for me. Seems to be a core skill for you, and I don't know that any of the rest of us want the duty.
I looked down at the dead woman in my arms. She had flopped face down, and the sun lenses had slipped. One dead eye caught the faint light. Now you want to do the excision?
Yes, now.
Her eyes swiveled up to check a retinal display. We were on a clock. In the next 3 minutes, because that's about all we have.
All done this side,
called Orr. I climbed off the bug and lowered Jadwiga to the fused glass. The knife came to my hand as if it belonged there. I cut through the corpse's clothing at the nape and peeled the layers back to reveal the pale flesh beneath, then switched on the blade. Across the temple floor, the others looked up involuntarily at the sound. I stared back, and they looked away. Under my hands, the top of Yad's spine came out with a pair of deft slices and a brief levering motion. The smell that came with it wasn't pleasant. I wiped the knife on her clothing and stowed it, examined the tissue-clogged vertebrae as I straightened up. Orr reached me with long strides and held out his hand.
I'll take that.
I shrugged. My pleasure. Here. We're all set. Back at the satchel unit, Sylvie folded something closed with a gesture that reeked of finality. She stood up. Key, you want to do the honors? Kyoka came and stood beside me, looking down at Yad's mutilated corpse. There was a smooth gray egg in her hand. For what seemed like a long time, we all stood there in silence. Running short, Key, Laszlo said quietly. Very gently, Kyoka knelt at Jadwiga's head and placed the grenade in the space I'd cut in her nape. As she got up again, something moved in her face. Orr touched her gently on the arm.
Be good as new,
he told her. I looked at Sylvie. So you guys want to share your plans now? Sure. The command head nodded at the satchel. Escape clause. Data mine there blows in a couple of minutes, blips everybody's comms and scanners out. Couple of minutes more, the noisy stuff goes up. Bits of Yad everywhere, then the house comes down. And we're gone, out the back door. Shielded drives, we can ride out the EMP, and by the time the Sprogs get their scanners back online, we'll be peripheral, invisible. They'll find enough of Yad to make it look like we tripped a Karakuri nest or a smart bomb and got vaporized in the blast, leaving us free agents once more, just the way we like it. I shook my head. That is the worst fucking plan I have ever heard. What if—
Hey!
Orr gave me an unfriendly stare.
You don't like it? You can fucking stay here.
Skipper, Laszlo again, an edge in his voice this time. Maybe instead of talking about this, we could just do it, you know? In the next 2 minutes? What do you reckon? Yeah. Kyoka glanced at Jadwiga's sprawled corpse, and then away. Let's get out of here. Now. Sylvie nodded. The slip-ins mounted up, and we cruised in formation toward the sound of falling water at the back of the temple. No one looked back. Chapter 8. As far as anybody could tell, it worked perfectly. We were a good 500 meters the other side of the temple when it blew. There was a muffled series of detonations and then a rumbling that built to a roar. I twisted to my seat. With Jadwiga now in Orr's pocket instead of riding pillion, the view was unobstructed. And in the narrow frame of the street we had taken, I saw the whole structure slump undramatically to the ground amid a boiling cloud of dust. A minute later, an underpass took us below street level, and I lost even that fractional view. I rode level with the other 2 bugs. You had this all mapped out? I asked. All the time you knew this was what you were going to do? Sylvie nodded gravely in the dim light of the tunnel. Unlike the temple, here the effect was unintended. Decayed aluminum paneling overhead cast a last gasp bluish glow over everything, but it was less than you'd get on a triple moon night with clear sky. Navigation lights sprang up on the bugs in response. The underpass angled right, and we lost the wash of daylight from the mouth of the tunnel behind us. The air started to turn chilly.
"Been through here 100 times before,"
drawled Orr.
"That temple's been a bolt-hole dream every time. Just we never had anyone to run away from before."
"Yeah, well, thanks for sharing." A ripple of decom mirth in the blue gloom. "Thing is," Laszlo said, "couldn't really let you in on the loop without real-time auditory communication, and that's clumsy. The skip clued us and cued us in about 15 seconds through the crew net. We would have had to tell, with words, and the amount of state-of-the-art comms gear floating around the beachhead, no way to know who's listening in." "We had no choice," said Kyoka.
"No choice," echoed Sylvie. "Bodies burned and screaming skies, and I tell myself—"
She cleared her throat.
"Oh, sorry, guys. Fucking slippage again. Really gotta get this sorted when we're back south."
I nodded back the way we'd come. "So how long before those guys get their scan systems back up?" The decoms looked at each other. Sylvie shrugged.
10, 15 minutes. Depends what failsafe software they had."
"Too bad if the Karakuri show up in the meantime, huh?"
Kyoka snorted. Laszlo raised an eyebrow.
"Yeah, that's right,"
rumbled Orr.
"It's too bad. Life in New Hawk. Better get used to it."
"Anyway, look,"
Kyoka, patiently reasonable.
"There are no bloody Karakuri in Drava. They wouldn't—"
Metallic flailing up ahead. Another taut exchange of glances. The weapons consoles on all 3 bugs lit across, tugged to readiness, presumably by Sylvie's command head override, and the little convoy jolted to a halt. Orr straightened up in his seat. Ahead of us, an abandoned vehicle hulked in the gloom. No sign of movement. The frantic clashing sounds bounced past it from somewhere beyond the next bend in the tunnel. Laszlo grinned tightly in the low light.
"What were you saying, Key?"
"Hey," she said weakly.
"I'm open to contrary evidence."
The flailing stopped, repeated.
"The fuck is that?"
murmured Orr. Sylvie's face was unreadable.
"Whatever it is, the data mine should have gotten it. Laz, you want to start earning your wincefish pay?"
"Sure." Laszlo winked at me and swung off his seat behind Kyoka. He laced his fingers and pushed them outward until the knuckles cracked.
"You powered up there, big man?"
Orr nodded, already dismounting. He cracked the bug's running board storage space and dragged out a half-meter wrecking bar. Laszlo grinned again.
"Then, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts and stand well back. Scan up."
And he was gone, loping along the curved wall of the tunnel, hugging the cover it offered until he reached the wrecked vehicle, then, flitting sideways, seeming in the dim light to have no more substance than the shadow he cast. Orr stalked after him, a brutal ape-man figure with the wrecking bar held low in his left hand. I glanced back to the bug where Sylvie sat, crouched forward, eyes hooded, face blanked in the curious mix of intent and absent that signaled net engagement. It was poetry to watch. Laszlo grabbed part of the wreckage with one hand and hauled himself, monkey casual, up onto the vehicle's roof. He froze into immobility, head cocked slightly. Orr hung back at the curve. Sylvie muttered inaudibly to herself, and Laszlo moved. A single leap straight back to the floor of the tunnel, and he landed, running. Diagonally across the curve towards something I couldn't see. Orr stepped across, arms spread for balance, upper body held rigid, facing the way the wincefish had gone. Another split second, half a dozen rapid, deliberate steps forward, and then he, too, was out of line of sight. Seconds decayed. We sat and waited in the blue gloom. Seconds decayed. And,
"So what the fuck is—"
Sylvie's voice, puzzled, sliding up in volume as she emerged from the link-up and gave her real-world senses dominance again. She blinked a couple of times and looked sideways at Kyoka. The slight woman shrugged. Only now I realized she'd been part of it, tuned into the ballet I'd just watched at standby, her body slightly stiff in the saddle of the bug while her eyes rode with the rest of the crew on Laszlo's shoulder.
"Fucked if I know, Sylvie."
All right. The command head's gaze turned on me.
"Seems safe. Come on, let's go have a look."
We rode the bugs cautiously up around the bend in the tunnel and dismounted to stare at what Laszlo and Orr had found. The kneeling figure in the tunnel was only humanoid in the vaguest terms. There was a head mounted on the main chassis, but the only reason it bore resemblance to a man was that something had ripped the casing apart and left a more delicate structure beneath, partially exposed. At the uppermost point, a wide bracing ring had survived, halo-like, to hover on a skeletal framework over the rest of the head. It had limbs, too, in approximately the positions you'd expect on a human being, but enough of them to suggest insect rather than mammalian life. On one side of the main body mass, 2 of the available 4 arms were inert, hanging limp, and in one case scorched and shredded to scrap. On the other side, 1 limb had been torn entirely off with massive damage to the surrounding body casing, and 2 more were clearly beyond useful function. They kept trying to flex, but at every attempt, sparks ripped savagely across the exposed circuitry until the movement spasmed and froze. The flaring light threw spastic shadows on the walls. It wasn't clear if the thing's 4 lower limbs were functional or not, but it didn't try to get up as we approached. The 3 functioning arms merely redoubled their efforts to achieve something indefinable in the guts of the metal dragon laid out on the tunnel floor. The machine had 4 powerful-looking side-mounted legs, ending in clawed feet, a long, angular head full of multi-barrel ancillary weaponry, and a spiked tail that would gouge into the ground to give added stability. It even had wings, a webbed framework of upward-curving launch cradles designed to take the primary missile load. It was dead. Something had torn huge parallel gashes in the left flank, and the legs below the damage had collapsed. The launch cradles were twisted out of alignment, and the head was wrenched to one side. "Komodo launcher," said Laszlo, skirting the tableau warily. "And Karakuri caretaker unit. You lose, Ki." Kyoka shook her head. "Doesn't make any fucking sense. What's it doing down here? What's it fucking doing, come to that?" The Karakuri cocked its head at her. Its functional limbs crept out of the gash in the dragon's body and hovered over the damage in a gesture that looked weirdly protective. "Repairs?" I suggested. Orr barked a laugh.
"Yeah, Karakuri are caretakers to a point. After that, they turn scavenger. Something this badly hit, they dismember it for a co-op cluster, to make into something new, not try and repair it."
"And that's another thing."
Kyoka gestured around.
"The mech puppets don't get out that much on their own. Where's the rest of them? Sylvie, you're getting nothing, right?"
"Nothing." The command head looked up and down the tunnel pensively. Blue light glinted off strands of silver in her hair.
"This is all there is."
Orr hefted his wrecking bar.
"So we going to switch it off, or what?"
"Worth fuck all bounty anyway,"
grumbled Kyoka.
even if we could claim it, which we can't. Why not just leave it for the Sprogs to find? I am not, said Laszlo, walking the rest of this tunnel with that thing still on ops behind me. Turn it off, big man. Orr looked questioningly at Sylvie. She shrugged and nodded. The wrecking bar swung, inhumanly swift, into the eggshell remnants of the Karakuri's head. Metal grated and tore. The halo ripped loose, bounced on the tunnel floor, and rolled away into the shadows. Orr pulled the bar clear and swung again. One of the machine's arms came up, fending. The bar flattened it into the ruins of the head. Eerily silent, the Karakuri struggled to rise on lower limbs that I now saw were irretrievably mangled. Orr grunted, lifted one booted foot, and stomped down hard. The machine went over, thrashing at the damp tunnel air. The giant moved in, wielding the bar with the economical savagery of experience. It took a while. When he was done, when the sparks had bled dry amid the wreckage at his feet, Orr straightened and wiped his brow. He was breathing hard. He glanced at Sylvie again.
That do?
Yeah, it's off. She went back to the bug they were sharing. Come on, we'd better get cracking. As we all mounted up again, Orr caught me watching him. He flexed his brows good-naturedly at me and puffed out his cheeks.
I hate it when you've got to do them by hand, he said, especially after just paying out all that cred on new blaster upgrades.
I nodded slowly. Yeah,
that's tough. It'll be better when we hit the uncleared, you'll see. Plenty of room to deploy the hardware, no need to hide the splash. Still,
he pointed at me with the wrecking bar.
If we do have to do another by hand, you're aboard now. You can turn off the next one.
Thanks.
Hey, no big deal.
He handed the bar back over his shoulder to Sylvie, who stowed it. The bug quivered under his hands and drifted forward, past the wreckage of the fallen Karakuri. The flexed brows again, and a grin.
Welcome to Decon, Mickey.
Chapter 9. Static hiss. The general channel was wide open.
Look,
said the scorpion gun reasonably.
There's no call for this. Why don't you just leave us alone?
I sighed and shifted cramped limbs slightly in the confines of the overhang. A cold polar wind hooted in the eroded bluffs, chilling my face and hands. The sky overhead was a standard New Hawk gray, the miserly northern winter daylight already past its best. 30 meters below the rock face I was clinging to, a long trail of scree ran out to the valley floor proper, the river bend and the small cluster of archaic rectangular prefabs that formed the abandoned Quellist listening post, where we'd been an hour ago. Smoke was still rising from one smashed structure where the self-propelled gun had lobbed its last smart shell. So much for programming parameters.
Leave us alone,
it repeated.
And we'll do you the same favor. Can't do that,
Sylvie murmured, voice gentle and detached, as she ran the crew link up at combat standby and probed for chinks in the artillery co-op's system. Mind cast out in a gossamer net of awareness that settled over the surrounding landscape like a silk slip to the floor.
You know that. You're too dangerous. Your whole system of life is inimical to ours. Yeah.
Jadwiga's new laugh was taking some getting used to.
And besides which, we want the fucking land. The essence of empowerment,
said the dissemination drone from somewhere safe upstream,
is that land should not find ownership outside the parameters of the common good. A commonweal economic constitution. You are the aggressors here.
The scorpion gun cut across the drone with a hint of impatience.
It had been hardwired with a strong Millsport accent that reminded me vaguely of the late Yukio Hirayasu.
We ask only to exist as we have for the last 3 centuries, undisturbed.
Kyoka snorted.
Oh, come off it. Doesn't work that way,
Rumbled Orr. It certainly didn't. In the 5 weeks since we'd crept out of the Drava suburbs and into the uncleared, Sylvie's slip-ins had taken down a total of 4 co-op systems and over a dozen individual autonomous miments of varying shapes and sizes, not to mention tagging the array of mothballed hardware we'd turned up in the command bunker that had yielded my new body. The call-in bounty Sylvie and her friends had amassed was huge. Provided they could ride out Kudomaya's semi-allayed suspicions, they had made themselves temporarily rich. So, after a fashion, had I.
Those who enrich themselves through the exploitation of that relationship cannot permit the evolution of a truly representative democratic...
Drones, the right fucking word. I cranked up my Neurochem eyes and scanned the valley floor for signs of the co-op. The new sleeves enhancements were basic by modern standards. There was, for example, no vision chip time display of the sort that now came as standard on even the cheapest synth sleeves. But they worked with smooth power. The Quellist base leapt into focus at what felt like touching distance. I watched the spaces between the prefabs.
In a struggle that is surfaced again and again every place the human race finds a foothold, because in every such place are found the rudiments of
movement. Hunched up bundles of limbs like huge self-conscious insects. The Karakuri advance guard scuttling, levering back doors and windows on the prefabs with can-opener strength, slipping inside and back out again. I counted 7, about a third strength. Sylvie had estimated the co-op's offensive strength ran to nearly a score of mech puppets, along with 3 spider tanks, 2 of them cobbled together out of spares, and, of course, the core self-propelled weapon, the Scorpion gun itself.
Then you leave me no choice,
it said.
I shall be forced to neutralize your incursion with immediate effect. Yeah,
said Laszlo through a yawn.
You'll be forced to try. So let's get to it, my metal friend. I am already about it.
Faint shiver, as I thought of the murderous weapon crawling up the valley toward us, heat-seeker eyes casting about for our traces. We had been stalking the Mimint co-op through these mountains for the last 2 days, and it was an unpleasant turnaround to find ourselves abruptly the hunted. The hooded stealth suit I wore would shut out my body's radiance, and my face and hands were liberally daubed with a chameleochrome polymer that had much the same effect, but with the domed overhang above and a straight 20-meter drop under my barely ledged boots, it was hard not to feel cornered. Just the fucking vertigo, Kovacs. Hold it down. It was one of the less amusing ironies of my new life in the uncleared. Along with the standard combat biotech my recently acquired sleeve, Aishundo Organics, whoever they once were, came equipped with gecko gene enhancement in palms and soles of the feet. I could, assuming I actually fucking wanted to, scramble up 100 meters of cliff face with no more effort than most people needed to climb a ladder. In better weather I could do it in bare feet, and double my grip. But even like this, I could hang here pretty much indefinitely. The million tiny gene-engineered spines in my hands were bedded solidly in the rock, and the perfectly tuned, fresh from the tank muscle system required only occasional shifts in posture to beat the cramping tiredness of long strain. Jadwiga, re-sleeved out of the tank next to mine and twitchy with the changeover, had vented an ear-splitting whoop as she discovered the gene tech, and then proceeded to crawl around on the walls and ceiling of the bunker like a lizard on tetrameth for the rest of the afternoon. Personally, I don't like heights. On a world where no one goes up in the air much for fear of angel fire, it's a common enough condition. Envoy conditioning will shut down the fear with the smooth power of a massive hydraulic crusher, but it doesn't take away the myriad tendrils of caution and dislike we use to cushion ourselves against our phobias on a day-to-day basis. I'd been up on the rock face for nearly an hour, and I was almost ready to give myself away to the scorpion gun if the resulting firefight would get me down. I shifted my gaze, peered across to the north wall of the valley. Yad was up there, somewhere, waiting. I found I could almost picture her. Equally stealthed up, considerably more poised, but still lacking the internal wiring that would have linked her in tight with Sylvie and the rest of the crew. Like me, she was making do with an induction mic and a security-scrambled audio channel patched into Sylvie's crewnet. Not much chance the Mimants would be able to crack it. They were 200 years behind us in cryptographics and hadn't had to deal with the codes of human speech at all for the bulk of that time. The scorpion gun stalked into view. Running the same khaki drab as the Karakuri, but massive enough to be clearly visible, even without my racked-up vision. Still a kilometer off the Quellist base, but it had crossed the river and was prowling the high ground on the south side with clear line of sight on the hasty cover positions the rest of the team had taken downriver. The tail-end primary weapons pod that had earned the machine its name was flexed for horizontal fire. I chinned the scrambled channel and muttered into the induction rig, "Contact, Sylvie. We're going to need to do this now or fall back."
"Take it easy, Mickey,"
she drawled back.
"I'm on my way in, and we're well covered for the moment. It isn't going to start shooting up the valley at random."
Yeah, it wasn't going to fire on a Quellist installation either. Programmed parameters, remember that? A brief pause. I heard Jadwiga making chicken noises in the background. On the general channel, the dissemination drone burbled on. Sylvie sighed.
"So I misjudged their political hardwiring. You know how many rival factions there were fighting up here during the unsettlement? All fucking squabbling with each other at the end when they should have been fighting the government forces. You know how hard it is to tell some of them apart at a rhetorical code level? This has got to be some captured government armor rewired by some fucking para-Quellist splinter movement after Al Arbados. November 17th Protocol Front, maybe, or the Drava Revisionists. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares?"
Echoed Jadwiga. "We would have," I pointed out, "if we'd been eating our breakfast 2 prefabs to the left an hour ago." It was unfair. If the smart shell had missed us, we had our command head to thank for it. Behind my eyes, the scene played back in perfect recall. Sylvie slammed abruptly to her feet at the breakfast table, face blank, mind flung out, reaching for the thin electronic squeal of the incoming that only she had picked up. Deploying viral tinsel transmissions at machine speed. Whole seconds later, I heard the shrill whistle of the smart shell's descent through the sky above us. "Correct!" She'd hissed at us, eyes empty, voice a scream robbed of amplification and raised to inhuman cadence. It was sheer blind reflex, speech centers in the brain spewing an analog of what she was pumping out at transmission levels, like a man gesturing furiously on an audiophone link. "Correct your fucking parameters!" The shell hit. Muffled crump as the primary detonation system blew, rattle of light debris on the roof above our heads, and then nothing. She had locked out the shell's main payload, isolated it from the detonator with emergency shutdown protocols stolen out of its own rudimentary brain, sealed it shut and killed it with decom viral plugins. We scattered across the valley like bellowweed seed from the pod, a ragged approximation of our drilled ambush configuration. Wincefish spread wide in front while Sylvie and Orr hung back at the apex of the pattern with the grav bugs. Mask up and hide and wait while Sylvie marshaled the weaponry in her head and reached out for the approaching enemy.
Our warriors will emerge from the foliage of their ordinary lives to tear down this structure that for centuries has—
Now, on the far side of the river, I could make out the first of the spider tanks. Turret questing left and right, poised in the fringe of vegetation at the water's edge. Set against the Scorpion gun's ponderous bulk, they were flimsy-looking machines, smaller even than the manned versions I'd murdered on worlds like Sharia and Adoration, but they were aware and alert in a way that a human crew could never be. I wasn't looking forward to the next 10 minutes. Deep in the combat sleeve, the chemistry of violence stirred like a snake and called me a liar. A second tank, then a third, stepping delicately into the swift flow of the river. Karakuri scuttling along the bank beside them.
"Here we go, people."
A sharp whisper, for Jadwiga's and my benefit. The rest would already know, advised on the internal net in less time than it takes to form a conscious human thought.
"Through the primary baffles. Move on my command."
The self-propelled gun was past the little huddle of prefabs now. Laszlo and Kyoka had taken up positions close to the river not 2 kilometers downstream of the base. The Karakuri advance guard had to be almost on top of them by now. The undergrowth and long silver grass along the valley twitched in a dozen places with their passing. The rest kept pace with the bigger machines.
"Now!"
Fire bloomed, pale and sudden amid the trees downstream. Ore cutting loose against the first of the mech puppets.
"Go! Go!"
The lead spider tank staggered slightly in the water. I was already moving, a route down the rock I'd mapped out a couple of dozen times while I was waiting under the overhang. Cascading seconds, the Aishundo sleeve took over and put my hands and feet in place with engineered poise. I jumped the last 2 meters and hit the scree slope. An ankle tried to turn on the uneven footing. Emergency sinew servos yanked taut and stopped it. I stood and sprinted. A spider turret swiveled. The scree shattered into shale where I'd been. Splinters stung the back of my head and ripped into my cheek. "Hey!"
"Sorry."
The strain was in her voice like unshed tears.
"On it."
The next shot went way over my head, maybe homing in on some seconds decayed image of my scrambled down the rock face that she'd stabbed into the sighting software, maybe just a blind shot in the machine equivalent of panic. I snarled relief, drew the Ronin shard blaster from the sheath on my back, and closed with the miments. Whatever Sylvie had done to the co-op systems was brutally effective. The spider tanks were swaying drunkenly, loosing fire at random into the sky and the upper crags of the valley's sides. Around them, Karakuri ran about like rats on a sinking raft. The Scorpion gun stood in the midst of it all, apparently immobilized, low on its haunches. I reached the gun in under a minute, pushing the sleeve's biotech to its anaerobic limits. 15 meters off, a semi-functional Karakuri stumbled into my path, upper arms waving confusedly. I shot it left-handed with the Ronin, heard the soft cough of the blast, and saw the storm of monomolecular fragments rip it apart. The shard gun clanked another round into the chamber. Against the small mimets, it was a devastating weapon, but the Scorpion gun was heavily armored, and its internal systems would be hard to damage with directional fire. I got up close, slapped the Ultravibe mine against one towering metal flank, then tried to get out of the way before it blew. And something went wrong. The Scorpion gun lurched sideways. Weapons systems on its spine woke to sudden life and swiveled. One massive leg flexed and kicked out. Intended or not, the blow grazed my shoulder, numbed the arm below it, and dumped me full length into the long grass. I lost the shard blaster from fingers gone abruptly nerveless. Oh, fuck! The gun moved again. I got to my knees, saw peripheral movement. High up on the carapace, A secondary turret was trying to bring its machine guns to bear on me. I spotted the blaster lying in the grass and dived after it. Combat custom chemicals squirted in my muscles, and feeling fizzed back down the numbed arm. Above me on the shelf-propelled weapons bodywork, the machine rifle turret triggered and slugs ripped the grass apart. I grabbed up the blaster and rolled frantically back toward the scorpion gun, trying to get under the angle of fire. The machine rifle storm tracked me, showering ripped-up earth and shredded undergrowth. I shielded my eyes with one arm, threw up the Ronin right-handed, and fired blind at the sound of the guns. Combat conditioning must have put the shot somewhere close. The hail of slugs choked off, and the ultra-vibe mine came to life. It was like a swarm of autumn fire beetles in feeding frenzy, amplified for some Bug's Eye Xperia documentary. A shrilling, chittering explosion of sound as the bomb shattered molecular bonds and turned a meter-broad sphere of armored machinery into iron filings. Metallic dust fountained out of the breach where I'd slapped the mine. I scrabbled backward along the scorpion gun's flank, unstrapping a second bomb from the bandolier. They're not much bigger than the ramen bowls they very closely resemble, but if you get caught in the blast radius, you're paste. The scream of the first mine cut off as its field collapsed inward, and it turned itself to dust. Smoke boiled out of the massive gash it had left. I snapped the fuse on the new mine and pitched it into the hole. The gun's legs flexed and stamped, uncomfortably close to where I was crouched, but it looked spasmodic. The Mimint seemed to have lost directional sense of where the attack was coming from.
Hey, Mickey?
Jadwiga, on the covert channel, sounding a little puzzled.
You need any help there?
Don't think so, you?
You should see.
I lost the rest in the shriek as the new mine cut in. The breached hull vomited fresh dust and violet electrical discharge. Across the general channel, the scorpion gun began a high-pitched electronic weeping as the ultravibe chewed deeper into its guts. I felt every hair on my body rise at the sound. In the background, someone was shouting. Sounded like ore. Something blew in the scorpion gun's innards, and it must have knocked out the mine because the chittering insect scream shut off almost the same instant. The weeping died away like blood soaking into parched earth. "Say again?"
I said,
yelled Orr.
"Command head down. Repeat, Sylvie is down. Get the fuck out of there."
Sense of something massive tumbling.
Easier said than done, Orr.
There was a tight, high-tension grin in Yad's voice.
We're a little fucking pressed right now. Seconded,
gritted Laszlo. He was using the audio link. Sylvie's collapse must have taken out the crew net.
Get the heavy ordnance up here, big man. We could use...
Kyoka broke in.
Yad, you just hang...
Something flashed at the corner of my vision. I whipped about just as the Karakuri came at me with all 8 arms crooked to grab. No confused lurching to it this time. The mech puppet was up and running at capacity. I got my head out of the way just in time to miss a scything upper limb and pulled the Shard Blaster's trigger point blank. The shot blew the Karakuri backward in pieces, lower section shredded. I shot the upper half again to make sure, then swung about and skirted the dead bulk of the scorpion gun, Ronin cradled tight in both hands. "Yad, where are you?"
In the fucking river.
Short, crunching explosions behind her voice on the link.
Look for the down tank and the million fucking Karakuri that want it back.
I ran. I killed 4 more Karakuri on the way to the river, all of them far too fast-moving to be corrupted. Whatever had floored Sylvie hadn't left her time to finish the intrusion run. On the audio link, Laszlo yelped and cursed. It sounded like damage. Jadwiga shouted a steady stream of obscenities at the Mimints, counterpoint for the flat reports of her Shard Blaster. I winced past the tumbling wreckage of the last mech puppet and sprinted flat out for the bank. At the edge, I jumped.
drenching impact of icy water splashed to groin height, and suddenly the swirling sound of the river. Mossed stones underfoot and a sensation like hot sweat in my feet as the Gene-Tech spines tried instinctively to grip inside my boots. Grab after balance. I nearly went over. Didn't quite. Flexed like a tree in a high wind, beat my own momentum barely, and stayed upright, knee-deep. I scanned for the tank. Near the other bank I found it, collapsed in what looked like about a meter of fast-flowing water. Cranked-up vision gave me Jadwiga and Laszlo huddled in the lee of the wreck, Karakuri crawling on the riverbank but seemingly not keen to trust themselves to the current the river was running. A couple had jumped to the tank's hull but didn't seem able to get much purchase. Jadwiga was firing at them one-handed, almost at random. Her other arm was wrapped around Laszlo. There was blood on both of them. The range was 100 meters, too far for effective shooting with the shard blaster. I plowed into the river until it reached chest height, and was still too far off. The current tried to knock me down. Motherfucking! I kicked off and swam awkwardly. Ronan held to my chest with one arm. Instantly, the current started tugging me away downstream. Fuck! The water was freezing, crushing my lungs closed against the need to breathe, numbing the skin on face and hands. The current felt like a living thing, yanking insistently at my legs and shoulders as I thrashed about. The weight of the shard blaster and the bandolier of ultra-vibe mines tried to drag me under. Did drag me under. I flailed to the surface of the water, sucked for air, got half and half, went under again. Get a grip, Kovacs. Think. Get a fucking grip. I kicked for the surface, forced myself up, and filled my lungs. Took a bearing on the rapidly receding wreck of the spider tank. Then I let myself be dragged down, reached for the bottom, and grabbed hold. The spines gripped. I found purchase with my feet as well, braced myself against the current, and started to crawl across the riverbed. It took longer than I'd have liked. In places, the stones I chose were too small or too poorly embedded, and they ripped loose. In other places, my boots couldn't gouge enough purchase. I gave up seconds and meters of ground each time, flailed back again. Once I nearly lost the shard blaster. And anaerobic enhancement or not, I had to come up every 3 or 4 minutes for air. But I made it. After what seemed like an eternity of grabbing and rooting around in the stabbing, cramping cold, I stood up in waist-high water, staggered to the bank, and hauled myself, panting and shaking, out of the river. For a couple of moments, it was all I could do to kneel there, coughing. Rising machine hum. I staggered to my feet, trying to hold the shard blaster somewhere close to still in both trembling hands. My teeth were chattering as if something had short-circuited in my jaw muscles. Mickey! Or, seated astride one of the bugs, a long barrel Ronin of his own in one raised hand. Stripped to the waist, blast discharge vents still not fully closed up in the right-hand side of his chest, heat rippling the air around them. Face streaked with the remnants of stealth polymer, and what looked like carbonized dust. He was bleeding a little from Karakuri slashes across his chest and left arm. He stopped the bug and stared at me in disbelief. "Fuck happened to you? Been looking for you everywhere." The car. He nodded. "Taken care of. Yad and Key are cleaning up. Spiders are out too, both of them." "And Sylvie?" He looked away. Chapter 10. "How is she?" Kyoka shrugged.
She drew the insulating sheet up to Sylvie's neck and cleaned the sweat off the command head's face with a bio-wipe.
Hard to tell. She's running a massive fever, but that's not unheard of after a gig like this. I'm more worried about that.
A thumb jerked at the medical monitors beside the bunk. A data coil holodisplay wove above one of the units, shot through with violent colors and motion. Recognizable in one corner was a rough map of electrical activity in a human brain. "That's the command software?"
"Yeah."
Kyoka pointed into the display. Crimson and orange and bright gray raged around her fingertip.
"This is the primary coupling from the brain to the command net capacity. It's also the point where the emergency decoupling system sits."
I looked at the multicolored tangle. "Lot of activity."
"Yeah, far too much. Post-run, most of that area should be black or blue. The system pumps in analgesics to reduce swelling in the neural pathways, and the coupling pretty much shuts down for a while. Ordinarily, she'd just sleep it off. But this is—"
She shrugged again.
"I haven't seen anything like this before."
I sat down on the edge of the bed and stared at Sylvie's face. It was warm inside the prefab, but my bones still felt chilled in my flesh from the river. "What went wrong out there today, Key?" She shook her head.
"I don't know. At a guess, I'd say we ran up against an antiviral that already knew our intrusion systems."
"In 300-year-old software? Come off it."
"I know."
"They say the stuff is evolving." Laszlo stood in the doorway, face pale, arms strapped up where the Karakuri had laid it open down to the bone. Behind him, the New Hawk Day was decaying to dark.
"Running totally out of control. That's the only reason we're up here now, you know, to put a stop to it. See, the government had this top-secret A1 breeding project."
Kyoka hissed through her teeth.
"Not now, Laz, for fuck's sake. Don't you think we've got a few bigger things to worry about? And it got out of hand. This is what we've got to worry about, Key. Right now."
Laszlo advanced into the prefab, gesturing at the data coil.
"That's Black Clinic software in there, and it's going to eat Sylvie's mind if we don't find a blueprint for it. And that's bad news because the original architects are all back in fucking Millsport. And that," shouted Kyoka, "is fucking bullshit!"
"Oi!" To my amazement, they both shut up and looked at me. Look, Laz, I don't see how even evolved software is going to map onto our particular systems just like that. I mean, what are the odds?"
"Because it's the same people, Mick! Come on! Who writes the stuff for DCOM? Who designed the whole DCOM program? And who's buried to the fucking balls in developing secret black nanotech? The fucking MechSec administration, that's who!"
Laszlo spread his hands, gave me a world-weary look.
"You know how many reports there are? How many people I know, I've talked to, who've seen miments there are no fucking archive descriptors for? This whole continent's an experiment, man, and we're just a little part of it. And the skipper there just got dumped in the rat's maze."
More movement at the door. Orr and Jadwiga had come to see what all the shouting was about. The giant shook his head. "Laz, you really gotta buy yourself that turtle farm down in New Pest you're always talking about. Go barricade yourself in there and talk to the eggs."
"Fuck you, Orr."
"No, fuck you, Laz. This is serious."
"She no better, Key?"
Jadwiga crossed to the monitor and dropped a hand on Kyoka's shoulder. Like mine, her new sleeve was grown on a standard Harlan's World chassis. Mingled Slavic and Japanese ancestry made for savagely beautiful cheekbones, epicanthic folds to the pale jade eyes, and a wide slash of a mouth. Combat biotech requirements hauled the body toward long-limbed and muscular, but the original gene stock brought it out at a curiously delicate ranginess. Skin tone was brown, faded out with tank pallor and 5 weeks of miserable New Hawk weather. Watching her cross the room was almost like walking past a mirror. We could have been brother and sister. Physically, we were brother and sister. The clone bank in the bunker ran to 5 different modules, a dozen sleeves grown off the same genetic stem in each. It had turned out easiest for Sylvie to hotwire only the one module. Kyoka reached up and took Jadwiga's new, long-fingered hand. But it was a conscious movement, almost hesitant. It's a standard problem with re-sleeves. The pheromonal mix is never the same, and entirely too much of most sex-based relationships is built on that stuff.
She's fucked yet. I can't do anything for her. I wouldn't know where to start.
Kyoka gestured at the data coil again.
I just don't know what's going on in there.
Silence. Everybody staring at the storm of color in the coil. Key? I hesitated, weighing the idea. A month of shared operational decom had gone some way to making me part of the team, but Orr, at least, still saw me as an outsider. With the rest, it depended on mood. Laszlo, usually full of easy camaraderie, was prone to occasional spasms of paranoia, in which my unexplained past suddenly made me shadowy and sinister. I had some affinity with Jadwiga, but a lot of that was probably the close genetic match on the sleeves, and Kyoka could sometimes be a real bitch in the mornings. I wasn't really sure how any of them would react to this. Listen, is there any way we can fire the decoupler? What? Or, predictably. Kyoka looked unhappy.
I've got chemicals that might do it, but—
You are not fucking taking her hair! I got up from the bed and faced the giant. And if what's in there kills her, you'd prefer her long-haired and dead, would you? You shut your fucking mouth.
Or he's got a point.
Jadwiga moved smoothly between us.
If Sylvie's caught something off the co-op and her own antivirals won't fight it, then that's what the decoupler's for, isn't it?
Laszlo nodded vigorously.
Might be her only hope, man.
She's been like this before, said Orr stubbornly. That thing at Iamon Canyon last year, she was out for hours, fever through the roof, and she woke up fine. I saw the look swoop among them. No, not fine exactly.
If I induce the decoupler,
said Kyoka slowly,
I can't tell what damage it'll do her. Whatever's going on in there, she's fully engaged with the command software. That's how come the fever. She should be shutting down the link, and she isn't.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that. Orr glared around at us. She's a fucking fighter, and she's in there still fighting. She wanted to blow the coupling, she'd have done it herself. Yeah, and maybe whatever she's fighting won't let her. I turned back to the bed. Key. She's backed up, right? The cortical stack's nothing to do with the command software?
Yeah, it's security buffered.
And while she's like this, the stack update is locked out, right?
Yeah, but—
Then even if decoupling does damage her, we've got her in one piece on stack. What update cycle do you guys run? Another exchange of glances. Kyoka frowned.
I don't know. It'll be near to standard, I guess, every couple of minutes, say.
Then, yeah, that'd suit you, wouldn't it, Mr. fucking Serendipity? Or jabbed a finger in my direction. Kill the body, cut out the life with your little knife. How many of those fucking cortical stacks are you carrying around by now? What's that about? What are you planning to do with them all? That's not really the issue here, I said mildly. All I'm saying is that if Sylvie comes out of the decouple damaged, we can salvage the stack before it updates and then go back to the bunker and— He swayed toward me. You're talking about fucking killing her! Jadwiga pushed him back.
He's talking about saving her, Orr.
And what about the copy that's living and breathing right here and now? You want to slit her throat just because she's brain damaged and we've got a better copy backed up? Just like you've done with all these other people you don't want to talk about? I saw Laszlo blink and look at me with newly suspicious eyes. I lifted my hands in resignation. Okay, forget it. Do what you want. I'm just working my passage here.
We can't do it anyway, Mick.
Kyoka was wiping Sylvie's brow again.
If the damage was subtle, it'd take us more than a couple of minutes to spot it, and then it's too late. The damage gets updated to the stack.
You could kill this sleeve anyway. I didn't say. Cut your losses, cut its throat right now and excise the stack for... I looked back at Sylvie and bit down on the thought. Like looking at Jadwiga's clone-related sleeve, it was a kind of mirror, a flash glimpse of self that caught me out. Maybe Orr was right.
"One thing's sure," said Jadwiga somberly. "We can't stay out here in this state. With Sylvie down, we're running around the uncleared with no more survivability than a bunch of sprogs. We've got to get back to Drava."
More silence while the ideas settled in. Can she be moved? I asked. Kyoka made a face.
"She'll have to be. Yeah, it's right. We can't risk staying out here. We've got to pull back. Tomorrow morning at the latest."
"Yeah, and we could use some cover coming in," muttered Laszlo.
"It's better than 600 clicks back. No telling what we're going to run into. Yad, any chance we could dig up some friendlies en route? I know it's a risk."
A slow nod from Jadwiga.
"But probably worth it."
"Gonna be the whole night," said Laszlo.
"You got any meth? Is Mitzi Harlan straight?"
She touched Kyoka's shoulder again, hesitant caress turning to businesslike clap on the back, and left. With a thoughtful backward glance at me, Laszlo followed her out. Orr stood over Sylvie, arms folded. "You don't fucking touch her," he warned me. From the relative safety of the Quellist listening post, Jadwiga and Laszlo spent the rest of the night scanning the channels, searching the uncleared for signs of friendly life. They reached out across the continent with delicate electronic tendrils, sat sleep-deprived and chemically wired in the backwash glow of their portable screens, looking for traces. From where I stood and watched, it looked a lot like the submarine hunts you see in old Alan Marriott Xperia flicks like Polar Quarry and The Deep Chase. It was in the nature of the work that DCOM crews didn't do much long-range communication. Too much risk of being picked up by a Mimint artillery system or a marauding pack of Karakuri scavengers. Electronic transmission over distance was slashed to an absolute minimum of needlecast squirts, usually to register a kill claim. The rest of the time, the crews ran mostly silent. Mostly. But with skill, you could feel out the whisper of local net traffic among the members of a crew, the flickering traces of electronic activity that the DCOMs carried with them like the scent of cigarettes on a smoker's clothes. With more skill, you could tell the difference between these and Mimint Spore, and with the right scrambler codes, you could open communication. It took until just before dawn, but in the end, Yad and Laszlo managed to get a line on 3 other DCOM crews working the uncleared between our position and the Drava beachhead. Coded needlecasts sang back and forth, establishing identity and clearance, and Jadwiga sat back with a broad tetrameth grin on her face.
"Nice to have friends,"
she said to me. Once briefed, all 3 crews agreed, albeit with varying degrees of enthusiasm, to provide cover for our retreat within their own operational range. It was pretty much an unwritten rule of DCOM conduct in the uncleared to offer that much succor. You never knew when it might be you, but the competitive standoffishness of the trade made for grudging adherence. The positions of the first 2 crews forced us into a long, crooked path of withdrawal, and both were grumpily unwilling to move either to meet us or to provide escort south. With the third, we got lucky. Oishi Eminescu was camped 250 kilometers northwest of Drava, with 9 heavily armed and equipped colleagues. He offered immediately to move up and fetch us from the previous crew's cover radius, and then to bring us all the way back to the beachhead. "Truth is," he told me as we stood at the center of his encampment and watched the daylight leach out of another truncated winter afternoon, "we can use the break. Kasha's still carrying some splash damage from that emergency deal we worked in Drava night before you guys got in. She says she's fine, but you can feel it in the wires when we're deployed that she's not. And the others are pretty tired, too. Plus, we've done 3 clusters and 20-odd autonomous units in the last month. That'll do us for now. No point in pushing it till it breaks." Seems overly rational. He laughed. "You don't want to judge us all by Sylvie's standards. Not everybody's that driven. I thought driven came with the territory. Decom to the max and all that? Yeah, that's the song." A wry grimace. "Yeah, they sell it to the sprogs that way, and then, the software, it naturally inclines you to excess. That's how come the casualty rates. But in the end, it's just software. Just wiring, Sam. You let your wiring tell you what to do. What kind of human being does that make you?" I stared at the darkening horizon. "I don't know. Gotta think past that stuff, Sam. Got to. It'll kill you if you don't." On the other side of one of the bubble fabs, someone went past in the thickening gloom and called something out in strip Jap. Oishi grinned and yelled back. Laughter rattled back and forth. Behind us I caught the scent of wood smoke as someone kindled a fire. It was a standard decom camp, temporary fabs blown and hardened from stock that would dissolve down just as rapidly as soon as it was time to move on. Barring occasional stopovers in abandoned buildings like the Quellist listening post, I'd been living in similar circumstances with Sylvie's crew for most of the last 5 weeks. Still, there was a relaxed warmth around Oishi Eminescu that was at odds with most of the decoms I'd run into so far. A lack of the usual racing dog edginess. "How long you been doing this?" I asked him. "Oh, a while. Well, longer than I'd like, but—" A shrug. I nodded. "But it pays, right?" He grinned sourly. "Right. I've got a younger brother studying Martian artifact tech in Millsport. Parents both coming up on needing re-sleeves they can't afford. Way the economy's going right now, nothing else I could do would pay enough to cover the outlay. And the way Mexex butchered the education charter and the sleeve pension system, these days you don't pay, you don't get. Yeah, they've really fucked things up since I was last here. Been away, huh?" He didn't push the point the way Plex had. Old-style Harlan's World courtesy. If I wanted to tell him I'd been doing time in storage, he probably figured I'd get around to it. And if I didn't, well, then what business was it of his anyway? "Yeah, about 30, 40 years. A lot of changes." Another shrug. "I've been coming for longer than that. Everything the Quellists squeezed out of the original Harlan regime, those guys have been chipping away at ever since it happened. Mexex just the late-stage bad news." "This enemy you cannot kill," I murmured. He nodded and finished the quote for me. "You can only drive it back damaged into the depths and teach your children to watch the waves for its return." So I guess someone's not been watching the waves very carefully. "That isn't it, Mickey." He was looking away toward the failing light in the west, arms folded. "Times have changed since she was around, that's all. What's the point of toppling a First Family's regime here or anywhere else if the Protectorate are just going to come in and unload the envoys on you for your trouble?" "You got a point there." He grinned again, more real humor in it this time. "Sam, it's not a point, it's the point. It's the single big difference between then and now. If the Envoy Corps had existed back in the Unsettlement, Quellism would have lasted about 6 months. You can't fight those fuckers." "They lost at Inenin." "Yeah? And how often have they lost since? Inenin was a minor glitch, a blip on the scope, strictly. Memory roared briefly down on me.
Jimmy DeSoto screaming and clawing at the ruins of his face with fingers that have already scooped out one eye and look like getting the other if I don't...
I locked it down. Minor glitch. Blip on the scope. Maybe you're right, I said. Maybe I am, he agreed quietly. We stood for a while in silence after that, watching the dark arrive. The sky had cleared enough to show a waning Daikoku spiked on mountains to the north and a full but distant Marikanon, like a copper coin, thrown high over our heads. Swollen Hote still lay below the horizon to the west. Behind us the fire settled in. Our shadows shaded into solidity amid flickering red glow. When it started to get too hot to stand there comfortably, Oishi offered a mannered excuse and drifted away. I endured the heat across my back for another minute after he'd gone, then turned and stared blink-eyed into the flames. A couple of Oishi's crew crouched on the far side of the fire, warming their hands. Rippling, indistinct figures in the heated air and darkness, low tones of conversation. Neither of them looked at me. Hard to tell if that was old-style courtesy like Oishi's, or just the usual decom cliquishness. What the fuck are you doing out here, Kovacs? Always the easy questions. I left the fire and picked my way through the bubble fabs to where we'd pitched 3 of our own, diplomatically separate from Oishi's. Smooth cold on my face and hands as my skin noticed the sudden lack of warmth. Moonglow on the fabs made them look like breaching bottlebacks in a sea of grass. When I reached the one where Sylvie was bedded down, I noticed brighter light splintering out around the closed flap. The others were in darkness. Alongside, 2 bugs leaned at canted angles on their parking racks, steering gear and weapons stands branching against the sky. The third was gone. I touched the chine patch, pulled open the flap, and went in. On one side of the interior, Jadwiga and Kyoka sprang hastily apart on a tangle of bedding. Opposite them, beside a muffled aluminum night lamp, Sylvie lay, corpse-like, in her sleeping bag, hair combed carefully back from her face. A portable heater glowed at her feet. There was no one else in the fab. "Where's Orr?" "Not here." Yad rearranged her clothing crossly. "You might have fucking knocked, Mickey." "I did." "Okay, you might have fucking knocked and waited then." "Sorry, it's not what I was expecting. So where's Orr?" Kyoka waved an arm. "Gone on the bug with Laszlo. They volunteered for perimeter watch. Gotta show willing, we figured. These people are going to carry us home tomorrow." "So why don't you guys use one of the other fabs?" Jadwiga looked across to Sylvie. "Because someone's gotta keep watching here, too," she said softly. "I'll do it." They both looked at me uncertainly for a moment, then at each other. Then Kyoka shook her head. "Oh, can't. Or'd fucking kill us." "Orr isn't here." Another exchange of glances. Yad shrugged. "Yeah, fuck it, why not?" She stood up. "Come on, Key. Watch won't change for another 4 hours. Orr's not going to be any the wiser." Kyoka hesitated. She leaned over Sylvie and put a hand on her forehead. "All right. But if anything—" "Yeah, I'll call you. Go on, get out of here." "Yeah, Key, come on." Jadwiga chivied the other woman to the door flap. As they were stepping out, she paused and grinned back at me. "And Mickey, I've seen the way you look at her. No peeking and prodding, eh? No squeezing the fruit. Keep your fingers out of pies that don't belong to you." I grinned back. "Fuck you, Yad." "Yeah, you wish. In your dreams, man." Kyoka mouthed a more conventional thanks, and they were gone. I sat down beside Sylvie and stared at her in silence. After a couple of moments, I reached out and stroked her brow in an echo of Kyoka's gesture. She didn't move. Her skin was hot and papery dry. "Come on, Sylvie, pull out of there." No response. I took back my hand and stared at the woman some more. "Oh, what the fuck are you doing out here, Kovacs? She's not Sarah. Sarah's gone. What the fuck are you— Ah, shut up. It's not like I had another choice, is it?" Recall of the final moments in Tokyo Crow came and demolished that one. The safety of the table with Plex, the warm anonymity, and the promise of a ticket out tomorrow. I remembered standing up and walking away from it all as if in answer to a siren song, into the blood and fury of the fight. In retrospect, it was a moment so hinged, so loaded with implications of shifting fate, that it should have creaked at me as I moved to step through it. But in retrospect, they always are.
"Gotta say, Mickey, I like you."
Her voice blurred with the early hours and the drugs. Morning creeping up on us somewhere beyond the apartment windows.
"Can't put my finger on it, but I do. I like you."
Oh, that's nice.
"But it's not enough."
My palms and fingers itched lightly, gene-programmed longing for a rough surface to grasp and climb. I had noticed it a while ago on this sleeve. It came and went, but manifested itself mostly around moments of stress and inactivity. Minor irritation. Part of the download dues. Even a clone new sleeve comes with a history. I clenched my fists a couple of times, put a hand in my pocket, and found the cortical stacks. They clicked through my fingers slickly, gathered together in my palm with the smooth weight of high-value machined components. Yukio Hirayasu and his henchmen's added to the collection now. Along the slightly manic search-and-destroy path we'd carved across the uncleared in the last month, I'd found time to clean up my trophies with chemicals and a circuit board scrubber. As I opened my hand in the aluminum lamplight, they gleamed, all trace of bone and spinal tissue gone. Half a dozen shiny metallic cylinders like laser-sliced sections of a slimline writing implement, their perfection marred only by the tiny spiking of filament microjacks at one end. Yukio's stack stood out among the others, precise yellow stripe wrapped around it at the midpoint, etched with the manufacturer's hardware coating. Designer merchandise. Typical. The others, the Yakuza henchmen's included, were standard, state-installed product. No visible markings, so I'd carefully wrapped the yaks in black insulating tape to distinguish it from those I'd taken in the Citadel. I wanted to be able to tell the difference. The man had no bargaining value the way Yukio might, but I saw no reason to consign a common gangster to the place I was taking the priests. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with him instead, but at the last moment, something in me had rebelled at my previous suggestion to Sylvie to toss him into the Andrasi Sea. I put him and Yukio back in my pocket, looked down at the other four gathered in my palm, and wondered, is this enough? Once, on another world around a star you couldn't see from Harlan's world, I'd met a man who made his living from trading cortical stacks. He bought and sold by weight, measuring the contained lives out like heaps of spice or semi-precious gems, something that local political conditions had conspired to make very profitable. To frighten the competition, he had styled himself as a local version of death personified, And, overblown though the act was, it had stayed with me. I wondered what he'd think if he could see me now. Is this... A hand closed on my arm. The shock leapt up through me like current. My fist snapped closed around the stacks. I stared at the woman in front of me, now propped up in the sleeping bag on one elbow, desperation struggling with the muscles of her face. There was no sign of recognition in her eyes. Her grip on my arm was like a machine's. "You," she said in Japanese and coughed. "Help me! Help me!" It was not her voice. Chapter 11. There was snow in the sky by the time we got into the hills overlooking Drava. Visible flurries at intervals, and the ever-present bite of it in the air between. The streets and the tops of buildings in the city below were dusted, as if with insect poison, and thick cloud was piling up from the east with the promise of more. On one of the general channels, a pro-government dissemination drone was issuing micro-blizzard warnings and blaming the bad weather on the Quellists. When we went down into the city and the blast-torn streets, we found frost on everything and puddles of rainwater already frozen. In among the snowflakes, there was an eerie silence drifting to the ground. "Merry fucking Christmas," muttered one of Oishi's crew. Laughter, but not much of it. The quiet was too overpowering. Drava's gaunt, snow-shrouded bones too grim. We passed newly installed sentry systems on the way in, Kudomaya's response to the co-op incursion 6 weeks ago. They were single-minded robot weapons well below the threshold of machine intelligence permitted under the DCOM charter. Still, Sylvie flinched as Orr guided the bug past each crouched form, and when one of them flexed upright slightly, running the make on our clear tags a second time with a slight chittering, she turned her hollow-eyed gaze away and hid her face against the giant's shoulder. Her fever hadn't broken when she woke. It just receded like a tide, leaving her exposed and damp with sweat. And at the distant edge of the ground it had given up, tiny and almost soundless, you could see how the waves still pounded at her. You could guess at the minuscule roar it must still be making in the veins at her temples. It wasn't over. Not nearly. Through the tangled, abandoned streets of the city. As we drew closer to the beachhead, my new sleeves' refined senses picked up the faint scent of the sea under the cold. Mingling of salts and various organic traces, the ever-present tang of bellowweed and the sharp plastic stink of the chemicals spilled across the surface of the estuary. I realized for the first time how stripped down the synthetics olfactory system had been. None of this had made it through to me on the inward journey from Takeshi. The beachhead defenses flexed awake as we arrived. Spider blocks heaved themselves sideways. Live wires swayed back. Sylvie hunched her shoulders as we passed between, lowered her head and shivered. Even her hair seemed to have shrunk closer to her skull.
"Overexposure,"
Oishi's crew medic opined, squinting into his imaging set, while Sylvie lay impatiently still under the scanner.
"You're not out of the breakers yet. I'd recommend a couple of months laid-back living, somewhere warmer and more civilized. Millsport, maybe. Get to a wiring clinic. Get a full checkup."
She seethed.
"A couple of months? Fucking Millsport?"
A detached DCOM shrug.
"Or you'll blank out again. At a minimum, you've got to go back to Takeshi and get checked out for viral trace. You can't stay out to play in this state."
The rest of the slip-ins concurred. Sylvie's sudden return to consciousness notwithstanding, we were going back.
"Burn some of that stored credit,"
grinned Jadwiga.
"Party on down. Tecto nightlife, here we come.
The beachhead gate jutted up for us, and we passed through into the compound. In comparison with the last time I'd seen it, the place seemed almost deserted. A few figures wandered about between the bubble fabs, carting equipment. Too cold to be out for anything else. A couple of surveillance kites fluttered madly from the comms mast, knocked about by wind and snow. It looked as if the rest had been taken down in anticipation of the blizzards. Visible over the tops of the fabs, the superstructure of a big hoverloader showed snow-coated at the dock. But the cranes that served it were stilled. There was a desolate sense of battening down across the encampment. "Better go talk to Kutamaya right away," Oishi said, dismounting from his own use-battered solo bug as the gate came back down. He glanced around at his crew and ours. "See about some bunks. My guess is there won't be a lot of space. I can't see any of today's arrivals deploying until this weather clears. Sylvie?" Sylvie drew her coat tighter around her. Her face was haggard. She didn't want to talk to Kutamaya. "I'll go, Skipper," offered Laszlo. He leaned on my shoulder awkwardly with his undamaged arm and jumped down from the bug we were sharing. Frosted snow crunched under his feet. "Rest of you go get some coffee or something." "Cool," said Jadwiga. "And don't let old Shig give you a hard time, Laz. He doesn't like our story. He can go fuck himself." "Yeah, I'll tell him that." Laszlo rolled his eyes. "Not." "Hey, Mickey, want to come along and give me some moral support?" I blinked. Yeah, sure. Ki, Yad, one of you want to take the bug?" Kyoka slid off her pillion seat and ambled over. Laszlo joined Oishi and looked back at me. He inclined his head toward the center of the camp. "Come on, then. Let's get this over with." Kutamaya, perhaps predictably, was less than happy to see members of Sylvie's crew. He made the two of us wait in a poorly heated outer chamber of the command fab while he processed Oishi and allocated billets. Cheap plastic seats were racked along the partition walls, and a corner-mounted screen gave out global news coverage at backdrop volume. A low table held an open-access data coil for detailed junkies, an ashtray for idiots. Our breath clouded faintly in the air. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" I asked Laszlo, blowing on my hands. "What? Come on. You need moral support like Yad and Ki need a dick. What's going on?" A grin surfaced on his face. I always wonder about those two. Sort of thing that keeps a man awake at night." "Laz." Okay. He leaned on his good elbow in the chair, dumped his feet on the low table. "You were there with her when she woke up, right?" "Right." "What did she say to you? Really?" I shifted around to look at him. "Like I told you all last night, nothing you could quote. Asking for help, calling for people who weren't there. Gibberish. She was delirious for most of it." "Yeah." He opened his hand and examined the palm, as if it might be a map of something. "See, Mickey, I'm a wincefish. A lead wincefish. I stay alive by noticing peripheral stuff, and what I notice peripherally is that you don't look at Sylvie like you used to." "Really?" I kept my tone mild. "Yeah, really. Until last night when you looked at her, it was like you were hungry and you thought she might taste good. Now, well..." He turned to meet my eyes. "You've lost your appetite." "She isn't well, Laz. I'm not attracted to sickness." He shook his head. "Won't scan. She was ill all the way back from the listening post gig, but you still had that hunger. Softer maybe, but it was still there. Now you look at her like you're waiting for something to happen, like she's some kind of bomb. I'm worried about her, just like everybody else." And beneath the words, the thought ran like a thermocline. So noticing this stuff keeps you alive, does it, Laz? Well, just so you know, talking about it like this is likely to get you killed. Under different circumstances with me, it already would have. We sat side by side in brief silence. He nodded to himself. Not going to tell me, huh? There's nothing to tell, Laz. More quiet. On the screen, breaking news unreeled. Accidental death, stack retrievable, of some minor Harlan Erling in the Millsport Wharf district. Hurricane building in the Gulf of Kossuth. Mexec to slash public health spending by end of year. I watched it without interest. Look, Mickey, Laszlo hesitated. I'm not saying I trust you, because I don't really, but I'm not like Orr. I'm not jealous about Sylvie. For me, she's the skipper and that's it. And I do trust you to look after her. Thanks, I said dryly. And to what do I owe this honor? Well, she told me a little about how the two of you met, the beards and everything. Enough to figure that... The door flexed back and Oishi emerged. He grinned and jerked a thumb back, the way he'd come. All yours. See you in the bar. We went in. I never found out what Laszlo had figured out or how far off the truth he might have been. Shigeo Kutamaya was at his desk, seated. He watched us come in without getting up, face unreadable and body locked into a stillness that telegraphed his anger as clearly as a yell. Old school. Behind him, a hollow made the illusion of an alcove in the fab wall, where shadows and moonlight crawled back and forth around a barely visible scroll. On the desk, the data coil idled at his elbow, casting stormy patterns of colored light across the spotless work surface. Oshima's ill? He asked, flatly. Yeah, she caught something off a co-op cluster in the Highlands. Laszlo scratched his ear and looked around the empty chamber. Not much going on here, huh? Locked down for the microblizz? The Highlands. Kutamaya wasn't going to be drawn. Nearly 700 kilometers north of where you agreed to operate, where you contracted to work cleanup. Laszlo shrugged. Well, look, that was the skipper's call. You'd have to— You were under contract. More importantly, under obligation. You owed Jiri to the beachhead and to me. We are under fire, Kutamaya-san. The lie came out, envoy smooth. Swift delight as the dominance conditioning took flight. It had been a while since I'd done this. Following the ambush in the temple, our command software was compromised. We'd taken severe organic damage to myself and another team member. We were running blind. Quiet opened up in the wake of my words. Beside me, Laszlo twitched with something he wanted to say. I shot him a warning glance, and he stopped. The beachhead commander's eyes flickered between the two of us, settled finally on my face. You are Serendipity? Yes. The new recruit. You offer yourself as spokesman. Tag the pressure point. Go after it. I, too, owe Jiri in this circumstance, Kutamaya-san. Without my companion's support, I would have died and been dismembered by Karakuri and Drava. Instead, they carried me clear and found me a new body. Yes. So I see. Kutamaya looked down briefly at his desk and then back to me. Very well. So far you have told me no more than the report your crew transmitted from within the uncleared, which is minimal. You will please explain to me why, running blind as you were, you chose not to return to the beachhead. This was easier. We'd batted it back and forth around campfires in the uncleared for over a month, refining the lie. Our systems were scrambled, but still partly functional. They indicated Mimant activity behind us, cutting off our retreat. And presumably, therefore, threatening the sweepers you had undertaken to protect. Yet you did nothing to aid them. Jesus, Shig, we were fucking blinded! The beachhead commander turned his gaze on Laszlo. "I didn't ask for your interpretation of events. Be quiet." "But—" "We fell back to the northeast," I said, with another warning glance at the wincefish beside me. As far as we could tell, it was a safe zone. And we kept moving until the command software came back online. By that time, we were almost out of the city, and I was bleeding to death. Of Jadwiga, we had only the cortical stack. For obvious reasons, we took a decision to enter the uncleared and locate a previously mapped and targeted bunker with clone bank and sleeving capacity, as you know from the report. "We? You were involved in that decision?" "I was bleeding to death," I repeated. Kudamaya's gaze turned downward again. "You may be interested to know that following the ambush you describe, there were no further sightings of Mimant activity in that area." "Yeah, that's 'cause we brought the fucking house down on them," snapped Laszlo. "Go dig that temple up. You'll find the pieces, less a couple we had to take down hand to fucking hand in a tunnel on our way out." Again, Kudamaya favored the wincefish with a cold stare. "There has not been time or manpower to excavate. Remote sensing indicates traces of machinery within the ruins, but the blast you triggered has conveniently obliterated most of the lower-level structure. If were Mimants as you claim, they would have been vaporized. The two in the tunnel have been found and seem to corroborate the story you transmitted to us once you were safely removed to the uncleared. In the meantime, you may also be interested to know that the sweepers you left behind did encounter Karakuri nests several hours later and 2 kilometers farther west. In the ensuing suppression, there were 27 deaths, 9 of them real, stack unrecovered." "That is a tragedy," I said evenly. "But we would not have been able to prevent it. Had we returned with our injured and our damaged command systems, we would only have been a burden. Under the circumstances, we looked for ways to return to full operational strength as rapidly as possible instead." "Yes, your report says that." He brooded for a few moments. I flickered another look at Laszlo in case he was about to open his mouth again. Kudamaya's eyes lifted to meet mine. "Very well. You are billeted along with Eminescu's crew for the time being. I will have a software medic examine Oshima, for which you will be billed. Allowing that her condition is stable, there will be a full investigation into the temple incident as soon as the weather clears." "What?" Laszlo took a step forward. "You expect us to fucking hang around here while you dig up that mess? No fucking way, man! We're gone! Back to Tecto on that fucking loader out there!" "Laz, I do not expect you to stay in Drava, no. I am ordering it. There is a command structure here, whether you like it or not. If you attempt to board the Daikoku Dawn, you will be stopped." Kudamaya frowned. "I would prefer not to be so direct, but if you force me, I will have you confined." "Confined?" For a couple of seconds, it was as if Laszlo hadn't heard the word before and was waiting for the command head to explain it to him. "Fucking confined? We take down 5 co-ops in the last month, over a dozen autonomous Mimants, render safe an entire bunker full of nasty hardware, and this is the fucking thanks we get coming back in?" Then he yelped and stumbled back, open palm jammed to one eye as if Kudamaya had just poked him in it. The command head got to his feet behind the desk. His voice was sibilant with suddenly uncapped rage. "No, this is what happens when I can no longer trust the crews I am held responsible for." He jerked a glance at me. "You, Serendipity, get him out of here and convey my instructions to the rest of your companions. I do not expect to have this conversation again. Out, both of you!" Laz was still clutching at his eye. I put a hand on his shoulder to guide him out, and he angrily shrugged it away. Muttering, he lifted a trembling finger to point at Kudamaya. then seemed to think better of it and turned on his heel. He made for the door in strides. I followed him out. At the doorway I looked back at the command head. It was hard to read anything in the taut face, but I thought I caught a waft of it coming off him nonetheless. Rage at disobedience. Worse still, remorse at the failure to control both situation and self. Disgust at the way things had degenerated, in the command fab right here, right now, and maybe in the market free-for-all of the whole MechSec initiative. Disgust, for all I knew, at the way things were sliding for the entire damned planet. Old school. I bought Laz a drink in the bar and listened to him curse Kutamaya for a fucking stick-up-the-ass piece of shit, then went to look for the others. I left him in good company. The place was crowded with irritable decoms off the Daikoku Dawn, complaining loudly about the weather and the subsequent lockdown on deployment. Superannuated fast-load jazz formed a suitably strident backdrop, mercifully shorn of the DJ dissemination I'd come to associate with it over the past month. Smoke and noise filled the bubble fab to the roof. I found Jadwiga and Kyoka sitting in a corner, deep in each other's eyes and a conversation that looked a little intense to try to join. Yad told me, impatiently, that Orr had stayed with Sylvie in the accommodation fab, and that Oishi was around somewhere, at the bar maybe, talking to someone last time she... Anyway, somewhere over in the direction of her vaguely waving arm. I took the multiple hints and left the two of them to it. Oishi wasn't really in the direction Jadwiga had pointed, but he was at the bar, and he was talking to a couple of other decoms, only one of whom I recognized as being on his crew. He welcomed me with a grin and a lifted glass. Voice pitched over the noise. "Get a grilling, did you?" Something like that." I lifted my hand to get attention behind the bar. "I get the impression Sylvie's slip-ins have been pushing the line for a while now. You want a refill?" Oishi looked judiciously at the level of his drink. "No, I'm okay. Pushing the line, you could say that. Not the most community-minded crew around, for sure. Still, they top the boards a lot of the time. You can live on that for a while, even with a guy like Kutamaya. Nice to have a reputation. Yeah, which reminds me, there's someone looking for you." "Oh?" He was looking into my eyes as he told me. I quelled reaction and raised an eyebrow to go with the elaborately casual interest in my voice, ordered a Millsport single malt from the barman, and turned back to Oishi. "You get a name?" "Wasn't me who spoke to him." The command head nodded at his non-crew companion. "This is Simi, lead wince for the Interrupters. Simi, that guy was asking around about Sylvie and her new recruit. You get a name?" Simi squinted sideways for a moment, frowning. Then his face cleared, and he snapped his fingers. "Yeah, got it. Kovacs. Said his name was Kovacs." Chapter 12. Everything seemed to stop. It was as if all the noise in the bar had abruptly frozen to Arctic sludge in my ears. The smoke stopped moving. The pressure of the people behind me at the bar seemed to recede. It was a shock reaction I hadn't had from the Aishundo sleeve, even when locked in combat with the Mimants. Across the dreamy quiet of the moment, I saw Oishi watching me intently, and I lifted the glass to my lips on autopilot. The single malt went down, burning, and as the warmth hit the pit of my stomach, the world started up again, just as suddenly as it had stopped. Music, noise, the shifting crush of people around me. "Kovacs," I said. "Really? You know him?" asked Simi. "Heard of him." There wasn't much point in going for the deep lie, not with the way Oishi was watching my face. I sipped at my drink again. Did he say what he wanted? Nah. Simi shook his head, clearly not that interested. He was just asking where you were, if you'd gone out with the slip-ins. It was a couple of days back, so I told him, yeah, you're all out in the uncleared. Did he? I stopped myself. Sorry, you were saying? Well, he seemed pretty concerned to talk to you, persuaded someone, think it was Anton and the Skull Gang, to take him out into the uncleared for a look. So you know this guy, right? He a problem for you? Of course, said Oishi quietly. Might not be the same Kovacs you know. It's a common enough name. There's that, I admitted. But you don't think so? I manufactured a shrug. Seems unlikely. He's looking for me, I've heard of him. Most probable thing is we've got some shared history. Oishi's crew colleague and Simi both nodded dismissive, boozed-up assent. Oishi himself seemed more closely intrigued. And what have you heard about him, this Kovacs? This time the shrug was easier. Nothing good. Yeah, Simi agreed sweepingly. That's right. Seemed like a real hard-assed psycho motherfucker to me. Did he come alone? I asked. Nah, whole squad of enforcer types with him. About 4 or 5 of them. Millsport accents. Oh, good. So this wasn't a local matter anymore. Tanasida was living up to his promise.
A global writ for your capture.
And from somewhere they'd dug up... You don't know that. Not yet. Oh, come on, it has to be. Why use the name? Whose sense of humor does that sound like to you? Unless... Simi, listen! You didn't ask for me by name, did he? Simi blinked at me. Dunno. What is your name? Okay, never mind. Guy was asking after Sylvie, explained Oishi. Her name he knew. Knew the slip-in, seems like. But he really seemed interested in some new recruit Sylvie might have had in her team, and that name he didn't know. Right, Simi? That's about it, yeah. Simi peered into his empty glass. I signaled the barman and got refills all around. So, these Millsport types, any of them still around, you reckon? Simi pursed his lips. Could be. Don't know. I didn't see the Skull Gang go out. Don't know how much extra weight they were carrying. But it makes sense, said Oishi softly. If this Kovacs did his research, he'll know how hard it is to track movement in the uncleared. It'd make sense to leave a couple of guys behind in case you came back. He paused, watching my face. And to needlecast the news if you did. Yeah. I drained my glass and shivered slightly. Got up. I think I need to talk to my crewmates. If you gentlemen will excuse me. I shouldered my way back through the crowd until I reached Jadwiga's and Kyoka's corner again. They had wrapped each other up in a passionate mouth-to-mouth embrace, oblivious to their surroundings. I slid into the seat next to them and tapped Jadwiga on the shoulder. Stop that, you two. We've got problems. Well, rumbled Orr. I think you're full of shit. Really? I kept a grip on my temper with an effort, wishing I had just gone for full envoy effect persuasion instead of trusting my DCOM colleagues with the use of their own decision-making faculties. This is the Yakuza we're talking about. You don't know that. Do the math. 6 weeks ago, we were collectively responsible for the death of a high-ranking Yakuza's son and his 2 enforcers. And now there's someone looking for us. No, there's someone looking for you. Whether he's looking for the rest of us remains to be seen. Listen, all of you. Inclusive glance around the windowless billet they'd found for Sylvie. Spartan single berth, integral storage lockers in the walls, a chair in one corner. With the command head curled up on the bunk and her crew stood around, it was a tense, cramped space. They know Sylvie. They've tied her to me. Oishi's pal said as much. Man, we wiped that room cleaner than... I know, Yad, but it wasn't enough. They got witnesses who saw the 2 of us. Peripheral video, maybe something else. The point is, I know this Kovacs, and believe me, if we wait around for him to catch up with us, you're going to find out that it doesn't much matter whether he's looking for me or Sylvie or both of us. The man is an ex-envoy. He'll take down everybody in this room just to keep it simple. That old envoy terror. Sylvie was asleep, out on recuperative chemicals and sheer exhaustion, and Orr was too fired up with confrontation, but the rest of them flinched. Beneath the armored decom cool, they'd grown up on the horror stories from Adoration and Sharia, just like everybody else. The envoys came and they tore your world apart. It wasn't that simple, of course. The truth was far more complex, and ultimately far more scary. But who in this universe wants the truth?
What about we spike this ahead of time? Wondered Jadwiga. Find Kovacs' holdout buddies in the beachhead and shut them down before they can transmit out. Probably too late, Yad.
Laszlo shook his head.
We've been in a couple of hours. Anybody who wants to knows about it by now.
Gathering momentum, I stayed silent and watched it roll the way I wanted. Kyoka weighed in, frowning.
Anyway, we got no way to find these fuckers. Millsport accents and hard faces are plankton standard around here. At a minimum, we'd need to case the beachhead data stack and...
She indicated Sylvie's fetal form.
We're in no position to do that. Even with Sylvie online, we'd be pushed, said Laszlo gloomily. Way Kutamaya feels about us right now, he'll jump if we clean our teeth at the wrong voltage. I suppose that thing's intrusion-proofed. He nodded at the personal space resonance scrambler perched on the chair. Kyoka nodded back. Slightly wearily, I thought. State-of-the-art, Laz. Really. Picked it up at Raiko's straight-to-street before we shipped out. Mickey, the point is, we're under virtual lockdown here. You say this Kovacs is coming for us. What do you suggest we do?
Here we go. I suggest I get out of here tonight on the Daikoko Dawn, and I suggest I take Sylvie with me. Quiet rocked the room. I tracked glances, gauged emotion, estimated where this was going. Orr rolled his head on his neck, like a freak fighter warming up. You, he said deliberately, can go fuck yourself.
Or, said
Kyoka. No fucking way, Key. No fucking way does he take her anywhere. Not on my watch. Jadwiga looked at me narrowly.
What about the rest of us, Mickey? What are we supposed to do when Kovacs turns up looking for blood?
Hide, I told her. Pull some favors. Get yourselves out of sight either somewhere in the beachhead or out in the uncleared with someone else's crew if you can persuade them. Shit, you could even get Kutamaya to arrest you if you trust him to keep you locked up safe. Hey, fuckhead, we can do all of that without handing Sylvie over to you.
Can you, Orr?
I locked gazes with the giant. Can you? Can you wade back out into the uncleared with Sylvie the way she is now? Who's going to carry her out there? What crew? What crew can afford the deadweight?
He's right, Orr.
Laszlo shrugged.
Even Oishi isn't going to go back out there with that on his back.
Orr looked around him, eyes flickering cornered. We can hide her here, in the... Orr, you're not listening to me. Kovacs will tear this place apart to get to us. I know him. Kutamaya, forget it. He'll go through Kutamaya like angel fire, if that's what it takes. Or there's only one single thing that'll stop him, and that's knowing that Sylvie and I are gone, because then he won't have time to piss about looking for the rest of you. When we arrive in Tecto, we make sure the news gets back to Kutamaya, and by the time Kovacs is here, it'll be common knowledge around the beachhead that we skipped. That'll be enough to kick him out of here on the next loader. More quiet. This time like something counting down. I watched them buy in, one by one.
Makes sense, Orr.
Kyoka clapped the giant on the shoulder.
It isn't pretty, but it scans. At least this way the skipper's out of the firing line. Orr shook himself.
I don't fucking believe you people. Can't you see he's trying to scare you all?
Yeah, he's succeeding in scaring me, snapped Laszlo. Sylvie's down. If the Yakuza are hiring envoy assassins, we're severely outclassed. We need to keep her safe, Orr.
Jadwiga was staring at the floor as if digging a tunnel might be a good next move.
And we can't do it here.
Then I'm going to.
I'm afraid that isn't going to be possible, I said quietly.
I figure Laszlo can get us in one of the life raft launchers, the way he came aboard in Tecto. But with the hardware you're carrying, the power source, penetrate the hull unauthorized, you're going to set off every leakage alarm the Daikoku Dawn has. It was inspired guesswork, a blind leap off the rapid scaffolding of envoy intuition, but it seemed to hit home. The slip-ins looked back and forth at each other, and finally Laszlo nodded.
He's right, Orr. No way can I get you up that chute quietly.
The ordnance giant stared at me for what seemed like a long time. Finally, he looked away, at the woman on the bed. If you hurt her in any way at all, I sighed. The best way I know to hurt her, Orr, is to leave her here, which I don't plan to do. So save the attitude for Kovacs.
Yeah,
said Jadwiga grimly.
And this is a promise. As soon as Sylvie's back online, we take that motherfucker and we—
Admirable, I agreed, but a little premature. Plan your revenge later, okay? Right now, let's just all concentrate on surviving. Of course, it wasn't quite as easy as that. When pressed, Laszlo admitted that security around the loader ramps at Komcho was lax, verging on laughable. At the Drava beachhead, with Mimant assault a constant fear, the dockside would be sewn up tight with electronic intrusion countermeasures. So? I tried for patient calm. You've never actually done this life raft chute thing in Drava.
Well, yeah, once.
Laszlo scratched his ear.
But I had some jamming help from Suki Bajuk.
Jadwiga snorted.
That little trollop. Hey, jealous. She's a fucking good command decom, even whiffed off her head. She greased the entry codes like not all she greased that weekend from what I hear. Man, just because she isn't—
Is she here? I asked loudly. Now, in the beachhead. Laszlo went back to scratching his ear.
Dunno. We could check, I guess, but it'll take forever, predicted Kyoka. And anyway, she may not be up for another code greasing if she finds out what this is about. Helping you get your kicks is one thing, Laz. Bucking Kudomaya's lockdown might not appeal so much, you know what I mean? She doesn't have to know, said Jadwiga. Don't be a bitch, Yad. I'm not putting Suki in the firing line without—
I cleared my throat. What about Oishi? They all looked around at me. Orr's brow furrowed. Maybe. He and Sylvie go back to the early days. Hired on as sprogs together.
Jadwiga grinned. Sure, he'll do it. If Mickey asks him.
What? There were grins appearing on everyone's mouths now, it seemed. Welcome release to the building tension. Kyoka sniggered behind a hand pressed to her nose. Laszlo looked elaborately at the ceiling. Stifled snorts of hilarity. Only Orr was too angry to join in the fun.
Didn't you notice over the last couple of days, Mickey?
Jadwiga, playing this one until it creaked.
Oishi likes you. I mean, he really likes you.
I looked around the cramped room at my companions and tried to match Orr for deadpan lack of amusement. Mostly I was irritated at myself. I hadn't noticed, or at least hadn't identified the attraction for what Jadwiga said it was. For an envoy, that was a serious failure to perceive exploitable benefit. Ex-envoy. Yeah, thanks. That's good, I said evenly. I'd better go talk to him then.
Yeah?
Jadwiga managed, straight-faced.
See if he wants to give you a hand.
The laughter erupted, explosive in the confined space. An unwanted grin forced its way onto my mouth. You motherfuckers. It didn't help. The hilarity scaled upward. On the bed, Sylvie stirred and opened her eyes at the sound. She propped herself up on one elbow and coughed painfully. The laughter drained out of the room as rapidly as it had come. "Mickey?" Her voice came out, weak and rusty. I turned to the bed, caught out of the corner of one eye the venomous glare Orr fired at me. I leaned over her. "Yeah, Sylvie, I'm here."
"What are you laughing for?"
I shook my head. "That's a very good question." She gripped my arm with the same intensity as that night in Oishi's encampment. I steeled myself for what she might say next. Instead, she just shivered and stared at her fingers where they sank into the arm of the jacket I was wearing. She muttered. "It knew me. Like an old friend. Like a—" "Leave her alone, Mickey." Orr tried to shoulder me aside, but Sylvie's grip on my arm defeated the move. She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "What's going on?" she pleaded. I glanced sideways at the giant. "You want to tell her?" Chapter 13. Night fell across Drava in swathes of snow-chipped gloom, settling like a well-worn blanket around the huddled fabs of the beachhead, and then the higher, angular ruins of the city itself. The micro-blizzard front came and went with the wind, brought the snow in thick, swirling wraps that plastered your face and got inside the neck of your clothing, then whirled away, thinning out to almost nothing, and then back again to dance in the funneled glare of the camp's Angier lamps. Visibility oscillated, went down to 50 meters and then cleared, went down again. It was weather for staying inside. Crouched in the shadow of a discarded freight container at one end of the wharf, I wondered for a moment how the other Kovacs was coping, out in the uncleared. Like me, he'd have the standard New Pest native's dislike for the cold. Like me, he'd be, "You don't know that. You don't know that's who he—" "Yeah, right. Look, where the fuck are the Yakuza going to get hold of a spare personality copy of an ex-envoy? And why the fuck would they take the risk? Under all that old Earth ancestor crapshit veneer, in the end they're just fucking criminals. There's no way—" "Yeah, right. It's the itch we all live with. The price of the modern age. What if, at some nameless point in your life, they copy you? What if you're stored somewhere in the belly of some machine, living out who knows what parallel virtual existence, or simply asleep, waiting to be released into the real world? Or already unleashed and out there somewhere, living. You see it in the Xperia flicks. You hear the urban myths of friends, the ones who, through some freak machine error, end up meeting themselves in virtual, or, less often, reality. Or the Laszlo-style conspiracy horror stories of military-authorized multiple sleeving. You listen and you enjoy the existential shiver it sends up your spine. Once in a very long time, you hear one you might even believe. I'd once met and had to kill a man who was double-sleeved. I'd once met myself, and it hadn't ended well. I was in no hurry to do it again. and I had more than enough else to worry about. 50 meters down the dock, the Daikoku Dawn bulked dimly in the blizzard. She was a bigger vessel than the guns for Guevara, by the look of her, an old commercial loader taken out of mothballs and re-geared for decom haulage. A whiff of antique grandeur hung about her. Light gleamed cozily from portholes and clustered in colder white and red constellations on the superstructure above. Earlier, there'd been a desultory trickle of figures up the gangways as the outgoing decoms went aboard and lights at the boarding ramps, but now the hatches were closing up and the hoverloader stood isolated in the chill of the New Hawk night. Figures through the muffling swirl of white on black to my right. I touched the hilt of the tepet knife and cranked up my vision. It was Laszlo, leading with a wince-fish flex in his stride and a fierce grin on his snow-chilled face. Oishi and Sylvie in tow. Chemical functionality troweled across the woman's features, a more intense control in the other command head's demeanor. They crossed the open ground along the quayside and slipped into the shelter of the container. Laszlo scrubbed at his face with both hands and shook the melting snow from splayed fingers. He had strapped his healing arm with a combat servo-splint, and didn't seem to be feeling any pain. I caught the blast of alcohol on his breath. "Okay," he nodded. "Anyone who's interested, and a few who probably weren't, now knows Kudamaya's got us locked down. Yad's still in there being loudly pissed off to anyone who'll listen." "Oishi, you set?" The command head regarded me gravely. "If you are, like I said, you'll have 5 minutes max. All I can do without leaving traces." 5 minutes is fine," said Laszlo impatiently. Everybody looked at Sylvie. She managed a wan smile under the scrutiny. "Fine," she echoed. "Scan up. Let's do it." Oishi's face took on the abrupt inwardness of net time. He nodded minutely to himself. "They're running the navigational systems at standby. Drives and systems test in 220 seconds. You'd better be in the water by the time it kicks in." Sylvie scraped up some hollow-eyed professional interest and a stifled cough. "Hull security?" "Yeah, it's on. But the stealth suits should throw back most of the scan. And when you get down to water level, I'm going to pass you off as a couple of ripwings waiting for easy fish in the wake turbulence. Soon as the system test cycle starts, get up that chute. I'll vanish you on the internal scanners, and the nav gear will assume it lost the rips in the wake. Same for you coming out, Laszlo. So stay in the water until she's well down the estuary." "Great." "You get us a cabin?" I asked. The corner of Oishi's mouth twitched. "Of course. No luxury spared for our fugitive friends. Starboard lower are mostly empty. S-37 is all yours. Just push." "Time to go," hissed Laszlo. "One at a time." He flitted out of the cover of the container with the same accomplished wincefish lope I'd seen deployed in the uncleared, was a moment exposed to view along the quay, and then swung himself lithely off the edge of the wharf and was gone again. I glanced sideways at Sylvie and nodded. She went, less smoothly than Laszlo, but with an echo of the same grace. I thought I heard a faint splash this time. I gave her 5 seconds and followed, across the blizzard-shrouded open space, crouched to grab the top rung of the inspection ladder, and down, hand over rapid hand, to the chemical stink of the estuary below. When I was immersed to the waist, I let go and fell back into the water. Even through the stealth suit and the clothes I wore over it, the shock of entry was savage. The cold stabbed through, clutched at my groin and chest, and forced the air out of my lungs through gritted teeth. The gecko grip cells in my palms flexed their filaments in sympathy, I drew in a fresh breath and cast about in the water for the others.
Over here!
Laszlo gestured from a corrugated section of the dock where he and Sylvie were clinging to a corroded cushioning generator. I slipped through the water toward them and let my gene-tech hands grip me directly to the Evercrete. Laszlo breathed in jerkily and spoke through chattering teeth.
Get to the stern and tread water between the dock and the hull. You'll see the launchers. Don't drink the water, eh?
We traded clenched grins and kicked off. It was hard work, swimming against a body reflex that wanted nothing more than to curl up tight against the cold and shudder. Before we'd gone halfway, Sylvie was falling behind, and we had to go back for her. Her breath was coming in harsh bursts, her teeth were gritted, and her eyes were starting to roll.
Can't hold it together,
she muttered as I turned in the water, and Laszlo helped haul her onto my chest.
Don't tell me we're winning fucking what?
Be okay, I managed through my own clamped jaws. Hold on. Las, you keep going. He nodded convulsively and flailed off. I struck out after him, awkward with the burden on my chest.
Is there no other fucking choice?
She moaned, barely above a whisper. Somehow I got us both to the rising bulk of the Daikoku Dawn's stern, where Laszlo was waiting. We paddled around into the crevice of water between the loader's hull and the dock, and I slapped a hand against the Evercrete wall to steady myself.
Less than a minute,
said Laszlo, presumably from reference to a retinal time display.
Let's hope Oishi's plugged well in.
The hover loader awoke. First, the deep thrum as the anti-grav system shifted from buoyancy to drive, then the shrill whining of the air intakes and the frump along the hull as the skirts filled. I felt the sideways tug of water swirling around the vessel. Spray exploded from the stern and showered me. Laszlo offered me one more wide-eyed grin and pointed.
Up there!
He yelled over the engine noise. I followed the direction of his arm and saw a battery of 3 circular vents, hatches sliding out of the way in spiral pedals. Maintenance lights showed inside the chutes, a chain-link inspection ladder up the loader's skirt to the lip of the first opening. The notes of the engines deepened, settling down. Laszlo went first, up the rungs of the ladder and onto the scant, down-curving ledge offered by the top of the skirt. Braced against the hull above, he gestured down at me. I shoved Sylvie toward the ladder, yelled in her ear to climb, and saw with relief that she wasn't too far gone to do it. Laszlo grabbed her as soon as she got to the top, and after some maneuvering, the two of them disappeared inside the shaft. I went up the ladder as fast as my numbed hands would pull me, ducked inside the chute and out of the noise. A couple of meters above me I saw Sylvie and Laszlo, limbs splayed between protrusions on the inside of the launch tube. I remembered the wince-fish's casual boast the first time I met him. A 7-meter crawl up a polished steel chimney, nothing to it. It was a relief to see that, like a lot of Laszlo's talk, this had been an exaggeration. The tube was far from polished smooth, and there were numerous handholds built into the metal. I gripped experimentally at a scooped-out rung over my head and found I could haul myself up the incline without too much effort. Higher up, I found smoothly rounded bumps in the metal where my feet could take some of my body's weight. I rested against the faintly shuddering surface of the tube for a moment, recalled Oishi's 5-minute maximum, and got moving again. At the top of the chute, I found a bedraggled Sylvie and Laszlo braced on a finger-thin rim below an open hatchway, filled with sagging orange canvas synth. The wincefish gave me a weary look.
This is it.
He thumped the yielding surface above his head.
This is the bottom level raft. First to drop. You squeeze in here, get on top of the raft, and you'll find an inspection hatch that leads to the crawl space between levels. Just pop the nearest access panel and you're out in a corridor somewhere. Sylvie, you'd better go first.
We worked the canvas synth raft back from one edge of the hatchway, and warm, stale air gusted through into the chute. I laughed with sheer involuntary pleasure at the feel of it. Laszlo nodded sourly.
Yeah, enjoy. Some of us are going back in the fucking water now.
Sylvie squeezed through, and I was about to follow when the wincefish tugged at my arm. I turned back. He hesitated.
Laz, come on, man, we're running out of time.
You. He lifted a warning finger.
I'm trusting you, Mickey. You look after her. You keep her safe till we can get to you, till she's back online.
All right.
I'm trusting you, he repeated.
Then he turned, unlatched his hold on the hatch, and was sliding rapidly down the curve of the launcher chute. As he disappeared at the bottom, I heard a faint whoop come floating back up. I stared after him for what seemed like far too long, then turned and forced my way irritably through the canvas synth barrier between myself and my newly acquired responsibilities. The memory rolled back over me.
In the bubble fab. You, help me, help me. Her eyes pin me, muscles of her face taut with desperation, mouth slightly open. It's a sight that sends a deep and unlooked-for sense of arousal bubbling through my guts. She's thrown back the sleeping bag and leaned across to grab at me, and in the low light from the muffled aluminum lamp, under the reaching arm, I can see the slumped mounds her breasts make across her chest. It isn't the first time I've seen her like this. The slip-ins don't suffer from coyness, and after a month of close-quarters camping across the uncleared, I could probably draw most of them naked from memory. But something about Sylvie's face and posture is suddenly deeply sexual. Touch me. The voice that is not hers rasps and prickles the hairs on my neck erect. Tell me you're fucking real, Sylvie. You're not... Her hand shifts from my arm to my face. I think I know you, she says wonderingly. Black Brigade elect, right? Tetsu Battalion. Odisei Ogawa? The Japanese she's using is archaic, centuries out of date. I fight down the ghost of a shiver and stay in a manglik. Sylvie, listen to me. Your name's Sylvie? Face racked with doubt. She shifts languages to meet me. I don't remember. I can't... Sylvie. Yeah, Sylvie. No, I say through lips that feel numb. Your name's Sylvie. No. There's a sudden panic in her now. My name's... They called me... Her voice stops up, and her eyes flinch sideways, away from mine. She tries to get up out of the sleeping bag. Her elbow skids on the slick material of the lining, and she slips over toward me. I put out my arms, and they're suddenly full of her warm, tightly muscled torso. The fist I snapped closed when she spoke opens involuntarily, and the cortical stacks crushed inside it spill onto the floor. My palms press against taut flesh. Her hair moves and brushes at my neck, and I can smell her warmth and female sweat welling up out of the opened sleeping bag. Something trips again in the pit of my stomach, and maybe she can feel it too, because she makes a low moaning sound into the flesh of my throat. Lower down in the confines of the bag, her legs shift around impatiently and then part from my hand as it slides down over one hip and between her thighs. I'm stroking her cunt before I realize what I'm doing, and she's damp to the touch. Oh, yes! It gusts out of her. Yes, that! There! This time, when her legs shift, her whole body tilts from the hips upward and her thighs spread as wide as the sleeping bag will allow. My fingers slip into her and she makes a tight hissing sound, pulls back from the clasp on my neck and glares at me as if I've just stabbed her. Her fingers hook into my shoulder and upper arm. I rub long, slow ovals up inside her and feel her hips pump in protest at the deliberate pace of the motion. Her breath starts to come in shortening bursts. You're real, she mutters in between. Oh, you're real. And now her hands are moving over me, fingers tangling in the fastenings of my jacket, rubbing at my rapidly swelling crotch, gripping my face at the jaw. She seems unable to decide what to do with the body she's touching, and slowly the realization soaks through me that as she slides irretrievably into the crevasse of her orgasm, she's testing the assertion coming faster and faster across her lips. Oh, you're real. You're real. You're fucking real, aren't you? You're real. Oh, you're real. Yes, you fucker. Yes, you're real. You're fucking real. Her voice locks up in her throat with her breath, and her stomach flexes her almost double with the force of the climax. She twines around me like the long, lethal ribbons of bellowweed out beyond Hirata's reef, thighs clenched on my hand, body folded onto and over my chest and shoulder. From somewhere I know she's staring off that shoulder at the shadows on the far side of the bubble fab. My name is Nadia Makita, she says quietly. And again it's like current through my bones, like the moment she grabbed my arm, the shock of the name. The litany kicks off in my head. It's not possible. It's not. I ease her loose from my shoulder, pull her back, and the motion dislodges a fresh wave of pheromones. Our faces are a couple of centimeters apart. Mickey, I mutter. Serendipity. Her head darts forward like a bird's, and her mouth fastens on mine, shutting off the words. Her tongue is hot and feverish, and her hands are working at my clothes again, this time with determined purpose. I struggle out of my jacket, unfasten the heavy canvas-synth trousers, and her hand is burrowing in the gap as they open. Weeks in the uncleared, with barely the privacy to masturbate, a body kept on ice for centuries. It's all I can do to keep from coming as her hand closes around the shaft of my cock. She feels it and grins in the kiss, lips unsticking from mine, the faintest scrape of teeth on teeth, and the grate of a chuckle deep in her throat. She kneels upright on the sleeping bag, balancing with one arm on my shoulder while the other stays between my legs, working. Her fingers are long and slim and hot and clammy with sweat, curling into a practiced grip and pumping gently up and down. I force the trousers down past my hips and lean backward to give her space. The ball of her thumb rubs back and forth against my glands like a metronome. I groan, my lungs empty, and instantly she slackens the pace almost to a halt. She presses her free hand flat on my chest, pushes me toward the floor while her grip on my hard-on tightens almost to crushing. Coiled muscle in my stomach keeps me flexed upright from the floor against the pressure she's exerting and damps down the pulsing need to come. "Do you want to be inside me?" she asks seriously. I shake my head. "Whatever, Sylvie. Whatever." A hard tug on the root of my cock. "My name is not Sylvie. Nadia. Whatever." I grasp her by one curved ass cheek, one long hard thigh, and drag her forward onto me. She takes the hand from my chest, reaches down and spreads herself, then sinks slowly onto my cock. Our gasps blend at the contact. I search inside myself somewhere for a little envoy control, settle my hands at her hips, and help her lift herself up and down. But this isn't going to last long. She reaches for my head and draws it down to one swollen breast, presses my face into the flesh, and guides me to the nipple. I suck it in and grip the other breast in one hand while she rises on her knees and rides us both to a climax that dims out my vision as it explodes through us. We collapse onto each other in the dimly lit bubble fab, slick with sweat and shuddering. The heater throws a reddish glow across our tangled limbs and tight-pressed bodies, and there's a tiny sound in the gloom that could be this woman weeping, or maybe just the wind outside, trying to find a way in. I don't want to look her in the face to find out which.
In the bowels of the steadily thrumming Daikoku dawn, we levered ourselves up from the crawl space into a corridor and made our dripping way to S-37. As promised, the door flexed open at a push. Inside, lights sprang up in an unexpectedly luxurious space. I had subconsciously been preparing myself for something along the lines of the Spartan two-bunk accommodation we'd had on the guns for Guevara, but Oishi had done us proud. The cabin was a well-appointed comfort class with an auto-form bed space that could be programmed to swell up as twin singles or a broad double. The fixtures showed wear, but a faint smell of mothball antibacterials clung to the air and made everything seem pristine.
"Very nice,"
I chattered as I closed the door on lock.
"Well done, Oishi. I approve."
Ensuite facilities were almost the size of another single cabin themselves, complete with air blast dryer in the shower cabinet. We peeled naked and dumped our soaked clothing, then took turns rinsing the chill out of our bones, first under a pummeling hail of hot water, then in a gently buffeting storm of warm air. It took a while, one at a time, but there was no hint of invitation in Sylvie's face as she stepped into the cabinet, and so I stayed outside, rubbing at my chilled flesh. At one point, watching her as she turned with water streaming down over her breasts and belly, trickling between her legs and tugging at a tiny tuft of drenched pubic hair, I felt myself beginning to harden. I moved quickly to pick up the jacket from my stealth suit and sat awkwardly, with it covering my erection. The woman in the shower caught the movement and looked at me curiously, but she said nothing. No reason why she should. Last time I'd seen Nadia Makita, she'd been slipping into a post-coital drowse in a bubble fab out on the New Hawk Plains. Small, confident smile on her lips, one arm wrapped loosely around my thigh. When I finally pulled loose, She only turned over in the sleeping bag and muttered to herself. She hadn't been back since. And meanwhile, you dressed and tidied up before the others got back, like a criminal trying to cover his tracks. Met Orr's suspicious gaze with even envoy deceit. Slipped away with Laszlo to your own fab, to lie awake until dawn, disbelieving what you'd seen and heard and done. Finally, Sylvie stepped out of the cabinet, air-blasted all but dry. With an effort, I stopped myself staring at the suddenly sexualized landscape of her body and went to change places with her. She said nothing, just touched me on one shoulder with a loosely curled fist and frowned. Then she disappeared into the cabin next door. I stayed under the shower for nearly an hour, turning back and forth in water just below scalding, masturbating vaguely and trying not to think too much about what I was going to have to do when we got to Takeshi. The Daikoku dawn throbbed around me as she plowed southward. When I got out of the shower, I dumped our soaked clothing in the cabinet and left the air blast on full, then wandered through to the cabin. Sylvie was sleeping soundly beneath the coverlet of a bed space she'd programmed to mold as a double. I stood and watched her sleep for a long time. Her mouth was open and her hair in chaotic disarray around her face. The ebony central cord had twisted so that it lay phallically across one cheek. Imagery I didn't need. I smoothed it back with the rest of the hair until her face was clear. She muttered in her sleep and moved the same loosely curled fist she'd punched me with up to touch her mouth. I stood and watched her some more. She's not. I know she's not. It's not What, just like it's not possible there's another Takeshi Kovacs out there hunting you? Where's your sense of wonder, Tak? I stood and watched. And in the end I shrugged irritably and climbed into the bed space beside her and tried to sleep. It took a while. Chapter 14. The crossing back to Takeshi was far faster than our trip out had been with the guns for Guevara. Flogging steadily through the icy sea away from the New Hawk coast, the Daikoku Dawn was constrained by none of the caution her sister ship had shown going in, and ran at full speed for the bulk of the voyage. According to Sylvie, we raised Takeshi on the horizon not long after the sun came up and woke her through windows we'd forgotten to blank. Less than an hour after that, we were crowding the ramps at Komcho. I woke to a sunlit cabin, stilled engines, and Sylvie, dressed and staring at me over arms folded across the backrest of a chair she'd straddled beside the bed space. I blinked at her. What?
What the fuck were you doing last night?
I propped myself upright beneath the covers and yawned. You want to expand on that a little? Give me some idea what you're talking about?
What I'm talking about, she snapped, is waking up with your dick jammed against my spine like a fucking shard blaster barrel.
I rubbed at one eye. Sorry.
Sure you are. Since when are we sleeping together?
I shrugged. Since you decided to mold the bed space as a double, I guess. What was I supposed to do, sleep on the floor like a fucking seal?
Oh.
She looked away.
I don't remember doing that.
Well, you did. I moved to get out of bed, noticed suddenly that the offending hard-on was still very much in evidence, and stayed where I was. I nodded at what she was wearing. Clothes are dry, I see.
Yeah. Thanks for doing that.
Hurriedly, maybe guessing my physical state,
I'll get yours for you.
We left the cabin and found our way up to the nearest debarkation hatch without meeting anyone. Outside in brilliant winter sunlight, a handful of security officers stood around on the ramp talking bottleback fishing and the waterfront property boom. They barely gave us a glance as we passed. We made the top of the ramp and slipped into the ebb and flow of the Compcho morning crowds. A couple of blocks on and 3 streets back from the wharf run, we found a flophouse too seedy to have surveillance and rented a room that looked onto an internal courtyard. "We'd better get you covered up," I told Sylvie, cutting a swath from one of the tatty curtains with the tebbit knife. "No telling how many religious maniacs are still on the streets around here with a picture of you close to their hearts. Here, try this on." She took the makeshift headscarf and examined it with distaste.
I thought the idea was to leave traces.
"Yeah, but not for the Citadel's thugs. Let's not complicate our lives unnecessarily, eh?"
All right.
The room boasted one of the most battered-looking data screen terminals I'd ever seen, sealed into a table over by the bed. I fired it up and killed the video option at my end, then placed a call to the Compcho harbormaster. Predictably, I got a response construct. A blonde woman in an early 20s sleeve, fractionally too well-groomed to be real. She smiled for all the world as if she could see me.
How may I help you?
"I have vital information for you," I told her. They'd print the voice for sure, but on a sleeve 3 centuries unused, what were the chances of a trace? Even the company that built the damned thing didn't exist anymore. And with no face to work with, they'd have a hard time tracking me from incidental video footage. It ought to keep the trail cold enough to be safe for a while. "I have reason to believe that the recently arrived hoverloader Daikoku Dawn was infiltrated by 2 unauthorized passengers before departure from Drava." The construct smiled again.
That's impossible, sir.
"Yeah? Then go check out cabin S37. I cut the call, turned off the terminal, and nodded at Sylvie, who was struggling to get the last of her riotous hair stuffed inside the curtain-cloth headscarf. "Very becoming. We'll make a God-fearing maiden of modest demeanor out of you yet."
Fuck off.
The natural spring in the command head mane was still pushing the edges of the scarf forward and out. She attempted to smear the cloth backward, out of the way of her peripheral vision.
You think they'll come here?
Eventually. But they've got to check the cabin, which they'll be in no hurry to do. Crank call like that. Then check back with Drava, then trace the call. It'll be the rest of the day, maybe longer.
So we're safe leaving this place untorched?
I glanced around at the shabby little room. Sniffer Squad won't get much off what we've touched that isn't blurred with the last dozen occupants. Maybe just enough to confirm against the cabin traces. Not worth worrying about. Anyway, I'm short on incendiaries right now. You? She nodded at the door.
Get them anywhere on Compcho Wharf for a couple of $100 a crate.
Tempting. Bit rough on the other guests, though. A shrug. I grinned. Man, wearing that thing's really pissing you off, isn't it? Come on, we'll break the trail somewhere else. Let's get out of here. We went down canted plastic stairs, found a side exit, and slipped into the street without checking out. Back into the pulsing flow of decom commerce and stroll. Groups of sprogs clowning around on corners for attention, crew packs ambling along in the subtly integrated fashion I'd started to notice at Drava. Men, women, and machines carrying hardware. Command heads, dealers of knocked-off chemicals and small novelty devices, working from laid-out plastic sheets that shimmered in the sun. The odd religious maniac declaiming to passing jeers. Street entertainers aping the local trends for laughs, running cheap hollow storytell and cheaper puppet shows. Collection trays out for the sparse shower of near-exhausted credit chips and the hope that not too many spectators would fling the totally exhausted variety. We cut back and forth in it for a while, surveillance evasion habit on my part and a vague interest in some of the acts.
The blood-curdling story of Mad Lamila and the Patchwork Man. Hardcore footage from the DCOM clinics. See the latest in surgery and body testing to the limits, ladies and gentlemen. To the very limits.
The taking of Drava by heroic DCOM teams in full color.
God, pirated full sense repro. 100% guaranteed genuine. Josephina Hikari, Mitzi Harlan, Ito Marriott, and many more. Get wet with the most beautiful first family bodies and surroundings that
DCOM souvenirs, Karakuri fragments. On one corner, a listing aluminum sign said weapons in kanjified Amanglic lettering. We pushed through curtaining, strung with thousands of minute shells, and into the air-conditioned warmth of the Emporium. Heavy-duty slug throwers and power blasters were mounted on walls, alongside blown-up hollow schematics and looping footage of battle joined with mimics in the bleak landscapes of New Hawk. Reef dive ambient music bumped softly from hidden speakers. Behind a high counter near the entrance, a gaunt-faced woman with command-head hair nodded briefly at us and went back to stripping down an aging plasma frag carbine for the Sprague who seemed to want to buy it. Look, you yank this back as far as it'll go, and the reserve load drops, right? Then you've got about a dozen shots before you have to reload. Very handy in a firefight. You go up against those New Hawk Karakuri swarms, you're going to be grateful you've got that to fall back on. The Sprague muttered something inaudible. I wandered about, looking for weapons you could conceal easily, while Sylvie stood and scratched irritably at her headscarf. Finally, the Sprague paid up and left with his purchase slung under one arm. The woman turned her attention to us. "See anything you like?" Not really, no." I went up to the counter. "I'm not shipping out. Looking for something that'll do organic damage. Something I can wear to parties, you know." "Aha, flesh killer, huh?" The woman winked. "Well, that's not as unusual as you'd think around here. Let's see now." She swung out a terminal from the wall behind the counter and punched up the data coil. Now that I looked closely, I saw that her hair was lacking the central cord and some of the thicker associated tresses. The rest hung lank and motionless against her pallid skin, not quite hiding a long looping scar across one corner of her forehead. The scar tissue gleamed in the light from the terminal display. Her movements were stiff and stripped of the DCOM grace I'd seen in Sylvie and the others. She felt me looking and chuckled without turning from the screen. "Don't see many like me, huh? Like the song says, see the DCOM stepping lightly. Or not stepping at all, right? Thing is, the ones like me, I guess we don't generally like to hang around Tecto and be reminded what it was like to be whole. Got family, you go back to them. Got a hometown, you go back to it. And if I could remember if I had either or where it was, then I'd go." She laughed again, quietly, like water burbling in a pipe. Her fingers worked the data coil. Flesh killers. Here we go. How about a shredder? Ronin MM-86, snub barrel shard blaster, turn a man to porridge at 20 meters. I said something I could wear. So you did. Well, Ronin don't make much smaller than the 86 in the monomole range. You want a slug gun, maybe? Nah, the shredder's good, but it's got to be smaller than that. What else have you got? The woman sucked at her upper lip. It made her look like a crone. Well, there are some of the old home brands as well. H&K, Kalashnikov, General Systems. It's mostly pre-owned, see? Sprague trade-ins for Mimit Smasher gear. Look, do you a GS Rapsodia? Scan-resistant and very slim. Straps flat under clothing, but the butt's automold. Reacts to body heat, swells to fit your grip. How's that? What's it ranged at? Depends on dispersal. Tightened up, I'd say you could take down a target at 40, 50 meters, if your hands don't shake. On widespread, you don't get much range at all, but it'll clean out a room for you. I nodded. How much? Oh, we can come to some arrangement on that. The woman winked clumsily. Is your friend buying too? Sylvie was on the other side of the Emporium, half a dozen meters away. She heard and glanced across at the data coil. Yeah, I'll take that Zeget squeeze gun you're listing there. Is that all the ammunition you've got for it?
Yes.
The older woman blinked at her, then back at the display.
But it'll take a Ronin SP9 load, too. They make them compatible. I can throw in 2 or 3 clips if you do that.
Sylvie met my eyes with something in her face I couldn't read.
I'll wait outside.
Good idea. No one spoke again until Sylvie had brushed through the shell curtains and out. We both stared after her for a couple of moments.
Knows her data code,
chirped the woman finally. I looked at the lined face and wondered if there was anything behind the words. As a blatant demonstration of the decom power her head had been scarfed to disguise, Sylvie reading detail off the data coil at distance pretty much screamed for attention. But it wasn't clear what capacity this other woman's mind was running on, or if she cared about anything much beyond a quick sale, or if she'd even remember us in a couple of hours' time. It's a trick, I said weakly. Shall we, talk about price? Out in the street, I found Sylvie stood at the edges of a crowd that had gathered in front of a hollow show storyteller. He was an old man, but his hands were nimble on the display controls, and a synth system taped to his throat modulated his voice to fit the different characters of his tale. The hollow was a pale orb full of indistinct shapes at his feet. I heard the name Quell as I tugged at Sylvie's arm. Jesus, you think you could have been a bit more fucking obvious in there?
Shh! Shut up! Listen! Then Quell came out of the house of the Belloweed merchant, and she saw a crowd had gathered on the wharf side, and were shouting and gesturing furiously. She couldn't see very clearly what was happening. Remember, my friends, this was on Sharia, where the sun is a violent actinic glare, and where there's no such thing as belloweed, I muttered in Sylvie's ear. Shh! So she squinted and squinted, but well— The storyteller set aside his controls and blew on his fingers. In the hollow display, his Quell figure froze, and the scene around her began to dim. Oh, perhaps I will end here today. It is very cold, and I am no longer a young man. My bones— A chorus of protests from the gathered crowd. Credit chips cascaded into the upturned web jelly sieve at the storyteller's feet. The man smiled and picked up the controls again. The hollow brightened. Oh, you are very kind. Well, see then, Quell went among the shouting crowd, and in the middle what did she see but a young whore, clothing all ripped and torn so that her perfect, swollen, cherry-nippled breasts stood proudly in the warm air for all to see, and the soft, dark hair between her long, smooth thighs was like a tiny, frightened animal beneath the stoop of a savage ripwing. The hollow shifted for an obliging close-up. Around us, people stood on tiptoe. I sighed. And standing over her, were 2 of the infamous black-clad religious police, bearded priests holding long knives. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and their teeth glinted in their beards as they grinned at the power they held over this helpless woman's young flesh. But Quell placed herself between the points of those knives and the exposed flesh of the young whore, and she said in a ringing voice, "What is this?" And the crowd fell silent at her voice. Again she asked, "What is this? Why are you persecuting this woman?" And again all were silent, until finally one of the 2 black-clad priests stated that the woman had been caught in the sin of whoring, and that by the laws of Sharia she must be put to death, bled into the desert sand, and her carcass thrown into the sea. For just a second, the grief and rage flickered at the edges of my mind.
I locked it down and breathed out, hard. The listeners around me were pressing closer, ducking and craning for a better view of the display. Someone crowded me, and I hooked an elbow back savagely into their ribs. A yelp, and a grieved cursing that someone else hushed at. So Quell turned to the crowd and asked, "Who among you have not sinned with a whore at one time or another?" And the crowd grew quieter, and would not meet her eyes. But one of the priests rebuked her angrily for her interference in a matter of holy law, and so she asked him directly, "Have you never been with a whore?" And many in the crowd who knew him laughed, so that he had to admit that he had. "But this is different," he said, "for I am a man."
"Then," said Quell, "you are a hypocrite."
And from her long gray coat she took a heavy-caliber revolver and she shot the priest in both kneecaps, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming. Two tiny bangs and small, shrill shrieks from the hollow display. The storyteller nodded and cleared his throat. "Someone take him away," Quell commanded. And at this, two of the crowd lifted the priest up and carried him off, still screaming. And I would guess that they were glad of the chance to leave, because now these people were quiet and afraid when they saw the weapon in Quell's hand. And as the screaming died away in the distance, there was a silence, broken only by the moaning of the sea wind along the wharf, and the whimpering of the comely whore at Quell's feet. And Quell turned herself to the second priest, and pointed the heavy-caliber revolver at him. "Now, you," she said, "will you tell me that you have never been with a whore?" And the priest drew himself up, and looked her back in the eye, and he said, "I am a priest, and I have been with no woman in my life, for I would not soil the sacredness of my flesh." The storyteller struck a dramatic pose and waited. "He's pushing his luck with this stuff," I murmured to Sylvie. "Citadel's only up the hill." But she was oblivious, staring down at the little globe of the hollow display. As I watched, she swayed a little. Oh, shit. I grabbed at her arm, and she shook me off irritably. Well, Quell looked back at this black-clad man, and as she stared into his hot jet eyes, she knew that he spoke the truth, that he was a man of his word. So she looked at the revolver in her hand, and then back at the man, and she said, "Then you are a fanatic, and cannot learn." And she shot him in the face. Another report, and the hollow display splattered vivid red. Close-up on the ruined face of the priest, applause and whoops among the crowd. The storyteller waited it out with a modest smile. At my side, Sylvie stirred like someone waking up. The storyteller grinned. "Well now, my friends, as you can probably imagine, this comely young whore was most grateful to her rescuer, and when the crowd had carried the second priest's body away, she invited Quell to her home, where she—" The storyteller set down his controls once more and wrapped his arms around himself. He gave a performance shudder and rubbed both hands on his upper arms. "Oh, but it really is too cold to continue, I fear. I could not—" Amid a new chorus of protest, I took Sylvie by the arm again and led her away. She said nothing for the first few paces. Then vaguely she looked back at the storyteller and then at me. "I've never been to Sharia," she said in a puzzled voice. "Oh, and I'm willing to bet neither is he." I looked her carefully in the eyes. "And Quell certainly never got to go there either." But it makes a good story, right? Chapter 15. I bought a pack of disposable phones from an alcove dealer on the waterfront and used one of them to call Laszlo. His voice came through, wavery with the squabble of antique jamming and counter-jamming that floated over New Hawk like smog from some early millennium city on Earth. The wharf-side noises around me didn't help much. I pinned the phone hard against my ear. "You'll have to speak up," I told him.
Said she's still not well enough to use the net then?
"She says not, but she's holding up okay. Listen, I've set the traces. You can expect a very pissed-off Kutamaya to come battering down your door later today. Better start practicing your alibis."
Who, me?
I grinned despite myself. "Any sign of this Kovacs, then?" His reply was inaudible behind a sudden thicket of static and flutter. "Say again?"
In this morning, said he saw the skull gang up near Sopron yesterday with some faces he didn't know. Look like south at speed. Probably get in sometime tonight.
"All right. When Kovacs does show up, you watch yourselves. The man is a dangerous piece of shit. You keep it tight. Scan up."
Will do.
A long static-laced pause.
Hey, Mickey, you're taking good care of her, right?
I snorted. "Nah, I'm about to scalp her and sell off the spare capacity to a data brokerage. What do you think?"
I know you care.
Another wave of distortion squelched his voice.
Not, then get her to someone who can help.
"Yeah, we're working on that."
No sport?
I guessed at content. "I don't know. Not yet, at any rate."
If that's what it takes, man.
His voice was fading out now, faint with distance and wrenched with the jamming.
Whatever it takes.
"Laz, I'm losing you. I've got to go."
Get up, Mickey.
"Yeah, you too. I'll be in touch." I cut the connection, took the phone away from my ear, and weighed it in my hand. I stared out to sea for a long time. Then I dug out a fresh phone and dialed another number, from decades-old memory. Like a lot of the towns on Harlan's world, Takeshi clung to the skirts of a mountain range up to its waist in the ocean. Available space for building on was scarce. Back around the time that Earth was gearing up for the Pleistocene Ice Age, it seems that Harlan's world suffered a rapid climactic change in the opposite direction. The poles melted to ragged remnants, and the oceans rose to drown all but 2 of the little planet's continents. Mass extinctions followed, among them a rather promising race of tusked shore-dwellers who, there's some evidence to suggest, had developed rudimentary stone tools, fire, and a religion based on the complicated gravitational dance of Harlan's world's 3 moons. It wasn't enough to save them, apparently. The colonizing Martians, when they arrived, didn't seem to have a problem with the limited terrain. They built intricate, towering areas directly into the rock of the steepest mountain slopes, and largely ignored the small nubs and ledges of land available at sea level. 500,000 years later, the Martians were gone, but the ruins of their areas endured for the new wave of human colonizers to gawp at and leave mostly alone. Astrogation charts unearthed in abandoned cities on Mars had brought us this far, but once we arrived, we were on our own. Unwinged, and denied much of our usual sky-going technology by the orbitals, humanity settled for conventional cities on 2 continents, a sprawling multi-islanded metropolis at the heart of the Millsport archipelago, and small, strategically located ports elsewhere to provide linkage. Takeshi was a 10-kilometer strip of densely built waterfront, backed up as far as the brooding mountains behind would allow, and thereafter thinning out to nothing. On a rocky foothill, the citadel glowed over the skyline, perhaps aspiring in its elevation toward the semi-mystical status of a Martian ruin. Farther back, the narrow mountain tracks, blasted by human archaeologue teams, threaded their way up to the real thing. There were no archaeologues working the Takeshi sites anymore. Grants for anything not related to cracking the military potential of the orbitals had been cut to the bone, and those guildmasters not absorbed by the military contracting had long since shipped out to the Latimer system on the Hypercast. Pockets of stubborn and largely self-funding wild talent held out at a few promising sites near Millsport and points south, but on the mountainside above Takeshi, the dig encampments sat forlorn and empty, as abandoned as the skeletal Martian towers they had been built next to. "Sounds too good to be true," I said, as we bought provisions in a waterfront street-to-street. "You sure we're not going to be sharing this place with a bunch of teenage lovebirds and wirehead derelicts?" For answer, she gave me a significant look and tugged at a single lock of her hair that had escaped from the cling of the headscarf. I shrugged. "All right, then." I hefted a seal pack of amphetamine cola. "Cherry-flavored okay?"
"No, it tastes like shit. Get the plain."
We bought packs to carry the provisions, picked an upward-sloping street out of the wharf district, more or less at random, and walked. In under an hour, the noise and buildings began to fade out behind us, and the incline grew steeper. I kept glancing across at Sylvie as our pace slacked off, and our steps became more deliberate. But she showed no sign of wavering. If anything, the crisp air and cold sunlight seemed to be doing her good. The tense frown that had flitted on and off her face all morning ironed out, and she even smiled once or twice. As we climbed higher, the sun glinted off exposed mineral traces in the surrounding rocks, and the view became worth stopping for. We rested a couple of times to drink water and gaze out over the shoreline sprawl of Takeshi and the sea beyond.
Must have been cool to be a Martian,"
she said at one point. "I suppose." The first Airy crept into view on the other side of a vast rock buttress. It towered the best part of a kilometer straight up, all twists and swellings that were hard to look at comfortably. Landing flanges rolled out like tongues with slices cut out of them. Spires sported wide, vented roofing hung with roost bars and other less identifiable projections. Entrances gaped, an anarchic variety of oval-derived openings, from long, slim vaginal to plumped-up heart shape and everything between. Cabling dangled everywhere. You got the fleeting but repeating impression that the whole structure would sing in a high wind, and maybe somehow revolve like a gargantuan wind chime. On the approach track, the human structures huddled small and solid, like ugly puppies at the feet of a fairy-tale princess. 5 cabins in a style not much more recent than the relics on New Hawk, all showing the faint blue interior light of damped-down automated systems. We stopped at the first one we came to and dumped our packs. I squinted back and forth at angles of fire, tagging potential cover for any attackers and thinking about delivery solutions that would beat it. It was a more or less automatic process, the envoy conditioning killing time the way some people whistle through their teeth. Sylvie ripped off her headscarf and shook her hair free with obvious relief.
"Be a minute," she said.
I considered my semi-instinctive assessment of the dig site's defensibility. On any planet where you could go up in the air easily, we'd be a sitting target. But on Harlan's world, the normal rules don't apply. Top mass limit on flying machines is a 6-seat helicopter running an antique rotor motor lift. No smart systems, and no mounted beam weaponry. Anything else gets turned into mid-air ash. Likewise, individual flyers in anti-grav harnesses or nanocopters. The Angel Fire restrictions are, it appears, as much about a level of technology as physical mass. Add to that a height limit of about 400 meters, which we were already well above, and it was safe to assume that the only way anyone would be approaching us was on foot up the path, or climbing the sheer drop alongside, which they were very welcome to do. Behind me, Sylvie grunted in satisfaction, and I turned to see the cabin door flex itself open. She gestured ironically.
"After you, Professor."
The blue standby light flickered and blinked up to white as we carried our packs inside, and from somewhere I heard the whisper of aircon kicking in. A data coil spiraled awake on the table in one corner. The air reeked of antibacterials, but you could smell that it was shifting as the systems registered occupancy. I shoved my pack into a corner, peeled off my jacket, and grabbed a chair.
"Kitchen facilities are in one of the others," Sylvie said, wandering about and opening internal doors. "But most of this stuff we bought is self-heating anyway, and everything else we need we've got. Bathroom there, beds in there, and there. No auto mold, sorry. Specs I ran into when I was doing the locks say it sleeps 6. Data systems wired in, linked directly into the global net through the Millsport University stack." I nodded and passed my hand idly through the data coil. Opposite me, a severely dressed young woman shimmered into sudden existence. She made a quaint, formal bow. "Professor Serendipity."
I glanced at Sylvie. Very funny.
"I am Dig 301. How may I help you?"
I yawned and looked around the room. Does this place run any defensive systems, Dig?
"If you are referring to weapons,"
said the construct delicately,
"I am afraid not. Discharge of projectiles or ungoverned energy so close to a site of such xenological significance would be unpardonable. However, all site units do lock on a coding system that is extremely hard to break."
I shot another glance at Sylvie. She grinned. I cleared my throat. "All right. What about surveillance? How far down the mountain do your sensors reach?"
"My awareness range covers only the site and ancillary buildings. However, through the totality of the global data link, I can access—"
"Yeah, thanks. That'll be all." The construct winked out, leaving the room behind, looking momentarily gloomy and still. Sylvie stepped across to the main door and thumbed it closed. She gestured around.
"Think we'll be safe here?"
I shrugged, remembering Tanasida's threat. A global writ for your capture. As safe as anywhere else I can think of right now. Personally, I'd be heading out for Millsport tonight, but that's exactly why I stopped. She looked at me curiously.
"Exactly why what?"
"Exactly why we're sticking with an idea you came up with and not me. Because anything I come up with, there's a good chance he's going to come up with, too." "Exactly what they'll expect us to do," I amended. "If we're lucky, they'll skip right past us on the fastest transport south they can arrange." She took the chair opposite me and straddled it.
"Yeah? Leaving us to do what in the meantime?"
"Is that a proposition?" It was out before I realized I'd said it. Her eyes widened.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, that was a joke." As a lie, it would have gotten me thrown out of the envoys to howls of derision. I could almost see Virginia Vidora shaking her head in disbelief. It wouldn't have convinced a Loiko monk shot up with credence sacrament for acceptance fortnight, and it certainly didn't convince Sylvie Oshima.
"Look, Mickey," she said slowly, "I know I owe you for that night with the beards, and I like you a lot, but—"
"Hey, seriously, it was a joke, okay? A bad joke."
"I'm not saying I haven't thought about it. I think I even dreamed about it a couple of nights ago."
She grinned, and something happened in my stomach.
"You believe that?"
I manufactured another shrug. "If you say so."
"It's just—"
She shook her head.
"I don't know you, Mickey. I don't know you any better than I did 6 weeks ago, and that's a little scary."
"Yeah, well, changed sleeves, that can—"
"No, that's not it. You're locked up, Mickey. Tighter than anyone I've ever met, and believe me, I've met some fucked up cases in this business. You walked into that bar, Tokyo Crow, with nothing but that knife you carry, and you killed them all like it was a habit. And all the time you had this little smile.
She touched her hair, awkwardly it seemed to me.
This stuff, I get pretty much total recall when I want it. I saw your face. I can still see it now. You were smiling, Mickey.
I said nothing.
I don't think I want to go to bed with someone like that. Well,
she smiled a little herself.
That's a lie. Part of me does. Part of me really wants to, but that's a part I've learned not to trust.
Yeah, probably very wise.
Yeah, probably.
She shook her hair back from her face and tried on a firmer smile. Her eyes hit mine again.
So you went up to the Citadel and you took their cortical stacks. What for, Mickey?
I smiled back, got up from the chair. You know, Sylvie, part of me really wants to tell you, but...
All right.
It's a part of me I've learned not to trust.
Very witty.
I try. Look, I'm going to go check a couple of things outside before it starts getting dark. Be back in a while. You think you still owe me for the beards? Do me a small favor while I'm gone. Try to forget I came on quite as crass as I did just now. I'd really appreciate that. She looked away, at the data coil. Her voice was very quiet.
Sure. No problem.
Now there's a problem. I bit back the words as I made my way to the door. There really fucking is. And I still have no idea what to do about it. The second call picks up almost at once. A brusque male voice, not interested in talking to anyone.
Yeah.
Yaroslav?
Yeah.
Impatiently.
Who's this?
A little blue bug. Silence opens like a knife wound behind the words. Not even static to cover it. Compared with the connection I had with Laszlo, the line is crystal clear. I can hear the shock at the other end.
Who is this?
His voice has shifted completely, hardened like sprayed evercrete.
Enable the video feed. I want to see your face.
Wouldn't help you much. I'm not wearing anything you'd recognize.
Do I know you?
Let's just say you didn't have much faith in me when I went to Latimer, and I lived up to that lack of faith perfectly.
You're back on the world?
No, I'm calling from orbit. What the fuck do you think? Long pause, breathing on the line. I look up and down the Comcho wharf with reflexive caution.
What do you want?
You know what I want. Another hesitation.
She's not here.
Yeah, right, put her on.
I mean, she left.
There's a catch in the throat as he says it. Enough to believe him.
When did you get back?
A while ago. Where's she gone?
I don't know. If I had to guess...
His voice dies off in breath blown through slack lips. I shoot a glance at the watch I ransacked from the bunker in the uncleared. It's been keeping perfect time for 300 years, indifferent to human absence. After years of chipped-in time displays, it still feels a little odd, a little archaic. You do have to guess. This is important.
You never told anyone you were coming back, we thought.
Yeah, I'm not much for homecoming parties. Now guess, where's she gone? I can hear the way his lips tighten.
Trevichira.
Ventura Beach? Oh, come on.
Believe what you like. Take it or leave it.
After all this time, I thought...
Yes, so did I. But after she left, I tried to...
He stops. Click in his throat as he swallows.
We still had joint accounts. She paid hard class passage south on a Kossuth speed freighter, bought herself a new sleeve when she got there, surfer specs, cleaned out her account to make the price, burned it all. She's, I know she's down there with fucking...
It chokes off. Thick silence.
Some corroded vestige of decency makes me wince, keeps my voice gentle. So you think Brazil's still around, huh?
What changes on Ventura Beach?
He asks bitterly. All right, Yados. That's all I need. Thanks, man. A cranked eyebrow at my own words. You take it easy, huh? He grunts. Just as I'm about to kill the connection, he clears his throat and starts to speak.
Listen, if you see her, tell her...
I wait.
Fuck it.
And he hangs up.
Daylight fading. Below me, lights were starting to come on across Kitamura as night breathed in from the sea. Hote sat fatly on the western horizon, painting a dappled orange path across the water toward the shore. Marikanon hung coppery and bitten at one edge overhead. Out to sea, the running lights of sweepers already studded the deeper gloom. Faintly, the sounds of the port floated up to me. No sleep at DECOM. I glanced back toward the archaeologue cabin, and the Martian Airy caught at the corner of my eye. It rose, massive and skeletal, into the darkening sky on my right, like the bones of something long dead. The copper-orange mix of moonlight fell through apertures in the structure and emerged at sometimes surprising angles. There was a cold breeze coming in with the night, and the dangling cables stirred idly on it. We avoid them because we can't make much use of them on a world like this, but I wonder if that's the whole story. I knew an archaeologue once who told me human settlement patterns avoid the relics of Martian civilization, like this, on every world in the Protectorate. It's instinctive, she told me. Atavistic fear. Even the dig towns start to die as soon as the excavations stop. No one stays around from choice. I stared into the maze of shattered moonlight and shadow made by the Airy, and I felt a little of that atavistic fear seeping into me. It was all too easy to imagine, in the failing light, the slow-paced strop of broad wings and a spiral of raptor silhouettes turning against the evening sky above, bigger and more angular than anything that had flown on Earth in human memory. I shrugged off the thought irritably. Let's just focus on the real problems we've got, eh, Mickey? It's not like there aren't enough of them. The door of the cabin flexed open and light spilled out, making me abruptly aware of how chilly the air had turned.
"You coming in to eat something?"
she asked.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Woken Furies by Richard K. Morgan. Read by William Dufries. Chapter 16. Time on the mountain did nothing much to help. The first morning I slept in, but it left me headachy and vague when I finally ventured out of the bedroom. Aishundo Organics didn't design their sleeves for decadence, it seemed. Sylvie was not around, but the table was littered with breakfast items of one sort or another, tabs mostly pulled. I poked around in the debris and found an unused coffee canister, tabbed it, and drank it standing at the window. Half-recalled dreams skittered about in the back of my head, mostly cell-deep stuff about drowning. Legacy of the overlong time the sleeve had been tanked. I'd had the same thing at the beginning in the uncleared. Mimant engagement and the rapid flow of life with Sylvie's slip-ins had damped it out in favor of more conventional flight-and-fight scenarios, and reconstituted gibberish from the memories of my own overlaid consciousness.
"You are awake,"
said Dig 301, glimmering into existence at the edges of my vision. I glanced over at her and raised my coffee canister. Getting there.
"Your colleague left a message for you. Would you like to hear it?"
I suppose.
"Mickey, I'm going for a walk into town."
Sylvie's voice came out of the construct's mouth without a corresponding shift in visuals. In my fragile state of wakefulness, it hit me harder than it should have. Spikily incongruous and an unwelcome reminder of my central problem.
"Bury myself in the data wash down there. I want to see if I can get the net up and running, maybe use it to call through to Orr and the others, see what's going on over there. I'll bring back some stuff. Message ends."
The sudden reemergence of the construct's own voice made me blink. I nodded and carried my coffee to the table, cleared some of the breakfast litter away from the data coil and brooded on it for a while. Dig 301 hovered at my back. "So I can get into Millsport University through this, right? Search their general stack?"
"It will be quicker if you ask me,"
said the construct modestly. "All right, do me a précis search on, I sighed. Quellcrist
"Commencing."
Whether out of boredom at the years of disuse or just poor intonation recognition, the construct was already off and running. The data coil brightened and expanded. A miniature copy of Dig 301's head and shoulders appeared near the top and started in on the précis. Illustrative images tumbled into the space beneath. I watched, yawning, and let it run.
"Found. 1. Quellcrist, also Qualgrist, native Harlan's World amphibious weed. Quellcrist is a species of shallow-water seaweed, ochre in color, found mostly in temperate zones. Though containing some nutrients, it does not compare well in this with Earth origin or purpose-bred hybrid species, and is not, therefore, considered a sufficiently economic food crop to cultivate."
I nodded. Not where I wanted to start, but...
"Some medicinal substances may be extracted from mature Quellcrist strands, but outside certain small communities in the south of the Millsport archipelago, the practice is uncommon. Quellcrist is in fact remarkable only for its unusual life cycle. If and when stranded in waterless conditions for long periods of time, the plant's pods dry out to a black powder, which can be carried by the wind over hundreds of kilometers. The remainder of the plant dies and decays, but the Quellcrist powder, upon coming into contact with water once more, reconstitutes into micro-fronds, from which a whole plant may grow in a matter of weeks." Found. 2. Quellcrist falconer, nom de guerre of settlement years insurgent leader and political thinker Nadia Makita, born Millsport, April 18th, 47, colonial reckoning. Died October 23rd, 105. Only child of Millsport journalist Stefan Makita and marine engineer Fusako Kimura. Makita studied demodynamics at Millsport University and published a controversial master's thesis, Gender Role Leakage and the New Mythology, as well as 3 collections of verse in strip jap, which quickly attained cult status among the Millsport literati. In later life...
Can you give me a little closer focus here, Dig?
In the winter of '67, Makita left academia, reputedly turning down both a generous offer of a research post within the Faculty of Social Sciences and literary patronage from a leading member of the First Families. Between October '67 and May '71, she traveled widely on Harlan's World, supported partly by her parents and partly through a variety of menial jobs, including belloweed cutter and ledge fruit harvester. It is generally thought that Makita's experiences among these workers helped to harden her political convictions. Pay and conditions for both groups were uniformly poor, with debilitating illnesses common on the belloweed farms and fall fatalities high among the ledge fruit workers. In any event, by the beginning of '69, Makita was publishing articles in the radical journals New Star and Sea of Change, in which a clear departure can be traced from the liberal reformist tendency she had evinced as a student, and to which her parents both subscribed. In its place, she proposed a new revolutionary ethic that borrowed from existing strands of extremist thought, but was remarkable for the vitriol with which said strands were themselves savagely critiqued almost as much as ruling class policy. This approach did nothing to endear her to the radical intelligentsia of the period, and she found herself, though recognized as a brilliant thinker, increasingly isolated from the revolutionary mainstream. Lacking a descriptor for her new political theory, she named it Quellism via the article The Occasional Revolution, in which she argued that modern revolutionaries must, when deprived of nourishment by oppressive forces, blow away across the land like quell-crisp dust, ubiquitous and traceless, but bearing within them the power of revolutionary regeneration where and whensoever fresh nourishment may arise. It is generally accepted that her own adoption of the name Quellchrist followed shortly after, and derives from this same source of inspiration. The origin of the surname Falconer, however, remains in dispute. With the outbreak of the Kossuth Bellaweed riots in May 71 and the resulting crackdown, Makita made her first appearance as a guerrilla in—
Hold it. The canister coffee wasn't great, and the steady march of comfortably familiar fact had grown hypnotic as I sat there. I yawned again and got up to toss the canister. Okay, maybe not that close-focused after all. Can we skip farther forward?
A revolution,
said Dig 301, obligingly,
which the newly ascendant Quellists could not hope to win while holding down internal opposition from—
Farther than that. Let's get to the second front.
Fully 25 years later, that seemingly rhetorical boast now at last came to fruition as a working axiom. To use Makita's own imagery, the Quellchrist powder that Conrad Harlan's self-described harrowing storm of justice had blown far and wide in the aftermath of the Quellist defeat now sprouted new resistance in a dozen different places. Makita's second front began exactly as she had predicted it would, but this time the insurgency dynamic had shifted beyond recognition. In the context of
digging around in the packs for more coffee, I let the narrative wash over me. This, too, I knew. By the time of the second front, Quellism was no longer the new fish on the reef. A generation of quiet incubation under the heel of the Harlanite crackdown had made it the only radical force left on the world. Other tendencies brandished their guns or sold their souls and were taken down all the same, stripped back to a bitter and disillusioned rump of has-beens by protectorate-backed government forces. The Quellists, meanwhile, simply slipped away, disappeared, abandoned the struggle, and got on with living their lives as Nadia Makita had always argued they should be prepared to do. Technology has given us access to timescales of life our ancestors could only dream of. We must be prepared to use that timescale, to live on that timescale, if we are to realize our own dreams. And 25 years later, back they came, careers built, families formed, children raised, back to fight again, not so much aged, but seasoned, wiser, tougher, stronger, and fed at core by the whisper that persisted at the heart of each individual uprising, the whisper that Quellchrist Falconer herself was back. If the semi-mythical nature of her 25-year existence as a fugitive had been difficult for the security forces to get to grips with, Nadia Makita's return was worse. She was 53 years old, but sleeved in new flesh, impossible even for intimate acquaintances to identify. She stalked through the ruins of the previous revolution like a vengeful ghost, and her first victims were the backbiters and betrayers from within the ranks of the old alliance. This time there would be no factional squabbles to diffract the focus, hamstring the Quellist lead and sell her out to the Harlanites. The Neo-Maoists, the Communitarians, the New Sun Path, the Parliament Gradualists, and the Social Libertarians, she sought them out as they sat in their dotage, muttering over their respective fumbled grabs at power, and she slaughtered them all. By the time she turned on the First Families and their tame assembly, It was no longer a revolution. It was the unsettlement. It was a war. 3 years, and the final assault on Millsport. I tabbed the second coffee and drank it while Dig 301 read the story to its close. As a kid, I'd heard it countless times and always hoped each telling for a last-minute reversal, a reprieve from the inevitable tragedy.
With Millsport firmly in the hands of government forces, the Quellist assault broken, and a moderate compromise being brokered in the Assembly, Makita perhaps believed that her enemies would have other more pressing matters to attend to before hunting her down. She had, above all, believed in their love of expediency, but faulty intelligence led her to misjudge the vital role her own capture, or elimination, had to play in the peace accord. By the time the error was realized, flight was all but impossible.
Scratch the all but. Harlan sent more warships to ring the El Arbados crater than had been deployed in any single naval engagement of the war. Crack helicopter pilots flew their craft at the upper edges of the 400-meter limit with semi-suicidal brinkmanship. Spec Ops snipers crammed inside, armed with weapons as heavy as it was thought the orbital's parameters would permit. Orders were to bring down any escaping aircraft by all and any means, including, if necessary, mid-air collision.
In a final, desperate attempt to save her, Makita's followers risked a high-level flight in a stripped-down jet copter that it was believed the orbital platforms might ignore. However—
Yeah, okay, Dig, that'll do. I drained my coffee. However, they fucked up. However, the plan was flawed, or possibly a deliberate betrayal. However, a lance of angel fire lashed down from the sky over El Arbados and carved the jet copter into a flash-burned mid-air image of itself. However, Nadia Makita floated gently down to the ocean as randomized organic molecules among metallic ash. I didn't need to hear it again. What about the escape legends?
As with all heroic figures, legends about Quellchrist Falconer's secret escape from real death are rife.
Dig 301's voice seemed faintly tinged with reproach, but that might have been my groggy imagination.
There are those who believe she never entered the jet copter in the first place, and that later she slipped away from El Arbados, disguised among the occupying ground troops. More credible theories derive from the idea that at some point before her death, Falconer's consciousness was backed up, and that she was revived once the post-war hysteria had died down.
I nodded. So where would they have stored her?
Beliefs vary.
The construct raised one elegant hand and extended slim fingers in sequence.
Some claim she was needle-cast off-world, either to a deep space data vault—
Oh yeah, that's likely.
—or to another of the settled worlds where she had friends. Adoracion and Enkruma's land are the favorites. Another theory suggests that she was stored after sustaining a combat injury in New Hokkaido from which she was expected to die. That when she recovered, her followers abandoned or forgot the copy.
Yep, as you would with your honored hero leader's consciousness. Dig 301 frowned at the interruption.
The theory presupposes widespread chaotic fighting, extensive sudden deaths, and a breakdown of overall communications. Such salients did occur at various stages in the New Hokkaido campaigns. Millsport is another theorized location. Historians of the period have argued that the Makita family was sufficiently elevated among the middle class to have had access to discrete storage facilities. Many data brokerage firms have successfully fought legal battles to maintain the anonymity of such stacks. The total discrete storage capacity in the Millsport metropolitan zone is estimated at over—
So which theory do you believe? The construct stopped so abruptly, her mouth stayed open. A ripple blinked through the projected presence. Tiny machine code specks shimmered briefly into existence at her right hip, left breast, and across her eyes. Her voice took the flattened tone of rote.
I am a Harkani Data Systems Service construct, enabled at basic interactional level. I cannot answer that question.
No beliefs, huh?
I perceive only data and the probability gradients it provides.
Sounds good to me. Do the math. What's the majority probability here?
The highest likelihood outcome from the data available is that Nadia Makita was aboard the Quellist jetcopter at Alarbados, was vaporized with it by orbital fire, and no longer exists.
I nodded again and sighed. Right. Sylvie came back a couple of hours later, carrying fresh fruit and a hot box full of spiced shrimp cakes. We ate without talking much. Did you get through? I asked her at one point.
No.
She shook her head, chewing.
There's something wrong. I can feel it. I can feel them out there, but I can't pin down enough for a transmission link.
Her eyes lowered, creased in a frown that looked like pain.
There's something wrong,
she repeated quietly. You didn't take the scarf off, did you? She looked at me.
No, I didn't take the scarf off. That doesn't affect functionality, Mickey. It just pisses me off.
I shrugged. You and me both. Her eyes tracked to the pocket where I habitually kept the excised cortical stacks, but she said nothing. We stayed out of each other's way for the rest of the day. Sylvie sat at the data coil most of the time, periodically inducing shifts in the colored display without touching it or speaking. At one point, she went into her bedroom and lay there for an hour, staring at the ceiling. Glancing in on my way past to the bathroom, I saw her lips moving silently. I took a shower, stood by the window, ate fruit, and drank coffee I didn't want. Eventually, I went outside and wandered around the margins of the Ares base, talking desultorily to Dig 301, who, for some reason, had taken it upon herself to tag along. Maybe she was there to make sure I didn't deface anything. An undefined tension sat in the cold mountain air, like sex unperformed, like bad weather coming in. We can't stay like this forever, I knew. Something has to give. But instead it got dark, and after another monosyllabic meal we went to our separate beds early. I lay in the deadened quiet of the cabin's soundproofing, imagining night sounds that mostly belonged to a climate much farther south. It hit me suddenly that I should have been there nearly 2 months back. Envoy conditioning, focus on your immediate surroundings and cope, had kept me from thinking about it much over the past several weeks, but whenever I had time, my mind slipped back to New Pest and the weed expanse. It wasn't like anyone would be missing me exactly, but appointments had been made and now broken, and Radul Segisvar would be wondering if my silent disappearance might in fact signify detection and capture, with all the associated grief that could bring home to him on the expanse. Segisvar owed me, but it was a debt of arguable worth, and with the southern mafias it doesn't do to push that angle too hard. The Haiduchi don't have the ethical discipline of the Yakuza, and at a couple of months silently overdue, I was pushing it to the limit. My hands were itching again. Gene twitch of the desire to grab a rock surface and scale it the fuck out of here. Face it, Mickey. It's time to cut loose from this. Your decom days are over. Fun while it lasted, and it got you a new face and these gecko hands. But enough's enough. It's time to get back on track, back to the job in hand. I turned on my side and stared at the wall. On the other side, Sylvie would be lying in the same quiet, the same isolation, maybe the same harbor chop of distressed sleep as well. What am I supposed to do? Leave her? You've done worse. I saw Orr's accusatory stare.
You don't fucking touch her.
Heard Laszlo's voice.
I'm trusting you, Mickey.
Yeah. My own voice jeered through me. He's trusting Mickey. Takeshi Kovacs he hasn't met yet. And if she is who she says she is? Oh, come on. Quellcrist Falconer, you heard the machine. Quellcrist Falconer got turned into airborne ash at 700 meters over El Arbados. Then who is she? The ghost. The one in the stack. Maybe she's not Nadia Makita, but she sure as hell thinks she is, and she sure as fuck isn't Sylvia Oshima. So who is she? No idea. Is that supposed to be your problem? I don't know, is it? Your problem is that the Yakuza have hired your own sweet self out of some archive stack to take you down. Very fucking poetic, and you know what? He'll probably do not a bad job for them. He'll certainly have the resources. A global writ, remember? And you can bet the incentive scheme has a real fucking edge on it. You know the rules on double sleeving. And at the moment the only thing linking all this to that sleeve you're wearing is the woman next door and her low-grade mercenary pals. So the sooner you cut loose from them, head south, and get on with the job at hand, the better for all concerned. The job at hand. Yeah, that'll solve all your problems, Mickey. Stop fucking calling me that. Impatiently, I threw off the cover and got out of bed. I cracked the door and saw an empty room beyond. The table and the weaving data coil, bright in the darkness, the bulk of our 2 packs leaning together in a corner. Haute light painted the shapes of the windows in pale orange on the floor. I trod naked through the moon splash and crouched by the packs, rooting around for a can of amphetamine cola. Fuck sleep. I heard her behind me and turned with a cold, unfamiliar unease feathering my bones, not knowing whom I'd be face to face with.
You too, huh?
It was Sylvie Oshima's voice, Sylvie Oshima's slightly quizzical lupine look as she stood facing me with arms wrapped around herself. She was naked as well, breasts gathered up and pressed in the V of her arms like a gift she planned to give me. Hips tilted in mid-step, one curved thigh slightly behind the other. Hair in tangled disarray around her sleep-smudged face. In the light from Haute, her pale skin took on tones of warm copper and fire glow. She smiled uncertainly.
I keep waking up. Feels like my head's running on overdrive.
She nodded at the cola can in my hand.
That isn't going to help, you know.
I don't feel like sleeping. My voice came out a little hoarse.
No?
The smile inked out to sudden seriousness.
I don't feel like sleeping either. I feel like doing what you wanted before.
She unfolded her arms, and her breasts hung free. A little self-consciously she raised her arms and pushed back the mass of her hair, pressing her hands to the back of her head. She shifted her legs so that her thighs brushed together. Between the angles of her lifted elbows, she was watching me carefully.
Do you like me like this?
The posture raised and modeled her breasts higher on her chest. I could feel the blood rushing into my cock. I cleared my throat. I like you like that very much.
Good.
And she stood, without moving, watching me. I dropped the cola can on top of the pack it had come from and took a step toward her. Her arms unlinked and draped themselves around my shoulders, tightening across my back. I filled one hand with the soft weight of her breast, reached down with the other to the juncture of her thighs and the remembered dampness that—
No, wait.
She pushed the lower hand away.
Not there. Not yet.
It was a tiny, jarring moment, a jolt to expectations mapped out in the bubble fab 2 days earlier. I shrugged it off and gathered both hands to the breast I held, squeezing the nipple forward and sucking it into my mouth. She reached down and took my erection in her hand, stroking it back and forth with a touch that seemed forever on the point of letting go. I frowned, remembering a harder, more confident grip from before, and closed her hand tighter with my own. She chuckled. "Sorry." Stumbling a little, I pushed her to the edge of the table, pulled loose of her grip, and knelt on the floor in front of her. She murmured something deep in her throat and spread her legs a little, leaning back and bracing herself on the tabletop with both hands. "I want your mouth on me," she said thickly. I ran spread hands up her thighs and pressed the ball of each thumb either side of her cunt. A shiver ran through her and her lips parted. I bent my head and slid my tongue inside her. She made a tight, caught-up sound, and I grinned. She felt the smile somehow, and one hand slapped me across the shoulder. "Bastard! Don't you fucking stop, you bastard!" I pushed her legs wider and went to work in earnest. Her hand came back to knead at my shoulder and neck, and she shifted restlessly on the edge of the table, hips tilting back and forth with the motion of my tongue. The hand moved to tangle in my hair. I managed another split grin against the pressure she was exerting, but this time she was too far gone to say anything coherent. She started to murmur, whether to me or herself I couldn't tell. At first it was simply the repeated syllables of assent, but as she tightened toward climax, something else began to emerge. Lost in what I was doing, it took me time to recognize it for what it was. In the throes of orgasm, Sylvie Oshima was chanting a skein of machine code. She finished with a hard judder and two hands crushing my head into the juncture of her thighs. I reached back and gently prized her grip away, rose to my feet against her, grinning, and found myself face to face with another woman. It was impossible to define what had changed, but Envoy sense read it out for me, and the absolute knowledge behind was like an elevator dropping through my stomach. Nadia Makita was back. She was there in the narrowing of the eyes and the deep quirk in one corner of her mouth that didn't belong to any expression Sylvie Oshima owned. In a kind of hunger that licked around her face like flames, and in breath that came in short, harsh bursts, as if the orgasm, once spent, was now creeping back in some mirror image replay. "Hello there, Mickey Serendipity," she husked. Her breathing slowed, and her mouth twisted into a grin to replace the one that had just melted off my own face. She slipped off the table, reached down, and touched me between the legs. It was the old, confident grasp I remembered, but I'd lost a lot of my erection with the shock. "Something wrong?" she murmured. She was using both hands on me like someone gently gathering in rope. I felt myself swelling again. She watched my face. "Something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," I said quickly. "Good." She slid elegantly down on one knee, eyes still locked on mine, and took the head of my cock into her mouth. One hand stayed on the shaft, stroking, while the other found its way to my right thigh and curled around the muscle there, gripping hard. This is fucking insane. A cold, mission-time shard of Envoy selfhood told me, "You need to stop this right now." And her eyes still on me as her tongue and teeth and hand drove me into the explosion. Chapter 17. Later, We lay draped wetly across each other in my bed, hands still loosely linked from the last frantic clasping. Our skins were sticky in patches with the mixed juices we'd spilled, and repeated climaxes had stung our muscles into lax submission. Flash images of what we'd done to and with each other kept replaying behind my eyes. I saw her crouched on top of me, crossed hands flat on my chest, pressing down hard with each movement. I saw myself slamming into her from behind. I saw her cunt descending onto my face. I saw her writhing under me, sucking wildly on the central cord of her own hair while I thrust between legs she had crooked over my hips like a vice. I saw myself taking the cord, wet with her saliva, into my own mouth as she laughed into my face and came with a powerful clenching of muscles that dragged me down after her. But when she started talking to me, the altered lilt of her Amanglic sent an instant shiver down my spine. What? She must have felt the shudder go through me. Nothing. She rolled her head to face me. I could feel her stare pinned to the side of my face like heat. I asked you a question. What's the matter? I closed my eyes briefly. Nadia, right? Yes. Nadia Makita? Yes. I glanced sideways at her. How the fuck did you get here, Nadia? What is that? A metaphysical question? No, technological. I propped myself up on one arm and gestured at her body. Envoy response conditioning or not, most of me was amazed at the detached sense of calm I was managing. You can't be unaware of what's going on here. You live in the command software, and sometimes you get out. From what I've seen, I'd guess you come up through the basic instinct channels, riding the surge. Sex, maybe fear or fury, too. Stuff like that blots out a lot of the conscious mind's functions, and that'd give you the space. But you're some kind of expert, are you? Used to be. I watched her for a reaction. I was an envoy once. A what? It doesn't matter. What I want to know is, while you're here, what's happened to Sylvie Oshima? Who? You're wearing her fucking body, Nadia. Don't get obtuse on me. She rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. I don't really want to talk about this. No, you probably don't. And you know what? Neither do I, but sooner or later we're going to have to. You know that. Long quiet. She opened her legs and rubbed absently at a patch of flesh on her inner thigh. She reached across and squeezed my shrunken prick. I took her hand and pushed it gently away. Forget it, Nadia. I'm wrung out. Even Mitzi Harlan couldn't get another hard-on out of me tonight. It's time to talk. Now, where is Sylvie Oshima? She rolled away from me again. I'm supposed to be this woman's keeper? She asked bitterly. You think I'm in control of this? Maybe not, but you've got to have some idea. More quiet, but this time it quivered with tension. I waited. Finally, she rolled back to face me, eyes desperate. I dreamed this fucking Oshima, do you know that? She hissed. She's a fucking dream. How am I supposed to know where she goes when I wake up? Yeah, she dreams you too, apparently. Is that supposed to make me feel better? I sighed. Tell me what you dream. Why? Because, Nadia, I'm trying to fucking help. The eyes flared. All right, she snapped. I dream that you scare her. How's that? I dream that she wonders where the fuck you're going with the souls of so many dead priests. That she wonders who the fuck Mickey Serendipity really is and whether he's safe to be around. Whether he'll fuck her over at the soonest opportunity or just fuck her and leave her. If you were thinking of getting your dick up this woman, Mickey, or whoever the fuck you really are, I'd forget it. You're better off sticking with me. I let that one soak out in silence for a moment. She flexed a smile at me.
This the kind of thing you wanted to hear?
I shrugged. It'll do to be going on with. Did you push her into the sex? To get access?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I can probably find out from her.
You're assuming she'll be back.
Another smile. More teeth this time.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And on like that. We snapped and snarled at each other for a while longer, but beneath the weight of post-coital chemistry, none of it came to anything. In the end, I gave up and sat on the outer edge of the bed, staring out toward the main room and the hotte-lit panels on the floor. A few minutes later, I felt her hand on my shoulder.
I'm sorry,
she said quietly. Yeah? For what?
I just realized I asked for this. I asked you what you were thinking about. If I didn't want to know, why ask, right?
There is that.
It's just...
She hesitated.
Listen, Mickey, I'm getting sleepy here, and I lied back there. I've got no way of knowing if or when Sylvie Oshima's coming back. I don't know if I'll wake up tomorrow morning or not. That's enough to make anyone edgy, right?
I stared at the orange-stained floor in the other room. A momentary sense of vertigo came and went. I cleared my throat. There's always the amphetamine cola, I said roughly.
No. Sooner or later I'll have to sleep. It might as well be now. I'm tired, and worse than that, I'm happy and relaxed. Feels like if I've got to go, this'll do. It's only chemical, I know, but I can't hold out against it forever. And I think I will be back. Something's telling me that. But right now I don't know when and I don't know where I'm going. That scares me. Could you...
Another pause. I heard the click as she swallowed in the quiet.
Would you mind holding me while I go under?
Orange moonlight on a worn and darkened floor. I reached back for her hand. Like most of the combat custom I'd ever worn, the Aishundo sleeve came fitted with an internal wake-up. At the hour I'd fixed in my head, whatever dreams I was having coalesced into the rising rim of a tropical sun over quiet waters. Scent of fruit and coffee drifting from somewhere unseen, and the cheerful murmur of voices far off. The cool of sand at early morning under my naked feet, and a faint but persistent breeze in my face. Sound of breakers. Ventura Beach? Already? My hands were balled in the pockets of faded surf slacks, traces of sand in the lining of the pockets that... The sense impressions vanished abruptly as I woke up. No coffee and no beach to drink it on. No sand under my feet or my uncurling fingers. There was sunlight, but it was altogether thinner than in the wake-up imaging, strained colorlessly through the windows in the other room and into a gray, downward-pressing quiet. I turned over gingerly and looked at the face of the woman sleeping next to me. She didn't move. I remembered the fear in Nadia Makita's eyes the night before as she let herself slide fractions at a time into sleep, increments of consciousness slipping like taut rope through her hands and away, and then stopped as she flinched and blinked herself awake again. And then the moment, abrupt and unawaited, when she let go completely and didn't come back. Now I lay and watched the peace on her face as she slept, and it didn't help. I slid out of bed and dressed quietly in the other room. I didn't want to be around when she woke up. I certainly didn't want to wake her myself. Dig 301 shaded into existence opposite me and opened her mouth. Combat Neurochem got there first. I made a slicing gesture across my own throat and jerked a thumb back at the bedroom, swept up my jacket from the back of a chair, shouldered my way into it, and nodded at the door. "Outside," I murmured. Outside, the day was shaping up better than its first impression. The sun was wintry, but you could get warm if you stood in its rays directly, and the cloud cover was starting to break up. Daikoku stood like the ghost of a scimitar blade to the southwest, and there was a column of specks circling slowly out over the ocean, ripwings at a guess. Down below, a couple of vessels were visible at the limits of my unaided vision. Takitamura made a backdrop mutter in the still air. I yawned and looked at the amphetamine cola in my hand, then tucked it into my jacket. I was as awake as I wanted to be right now. "So, what did you want?" I asked the construct beside me.
I thought you would like to know that the site has visitors.
The Neurochem slammed online. Time turned to sludge around me as the Aishundo sleeve went to combat aware. I was staring sideways in disbelief at Dig 301 when the first blast cut past me. I saw the flare of disrupted air where it came through the construct's projected presence, and then I was spinning away sideways as my jacket caught fire. No gun, no knife. I had left them both inside. No time to reach the door, and envoy instinct kicked me away from it anyway. Later I'd realize what the situational intuition already knew. Going back inside was a bolt-hole suicide. Jacket still in flames, I tumbled into the cover of the cabin wall. The blaster beam flashed again, nowhere near me. They were firing at Dig 301 again, misreading her for a solid human target. Not exactly ninja-grade combat skills flashed through my mind. These guys are the local hired help. Yeah, but they have guns, and you don't. Time to change arenas. Fire-retardant material in my jacket had the flames down to smoke and heat across my ribs. The scorched fibers oozed damping polymer. I drew one hard breath and sprinted. Yells behind me, boiling instantly from disbelief to anger. Maybe they thought they'd taken me down with the first shot. Maybe they just weren't all that bright. It took them a pair of seconds to start shooting. By then I was almost to the next cabin. Blaster fire crackled in my ears. Heat flared close to my hip, and my flesh cringed. I flinched sideways, got the cabin at my back, and scanned the ground ahead. 3 more cabins, gathered in a rough arc on the ground, quarried out by the original archaeologues. Beyond them, the Eyrie lifted off into the sky from massive cantilevered supports, like some vast premillennial rocket poised for launch. I hadn't been inside the day before. There was altogether too much abrupt space underfoot and a straight drop 500 meters to the slanted mountainside below. But I knew from previous experience what the alien perspectives of Martian architecture could do to human perceptions, and I knew the envoy conditioning would hold up. Local hired help. Hold that thought. They'd come in after me, hesitantly at best, confused by the dizzying swoop of the interior, maybe even spiked with a little superstitious dread if I was lucky. They'd be off balance. They'd be afraid. They'd make mistakes. Which made the Eyrie a perfect killing ground. I bolted across the remaining open space, slipped between 2 of the cabins, and made for the nearest outcropping of Martian alloy where it rose out of the rock like a tree root 5 meters thick. The archaeologues had left a set of metal steps bolted into the ground beside it. I took them 3 at a time and stepped onto the outcropping, boots slithering on alloy the color of bruises. I steadied myself against a bas-relief technoglyph facing that formed the side of the closest cantilever support as it extended outward into the air. The support was at least 10 meters high, but a couple of meters to my left there was a ladder epoxied to the bas-relief surface. I grabbed a rung and started climbing. More shouts from back among the cabins. No shooting. It sounded as if they were checking corners, but I didn't have the time to crank up the Neurochem and make sure. Sweat jumped from my hands as the ladder creaked and shifted under my weight. The epoxy hadn't taken well to the Martian alloy. I doubled my speed, reached the top, and swung off with a tiny grunt of relief. Then I lay flat on top of the cantilever support, breathing and listening. Neurochem brought me the sounds of a badly organized search thrashing about below. Someone was trying to shoot the lock off one of the cabins. I stared up at the sky and thought about it for a moment. "Dig, you there?" Voice a murmur.
I am in communication range, yes.
The construct's words seemed to come out of the air beside my ear.
You need speak no louder than you are. I assume from the situational context you do not wish me to become visible in your vicinity.
You assume right. What I would like you to do is, on my command, become visible inside one of the locked-up cabins down there. Better yet, more than one if you can handle multiple projections. Can you do that?
I am enabled for one-to-one interaction up to and including every member of the original DIG 301 team at any given time, plus a guest potential of 7.
It was hard to tell at this volume, but there seemed to be a trace of amusement in the construct's voice.
This gives me a total capacity of 62 separate representations.
Yeah, well, 3 or 4 should do for now. I rolled with painstaking care onto my front. And listen, can you project as me?
No, I can choose among an index of personality projections, but I am not able to alter them in any way.
You have any males?
Yes, though fewer options than—
All right, that's fine. Just choose a few out of the index that look like me. Male, about my build.
When do you wish this to commence?
I got my hands positioned under me. Now.
Commencing.
It took a couple of seconds, and then chaos erupted among the cabins below. Blaster fire crackled back and forth, punctuated with shouts of warning and the sound of running feet. 15 meters above it all, I pushed hard with both hands, came up in a crouch, and then exploded into the sprint. The cantilever arm ran out 50-odd meters over empty space, then buried itself seamlessly in the main body of the Airy. Wide oval entrances gaped at the join. The dig team had attempted to attach a safety rail along the top of the arm, but as with the latter, the epoxy hadn't done well over time. In places, the cabling had torn loose, and now hung over the sides. Elsewhere, it was simply gone. I grimaced and narrowed focus to the broad flange at the end where the arm joined the main structure. Held the sprint. Neurochem reeled in a voice shouting above the others.
Motherfuckers! Cease fire! Cease fire! Cease fucking fire! Up there! He's up there!
Ominous quiet. I put on desperate increments of speed. Then the air was ripped through with blast beams. I skidded, nearly went over a gap in the rail, flung myself forward again. Dig 301 at my ear, thunderous under Neurochem amp.
Portions of this site are currently considered unsafe.
My own wordless snarl. Blast heat at my back and the stink of ionized air. The new voice below again, Neurochemmed in close.
Fucking give me that, will ya? I'll show you how to—
I threw myself sideways across the flange. The blast I knew was coming cut a scorching pain across my back and shoulder. Pretty sharp shooting at that range with a weapon that clumsy. I went down, rolled in approved fashion, came up and dived for the nearest oval opening. Blaster fire chased me inside. It took them nearly half an hour to come in after me. Holed up in the swooping Martian architecture, I strained with the Neurochem and followed the argument as best I could. I couldn't find a vantage point this low in the structure that would give me a view of the outside. Fucking Martian builders. But peculiar funneling effects in the Ares' internal structure brought me the sound of voices in gusts. The gist of what was said wasn't hard to sort out. The hired help wanted to pack up and go home. Their leader wanted my head on a stick. You couldn't blame him. In his place, I wouldn't have been any different. You don't go back to the Yakuza with half a contract fulfilled. And you certainly don't turn your back on an envoy. He knew that better than anyone there. He sounded younger than I'd expected. Can't believe you're fucking scared of this place. For Christ's sake, you all grew up just down the hill. It's only a fucking ruin. I glanced around at the billowing curves and hollows, felt the gentle but insistent way their lines sucked focus upward until your eyes started to ache. Hard morning light fell in from unseen vents overhead, but somehow on the way down it softened and changed. The clouded bluish alloy surfaces seemed to suck it in, and the reflected light that came back was oddly muted. Below the mezzanine level I'd climbed to, patches of gloom alternated with gashes and holes in flooring where no sane human architect would have put them. A long way below that, the mountainside showed gray rock and sparse vegetation. Only a ruin. Right. He was younger than I'd expected. For the first time, I started to wonder constructively exactly how young. At an absolute minimum, he was certainly short a couple of formative experiences I'd had around Martian artifacts. Look, he's not even fucking armed! I pitched my voice to carry outside. Oi, Kovacs! You're so fucking confident, why don't you come in and get me yourself? Sudden silence. Some muttering. I thought I caught a muffled guffaw from one of the locals. Then his voice, raised to match mine. That's good eavesdropping gear they fitted you with, isn't it? You planning to give us a fight or just listen in and shout cheap abuse? I grinned. Just trying to be helpful. But you can have a fight if you want it. Come on in. Bring the hired help, too, if you must. I've got a better idea. How about I let my hired help run an open all-orifice train on your traveling companion, as long as it takes you to come out? You could use your neurochem to listen in on that as well, if you like. Although, to be honest, the sound will probably carry enough without. They're enthusiastic, these boys. The fury spiked up through me too fast for rational thought. Muscles in my face skipped and juddered, and the frame of the Aishindo sleeve cabled rigid. For 2 sluggish heartbeats he had me. Then the envoy systems came soaking coldly through the emotion, bleaching it back out for assessment. He isn't going to do that. If Tanaseda traced you through Oshima and the slip-ins, it's because he knows she's implicated in Yukio Hirayasu's death, and if he knows that, he'll want her intact. Tanaseda is old school, and he's promised an old school execution. He isn't going to want damaged goods. And besides, this is you we're talking about. You know what you're capable of, and it isn't this. I was younger then, but now I am. I wrestled the concept in my head. Out there. I'm younger out there. There's no telling. Yes, there is. This is envoy bluff, and you know it. You've used it enough yourself. Nothing to say about that? We both know you won't do it, Kovacs. We both know who you're working for. This time the pause before he called back was barely noticeable. Good recovery. Very impressive. You seem remarkably well informed for a man on the run. It's my training. Soak up the local color, huh? Virginia Vidora's words at envoy induction, a subjective century ago. I wondered how long ago she'd said it to him. Something like that. Tell me something, man, 'cause I'd genuinely like to know. With all that training, how come you end up a cut-rate sneak assassin for a living? As a career move, I gotta say, it puzzles me. A cold knowledge crept up through me as I listened. I grimaced and shifted my position slightly. Said nothing. Serendipity, right? It's serendipity? Well, I have got another name, I shouted back. But some fuckhead stole it. Until I get it back, serendipity's fine. Maybe you won't get it back. Nah, it's good of you to worry, but I know the fuckhead in question. He isn't going to be a problem for much longer. The twitch was tiny, barely a missed beat. Only the envoy's sense picked it up. The anger shut down as rapidly as it flared. Is that so? Yeah, like I said, real fuckhead. Strictly a short-lived thing. That sounds like overconfidence to me. His voice had changed fractionally. Somewhere in there I'd stung him. Maybe you don't know this guy as well as you like to think. I barked a laugh. Are you kidding? I taught him every fucking thing he knows. Without me. And there. The figure I'd known was coming. The one I couldn't listen for with Neurochem while I traded veiled insults with the voice outside. A crouched, black-clad form sliding in through the opening 5 meters under me. Some kind of spec ops eye mask and sensor gear turning the head insectile and inhuman. Thermographic imaging, sonic locator, motion alert, at a probable minimum. I was already falling, pushed off from the ledge, boot heels aligned to hit the neck below the masked head and snap it. Something in the headgear warned him. He jumped sideways, looking up, twisting the blaster toward me. Beneath the mask, his mouth jerked open to yell. The blast cut through the air I'd just dropped out of. I hit the floor crouched, a handbreadth off his right elbow. Blocked the swing of the blaster barrel as it came around. The yell came out of his mouth, shivery with the shock. I struck upward into his throat with the blade of one hand, and the sound choked to retching. He staggered. I straightened, went after him, and chopped again. There were 2 more of them. Framed in the opening, side by side, the only thing that saved me was their incompetence. As the lead commando dropped, strangling to death at my feet, either one could have shot me. Instead, they both tried at the same time and tangled. I sprinted directly at them. There are worlds I've been where you can gun down a man holding a knife at 10 meters and claim it as self-defense. The legal argument is that it doesn't take very long to close that gap and stab. That much is true. If you really know what you're doing, you don't even need the knife. This was 5 meters or less. I got in a flurry of blows, stamping down at shin and instep, blocked weapons however I could, hooking an elbow around hard into a face. A blaster came loose and I fielded it, triggered it in a savage close-quarters arc. Muffled shrieks and a short-lived explosion of blood as flesh seared open and then cauterized. Steam wisped, and their bodies tumbled away from me. I had time for a hard breath. I glanced down at the weapon in my hands. Piece of shit, Zegged and Candace. And then another blaster beam flared off the alloy surface beside my head. They were coming in force. With all that training, how come you end up a cut-rate sneak assassin for a living? Just fucking incompetent, I guess. I backed up. Someone poked a head into the oval opening, and I chased them away with a barely aimed burst of fire. Too fucking fascinated with yourself for your own good. I grabbed a projection one-handed and hauled myself up, hooking my legs onto the wide, spiraling ramp that led back to my initial hiding place on the mezzanine. The Aishindo sleeve's gecko grip failed on the alloy. I slipped, grabbed again in vain, and fell. 2 new commandos burst through a gap to the left of the one I was covering. I fired randomly and low with the Zegged, trying to get back up. The beam chopped a foot off the commando on the right. She screamed and stumbled, clutched at her injured leg, toppled gracelessly, and fell through a gash in the floor. Her second scream floated back up through the gap. I came up off the ground and flung myself at her companion. It was a clumsy fight, both of us hampered by the weapons we held. I lunged with the butt of the Zegged. He blocked and tried to level his own blaster. I smashed it aside and kicked at a knee. He turned the blow with a shin kick of his own. I got the Zegged butt under his chin and rammed upward. He dropped his weapon and punched me hard, simultaneously in the side of the throat and the groin. I reeled back, hung on somehow to the Zeged, and suddenly had the distance to use it. Proximity sense screamed a warning at me through the pain. The commando ripped out a sidearm and pointed it. I flinched aside, ignoring the pain and the proximity warning in my head, leveled the blaster. Sharp splatter from the gun in the commando's hand. The cold rap of a stun blast. My hand spasmed open and the Zeged clattered away somewhere. I staggered backward, and the floor vanished under my feet. Fucking Martian builders. I dropped out of the eyrie like a bomb, and fell wingless away from the rapidly contracting iris of my own consciousness. Chapter 18.
Don't open your eyes. Don't open your left hand. Don't move at all.
It was like a mantra, like an incantation, and someone seemed to have been singing it to me for hours. I wasn't sure if I could have disobeyed it anyway. My left arm was an icy branch of numbness from fist to shoulder, and my eyes seemed gummed shut. My shoulder felt wrenched, maybe dislocated. Elsewhere, my body throbbed with the more general ache of a stun blast hangover. I was cold everywhere.
Don't open your eyes. Don't open your left hand. Don't—
I heard you the first time, Dig. My throat felt clogged. I coughed, and an alarming dizziness swung through me. Where am I? A brief hesitation.
Professor Serendipity, perhaps that information would be better dealt with later. Don't open your left hand.
Yep, I got it. Left hand, don't open it. Is it fucked?
No,
said the construct reluctantly.
Apparently not, but it is the only thing holding you up.
Shock, like a stake in the chest. Then the rolling wave of false calm as the conditioning kicked in. Envoys are supposed to be good at this sort of thing. Waking up in unexpected places is part of the brief. You don't panic, you just gather data and deal with the situation. I swallowed hard. I see.
You can open your eyes now.
I fought the stun blast ache and got my eyelids apart. Blinked a couple of times to clear my vision and then wished I hadn't. My head was hanging down on my right shoulder, and the only thing I could see under it was 500 meters of empty space and the bottom of the mountain. The cold and the dizzy swinging sensation made abrupt sense. I was dangling like a hanged man from the grip of my own left hand. The shock fired up again. I shelved it with an effort and twisted my head awkwardly to look upward. My fist was wrapped around a loop of greenish cable that disappeared seamlessly at both ends into a smoke-gray alloy cowling. Oddly angled buttresses and spires of the same alloy crowded me on all sides. Still groggy from the stun blast, it took me a couple of moments to identify the underside of the eyrie. Apparently, I hadn't fallen very far. "What's going on, Dig?" I croaked.
As you fell, you took hold of a Martian personnel cable, which, in line with what we understand of its function, retracted and brought you up into a recovery bay.
A recovery bay? I cast about among the surrounding projections for some sign of a safe place to stand. So how does that work?
We are not sure. It would appear that from the position you now occupy, a Martian, an adult Martian at least, would be comfortable using the structure you see around you to reach openings on the underside of the eyrie. There are several within—
All right. I stared grimly up at my closed fist. How long have I been out?
47 minutes. It appears your body is highly resistant to neuronic frequency weapons, as well as being designed for survival in high-altitude, high-risk environments.
No shit. How Ishindo Organics had ever gone out of business was beyond me. They could have had an endorsement out of me on demand. I'd seen subconscious survival programming in combat sleeves before, but this was a piece of sheer biotech brilliance. Vague memory of the event stirred in my stun-muddied recollection. The desperate terror of vertigo at full pitch and the realization of the fall, grabbing at something half-seen as the stun blast effects folded around me like a freezing black cloak. A final wrench as consciousness winked out. Saved by some lab full of biotech geeks and their project enthusiasm 3 centuries ago. A weak grin faded as I tried to guess what nearly an hour of locked muscle grip and load-bearing strain might have done to the sinews and joints of my arm. I wondered if there'd be permanent damage. If, for that matter, I'd be able to get the limb to work at all. Where are the others?
They left. They are now beyond my sensor radius.
So they think I fell all the way.
It appears so. The man you referred to as Kovacs has detailed some of his employees to begin a search at the base of the mountain. I understand they will try to recover your body, along with that of the woman you mutilated in the firefight.
And Sylvie? And my colleague?
They have taken her with them. I have recorded footage of—
Not right now. I cleared my throat, noticing for the first time how parched it felt. Look, you said there are openings, ways back into the area from here. Where's the nearest?
Behind the triflex downspire to your left, there is an entry port 93 centimeters in diameter.
I craned my neck and spotted what I assumed Dig 301 was talking about. The downspire looked very much like a 2-meter inverted witch's hat that massive fists had crumpled badly in 3 different places. It was surfaced in uneven bluish facets that caught the shadowed light beneath the eyrie and gleamed as if wet. The lowest deformation brought its tip almost horizontal and offered a saddle of sorts that I thought I might be able to cling to. It was less than 2 meters from where I hung. Easy. Nothing to it. If you can make the jump with one arm, crippled, that is. If your trick hand grips better on Martian alloy than it did an hour ago upstairs. If I reached up with my right arm and took hold of the loop of cable close to my other hand. Very gently I took up the tension and began to lift myself on the new grip. My left arm twinged as the weight came off it, and a jagged flash of heat spiked through the numbness. My shoulder creaked. The heat branched out across abused ligaments and started turning into something resembling pain. I tried to flex my left hand, but got nothing outside a sparking sensation in the fingers. The pain in my shoulder swelled and began to soak down through the muscles of the arm. It felt as if, when it finally got going, it was going to hurt a lot. I tried again with the fingers of my left hand. This time the sparking gave way to a bone-deep, pulsing ache that brought tears squirting into my eyes. The fingers would not respond. My grip was welded in place.
Do you wish me to alert emergency services?
Emergency services. The Takitamura police, closely followed by DECOM security with tidings of Kudamaya's displeasure, tipped off local Yakuza with the new me at their grinning head, and who knew, maybe even the Knights of the New Revelation, if they could afford the police bribes and had been keeping up on current events. Thanks, I said weakly. I think I'll manage. I glanced up at my clamped left hand, back at the triflex downspire, down at the drop. I drew a long, hard breath. Then slowly I worked my right hand along the cable until it was touching its locked-up mate. Another breath, and I hinged my body upward from the waist. Barely recovered nerve tissue in my stomach muscles sputtered protest. I hooked with my right foot, missed, flailed, and hooked again. My ankle lodged over the cable. More weight came off my left arm. The pain began in earnest, racking explosions through the joints and down the muscles. One more breath, one more glance to— No, don't fucking look down. One more breath, teeth gritted. Then I began, with thumb and forefinger, to unhinge my paralyzed fingers one at a time from the cable. I left the swooping bluish gloom of the Ares interior half an hour later, still on the edge of a persistent manic giggle. The adrenaline humor stayed with me all the way along the cantilever arm, down the shaky archaeologue ladder, not easy with one arm barely functional, then the steps. I hit solid ground, still smirking stupidly, and picked my way between the cabins with ingrained caution and tiny explosive snorts of hilarity. Even when I got back to the cabin we'd used, even inside and staring at the empty bed I'd left Sylvie in, I could feel the trace of the come-down grin twitching on and off my lips, and the laughter still bubbled faintly in my stomach. It had been a close thing. Ungripping my fingers from the cable hadn't been much fun, but compared with the rest of the escapade, it was a joy. Once released, my left arm dropped and hung at the end of a shoulder socket that ached like a bad tooth. It was as much use to me as a deadweight slung around my neck. A sustained minute of cursing before I could bring myself to then unsling my right foot, swing free by my right hand, and use the momentum to make an ungainly leap sideways at the downspire. I grabbed, clawed, found that the Martians for once had built in a material that offered something approaching decent friction, and clamped myself, panting, into the saddle at the bottom. I stayed like that for a good 10 minutes, cheek pressed to the cold alloy. Careful exploratory leaning and peering showed me the floor hatch Dig 301 had promised, within grasping distance if I stood up on the tip of the downspire. I flexed my left arm, got some response above the elbow, and reckoned it might serve, if nothing else, as a wedge in the hatch. From that position I could probably lever my legs up and inside. Another 10 minutes, and I was sweatily ready to try. A tense minute and a half after that, and I was lying on the floor of the Aerie, cackling quietly to myself and listening to the trickle of echoes in the alien architecture that had saved my life. Nothing to it. Eventually I got up and made my way out. In the cabin, they'd kicked open every internal door that might hide a threat, and in the bedroom Sylvie and I had shared, there were some signs of a struggle. I looked around the cabin, massaging my arm at the shoulder. The lightweight bedside unit overturned, the sheets twisted and trailing from the bed to the floor. Elsewhere, they had touched nothing. There was no blood, no pervasive scent of weapons discharge. On the floor in the bedroom I found my knife and the GS Rhapsodia, smashed from the surface of the bedside unit as it went over, skittering off into separate corners. They hadn't bothered with them. In too much of a hurry. Too much of a hurry for what? To get down the mountain and pick up a dead Takeshi Kovacs? I frowned slightly as I gathered up the weapons. Strange they hadn't turned the place inside out. According to Dig 301, someone had been detailed to go down and recover my broken body, but that didn't take the whole squad. It would have made sense to conduct at least a cursory search of the premises up here. I wondered what kind of search they were conducting now at the base of the mountain. I wondered what they'd do when they couldn't find my body, how long they'd keep looking. I wondered what he would do. I went back into the main living space of the cabin and sat at the table. I stared into the depths of the data coil. I thought the pain in my left elbow might be loosening a little. "Dig?" She fizzled into being on the other side of the table. Machine perfect as ever, untouched by the events of the last couple of hours.
Professor Serendipity?
You said you had footage of what happened here? Does that cover the whole site?
Yes, input and output run off the same imaging system. There are microcams for every 8 cubic meters of the site. Within the ARI complexes, recording is sometimes of poor—
Never mind that. I want you to show me Kovacs. Footage of everything he did and said here. Run it in the coil.
Commencing.
I laid the Rhapsodia and the Tebet knife carefully on the table by my right hand. And dig? Anyone else comes up that path, you tell me immediately they get in range. He had a good body. I skipped about in the footage for the best shots, got one as the intruders came up the mountain path toward the cabin, froze it on him, and stared for a while. He had some of the bulk you expect from battlefield custom, but there was a lilt to it, a way of stepping and standing that leaned more toward total body theater than combat. Face, a smooth blend of more racial variants than you'd usually get on Harlan's World. Custom-cultured, then. Gene codes brought in from off-world. Skin tanned the color of worn amber. Eyes a startling blue. Broad, protruding cheekbones. A wide, full-lipped mouth and long, crinkled black hair bound back with a static braid. Very pretty. And very pricey, even for the Yakuza. I quelled the faint scratching of disquiet, and got Dig 301 to pan about a bit among the intruders. Another figure caught my eye. Tall and powerful, rainbow-maned. The sight microcams yanked in a close-up of steel-lensed eyes and subcutaneous circuitry in a grim, pale face. Anton. Anton and at least a couple of slim wincefish types who preceded him up the path with the loose, instep coordination of decom operational pitch. One of them was the woman whose foot I'd shot off in the ARI. 3 more came behind the command head, standing out clearly from the rest of the party now that I was looking for that characteristic, scattered but meshed pattern. Somewhere in me, a faint gray sense of loss readied itself for recognition at the sight. Anton and the Skull Gang. Kovacs had brought his New Hawk hunting dogs back with him. I thought back to the confusion of the firefight amid the cabins and the ARI, and it made some more sense. A boatload of Yakuza enforcers and a decom crew mingled and getting in each other's way. Very poor logistics for an envoy. No way I would have made that mistake at his age. What are you talking about? You just did make that mistake at his age. That's you out there. A faint shiver coiled down my spine. Dig, move it up to the bedroom again, where they pull her out. The coil jumped and shimmered. The woman with the tangled hyper-wired hair blinked awake among twisted sheets. The crash of gunfire outside had woken her, eyes wide as she registered what it was. Then the door burst open and the room filled with bulky forms, brandishing hardware and yelling. When they saw what they had, the shouting powered down to chuckles. Weapons were put up, and someone reached for her. She punched him in the face. A brief struggle flared and guttered out as weight of numbers squashed her speed reflexes. Sheets torn away, efficient disabling blows administered to thigh and solar plexus. While she wheezed on the floor, one grinning thug grabbed at a breast, groped between her legs, and made pumped hip running motions over her. A couple of his companions laughed. I was seeing it for the second time. Still the rage leapt up through me like flames. In my palms, the gecko's spines sweated awake. A second enforcer appeared in the doorway, saw what was going on, and bellowed in furious Japanese. The thug leapt away from the woman on the floor. He made a nervous bow, a stammered apology. The newcomer stepped in close and backhanded the man 3 times with shattering force. The thug cowered against the wall. More yelling from the newcomer. Amid some of the more colorful insults I'd ever heard in Japanese, he was telling someone to bring clothes for the captive. By the time Kovacs got back from overseeing the hunt for himself, they had her dressed and seated on a chair in the center of the cabin's main living space. Her hands rested in her lap, wrists bound neatly, one over the other with a restraint patch you couldn't see. The Yakuza stood at a careful distance from her, weapons still out. The would-be romantic sulked in a corner, disarmed, one side of his mouth swollen, upper lip split. Kovacs's eyes flickered over the damage, and he turned to the enforcer at his side. A muttered exchange the microcams were not amped to pick up. He nodded, looked again at the woman before him. I read a curious hesitation in his stance. Then he turned back to the cabin door. "Anton, you want to come in here?" The Skull Gang command head stepped into the room. When the woman saw him, her mouth twisted. "You fucking sellout piece of shit." Anton's lip curled, but he said nothing. "You know each other, I believe." But there was a faint question in Kovacs's voice, and he was still watching the woman before him. Sylvie tipped her gaze at him. "Yeah, I know this asshole, and? Got something to do with you, has it, fuckhead?" He stared at her, and I tensed in my chair. This segment was first time through for me, and I didn't know what he'd do. What would I have done at that age? No, scratch that. What was I about to do at that age? My mind fled back through the silted-up decades of violence and rage, trying to anticipate. But he only smiled. "No, Mistress Oshima, it has nothing to do with me anymore. You are a package I have to deliver in good condition, that's all." Someone muttered. Someone else guffawed. Still cranked tight, my Neurochem hearing caught a crude joke about packages. In the coil, my younger self paused. His eyes flickered to the man with the broken lip. "You, come here." The enforcer didn't want to. You could see it in his stance, but he was Yakuza, and in the end it's all face with them. He straightened up, met Kovacs's eyes, and stepped forward with a filed-tooth sneer. Kovacs looked back at him neutrally and nodded. "Show me your right hand." The Yakuza tipped his head to one side, gaze still locked on Kovacs's eyes. It was a gesture of pure insolence. He flipped up his hand, extended fingers, making it a loosely bent blade. He inclined his head again, the other way, still staring deep into this tiny piece of shit's eyes. Kovacs moved like whiplash on a broken trawler cable. He snatched the offered hand at the wrist and twisted downward, blocking the other man's response options with his body. He held the captured arm straight out, and his other hand arced over the wrestling lock of both bodies, blaster pointed. A beam flared and sizzled. The enforcer shrieked as his hand went up in flames. The blaster must have been powered down. Most beam weapons will take a limb clean off, vaporized across the width of the blast. This one had only burned away skin and flesh to the bone and tendon. Kovacs held the man a moment longer, then turned him loose with an elbow-strike cuff across the side of the head. The enforcer collapsed across the floor with his scorched hand clamped under his armpit, and his trousers visibly stained. He was weeping uncontrollably. Kovacs mastered his breathing and looked around the room. Stony faces stared back. Sylvie had turned hers away. I could almost smell the stench of cooked flesh. Unless she attempts to escape, you do not touch her, you do not speak to her, any of you. Is that clear? In this scheme of things, you matter less than the dirt under my fingernails. Until we get back to Millsport, this woman is a god to you. Is that clear? Silence. The Yakuza captain bellowed in Japanese. Muttered assent crept out in the wake of the dressing down. Kovacs nodded and turned to Sylvie. Mistress Oshima, if you'd like to follow me, please. She stared at him for a moment, then got to her feet and followed him out of the cabin. The Yakuza filed after them, leaving their captain and the man on the floor. The captain stared at his injured enforcer for a moment, then booted him savagely in the ribs, spat on him, and stalked out. Outside, they'd loaded the 3 men I'd killed in the area onto a fold-down grav stretcher rack. The Yakuza captain detailed a man to drive it, then took point ahead of a protective phalanx around Kovacs and Sylvie. Beside and behind the stretcher rack, Anton and the 4 remaining members of the Skull Gang formed up into a lax rear guard. Diggs' outdoor microcams followed the little procession out of sight, along the path down to Takitamura. Stumbling 50 meters behind them all, still nursing his ruined and as yet untreated hand, came the disgraced enforcer who had dared to touch Sylvie Oshima. I watched him go, trying to make sense of it, trying to make it fit. I was still trying when Dig 301 asked if I was finished, if I wanted to see something else. I told her no, absently. In my head, envoy intuition was already doing what needed to be done. Setting fire to my preconceptions and burning them to the ground. Chapter 19. The lights were all out in Bellicotton Kohei 9.26 when I got there, but in a unit, half a dozen bays down on the right, the upper-level windows glowed fitfully, as if the place were on fire inside. There was a frenetic hybrid reef-dive neo-junk rhythm blasting out into the night, even through the cranked-down loading bay shutter, and 3 thick-set figures stood around outside in dark coats, breathing steam and flapping their arms against the cold. Plex Kohei might have the floor space to throw big dance parties, but it didn't look as if he could afford machine security on the door. This was going to be easier than I'd expected. Always assuming Plex was actually there.
Are you kidding me?
Issa's 15-year-old Millsport accented scorn down the line when I phoned her late that afternoon.
Of course he'll be in. What day is it?
I estimated. Friday?
Right, Friday. So what do the local yokels do up there on a Friday?
Fuck should I know, Issa? And don't be such a metro snob.
Friday, hello, fishing community, Ebisu night.
He's having a party.
He's cranking some credit out of cheap floor space and good take connections is what he's doing.
She drawled.
All those warehouses, all those family friends in the yak.
Don't suppose you'd know which warehouse exactly.
Stupid question. Picking my way through the fractal street planning of the warehouse district hadn't been my idea of fun, but once I hit Bellicotton Kohei section, it hadn't been hard to find my way to the party. You could hear the music across half a dozen alleys in every direction.
Don't suppose I would.
Issa yawned down the line. I guess she'd not been out of bed that long.
Say, Kovacs, you been pissing people off up there?
No, why?
Yeah, well, I probably shouldn't really be telling you this for nothing, but seeing as how we go back...
I stifled a grin. Issa and I went back all of a year and a half. When you're 15, I guess that's a long time.
Yeah?
Yeah, been a lot of big heat down here asking after you, paying big for answers, too. So if you're not already, I'd start looking over the shoulder of that deep-voiced new sleeve you've got yourself there.
I frowned and thought about it.
What kind of big heat?
If I knew that, you'd have to pay me for it. But as it happens, I don't. Only players talk to me were Bent Millsport PD, and then you can buy for the price of an Angel Wharf blowjob. Anybody could have sent them.
I don't suppose you told them anything about me.
Don't suppose I did. You planning on soaking up this line much longer, Kovacs? Only I'm not like you. I have a social life.
No, I'm gone. Thanks for the news flash, Issa.
She grunted.
My clit-tingling pleasure. You stay in one piece, maybe we get to do some more business I can charge you for.
I pressed the seal seam of my newly acquired coat closed to the collar, flexed my hands inside the black polyalloy gloves, spike of brief agony from the left, and poured gangster attitude into my stride as I came around the curve of the alley. Think Yukio Hirayasu at his most youthfully arrogant. Ignore the fact that the coat wasn't hand-tailored. Straight to street off the rack branded was the best I could do at short notice, a garment the real Hirayasu wouldn't have been seen dead in. But it was a rich matte black to match the spray-on gloves, and in this light, it should pass. Envoy deceit would do the rest. I'd thought briefly about crashing Plex's party the hard way, going in heavy against the door, or maybe scaling the back of the warehouse and cracking a skylight entry, but my left arm was still a single throbbing ache from fingertip to neck. And I didn't know how far I could trust it to do what I wanted in a critical situation. The door detail saw me coming and drew together. Neurochem vision calibrated them for me at a distance. Cheap wharf front muscle, maybe some very basic combat augmentation in the way they moved. One of them had a tactical marine tattoo across his cheek, but that could have been a knockoff, courtesy of some parlor with army surplus software. Or, like a lot of tacks, he could just have fallen on post-demob hard times. Downsizing, the universal catch-all and catechism on Harlan's world these days. Nothing was more sacred than cost-cutting, and even the military weren't entirely safe. "Hold it, Sam." It was the one with the tattoo. I cut him a withering glance, halted, barely. "I have an appointment with Plex Kohei. I don't expect to be kept waiting." "Appointment?" His gaze lifted and slipped left, checking a retinal guest list. "Not tonight, you don't. Man's busy." I let my eyes widen, built the volcanic pressure of fury the way I'd seen it from the Yak captain in Dig 301's footage. "Do you know who I am?" I barked. The tattooed doorman shrugged. "I know I don't see your face on this list, and around here that means you don't get in." At my side, the others were looking me up and down with professional interest, seeing what they could break easily. I fought down the impulse to take up a fighting stance and eyed them with mannered disdain instead. Launched the bluff. "Very well. You will please inform your employer that you have turned Yukio Hirayasu from his door, and that thanks to your diligence in this matter, he will now speak to me in Senpai Tanaseda's presence tomorrow morning, unadvised and thus unprepared." Gazes flew back and forth between the three of them. It was the names, the whiff of authentic Yakuza clout. The spokesman hesitated. I turned away. Was only midway through the motion when he made up his mind and broke. "All right, Hirayasu-san, just one moment, please." The great thing about organized crime is the level of fear it likes to maintain among its minions and those who associate with them. Thug hierarchy. You can see the same pattern on any of a dozen different worlds. The Hun-Home triads, adoracions, familias vigilantes, the Provo crews on Nkruma's land. Regional variations, but they all sow the same crop of respect through terror of retribution. and all reap the same harvest of stunted initiative in the ranks. No one wants to take an independent decision, when independent action runs the risk of reinterpretation as a lack of respect. Shit like that can get you really dead. Better, by far, to fall back on hierarchy. The doorman dug out his phone and punched up his boss. Listen, Plex, we've, He listened a moment himself, face immobile. Angry insect sounds from the phone. I didn't need Neurochem to work out what was being said. Yeah, I know you said that, man, but I've got Yukio Hirayasu here wanting a word, and Another break, but this time the doorkeep seemed happier. He nodded a couple of times, described me and what I'd just said. At the other end of the line I could hear Plex dithering. I gave it a couple of moments, then snapped my fingers impatiently and gestured for the phone. The doorman caved in and handed it over. I mustered Hirayasu's speech patterns from memory a couple of months old, colored in what I didn't know with standard Millsport gangster idiom. Plex, grim impatience.
Yukio? That really you?
I went for Hirayasu's yelp. No, I'm a fucking ledge dust dealer. What do you think? We've got some serious business to transact, Plex. Do you know how close I am to having your security taken on a little dawn ride here? You don't fucking keep me waiting at the gate.
Okay, Yukio, okay, it's cool. It's just, man, we all thought you were gone.
Yeah, well, fucking Street Flash, I'm back. But then Tanasida probably didn't tell you that, did he?
Tana?
Plex swallowed audibly.
Is Tanasida here?
Never mind, Tanasida. My guess is we've got about 4 or 5 hours before the TPD are all over this.
All over what?
All over what? I cranked the yelp again. What do you fucking think? I heard his breathing for a moment. A female voice in the background, muffled. Something surged in my blood for a moment, then slumped. It wasn't Sylvie or Nadia. Plex snapped something irritable at her, whoever she was, then came back to the phone.
I thought they—
Are you gonna fucking let me in or what? The bluff took. Plex asked to talk to the doorkeep, and 3 monosyllables later the man keyed open a narrow hatch cut into the metal shutter. He stepped through and gestured me to follow. Inside, Plex's club looked pretty much the way I'd expected. Cheap echoes of the Millsport take scene, translucent alloy partitions for walls, mushroom trip hollows scribbled into the air over a mob of dancers clad in little more than body paint and shadow. The fusion sound drowned the whole space with its volume, stuffed its way into ears, and made the translucent wall panels thrum visibly on the beat. I could feel it vibrate in my body cavities like bombing. Over the crowd, a couple of total body wannabes flexed their perfectly toned flesh in the air, choreographed orgasm in the way they dragged splayed hands across themselves. But when you looked carefully, you saw they were held up by cabling, not anti-grav. And the trip hollows were obvious recordings, not the direct cortical sampling you got in the Millsport take clubs. Issa, I guessed, would not have been impressed. A body sweep team of 2 propped themselves unwillingly upright from battered plastic chairs set against the containing wall. With the place packed to capacity, they'd obviously thought they were done for the night. They eyed me grumpily and brandished their detectors. Behind them, through the translucence, some of the dancers saw and mimicked the gestures with wide, tripped-out grins. My escort got both men seated again with a curt nod, and we pushed past, around the end of the wall panel, and into the thick of the dancing. The temperature climbed to blood warm. The music got even louder. We forged through the tightly packed dance space without incident. A couple of times I had to shove hard to make progress, but never got anything back beyond smiles, apologetic or just blissed out vacant. The take scene is pretty laid back wherever you go on Harlan's World. Careful breeding has placed the most popular strains firmly in the euphoric part of the psychotropic spectrum, And the worst you can expect from those under the influence is to be hugged and slobbered on amid incoherent professions of undying love. There are nastier hallucinogenic varieties to be had, but generally nobody outside the military wants them. A handful of caresses and 100 alarmingly wide smiles later, we made the foot of a metal ramp and tramped upward to where a pair of dockyard containers had been set up on scaffolding and fronted in mirrorwood paneling. Reflected light from the hollows smashed off their chipped and dented surfaces. My escort led me to the left-hand container, pressed a hand to a chime pad, and opened a previously invisible mirrored door panel. Really opened, like the hatch that opened onto the street. No flex portals here, it seemed. He stood aside to let me pass. I stepped in and surveyed the scene. Foreground, a flushed Plex, dressed to the waist and struggling into a violently psychedelic silk blouse. Behind him, 2 women and a man lolled on a massive automold bed. They were all physically very young and beautiful, wore uniformly blank-eyed smiles, badly smeared body paint, and not much else. It wasn't hard to work out where Plex had gotten them from. Monitors for sweep-and-swoop microcams in the club outside were lined along the back wall of the container space. A constant shift of dance space image marched through them. The fusion beat came through the walls, muffled but recognizable enough to dance to, or whatever. "Hey, Yukio, man, let me get a look at you!" Plex came forward, raised his arms. He grinned uncertainly. "That's a nice sleeve, man. Where'd you get that? Custom grown?" I nodded at his playmates. "Get rid of them." Sure." He turned back to the automold and clapped his hands. "Come on, boys and girls, fun's over. Gotta talk some business with the Sam here." They went, grudgingly, like small children denied a late night. One of the women tried to touch my face as she passed. I twitched irritably away, and she pouted at me. The doorman watched them out, then cast a querying glance at Plex. Plex echoed the look to me. "Yeah, him too." The doorman left, shutting out some of the music blast. I looked back at Plex, who was moving toward a low interior-lit hospitality module set against the side wall. His movements were a curious mix of languid and nervous, take and situational jitters fighting it out in his blood. He reached into the glow of the module's upper shelf, hands clumsy among ornate crystal vials and delicate paper parcels. "You want a pipe, man?" "Plex." I played the last twist of the bluff for all it was worth. "Just what the fuck is going on?" He flinched, stuttered. I thought Tanasada would have—" "Fuck that, Plex. Talk to me." "Look, man, it's not my fault." His tone worked toward aggrieved. "Didn't I tell you guys right from the beginning she was fucked in the head? All that kaikyo shit she was spouting? Did any of you fucking listen? I know biotech, man, and I know when it's fucked up, and that cable-headed bitch was fucked up." So... My mind whipped back 2 months to the first night outside the warehouse, sleeved synthetic, hands stained with priest's blood and a blaster bolt across the ribs, eavesdropping idly on Plex and Yukio. Kaikyo. A straight, a stolen goods manager, a financial consultant, a sewage outlet, and a holy man possessed by spirits. Or a woman, maybe, possessed by the ghost of a revolution 3 centuries past. Sylvie carrying Nadia, carrying Quell. "Where'd they take her?" I asked quietly. It wasn't Yukio's tone anymore, but I wasn't going to get much farther as Yukio anyway. I didn't know enough to sustain the lie in the face of Plex's lifelong acquaintance. "Took her to Millsport, I guess." He was building himself a pipe, maybe to balance out the Take blur.
I mean, Yukio, has Tanasida really not—
Where in Millsport? Then he got it. I saw the knowledge soak through him, and he reached suddenly under the module's upper shelf. Maybe he had some neurochem wiring somewhere in that pale aristocratic body he wore, but for him it would have been little more than an accessory, and the chemicals slowed him down so much it was laughable. I let him get a hand on the gun, let him get it halfway clear of the shelf it was webbed under. Then I kicked his hand away, knocked him back onto the automold with a back fist, and stamped down on the shelf. Ornate glassware splintered, paper parcels flew, and the shelf cracked across. The gun fell out on the floor. Looked like a compact shard blaster. Big brother to the GS Rhapsodia under my coat. I scooped it up and turned in time to catch Plex scrambling for some kind of wall alarm. "Don't!" He froze, staring hypnotized at the gun. "Sit down. Over there." He sank back into the automold, clutching at his arm where I'd kicked it. He was lucky, I thought with a brutality that almost instantly seemed too much effort, that I hadn't broken it for him. Fucking set fire to it or something. "Who?" His mouth worked. "Who are you? You're not Hirayasu." I put a splayed hand to my face and mimed taking off a no mask with a flourish, bowed slightly. "Well done. I am not Yukio, though I do have him in my pocket." His face creased. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I reached into my jacket and pulled out one of the cortical stacks at random. In fact, it wasn't Hirayasu's yellow-striped designer special, but from the look on Plex's face, I judged the point made. "Fuck! Kovacs?" "Good guess." I put the stack away again. "The original, except no imitations. Now, unless you want to be sharing a pocket with your boyhood pal here, I suggest you go on answering my questions the way you were when you thought I was him."
"But you're—"
He shook his head.
"You're never gonna get away with this, Kovacs. They've got you looking for you, man."
"I know. They must be desperate, right?"
"It isn't funny, man. He's fucking psychotic. They're still counting the bodies he left in Drava. They're really dead. Stack's gone, the works."
I felt a brief spike of shock, but it was almost distant. Behind it, there was the grim chill that had come with my sight of Anton and the Skull Gang in Dig 301's recorded footage. Kovacs had gone to New Hawk, and he'd done the groundwork with envoy intensity. He'd brought back what he needed. Corollary. What he couldn't use, he'd left in smoking ruin behind him. "So who'd he kill, Plex?"
"I don't know, man."
He licked his lips.
"A lot of people, all her team, all the people she—"
He stopped. I nodded, mouth tight. Detached regret for Yad, Kyoka, and the others clamped and tamped down where it wouldn't get in the way. Yes, her. Next question.
"Look, man, I can't help you. You shouldn't even—"
I shifted toward him impatiently, raging at the edges like lit paper. He flinched again, worse than he had when he thought I was Yukio.
All right, I'll tell you. Just leave me alone. What do you want to know?"
Go to work. Soak it up. First of all, I want to know what you know, or think you know, about Sylvioshima. He sighed.
"Oh, man, I told you not to get involved. Back in that sweeper bar, I warned you."
"Yeah, me and Yukio both, it seems. Very public-spirited of you, running around warning everybody. Why'd she scare you so much, Plex?"
"You don't know?"
"Let's pretend I don't." I raised a hand, displacement gesture as the anger threatened to get out. "And let's also pretend that if you try to lie to me, I'll torch your fucking head off." He swallowed.
She says she's Quellchrist Falconer."
"Yeah," I nodded. "So is she?"
"Fuck, man, how would I know?"
"In your professional opinion, could she be?"
"I don't know."
He sounded almost plaintive.
What do you want from me? You went with her to New Hawk. You know what it's like up there. I suppose she could be. She might have stumbled on a cache of backed-up personalities, gotten contaminated somehow.
But you don't buy it.
Well, it doesn't seem very likely. I can't see why a personality store would be set up to leak virally in the first place. Doesn't make any sense, even for a bunch of fuckwit quellists. Where's the value? And least of all, a backup of their precious fucking revolutionary wet dream icon.
So, I said tonelessly, not a big fan of the quellists, then. For the first time I could remember, Plex seemed to shed his shield of apologetic diffidence. A choked snort came out of him. Someone with less breeding would have spit, I guessed.
Look around, you Kovacs. You think I'd be living like this if the unsettlement hadn't hit the New Hawk weed trade the way it did? Who do you think I've got to thank for that?
That's a complex historical question. Like fuck it is, that I'm not really qualified to answer, but I can see why you'd be pissed off. It must be tough having to trawl your playmates out of second-rate dance halls like this one, not being able to afford the dress code on the First Family's party circuit. I feel for you.
Ha fucking ha.
I felt the way my own expression chilled over. Evidently, he saw it, too, and the sudden rage leaked back out of him almost visibly. I talked to stop myself hitting and hurting him. I grew up in a New Pest slum, Plex. My mother and father worked the belloweed mills. Everybody did. Temp contracts, day rate, no benefits. There were times we were lucky if we ate twice a day. And this wasn't any fucking trade slump either. It was business as usual. Motherfuckers like you and your family got rich off it. I drew a breath and cranked myself back down to a dead irony. So you're going to have to forgive my lack of sympathy for your tragically decayed aristo circumstances because I'm a little short right now, okay? He wet his lips and nodded.
Okay, man, it's cool.
Yeah. I nodded back. Now, no reason for a stored copy of Quell to be set on viral deploy, you said.
Yeah, right, that's right.
He was stumbling over himself to get back to safe ground.
And anyway, look, Oshima's loaded to the eyes with all sorts of baffles to stop viral stuff soaking through the coupling. That decom command shit is state-of-the-art.
Yeah, so that brings us back to where we started. If she isn't really Quell, why are you so scared of her? He blinked at me.
Why am I... Fuck, man! Because whether she is Quell or whether she isn't, she thinks she is. That's a major psychosis. Would you put a psychotic in charge of that software?
I shrugged. From what I saw in New Hawk, half of DCOM would qualify for the same ticket. They're not overly balanced as a profession.
Yeah, but I doubt many of them think they're the reincarnation of a revolutionary leader 3 centuries dead. I doubt they can quote...
He stopped. I looked at him. Quote what?
Stuff. You know.
He looked away, twitchily.
Old stuff from the war, the unsettlement. You must have heard the way she talks sometimes. That period flick Japanese she comes out with.
Yeah, I have. But that's not what you were going to say, Plex. Is it? He tried to get up from the automold. I stepped closer, and he froze. I looked down at him with the same expression I'd had when I talked about my family. Didn't even lift the shard gun. Quote what?
Man, Tanasada
isn't here. I am. Quote what? He broke. Gestured weakly.
I don't even know if you'd understand what I'm talking about, man.
Try me.
Well, it's complicated.
No, it's simple. Let me help you get started. The night I came to collect my sleeve, you and Yukio were talking about her. At a guess, you'd been doing some business with her. At a second guess, you'd met her in that sweeper dock dive you took me to for breakfast, right? He nodded, reluctantly. Okay, so the only thing I can't work out is why you were so surprised to see her there.
I didn't think she'd come back, he muttered.
I remembered my first view of her that night, the entranced expression on her face as she stared at herself in the Mirrorwood bar. Envoy Recall dug out a fragment of conversation from the Compcho apartment later. Or talking up Laszlo's antics.
Still chasing that weapons chick with the cleavage, right?
And Sylvie.
What's that?
You know, Tamsin, Tamina, whatever her name was. The one from that bar on Muko, just before you pissed off on your own. Christ, you were there, Sylvie. I wouldn't have thought anyone could forget that rack.
And Yad.
She's not equipped to register that kind of armament.
I shivered. No, not equipped. Not equipped to remember anything much, wandering around in the Takitamora night, torn between Sylvie Oshima and Nadia Makita, a.k.a. Quellcrist fucking Falconer. Not equipped to do anything except maybe navigate by dredged-up fragments of recall and dream, and fetch up in some vaguely remembered bar where, just as you were trying to put yourself back together, some hard-faced gang of bearded scum with a license to kill from God came to grind your face in the assumed inferiority of your gender. I remembered Yukio when he burst into the Compcho apartment the next morning, the fury in his face.
Kovacs, what exactly the fuck do you think you're doing here?
And his words to Sylvie when he saw her.
You know who I am.
Not a passing reference to his evident membership of the Yakuza. He thought she knew him. And Sylvie's even response, I don't know who the fuck you are. Because at that moment, she didn't. Envoy Recall froze frame for me on the disbelief in Yukio's face. Not offended vanity after all. He was genuinely shocked. In the scant seconds of the confrontation, in the seared flesh and blood of the aftermath, it hadn't occurred to me to wonder why he was so angry. Anger was a constant, the constant companion of the last 2 years and longer, rage in myself and the rage reflecting from those around me. I no longer questioned it. It was a state of being. Yukio was angry because he was an asshole male with delusions of status, just like Dad, just like the rest of them, and I'd humiliated him in front of Plex and Tanasida. Because he was an asshole male, just like the rest of them, in fact, and rage was the default setting. Or because you just wandered into the midst of a complicated deal with a dangerously unstable woman with a head full of state-of-the-art BattleTech software and a direct line back to— What? What was she selling, Plex? The breath came out of him. He seemed to crumple with it. I don't know, Tack. Really, I don't. It was some kind of weapon, something from the unsettlement. She called it the Quellcrist Protocol, something biological. They took it away from me as soon as I hooked her up with them, as soon as I told them the preliminary data checked out. He looked away again, this time with no trace of nerves. His voice took on a slurred bitterness. Said it was too important for me. Couldn't trust me to keep my mouth shut. They brought in specialists from Millsport. Fucking Yukio came with them. They cut me out. But you were there. You'd seen her that night. Yeah, she was giving them stuff on blanked decom chips. Pieces at a time, 'cause she didn't trust us. He coughed out a laugh. No more than we trusted her. I was supposed to go along each time and check the prelim scroll-up codes, make sure they were genuine antiques. Everything I okayed, Yukio took and handed on to his pet fucking MP team. I never saw any of it. And you know who fucking found her in the first place? I did. She came to me first, and all I get is flushed out with a finder's fee. How did she find you? A dejected shrug. Usual channels. She'd been asking around Takitamora for weeks, apparently, looking for someone to move this stuff for her. But she didn't tell you what it was. He picked moodily at a smear of body paint on the automold. Nope. Plex, come on. She made a big enough splash with you that you called in your yak pals, but she never showed you what it was she had. She asked for the fucking yak, not me. I frowned. She did? Yeah. Said they'd be interested. Said it was something they could use. Oh, that's crab shit, Plex. Why would the Yakuza be interested in a biotech weapon 3 centuries old? They're not fighting a war. Maybe she thought they could sell it on to the military for a percentage. But she didn't say that. You just told me she said it would be something they could use. He stared up at me. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not wired for that fucking Envoy Total Recall shit like you. I don't remember what she said exactly. And I don't fucking care. Like they said, it's got nothing to do with me anymore. I stepped away from him, leaned back on the container wall, and examined the shard gun absently. Peripheral vision told me he wasn't moving from his slump on the automold. I sighed, and it felt like weight shifting off my lungs, only to settle in again. All right, Plex. Just a couple more questions, easy ones, and I'm out of your hair. This new edition of me they've got. It was chasing Oshima, right? Not me? He clicked his tongue, barely audible above the fusion beat outside. Both of you. Tanasada wants your head on a stick for what you did to Yukio, but you're not the main attraction. I nodded bleakly. For a while I'd thought Sylvie must have somehow given herself away down in Takitamura yesterday. Talked to the wrong person, been caught on the wrong surveillance cam, done something to bring the pursuit team crashing down on us like angel fire. But it wasn't that. It was simpler and worse. They had vectored in on my own unshielded blunder through the Quellcrist Falconer archives. Must have had a global watch on the data flows since this whole fucking mess blew up. And you walked right into it. Nice going. I grimaced. And is Tanasada running this? Plex hesitated. No? So who's reeling his line in then? Don't back up on me, Plex. Look, I don't fucking know. I don't. But it's up the food chain, I know that. First Families is what I hear, some Millsport court spy mistress. I felt a qualified sense of relief. Not the Yakuza, then. Nice to know my market value hadn't fallen that far. This spy mistress got a name? Yeah. He got up abruptly and went to the hospitality module, stared down into the smashed interior. Name of Ayura, real hard case by all accounts. You haven't met her? He poked about in the debris I'd left, found an undamaged pipe. No, I don't even get to see Tanasada these days. No way I'd be let inside something at First Families level. But there's stuff about this Ayura on the court gossip circuit. She's got a reputation. I snorted. Yeah. Don't they all? I'm serious, Tack. He fired up the pipe and looked reproachfully at me through the sudden smoke. I'm trying to help you here. Yeah. You remember that mess about 60 years ago when Mitzi Harlan wound up in a Kossuth skullwalk porn flick? Vaguely. I'd been busy at the time, stealing BioWare and off-world data bonds in the company of Virginia Vidora and the Little Blue Bugs. High-yield criminality masquerading as political commitment. We watched the news for a word of the police efforts at Pursuit. Not much else. There hadn't been a lot of time to worry about the incessant scandals and misdemeanors of Harlan's world's aristo-larvae. Yeah, well, the word is that this Ayura ran damage limitation and cleanup for the Harlan family, closed down the studio with extreme prejudice, hunted down everyone involved. I heard most of them got the sky ride. She took them up to Ryla Crags at night, strapped them to a grav pack each, and just flipped the switch. Very elegant. Plex drew his lungs full of smoke and gestured. His voice came out squeaky. Why, she is, apparently. Old school, you know. You got any idea where she got the copy of me from? He shook his head. No. But I'd guess Protectorate military storage. He's young, a lot younger than you. Are now, I mean. You've met him? Yeah. They hauled me in for an interview last month when he first got up here from Millsport. You can tell a lot about someone from the way they talk. He's still calling himself an envoy." I grimaced again. "He's got an energy to him as well. It feels as if he can't wait to get things done, to get started on everything. He's confident. He's not scared of anything. Nothing's a problem. He laughs at everything. Yeah, all right, he's young, got it. Did he say anything about me?" "Not really. Mostly he just asked questions and listened. Only—" Plex drew on the pipe again. "I got the impression he was, I don't know, disappointed or something about what you were doing these days." I felt my eyes narrow. "He said that?" No. Plex waved the pipe, trickled smoke from his nose and mouth. "Just an impression I got, Saul." I nodded. "Okay, one last question. You said they took her to Millsport. Where?" Another pause. I shot him a curious look. "Come on, what have you got to lose now? Where are they taking her?" "Tak, let it go. This is just like the sweeper bar all over again. You're getting involved in something that doesn't—" "I'm already involved, Plex. Tenasida's taken care of that." "No, listen. Tenasida will deal. You've got Yukio's stack, man. You can negotiate for its safe return. He'll do it. I know him. He and Hirayasu Sr. go back a century or more. He's Yukio's senpai. He's practically his adoptive uncle. He'll have to cut a deal." "And you think this Ayura's going to let it go at that?" "Well, sure, why not?" Plex gestured with the pipe. "She's got what she wants, as long as you stay out of—" "Plex, think about it. I'm double-sleeved. That's a UN rap, big-time penalties for all involved, not to mention the issue of whether they're even entitled to hold a stored copy of a serving envoy in the first place. If the Protectorate ever finds out about this, Ayura, the spy mistress, is going to be looking at some serious storage. First family's connections or not. The sun'll be a fucking red dwarf by the time they let her out." Plex snorted. "You think so? You really think the UN are going to come out here and risk upsetting the local oligarchy for the sake of one double-sleeving? If it's made public enough, yes. They'll have to. They can't be seen to do anything else. Believe me, Plex, I know. I used to do this for a living. The whole Protectorate system hangs together on an assumption that no one dare step out of line. As soon as someone does, and gets away with it, no matter how small that initial transgression, it'll be like the first crack in the damn wall. If what's been done here becomes common knowledge, the Protectorate will have to demand Ayura's cortical stack on a plate. And if the first families don't comply, the UN will send the envoys, because a refusal by local oligarchy to comply can only be read one way, as insurrection. And insurrections get put down wherever they are, at whatever cost, without fail. I watched him. Watched it sink in as it had sunk into me when I first heard the news in Drava. The understanding of what had been done, the step that had been taken, and the sequence of inevitability that we were all now locked into. The fact that there was no way back from this situation that didn't involve someone called Takeshi Kovacs dying for good. "This Ayura," I said quietly, "has backed herself into a corner. I would love to know why. I would love to know what it was that was so fucking important it was worth this. But in the end, it doesn't matter. One of us has to go, me or him, and the easiest way for her to make that happen is to keep sending him after me until either he kills me or I kill him." He looked back at me, pupils blasted wide with the mix of whiff and mushrooms, pipe forgotten and trailing faint fumes from the cupped bowl of his hand, like it was all too much to take in. Like I was a piece of take hallucination that refused to morph into something more pleasant, or just go away. I shook my head. tried to get Sylvie's slip-ins out of it. So, like I said, Plex, I need to know. I really need to know. Oshima, Ayura, and Kovacs. Where do I find these people? He shook his head. It's no good, Tak. I mean, I'll tell you. You really want to know, I'll tell you, but it isn't going to help. There's nothing you can do about this. There's no way you can— Why don't you just tell me, Plex? Get it off your chest. Let me worry about the logistics. So he told me. And I did the logistics and worried at it. All the way out I worried at it, like a wolf at a limb caught in a trap. All the way out. Past the stoned and strobe-lit dancers, the recorded hallucinations and the chemical smiles. Past the throbbing translucent panels where a woman, stripped to the waist, met my eyes and smeared herself against the glass for me to look at. Past the cheap door muscle and detectors, the last tendrils of club warmth and reef dive rhythm, and out into the chill of the warehouse district night, where it was starting to snow. Part 3. That was a while ago.
That Quail, man, she got something going on, something you gotta think about. Thing is, some things last, some things don't, but sometimes you got something don't last, won't be because it's gone, be because it's waiting for its time to come again, maybe waiting on a change. Music's like that, and so is life, man, so is life.
Dizzy Chango, from an interview for New Sky Blue magazine. Chapter 20. There were storm warnings all the way south. On some planets I've been to, they manage their hurricanes. Satellite tracking maps and models the storm system to see where it's going, and, if necessary, associated precision beam weaponry can be used to rip its heart out before it does any damage. This is not an option we have on Harlan's world, and either the Martians didn't think it was worth programming that kind of thing into their own orbitals way back when, or the orbitals themselves have just stopped bothering since. Maybe they're sulking obscurely at being left behind. In any case, it leaves us back in the Dark Ages with surface-based monitoring and the odd, low-level helicopter scout. Meteorological AIs help with prediction, but 3 moons and 0.8 G home gravity make for some seriously tumbled weather systems, and storms have been known to do some very odd things. When a Harlan's World hurricane gets into its stride, there's really very little you can do but get well out of the way and stay there. This one had been building for a while. I remembered newscasts about it the night we slipped out of Drava, and those who could move were moving. All across the Gulf of Kossuth, the herb rafts and sea factories were hauling keels west at whatever speed they could manage. Trawlers and ray hunters caught too far east sought anchorage in the relatively protected harbors among the Erezumi shallows. Hoverloader traffic coming down from the Saffron Archipelago was rerouted out around the western cup of the Gulf. It put an extra day on the trip. The skipper of the Haiduchi's daughter took it philosophically.
Seen worse,
he rumbled, peering into hooded displays on the bridge.
Back in the 90s, storm season got so bad we had to lay up in New Pest for more than a month. No safe traffic north at all.
I grunted noncommittally. He squinted away from the display at me.
You were away then, right?
Yeah, off-world. He laughed raspingly.
Yeah, that's right. All that exotic travel you've been doing. So when do I get to see your pretty face on Kossuth-net then, huh? Got a 1-to-1 lined up with Maggie Sagita when we get in?
Give me time, man.
More time? Huh? Haven't you had enough time yet?
It was the line of banter we'd maintained all the way down from Takitamura. Like quite a few freight skippers I'd met, Ari Yaparidze was a shrewd but relatively unimaginative man. He knew next to nothing about me, which, he told me, was the way he liked things to stay with his passengers, but he was nobody's fool. And it didn't take an archaeologue to work out that if a man comes aboard your rattled old freighter an hour before it leaves and offers as much for a cramped crew room berth as you'd pay for a saffron line cabin, well, that man probably isn't on friendly terms with law enforcement. For Yaparidze, the holes he'd turned up in my knowledge of the last couple of decades on Harlan's World had a very simple explanation. I'd been away, in the time-honored criminal sense of the word. I countered this assumption with the simple truth about my absence and got the rasping laugh every time. Which suited me fine. People will believe what they want to believe. Look at the fucking beards. And I got the distinct impression that there was some storage time in Yaparidze's past. I don't know what he saw when he looked at me, but I got an invite up to the bridge on our second evening out of Takitamora, and by the time we left Erkezes, on the southernmost tip of the Saffron Archipelago, we were swapping notes on preferred New Pest drinking holes and how best to barbecue bottleback steaks. I tried not to let the time chafe at me. Tried not to think about the Millsport Archipelago and the long westward arc we were cutting away from it. Sleep was hard. The nighttime bridge of the Haiduchi's daughter provided a viable alternative. I sat with Yaparidze and drank cheap Millsport blended whiskey, watching as the freighter plowed her way south into warmer seas and air that was fragrant with the scent of belloweed. I talked, as automatic as the machines that kept the vessel on her curving course. Stock tales of sex and travel, memories of New Pest and the Kossuth hinterlands. I massaged the muscles of my left arm where they still ached and throbbed. I flexed my left hand against the pain it gave me. Beneath it all, I thought about ways to kill Ayura and myself. By day, I prowled the decks and mingled with the other passengers as little as possible. They were an unappealing bunch anyway, 3 burned-out and bitter-talking decoms heading south, maybe for home, maybe just for the sun, a hard-eyed web-jelly entrepreneur and his bodyguard, accompanying an oil shipment to New Pest, a young New Revelation priest and his carefully wrapped wife, who joined ship at Erkezes. Another 6 less memorable men and women who kept to themselves even more than I did and looked away whenever they were spoken to. A certain degree of social interaction was unavoidable. Haiduchi's daughter was a small vessel, in essence not much more than a tug, welded onto the nose of 4 duplex freight pods and a powerful hoverload driver. Access gantries ran at 2 levels, from the forward decks between and alongside the pods, and back to a narrow observation bubble bolted onto the rear. What living space there was felt crowded. There were a few squabbles early on, including one over stolen food that Yaparidze had to break up with threats of putting people off at Erkezes. But by the time we left the Saffron Archipelago behind, everybody had pretty much settled down. I had a couple of forced conversations with the decoms over meals, trying to show interest in their hard luck stories and life in the uncleared bravado. From the web jelly oil merchant, I got repetitive lectures on the economic benefits that would emerge from the Mexec regime's austerity program. The priest I didn't talk to at all because I didn't want to have to hide his body afterward. We made good time from Erkezes to the Gulf, and there was no sign of a storm when we got there. I found myself crowded out of my usual brooding spots as the other passengers came out to enjoy the novelty of warm weather and sun strong enough to tan. You couldn't blame them. The sky was a solid blue from horizon to horizon. Daikoku and Hote both showing clear and high up. A strong breeze out of the northwest kept the heat pleasant and lifted spray from the ruffled surface of the sea. Westward, waves broke white and just audible on the great curving reefs that heralded the eventual rise of the Kossuth Gulf coastline farther south.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?"
said a quiet voice beside me at the rail. I glanced sideways and saw the priest's wife, still scarfed and robed despite the weather. She was alone. Her face, what I could see of it, tilted up at me out of the tightly drawn circle of the scarf that covered her below the mouth and above the brow. It was beaded with sweat from the unaccustomed heat, but didn't seem unconfident. She had scraped her hair back so that not a trace made it past the cloth. She was very young, probably not long out of her teens. She was also, I realized, several months pregnant. I turned away, mouth suddenly tight, focused on the view beyond the deck rail.
"I've never traveled this far south before,"
she went on, when she saw I wasn't going to take her up on her first gambit.
"Have you?
Yeah."
"Is it always this hot?"
I looked at her again, bleakly. "It isn't hot. You're just inappropriately dressed."
"Ah."
She placed her gloved hands on the rail and appeared to examine them.
"You do not approve?"
I shrugged. "That's got nothing to do with me. We live in a free world, didn't you know? Leo Mexek says so."
"Mexek."
She made a small spitting sound.
"He is as corrupt as the rest of them, as all the materialists."
"Yeah, but give him his due. If his daughter ever gets raped, he's unlikely to beat her to death for dishonoring him." She flinched.
"You are talking about an isolated incident. This is not..."
"4." I held out my fingers, rigid in front of her face. "I'm talking about 4 isolated incidents, and that's just this year." I saw color rise in her cheeks. She seemed to be looking down at her own slightly protruding belly.
"The new revelation is not always most honestly served by those most active in its advocacy,"
she murmured.
Many
of you cringe along in compliance, hoping to peel something of worth from the less psychotic directives of your gynocidal belief system because you don't have the wit or nerve to build something entirely new. I know." Now she was flushing to the roots of her painstakingly hidden hair.
"You misjudge me."
She touched the scarf she wore.
"I have chosen this. Chosen it freely. I believe in the revelation. I have my faith."
"Then you're more stupid than you look." An outraged silence. I used it to crank the flurry of rage in my own chest back under control.
"So I'm stupid? Because I choose modesty and womanhood, I'm stupid. Because I don't display and cheapen myself at every opportunity like that whore Mitzi Harlan and her kind, because..."
"Look," I said coldly, "why don't you exercise some of that modesty and just shut your womanly little mouth? I really don't care what you think."
"See?"
she said, voice turned slightly shrill.
"You lust after her like all the others. You give in to her cheap, sensual tricks and..."
"Oh, please. For my money, Mitzi Harlan's a stupid, superficial little trollop, but you know what? At least she lives her life as if it belongs to her, instead of abasing herself at the feet of any fucking baboon who can grow a beard and some external genitalia."
"Are you calling my husband a—"
"No." I swung on her. It seemed I didn't have it cranked down after all. My hands shot out and grasped her by the shoulders. "No. I'm calling you a gutless betrayer of your sex. I can see your husband's angle. He's a man. He's got everything to gain from this crab shit. But you've thrown away centuries of political struggle and scientific advance so you can sit in the dark and mutter your superstitions of unworth to yourself. You'll let your life, the most precious thing you have, be stolen from you hour by hour and day by day, as long as you can eke out the existence your males will let you have. And then when you finally die, and I hope it's soon, sister, I really do, then at the last you'll spite your own potential and shirk the final power we've won for ourselves to come back and try again. You'll do all of this because of your fucking faith. And if that child in your belly is female, then you'll condemn her to the same fucking thing. Then there was a hand on my arm. Hey, man. It was one of the decoms, backed up by the entrepreneur's bodyguard. He looked scared but determined. That's enough. Leave her alone. I looked at his fingers where they hung on my elbow. I wondered briefly about breaking them, locking out the arm behind him, and a memory flared to life inside me. My father shaking my mother by the shoulders like a bellowweed rack that wouldn't come loose of its mooring, screaming abuse and whiskey fumes into her face. 7 years old, I'd gone for his arm and tried to tug it away. He had clouted me almost absently that time, across the room and into a corner. Gone back to her. I unlocked my hands from the woman's shoulders, shook off the decom's grip, mentally shook myself by the throat. Now back off, man. Sure. I said it quietly. Like I said, sister, it's a free world. Got nothing to do with me. The storm clipped us around the ear a couple of hours later, a long trailing scarf of bad weather that darkened the sky outside my porthole and caught the Haiduchi's daughter broadside on. I was flat on my back in my bunk at the time, staring at the metal gray ceiling and giving myself a furious lecture on undesirable involvement. I heard the engine thrum kick up a notch and guessed Yaparitse was pulling more buoyancy from the grav system. A couple of minutes later, the narrow cabin space seemed to lurch sideways. On the table opposite, a glass slid a couple of centimeters before the anti-spill surface gripped it in place. The water it held slopped alarmingly and splashed over the edge. I sighed and got off the bunk, bracing myself across the cabin and leaning down to peer out the porthole. Sudden rain slapped the glass. Somewhere in the freighter, an alarm went off. I frowned. It seemed an extreme response to what wasn't much more than some choppy water. I shouldered my way into a light jacket I'd bought from one of the freighter's crew members, stowed Tebet knife and Rapsodia beneath it, and slipped out into the corridor. Getting involved again, are we? Hardly. If this tub is going to sink, I want advance warning. I followed the alarms up to main deck level and out into the rain. A member of the crew passed me, hefting a clumsy long-barrel blaster. What's going on? I asked her.
Search me, Sam.
She spared me a grim look, jerked her head aft.
Main board's showing a breach in cargo. Maybe a rip wing trying to get in out of the storm. Maybe not.
You want a hand? She hesitated, suspicion swimming momentarily on her face, then made a decision. Maybe Yaparitse had said something to her about me. Maybe she just liked my recently acquired face. Or maybe she was just scared and could use the company.
Sure, thanks.
We worked our way back toward the cargo pods and along one of the gantries, bracing ourselves each time the freighter rolled. Rain whipped in at odd wind-driven angles. The alarm shrilled querulously over the weather. Ahead, in the sudden sullen gloom of the squall, a row of red lights pulsed on and off along one section of the left-hand freight pod. Below the flashing alert signals, pale light showed from the edge of a cracked hatch. The crew woman hissed and gestured with the blaster barrel.
That's it.
She started forward.
Someone's in there.
I shot her a glance. Or something. Rip wings, right?
Yeah, but it takes a pretty sharp rip wing to figure out the buttons. Usually they'll just short the system with a beak bud and hope it lets them in. And I don't smell anything burning.
Me neither. I calibrated the gantry space, the rise of the cargo pods over us, drew the Rhapsodia and dialed it to maximum dispersal. Okay, so let's do this sensibly. Let me go in there first. Yeah, I'm sure you are, but I used to do this for a living. So how about you have this one on me, huh? Stay here, shoot anything that comes out of that hatch unless you hear me call it first. I moved to the hatch as carefully as I could on the unstable footing and examined the locking mechanism. There didn't appear to be any damage. The hatch hung outward a couple of centimeters, maybe tipped that way by the pitch of the freighter in the squall. After whichever pirate ninja opened it had cracked the lock, that is. Thanks for that. I tuned out the squall and the alarm, listened for motion on the other side, cranked the Neurochem tight enough to pick up heavy breathing. Nothing. No one there. Or someone with stealth combat training. Will you shut up? I fitted one foot against the edge of the hatch and gave it a cautious shove. The hinges were balanced to a hair. The whole thing swung weightily outward. Without giving myself time to think, I twisted into the gap, Rhapsodia tracking for a target. Nothing. Waist-high steel barrels stood in shiny ranks across the cargo space. The gaps between were too thin to hide a child, let alone a ninja. I crossed to the nearest and read the label. Finest saffron seas luminescent xenomedusal extract, cold press filtered. Web jelly oil. Designer branded for added value. Courtesy of our entrepreneurial expert on austerity. I laughed and felt the tension puddle back out of me. Nothing but... I sniffed. There was a scent, fleeting on the metallic air in the cargo pod, and gone. The New Hawk Sleeve's senses were just acute enough to know it was there, but with the knowledge and the conscious effort, it vanished. Out of nowhere, I had a sudden flash recollection of childhood, an uncharacteristically happy image of warmth and laughter that I couldn't place. Whatever the smell was, it was something I knew intimately. I stowed the Rhapsodia and moved back to the hatch. There's nothing in here, I'm coming out! I stepped back into the warm splatter of the rain and heaved the hatch closed again. It locked into place with a solid thunk of security bolts, shutting in whatever trace scent of the past I'd picked up on. The pulsing reddish radiance over my head died out, and the alarm, which had settled to an unnoticed background constant, was abruptly silent. "What were you doing in there?" It was the entrepreneur, face tense, closing on angry. He had his security in tow. A handful of crew members crowded behind. I sighed. "Checking on your investment, all sealed and safe, don't worry. Looks like the pod lock's glitched." I looked at the crew woman with the blaster. Or maybe that extra smart ripwing showed up after all and we scared it off. Look, this is a bit of a long shot, I know, but is there a sniffer set anywhere aboard? Sniffer set? Like for the police, you mean? She shook her head. I don't think so. You could ask the skipper. I nodded. Yeah, well, like I said, I asked you a question. The tension in the entrepreneur's features had made it all the way to anger. At his side, his security glared supportively. Yeah, and I answered it. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're not going anywhere, Tomas! I cut the bodyguard a glance before he could act on the command. He froze and shifted his feet. I shifted my eyes to the entrepreneur, fighting a strong urge to push the confrontation as far as it would go. Since my run-in with the priest's wife, I'd been twitchy with the need to do violence. If your tuskhead here touches me, he's going to need surgery, and if you don't get out of my way, so will you. I already told you your cargo's safe. Now suppose you step aside and save us both an embarrassing scene. He looked back at Tomas and, evidently, read something instructive in his expression. He moved. "Thank you." I pushed my way through the gathered crew members behind him. "Anybody seen Yaparidze?" "On the bridge, probably," said someone. "But Itsuko's right. There's no sniffer gear on the Duchy. We're not fucking sea cops." Laughter. Someone sang the signature tune to the Xperia show of the same name, and the rest took it up for a couple of bars. I smiled thinly and shouldered my way past. As I left, I heard the entrepreneur demanding loudly that the hatch be opened again immediately. Oh, well. I went to find Yaparidze anyway. If nothing else, at least he could provide me with a drink. The squall passed. I sat on the bridge and watched it fade away eastward on the weather scanners, wishing the knot inside me would do the same. Outside, the sky brightened and the waves stopped knocking the Haiduchi's daughter about. Yaparidze slacked off the emergency drive to the grav motors, and the freighter settled back into her former stability.
"So tell me the truth, Sam."
He poured me another shot of Millsport Blended and settled back in the chair across the navigation table. There was no one else on the bridge.
"You're casing the web jelly consignment, right?"
I lifted an eyebrow. Well, if I am, that's a pretty unhealthy question to ask me.
Not really."
He winked and knocked his drink back in one. Since it had become clear that the weather was going to leave us alone, he'd let himself get slightly drunk.
"That fucking prick. For me, you can have his cargo, just so long as you don't try and lift it while it's on the Duchy."
Right. I raised my glass to him. So, who is it? I'm sorry?
"Who you running radar for? The Yak, Weed Expanse gangs? Thing is,
Ari, I'm serious." He blinked at me.
"What?"
"Think about it. If I'm a Yak research squad, you go asking questions like that, it's going to get you really dead."
Crap shit. You ain't gonna kill me."
He got up, leaned across the table toward me, and peered into my face.
"You don't got the eyes for it. I can tell."
"Really?"
"Yeah. Besides—"
He sank back into his seat and gestured untidily with his glass.
"Who's gonna sail this tub into New Pest Harbor if I'm dead, huh? She's not like those Saffron Line AI babies, you know. Every now and then she needs the human touch."
I shrugged. "I guess I could scare someone on the crew into it. Show them your smoldering corpse for an incentive."
"That's good thinking."
He grinned and reached for the bottle again.
"I hadn't thought of that. But like I said, I don't see it in your eyes."
"Met a lot like me, have you?" He filled our glasses.
"Man, I was one like you. I grew up in New Pest just like you, and I was a pirate just like you. Used to work route robberies with the 7% Angels. Crap shit stuff, skimmer cargo coming in over the Expanse."
He paused and looked me in the eyes.
"I got caught."
Oh, that's too bad."
"Yeah, it was too bad. They took the flesh off me and they dumped me in the store for 3 decades, near enough. When I got out, all they had to sleeve me in was some wired-for-shit meth head's body. My family had all grown up or moved away or, died or something. I had a daughter, 7 years old when I went in. She was 10 years older than the sleeve I was wearing by the time I got out. She had a life and a family of her own. Even if I had known how to relate to her, she didn't want to know me. That was just a 30-year gap in her eyes. Likewise her mother, who'd found some other guy, had kids. Well, you know how it goes."
He sank his drink, shivered, and stared at me through suddenly teared eyes. He poured himself another.
"My brother died in a bug crash a couple of years after I went away. No insurance, no way to get a re-sleeve. My sister was in the store. She'd gone in 10 years after me, wasn't getting out for another 20. There'd been another brother, born a couple of years after I went away. I didn't know what to say to him. My father and mother were separated. He died first, got his re-sleeve policy through, went off somewhere to be young, free and single again. Wouldn't wait for her. I went to see her, but all she did was stare out of the window with this smile on her face, kept saying, "Soon, soon, it'll be my turn soon." Gave me the fucking creeps. So you went back to the Angels. Good guess. I nodded. It wasn't a guess. It was a riff on the lives of a dozen acquaintances from my own new past youth. Yeah, the Angels. They had me back. They'd gone up a notch or two in the scheme of things. A couple of the same guys I used to run with. They were knocking over hoverloaders on the Millsport runs from the inside. Good money, and with a meth habit to support, I needed that. Ran with them for about 2-3 years. Got caught again. Yeah? I made an effort. Tried to look mildly surprised. How long this time? He grinned, like a man in front of a fire. 85. We sat in silence for a while. Finally, Aparice poured more whiskey and sipped at his drink as if he didn't really want it. This time, I lost them all for good. Whatever second life my mother got, I missed that. And she'd opted out of a third time around, just had herself stored with instructions for a rental re-sleeve on a list of family occasions. Release of her son Ari from penal storage wasn't on that list, so I took the hint. Brother was still dead. Sister got out of the store while I was in. Went north decades before I got out again. I don't know where. Maybe looking for her father. And your daughter's family? He laughed and shrugged. Daughter, grandkids. Man, by then I was another 2 generations out of step with them. I didn't even try to catch up. I just took what I had and I ran with it. Which was what? I nodded at him. This sleeve? Yeah, this sleeve. I got what you might call lucky. Belonged to some ray hunter captain, got busted for hooking out of a First Family's marine estate. Good solid sleeve, well looked after. Some useful seagoing software racked in, and some weird instinctive shit for weather. Sort of painted a career for me all on its own. I got a loan on a boat, made some money. Got a bigger boat, made some more. Got the Duchy. Got a woman back in New Pest now. Couple of kids I'm watching growing up. I raised my glass without irony. Congratulations. Yeah, well, like I said, I got lucky. And you're telling me this because... He leaned forward on the table and looked at me. You know why I'm telling you this. I quelled a grin. It wasn't his fault he didn't know. He was doing his best. All right, Ari. Tell you what. I'll lay off your cargo. I'll mend my ways, give up piracy, and start a family. Thanks for the tip. He shook his head. Not telling you anything you don't already know, Sam. Just reminding you is all. This life is like the sea. There's a 3-moon tidal slop running out there, and if you let it, it'll tear you apart from everyone and everything you ever cared about. He was right, of course. As a messenger, he was also a little late. Evening caught up with the Haiduchi's daughter on her westward curve a couple of hours later. The sun split like a cracked egg either side of a rising Hotei, and reddish light soaked out across the horizon in both directions. The low rise of Kossuth's Gulf coastline painted a thick black base for the picture. High above, thin cloud cover glowed like a shovel
full of heated coins. I avoided the forward decks where the rest of the passengers had gathered to watch the sunset. I doubted I'd be welcome among them given my various performances today. Instead, I worked my way back along one of the freight gantries, found a ladder, and climbed it to the top of the pod. There was a narrow walkway there, and I settled cross-legged onto its scant breadth. I hadn't lived quite the idiotic waste of youth Yaparitse had, but the end result wasn't much different. I beat the traps of stupid crime and storage at an early age, but only just. By the time I hit my late teens, I'd traded in my New Pest gang affiliations for a commission in the Harlan's World Tactical Marines. If you're going to be in a gang, it might as well be the biggest one on the block, and no one fucked with the tax. For a while, it seemed like a smart move. 7 uniformed years down that road, the Corps recruiters came for me. Routine screening put me at the top of a short list, and I was invited to volunteer for envoy conditioning. It wasn't the kind of invitation you turned down. A couple of months later, I was off-world, and the gaps started opening up. Time away, needle cast into action across the settled worlds, time laid down in military storage and virtual environments between, time speeded up, slowed down, rendered meaningless anyway by interstellar distance. I began to lose track of my previous life. Furlough back home was infrequent and brought with it a sense of dislocation each time that discouraged me from going as often as I could have. As an envoy, I had the whole protectorate as a playground. Might as well see some of it, I reasoned at the time. And then Inenin. When you leave the envoys, there are a very limited number of career options. No one trusts you enough to lend you capital, and you're flat out forbidden under UN law to hold corporate or governmental posts. Your choices, apart from straight-up poverty, are mercenary warfare or crime. Crime is safer and easier to do. Along with a few colleagues who'd also resigned from the Corps after the Inenin debacle, I ended up back on Harlan's World, running rings around local law enforcement and the petty criminals they played tag with. We carved out reputations, stayed ahead of the game, went through anyone who opposed us like angel fire. An attempted family reunion started out badly, plunged downhill from there, ended in shouting and tears. It was my fault as much as anyone's. My mother and sisters were unfamiliar semi-strangers already, memories of the bonds we'd once had, blurred indistinct alongside the sharp, shining functions of my envoy recall. I'd lost track, didn't know where they were in their lives. The salient novelty was my mother's marriage to a protectorate recruiting executive. I met him once and wanted to kill him. The feeling was probably mutual. In my family's eyes, I'd crossed a line somewhere. Worse still, they were right. All we disagreed on was where that line had been. For them, it was neatly epoxied to the boundary between my military service to the Protectorate and my step into unsanctioned for personal profit criminality. For me, it had come less specifically at some unnoticed moment during my time in the Corps. But try explaining that to someone who hasn't been there. I did try, briefly. The immediate and obvious pain it caused my mother was enough to make me stop. It was shit she didn't need. On the horizon, the sun was gone to molten leavings. I looked southeast where the dark was gathering, approximately toward New Pest. I wouldn't be dropping in to see anyone on my way through. Leathery flap of wings passed my shoulder. I glanced up and spotted a ripwing banking about over the freight pod, black, turning iridescent shades of green in the last rays of the sun. It circled me a couple of times, then came in to land on the walkway, an insolent 6 meters away. I edged around to watch it. Down around Kossuth, they flock less and grow bigger than the ones I'd seen in Drava, and this specimen was a good meter from webbed talons to beak, big enough to make me glad I was armed. It folded its wings with a rasp, lifted one shoulder in my direction, and regarded me unblinkingly from a single eye. It seemed to be waiting for something. "Fuck are you looking at?" For a long moment, the ripwing was silent. Then it arched its neck, flexed its wings, and screeched at me a couple of times. When I didn't move, it settled down and cocked its head at a quizzical angle. "I'm not going to see them," I told it after a while. "So don't try talking me into it. It's been too long." But still, in the fast-growing gloom around me, that itch of family I'd felt in the pod, like warmth from the past, like not being alone. The ripwing and I sat, hunched 6 meters apart, watching each other in silence, while darkness fell. Chapter 21. We pulled into New Pest Harbor a little after noon the next day and crept to a mooring with painstaking care. The whole port was jammed up with hoverloaders and other vessels fleeing the threat of heavy weather in the eastern Gulf, and the harbormaster software had arranged them according to some counterintuitive mathematical scheme that the Haiduchi's daughter didn't have an interface for. Yapadidze took the con on manual, cursing machines in general and the Port Authority, AI in particular, as we wound our way through the apparently random thickets of shipping. "Fucking upgrade this, upgrade that. If I'd wanted to be a fucking tech head, I would have gotten a job with DCOM." Like me, he had a slight but insistent hangover. We said our farewells on the bridge, and I went down to the foredeck. I tossed my pack ashore while the autograpples were still cranking us in, and leapt the closing gap to the wharf from the rail. It got me a couple of glances from bystanders, but no uniformed attention. With a circling storm out on the horizon and a harbor packed to capacity, port security had other things to worry about than reckless disembarkation. I picked up the pack, slung it on one shoulder, and drifted into the sparse flow of pedestrians along the wharf. The heat settled on me wetly. In a couple of minutes I was off the waterfront, streaming sweat, and flagging down an autocab. "Inland Harbor," I told it. "Charter terminal, and hurry." The cab made a U-turn and plunged back into the main crosstown thoroughfares. New Pest unfolded around me. It's changed a lot in the couple of centuries I've been coming back to it. The town I grew up in was low-lying, like the land it was built on, sprawling in storm-proofed snub-profile units and superbubbles across the isthmus between the sea and the great clogged lake that would later become the weed expanse. Back then, New Pest carried the fragrance of bellowweed and the stink of the various industrial processes it was subject to, like the mix of perfume and body odor on a cheap whore. You couldn't get away from either without leaving town. So much for youthful reminiscence. As the unsettlement receded into history, a return to relative prosperity brought new growth out along the inner shore of the expanse and the long curve of the coastline, and upward into the tropical sky. The height of the buildings in central New Pest soared, rising on the back of increased confidence in storm management technology and a burgeoning moneyed middle class who needed to live near their investments but didn't want to have to smell them. By the time I joined the envoys, environmental legislation had started to take the edge off the air at ground level, and there were skyscrapers downtown to rival anything you could find in Millsport. After that, my visits were infrequent, and I wasn't paying enough attention to notice when exactly the trend started to reverse and why. All I knew was that now there were quarters of the southern city where the stink was back, and the brave new developments along the coast and the expanse were collapsing, kilometer by kilometer, into creeping shantytown decay. In the center, there were beggars on the streets and armed security outside most of the large buildings. Looking out of the side window of the autocab, I caught an echo of irritated tension in the way people moved that hadn't been there 40 years ago. We crossed the center in a raised priority lane that sent the digits on the cab meter spinning into a blur. It didn't last long. Aside from one or two glossy limos and a scattering of cabs, we had the vaulted road to ourselves, and when we picked up the main expanse highway on the other side, the charge count settled down to a reasonable rate. We curled away from the high-rise zone and out across the shanties, low-level housing pressed up close to the carriageway. This story I already knew from Segesvar. The cleared embankment space on either side of the road had been sold off while I was away, and previous health and safety restrictions waived. I caught a glimpse of a naked 2-year-old child gripping the wire fence around a flat roof, mesmerized by the blast past of the traffic 2 meters from her face. On another roof, farther along, 2 kids not much older hurled makeshift missiles that missed and fell bouncing in our wake. The inland harbor exit sprang on us. The autocab took the turn at machine velocity, drifted across a couple of lanes, and braked to a more human speed as we rode the spiral curve through the shanty neighborhood and down to the fringes of the weed expanse. I don't know why the program ran that way. Maybe I was supposed to be admiring the view. The terminal itself was pretty to look at anyway. Steel-boned and up-jutting, plated in blue aluminum and glass. The carriageway ran through it like thread through a fishing float. We drew up smoothly inside, and the cab presented the charge in brilliant mauve numerals. I fed it a chip, waited for the doors to unlock, and climbed out into vaulted air-conditioned cool. Scattered figures wandered back and forth, or sat about the place, either begging or waiting for something. Charter company desks were ranked along one wall of the building, backed and crowned with a range of brightly colored hollows that in most cases included a virtual customer service construct. I picked one with a real person, a boy in his late teens who sat, slumped over the counter, fiddling with the quick plant sockets in his neck. "You for hire?" He turned lackluster eyes on me without lifting his head. "Mama." I was about to slap him when it hit me that this wasn't some obscure insult. He was wired for internal tannoy. He just couldn't be bothered to sub-vocalize. His eyes switched momentarily out to the middle distance as he listened to our response. Then he looked at me again with fractionally more focus. "Where you want to go?" "Ventura Beach. One-way passage. You can leave me there." He smirked. "Yeah, Ventura Beach. It's 700 clicks from end to end, Sam. Where on Ventura Beach?" "Southern Reach. The Strip." "Sourcetown." His gaze flickered doubtfully over me. "You a surfer?" "Do I look like a surfer?" Evidently there wasn't a safe answer to that. He shrugged sullenly and looked away, eyes fluttering upward as he hit the internal wire again. A couple of moments after that, a tough-looking blonde woman in weed farm cutoffs and a faded T-shirt came in from the yard side of the terminal. She was in her 50s, and life had frayed her around the eyes and mouth, but the cutoffs showed slim swimmer's legs, and she carried herself erect. The T-shirt declared, "Give me Mitzi Harlan's job. I could do it lying down." There was a light sweat on her brow and traces of grease on her fingertips. Her handshake was dry and calloused.
Susie Petkovsky, this is my son, Mikhail. So, you want me to run you out to the strip?
Mickey. Yeah, how soon can we leave? She shrugged.
I'm stripping down one of the turbines, but it's routine. Say an hour. Half if you don't care about security checks.
An hour is fine. I'm supposed to be meeting someone before I go anyway. How much is it going to cost me? She hissed through her teeth, looked up and down the long hall of competing desks and the lack of custom.
Sourcetown's a long haul. Bottom end of the Expanse and then some. You got baggage?
Just what you see.
I'll do it for $275. I know it's one way, but I gotta come back, even if you don't. And it's the whole day gone.
The price was a high shot, just begging to be haggled down under the $250 mark. But $200 wasn't much more than I'd just paid for my priority cab ride across town. I shrugged. Sure, seems very reasonable. You want to show me my ride? Susie Petkovsky's skimmer was pretty much the standard package. A blunt-nosed 20-meter twin-turbine rig that deserved the name hoverloader more purely than did any of the huge vessels plying the sea lanes of Harlan's world. There was no anti-grav system to kick up the buoyancy, just the engines and the armored skirt, a variant on the basic machine they've been building since the pre-diaspora days on Earth. There was a 16-seat cabin forward and freight rack storage aft, railed walkways along either side of the superstructure from cockpit to stern. On the roof, behind the pilot's cupola, a nasty-looking ultra-vibe cannon was mounted in a cheap auto turret. "That get much use?" I asked, nodding up at the weapon's split snout. She swung herself up onto the opened turbine mounting with accustomed grace, then looked back down at me gravely.
There are still pirates on the Expanse, if that's what you mean. But they're mostly kids, mostly methed to the eyes, or an involuntary glance back toward the terminal building. Wirehead cases. Rehabilitation projects all folded with the funding cuts. We got a big street problem, and it spills over into banditry out there. But they're not much to shout about, any of them. Usually scare off with a couple of warning shots. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. You want to leave your pack in the cabin?
Nah, it's okay. It's not heavy. I left her to the turbine and retreated to a shaded area at the end of the wharf where empty crates and canisters had been piled without much care. I seated myself on one of the cleaner ones and opened my pack. Sorted through my phones and found an unused one. Dialed a local number.
Southside Holdings,
said an androgynous synth voice.
Due to...
I reeled off the 14-digit discrete coding. The voice sank into static hiss and then silence. There was a long pause, then another voice, human this time, male and unmistakable. The bitten-off syllables and squashed vowels of New Pest accented Amanglic, as raw as they had been when I first met him on the streets of the city a lifetime ago.
Kovacs, where the fuck have you been?
I grinned, despite myself. Hey, Rad, nice to talk to you, too.
It's nearly 3 fucking months, man. I'm not running a pet hotel down here. Where's my money?
It's been 2 months, Radal.
It's been more than 2.
It's been 9 weeks. That's my final offer. He laughed down the line, a sound that reminded me of a trawl winch cranking at speed.
Okay, Tack. So how was your trip? Catch any fish?
Yes, I did. I touched the pocket where I'd stowed the cortical stacks. Got some for you right here, as promised. Canned, for ease of carriage.
Of course. Hardly expect you to bring it fresh. Imagine the stink, especially after 3 months.
2 months. The trawler winch again.
9 weeks, I thought we agreed. So, are you in town finally?
Near enough, yeah.
You coming out to visit?
Yeah, see, that's the problem. Something's come up and I can't. But I wouldn't want you to miss out on the fish.
Nah, nor would I. Your last consignment hasn't kept well. Barely fit for consumption these days. My boys think I'm crazy still serving it up, but I told them, Takeshi Kovacs is old school. He pays his debts. We do what he asks, and when he surfaces, finally, he will do what is right.
I hesitated, calibrated. I can't get you your money right now, Rad. I daren't go near a major credit transaction. Wouldn't be good for you any more than for me. I'll need time to sort it out. But you can have the fish if you send someone to collect it in the next hour. The silence crawled back onto the line. This was pushing the elastic of the debt to failure point, and we both knew it. Look, I got 4. That's 1 more than expected. You can have them now, all of them. You can serve them up without me, use them how you like, or not at all if my credit's really out. He said nothing. His presence on the line was oppressive, like the wet heat coming off the weed expanse. Envoy Sense told me this was the break, and Envoy Sense is rarely wrong. The money's coming, Rad. Hit me with a surcharge if that's what it takes. As soon as I'm done with this other shit, we're back in business as usual. This is strictly temporary. Still nothing. The silence was beginning to sing, the tiny, lethal song of a cable, snagged and under stress. I stared out across the expanse as if I could find him and make eye contact. He would have gotten you, I said bluntly. You know that. The silence lasted a moment longer, then snapped across. Segesvar's voice rang with false boisterousness.
What you talking about, Tack?
You know what I'm talking about. Our meth-dealing friend back in the day. You ran with the others, Red, but the way your leg was, you wouldn't have had a chance. If he'd come through me, he would have caught you up. You know that. The others ran, I stayed. On the other end of the line, I heard him breathe out, like something uncoiling.
So,
he said.
A surcharge. Shall we say 30%?
Sounds reasonable. I lied. For both of us.
Yes. But I think your previous fish will have to be taken off the menu now. Why don't you come here to give your traditional valediction and we'll discuss the terms of this, refinancing.
Can't do that, Rad. I told you I'm only passing through. An hour from now, I'm gone again. Be a week or more before I can get back.
Then,
I could almost see him shrug.
You will miss the valediction. I would not have thought you would want that.
I don't. This was punishment. Another surcharge on top of my volunteered 30%. Segesvar had me worked out. It's a core skill in organized crime, and he was good at his trade. The Kasuth Haiduchi might not have the cachet and sophistication of the Yakuza farther north, but it's essentially the same game. If you're going to make a living out of extortion, you'd better know how to get to people. And how to get to Takeshi Kovacs was painted all over my recent past like blood. It couldn't have taken a lot of working out.
Then come,
he said warmly.
We'll get drunk together, maybe even go to Watanabe's for old time's sake. Old time sake, huh? And a pipe. I need to look you in the eyes, my friend, to know that you have not changed.
Out of nowhere, Laszlo's face.
I'm trusting you, Mickey. You look after her.
I glanced across to where Susie Petkovsky was lowering the canopy back over the turbine. Sorry, Rad. This is too important to juggle. You want your fish? Send someone out to the inland harbor. Charter terminal, ramp 7. I'll be here for an hour.
No valediction?
I grimaced. No valediction. I don't have the time. He was quiet for a moment.
I think,
he said finally,
that I would like very much to look in your eyes right now, Takeshi Kovacs. Perhaps I will come myself.
Sure. Be good to see you. Just make it inside the hour. He hung up. I gritted my teeth and smashed a fist against the crate beside me. Fuck. Fuck!
You look after her, right? You keep her safe. Yeah, all right. I'm trusting you, Mickey. All right, I fucking hear you.
The chime of a phone. For a moment, I held the one I was using stupidly to my ear. Then it hit me that the sound came from the opened pack beside me. I leaned over and pushed aside 3 or 4 phones before I found the one with the lit display. It was one I'd used before, one with a broken seal. "Yeah?" Nothing. The line was open, but there was no sound on it, not even static. Perfect black silence yawned into my ear. "Hello?" And something whispered up out of the dark, just barely more audible than the tension I'd felt in the previous call. "Hurry." And then there was only the silence again. I lowered the phone and stared at it. I'd made 3 calls into Kitamura, used 3 phones from the pack. I'd called Laszlo, I'd called Yaroslav, I'd called Isa. It could have been any of the 3 who had just rung. To know for sure, I'd need to check the log to see whom the phone had connected with before. But I didn't need to. A whisper out of dark silence, a voice over distance you couldn't measure. "Hurry." I knew which phone it was, and I knew who was calling me. Chapter 22. Sagisvar was as good as his word. 40 minutes after he hung up, a garish red and black open-top sports skimmer came howling off the Expanse and into the harbor at illegal speed. Every head on the wharf turned to watch it arrive. It was the kind of boat craft that on the seaward side of New Pest would have occasioned an instant Port Authority override cast and an ignominious stall in the water there and then. I don't know whether the inland harbor was ill-equipped, if Sagisvar had expensive counter-jamming software installed in his rich kid toy, or if the Weed Expanse gangs just had the inland PA in their pocket. In any event, the Expanse mobile didn't stall out. Instead, it banked about, raising spray, and made a fast line for the gap between ramps 6 and 7. A dozen meters out, it cut its motors and swept in on momentum. Behind the wheel, Sagisvar spotted me. I nodded and raised one hand. He waved back. I sighed. This stuff trails out behind us across the decades, but it isn't like the spray Radel Sagisvar's arrival was cutting from the water in the harbor. It doesn't fall tracelessly back. It just hangs there instead, like the raised dust you get in the wake of a Sharian desert cruiser. And if you turn about and head back into your own past, you find yourself coughing on it. "Hey, Kovacs!" It was a shout, maliciously loud and cheerful. Sagisvar was standing up in the cockpit, still steering. Broad, gull-wing frame sunshades covered his eyes in conscious rejection of the mill sport fashion for ultra-engineered finger-width lenses. A paper-thin, hand-sanded iridescent swamp panther skin jacket draped his frame. He waved again and grinned. From the bow of the vessel, a grapple line fired with a metallic bang. It was harpoon-headed, unrelated to any of the sockets along the ramp edge, and it chewed a hole in the evercrete facing of the wharf 1/2 meter below the point where I stood. The skimmer cranked itself in, and Sagisvar leapt out of the cockpit to stand on the bow, looking up at me. "You want to bellow my name a couple more times?" I asked him evenly, in case someone didn't get it first time around. "Whoops!" He cocked his head at an angle and raised his arms wide in a gesture of apology that wasn't fooling anybody. He was still angry with me. "Just my naturally open nature, I guess. So what are we calling you these days?" "Forget it. You gonna stand down there all day?" "I don't know. You gonna give me a hand up?" I reached down. Sagisvar grasped the offered hand and levered himself up onto the wharf. Twinges ran down my arm as I lifted him, subsiding to a fiery ache. Still paying for my arrested fall back under the Eyrie, the Haiduchi straightened his immaculately tailored jacket and ran a fastidious hand through shoulder-length black hair. Radel Segesvar had made it far enough, early enough, to finance clone copies of the body he'd been born in, and the face he wore beneath the sun lenses was his own, pale despite the climate, narrow and hard-boned, no visible trace of Japanese ancestry. It topped an equally slim body that I guessed was in its late 20s. Segesvar generally lived each clone through from early adulthood until, in his own words, it couldn't fuck or fight like it ought to. I didn't know how many times he'd re-sleeved, because in the years since our shared youth in Newpest, I'd lost track of how long he'd actually lived. Like most Haiduchi, and like me, he'd had his share of time in storage. "Nice sleeve," he said, pacing a circle around me. "Very nice. What happened to the other one? Long story, which you're not going to tell me." He completed his circuit and took off the sun lenses, stared into my eyes. "Right?" "Right." He sighed theatrically. This is disappointing, Tack. Very disappointing. You're getting as close-mouthed as all those slit-eyed fucking northerners you spend your time with." I shrugged. "I'm half slit-eyed fucking northerner myself, Rad." Yeah, so you are. I forgot." He hadn't. He was just pushing. In some ways, nothing much had changed since our days hanging out at Watanabe's. He was always the one who got us into fights back then. Even the meth dealer had been his idea originally. "There's a coffee machine inside. Want to get some?" "If we must. You know, if you'd come out to the farm, you could have had real coffee and a sea hemp spliff, hand-rolled on the thighs of the best hollow porn actresses money can buy." "Some other time." "Yeah. You're always so fucking driven, aren't you? If it's not the envoys or the Neoquels, it's some fucking private revenge scheme. You know, Tack, it isn't really my business, but someone needs to tell you this. It looks like I get the job. You need to stop and smell the weed, man. Remember that you're living." He put his sun lenses back on and jerked his head toward the terminal. "All right, come on then. Machine coffee, why not? It'll be a novelty." Back in the cool, we sat at a table near glass panels that gave a view out onto the harbor. Half a dozen other spectators sat in the same area with their associated baggage, waiting. A wasted-looking man in rags was doing the rounds among them, holding out a tray for credit chips and a hard-luck story for anyone who was interested. Most weren't. There was a faint odor of cheap antibacterial in the air that I hadn't noticed before. The cleaning robots must have been by. The coffee was grim. See?" said Segesvar, setting his aside with an exaggerated scowl. "I should have your legs broken just for making me drink that." "You could try." For a moment our eyes locked. He shrugged. "It was a joke, Tack. You're losing your sense of humor." "Yeah, I'm putting a 30% surcharge on it." I sipped at my own coffee, expressionless. Used to be my friends could get it for nothing, but, times change. He let that lie for a moment, then cocked his head and looked me in the eye again. "You think I'm treating you unfairly?" "I think you're conveniently forgetful of the real meaning behind the words, 'You saved my ass back there, man.'" Segesvar nodded as if he'd expected no less. He looked down at the table between us. "That is an old debt," he said quietly, "and a questionable one. You didn't think so at the time." It was too far back to summon easily to mind. Back before the envoy conditioning went in, back where things get blurred with the passing decades. Most of all, I remembered the stink in the alley. Alkaline precipitates from the belloweed processing plant and dumped oil from the hydraulic systems on the compression tanks. The meth dealer's curses and the glint of the long bottle-back gaff as he slashed it through the damp air toward me. The others were gone, their youthful thug enthusiasm for the robbery evaporating in swift terror as that honed steel hook came out and ripped open Radul Segesvar's leg from kneecap to thigh. Gone, yelling and sprinting away into the night like exorcised sprites, leaving Radul dragging himself one yelping meter at a time along the alley after them, leaving me, 16 years old, facing the steel with empty hands.
Come here, you little fuck.
The dealer was grinning at me in the gloom, almost crooning as he advanced, blocking my escape.
Try to tumble me on my own patch, will ya? I'm gonna open you up and feed you your own fucking guts, my lad.
And for the first time in my life, I realized with a sensation like cold hands on my young neck that I was looking at a man who was going to kill me if I didn't stop him. Not batter me like my father, not cut me up like one of the inept gang thugs we squabbled with daily on the streets of New Pest. Kill me. Kill me and then probably rip out my stack and toss it into the scummed-up waters of the harbor where it would stay for longer than the life of anyone I knew or cared about. It was that image, that terror of being sunk and lost in poisoned water, that drove me forward, made me count the swing of the sharpened steel and hit him as he came off balance on the end of the downstroke. Then we both went over in the muck and debris and ammoniac stink of the processing plant's leavings, and I fought him there for the gaff. Took it from him. Lashed out and, more by luck than judgment, ripped open his belly with it. The fight went out of him like water down a sink. He made a loud gurgling, eyes wide and glued to mine. I stared back, rage and fear still punching through the veins in my temples, every chemical switch in my body thrown. I was barely aware of what I'd just done. Then he sank backward away from me and into the pile of muck. He sat down there as if it were an armchair he liked. I struggled off my knees, dripping alkaline slime from face and hair, still caught in his gaze, still gripping the handle of the gaff. His mouth made flapping motions, his throat gave up wet, desperate sounds. I looked down and I saw his innards, still looped over the hook in my hand. Shock caught me up. My hand spasmed open involuntarily and the hook fell out of it. I staggered away, spraying vomit. The weak, pleading sounds he made damped out beneath the hoarse rasp in my throat as my stomach emptied itself. The hot, urgent reek of fresh sick joined the general stench in the alley. I convulsed with the force of my heaving and fell over in the mess. I think he was still alive when I got back to my feet and went to help Segesvar. The sounds he was making followed me all the way out of the alley, and news reports the next day said he'd finally bled to death sometime close to dawn. Then again, the same sounds followed me around for weeks afterward, whenever I went anywhere quiet enough to hear myself think. For the best part of the next year I woke up with them clotted in my ears as often as not. I looked away from it. The glass panels of the terminal slid back into focus. Across the table, Segesvar was watching me intently. Maybe he was remembering too. He grimaced.
So you don't think I have a right to be angry about this? You disappear for 9 weeks without a word, leave me holding your shit and looking like a fool in front of the other Haiduchi. Now you want to reschedule the finance? You know what I'd do to anyone else who pulled this shit?
I nodded, recalled with wry humor my own fury at Plex a couple of months back as I stood seeping synthetic body fluids into Kitamura.
We need to reschedule, Tak.
I'd wanted to kill him just for saying it like that. You think 30% is unjust? I sighed. Rad, you're a gangster and I gestured. No better. I don't think either of us knows much about what's just and unjust. You do what you like, I'll find you the money. All right. He was still staring at me. 20%. That fits your sense of commercial propriety? I shook my head, said nothing. I dug in my pocket for the cortical stacks, kept my fist closed as I leaned across with them. Here, this is what you came for. 4 fish. Do what you want with them. He pushed my arm aside and jabbed an angry finger in my face.
No, my friend. I do what you want with them. This is a service I'm providing you, and don't you fucking forget that. Now, I said 20%. Is that fair?
The decision crystallized out of nowhere, so fast it was like a slap across the back of the head. Picking it apart later, I couldn't decide what triggered it, only that it felt like listening again to that tiny voice out of the darkness, telling me to hurry. It felt like a sudden prickle of sweat across my palms and the terror that I was going to be too late for something that mattered. I meant what I said, Rad. You decide. If this is costing you face with your Haiduchi pals, then drop it. I'll throw these over the side somewhere out on the expanse and we can call time on the whole thing. You hit me with the bill, I'll find a way to pay it. He threw up his hands in a gesture he'd copied when we were still young, from Haiduchi Xperia flicks like Friends of Irene Kozma and Outlaw Voices. It was a fight not to smile as I saw it. Or maybe that was just the swiftly gathering sense of motion that had me now, the drug-like grip of a decision taken and what it meant. In the gravity of the moment, Segesvar's voice was suddenly a buzzing at the margins of relevance. I was tuning him out.
All right, fuck it, 15%. Come on, Tak, that's fair. Any less, my own fucking people are gonna take me out for mismanagement. 15%, right?
I shrugged and held out my closed hand again. All right, 15%. Do you still want these? He brushed my fist with his palm, took the stacks with classic street sleight of hand, and pocketed them.
You drive a hard fucking bargain, Tak, he growled. Anybody ever tell you that?
That's a compliment, right? He growled again, wordless this time. Stood up and brushed off his clothes as if he'd been sitting on a bailing dock. As I followed him to my feet, the ragged man with the begging tray vectored in on us.
Decon vet,
he mumbled.
Gefried making New Hawk safe for a new century, man. Took down big co-op clusters you got?
No, I haven't got any money,
said Segesvar impatiently.
Look, you can have that coffee if you want it. It's still warm.
He caught my glance.
What? I'm a fucking gangster, right? What do you expect?
Out on the weed expanse, a vast quiet held the sky. Even the snarl of the skimmer's turbines seemed small-scale, soaked up by the emptied flatline landscape and the piles of damp cloud overhead. I stood at the rail, hair plastered back by the speed of our passage, and breathed in the signature fragrance of raw bellowweed. The waters of the expanse are clogged with the stuff, and the passage of any vessel brings it roiling to the surface. We left behind a broad wake of shredded vegetation and muddied gray turbulence that would take the best part of an hour to settle. To my left, Susie Petkovsky sat in the cockpit and steered with a cigarette in one hand, eyes narrowed against the smoke and the glare off the clouded sky. Mikhail was on the other walkway, slumped on the rail like a long sack of ballast. He'd been sullen for the whole voyage so far, eloquently conveying his resentment at having to come along, but not much else besides. At intervals he scratched morosely at the jack-points in his neck. An abandoned bailing station flashed up on our starboard bow, this one not much more than a couple of bubble-fab sheds and a blackened mirror-wood jetty. We'd seen more stations earlier, some still working, lit within and loading onto big automated barges. But that was while our trajectory still hugged the New Pest lakeside sprawl. Out this far, the little island of stilled industry only amped up the sense of desolation.
"Wheat trade's been bad, huh?"
I shouted over the turbines. Susie Petkovsky glanced briefly in my direction.
"Say what?" "The wheat trade,"
I yelled again, gesturing back at the station as it fell behind.
"Been bad recently, right?"
She shrugged.
"Never secure, way the commodities market swings. Most of the independents got squeezed out a long time ago. Out here costs Unity run these big mobile rigs, do all their own processing and bailing right on board. Hard to compete with that."
It wasn't a new attitude. 40 years ago, before I went away, you could get the same phlegmatic responses to economic hardship from the Susie Petkovskys of this world. The same clamped, chain-smoking capacity for endurance, the same grim shrug, as if politics were some kind of massive, capricious weather system you couldn't do anything about. I went back to watching the skyline. After a while, the phone in my left pocket rang. I hesitated for a moment, then twitched irritably, fished it out, still buzzing, and pressed it to my ear.
"Yeah, what?"
The murmuring ghosted up out of close-pressed electronic silence, a stirring of the quiet, like a pair of dark wings beating in the stillness overhead, the hint of a voice, words riding a whisper into my ear.
"There isn't much time left."
"Yeah, you said that. I'm going as fast as I can."
"Can't hold them back much longer."
"Yeah, I'm working on it."
"Working now."
It sounded like a question.
"Yeah, I said..."
"There are wings out there. 1,000 wings beating and the whole world cracked."
It was fading out now, like a badly tuned channel, wavering, fluttering down into silence again.
"Cracked open from edge to edge. It's beautiful, Mickey."
And gone. I waited, lowered the phone and weighed it in my palm, grimaced and shoved it back into my pocket. Susie Petkovsky glanced my way.
"Bad news?" "Yeah, you could say that. Can we go any faster?"
She was already back to watching the water ahead, kindling a new cigarette one-handed.
"Not safely, no!"
I nodded and thought back through the communique I'd just had.
"And what's it gonna cost me to be unsafe, then?" "About double?" "Fine, do it!"
A grim little smile floated to her mouth. She shrugged, pinched out the cigarette, and slid it behind one ear. She reached across the cockpit displays and jabbed a couple of screens. Radar images maximized. She yelled something to Mikhail in a Magyar street dialect that had slipped too much in the time I'd been away for me to catch more than skimmed gist. Get below and keep your hands off... something. He shot her a resentful look, then unslumped himself from the rail and made his way back into the cabin. She turned back to me, barely looking away from the controls now.
You two, better get yourself a seat back there. I speed up and we're liable to slosh about.
I can hang on.
Yeah, I'd rather you were back there with him. Give you someone to talk to. I'm gonna be too busy.
I thought back to the equipment I'd seen stashed in the cabin. Navigational plug-ins, an entertainment deck, current flow modifiers, cables and jacks. I thought back, too, to the kid's demeanor and his scratching at the plugs in his neck, the slumped lack of interest in the whole world. It made a sense I hadn't really been paying attention to before.
Sure, I said. Always good to have someone to talk to, right?
She didn't answer. Maybe she was already immersed in the darkly rainbowed radar images of our path through the expanse. Maybe just mired in something else. I left her to it and made my way aft. Over my head, the turbines opened to a demented shriek. Chapter 23. Eventually, time stands still on the weed expanse. You start by noticing detail, the arched root system of a tepe's thicket, breaking the water like the half-decayed bones of some drowned giant humanoid. Odd, clear patches of water where the bellowweed hasn't deigned to grow, and you can see down to a pale emerald bed of sand, the sly rise of a mudbank, maybe an abandoned harvester kayak from a couple of centuries back, still not fully overgrown with sacates moss. But these sights are few and far between, and in time your gaze is drawn out to the great flat horizon, and after that, however many times you try to pull away to look at closer detail, it feels like there's a tide dragging your vision back out there. You sit and listen to the cadences of the engines, because there's nothing else to do. You watch the horizon and you sink into your own thoughts because there's nowhere else to go.
Hurry. I'm trusting you, Mickey. You look after her.
Her. Sylvie, maned in silver gray, her face subtly changed by the woman who had crept out and stolen it from her. Her voice subtly modulated.
I've got no way of knowing if or when Sylvie Oshima's coming back. Nadia, I'm trying to fucking help. She wonders who the fuck Mickey Serendipity really is and whether he's safe to be around, whether he'll fuck her over at the soonest opportunity. She wonders where the fuck you're going with the souls of so many dead priests.
Todor Murakami's lean, attentive features on the ferry. Pipe smoke whipped away in the wind.
So, what's this scam about? Thought you were hanging out with Rodel Segasvar these days. Hometown nostalgia and cheap organized crime. Why are you going up north again? It's time to get back on track. Back to the job in hand. The job in hand, yeah, that'll solve all your problems, Mickey. Stop fucking calling me that.
And screams, and gaping holes cut in spines at neck height, and the weight of cortical stacks in my palm still slick with clinging gore, and the hollow that would never be filled. Sarah. The job in hand.
I'm trying to fucking help. I'm trusting you. I'm trying to fucking... I'm trying.
Coastline. Susie Petkovsky's voice rinsed through the cabin speaker, laconic and firm enough to grab at. Be hitting Sourcetown in 15. I dumped my brooding and looked left where the Kasuth coast was slicing back toward us. It raised as a dark, bumpy line on the otherwise featureless horizon, then seemed to leap in and resolve as a procession of low hills, and the occasional flash of white dunes beyond and between. The backside of Vichora, the drowned nubs of an ancient mountain range worn down geological ages past to a 700-kilometer curve of marsh-fringed tidal barrier on one side and the same stretch of crystalline white sand on the other. Someday, one of Sourcetown's long-term inhabitants had informed me, nearly half a century ago, the sea's going to break through all along here. Break through and pour into the wheat expanse like an invading army breaching a long-disputed frontier. Wear down the last remaining bastions and wreck the beach. Someday, man, the Sourcetowner repeated slowly and capitalized the phrase and grinned at me with what I'd already come to recognize as typical surfer detachment. Someday, but not yet. And until yet, you just got to keep looking out to sea, man. Just keep looking out there. Don't look behind you. Don't worry what's keeping it all in place. Someday, but not yet. Just look out to sea. You could call it a philosophy, I suppose. On Vichora Beach it often passed for one. Limited, maybe, but then I've seen far worse ways of relating to the universe deployed elsewhere. The sky had cleared up as we reached the southern fringes of the expanse, and I started to see signs of habitation in the sunlight. Sourcetown isn't really a place, it's an approximation, a loose term for a 170-kilometer coastal strip of surfer support services and their associated infrastructure. In its most tenuous form, it comes into being as scattered tents and bubble fabs along the beach, generational fire circles and barbecue sites, roughly woven belloweed shacks and bars. Settlement permanence increases and then decreases as the strip approaches and then passes the places where the surf is not merely good but phenomenal. And then, in the big surf zones, habitation thickens to an almost municipal density. Actual streets appear on the hills behind the dunes, rooted street lighting along them and clusters of evercrete platforms and jetties sprouting backward off the spine of land and into the weed expanse. Last time I'd been here, there were 5 such accretions, each with its gang of enthusiasts who swore that the best surf on the continent was right fucking here, man. For all I knew, any one of them could have been correct. For all I knew, there'd be another 5 by now. No less subject to flux were the inhabitants themselves. There were population cycles in lazy motion all the way along the strip, some of them geared to the turn of Harlan's world's 5 seasons, some to the complicated rhythm of the trilunar tides, and some to the longer, languid pulse of a functional surfer sleeve's lifetime. People came and went and came back. Sometimes their locational loyalties to a part of the beach endured from cycle to cycle, lifetime to lifetime. Sometimes they shifted. And sometimes that loyalty was never there to begin with. Finding someone on the strip was never going to be easy. In a lot of cases, that was the reason people came here.
Cam Point coming up.
Petkovsky's voice again, against a backdrop of down-winding turbines. She sounded tired.
This good for you?
Yeah, as good as anywhere, thanks. I peered out at the approaching evercrete platforms and the low-rise tangle of buildings they held up over the waters of the expanse, the untidy sprawl of structure marching up the hill beyond. There were a handful of figures sitting in view on balconies or jetties, but for the most part, the little settlement looked emptied of life. I had no idea if this was the right end of Sourcetown or not, but you've got to start somewhere. I grabbed a hand strap and hauled myself to my feet as the skimmer banked left. Glanced across the cabin at my silent companion. "Nice talking to you, Mikhail." He ignored me, gaze pinned to the window. He had said nothing the whole time we'd shared the cabin space, just stared morosely out at the vast lack of scenery around us. A couple of times he'd caught me watching as he scrubbed at his jack sockets, and stopped abruptly with a tightening look on his face. But even then he said nothing. I shrugged, was about to swing out onto the railed decking, then thought better of it. I crossed the cabin and propped myself against the glass, interrupting Mikhail Petkovsky's field of vision. He blinked up at me, momentarily surprised out of his self-absorption. "You know," I said cheerfully, "you got lucky in the mother stakes, but out there it's all guys like me. And we don't give a flying fuck whether you live or die. You don't get off your ass and start taking an interest. No one else is going to." He snorted. "The fuck's it got to do with—" Someone more street would have read my eyes, but this one was too washed out with the wire want, too puffed up with maternal life support. I reached easily for his throat, dug in, and hauled him out of the seat. "See what I mean? Who's gonna stop me crushing your larynx now?" He croaked. "Ma!" "She can't hear you. She's busy up there, earning a living for you both." I gathered him in. "Mikhail, you are infinitely less important in the scheme of things than her efforts have led you to believe." He reached up and tried to unpin my fingers. I ignored the feeble prizings and dug in deeper. He started to look genuinely frightened. "The way you're headed," I told him in conversational tones, "you're going to end up on a spare parts tray under low lighting. That's the only use you are to men like me, and no one else is going to get in our way when we come for you because you've given no one a reason to care. Is that what you want to be? Spare parts and a 2-minute rinse and flush?" He jerked and flapped, face turning purple, shook his head in violent denial. I held him a couple of moments longer, then loosened my grip and dumped him back in the chair. He gagged and coughed, eyes wide on me and flooded with tears. One hand crept up to massage his throat where I'd marked it. I nodded. "All this, Mikhail, going on all around you, this is life." I leaned closer over him and he flinched. "Take an interest, while you still can." The skimmer bumped gently against something. I straightened up and went out onto the side deck into sudden heat and brightness. We were floating amid a crosswork of weathered mirrorwood jetties, secured at strategic intervals by heavy evercrete mooring buttresses. The skimmer's motors kept up a low mutter and gentle pressure against the nearest landing stage. Late afternoon sun glinted hard off the mirrorwood. Susie Petkovsky was standing up in the cockpit and squinting against the reflected light. "There'll be double," she reminded me. I handed over a chip and waited while she ran it. Mikhail chose not to emerge from the cabin. Maybe he was thinking things over. His mother handed me back the chip, shaded her eyes, and pointed. "They got a place you can hire bugs cheap about 3 streets over. By that transmission mast you can see. The one with the dragon flags." "Thanks." "Sure. Hope you find what you're looking for here." I skipped the bug hire, at least initially, and wandered up through the little town, soaking up my surroundings. Up to the crest of the hill I could have been in any expanse-side suburb of Newpest. The same utilitarian architecture predominated, the same frontage mix of waterware mech and soft shops mingling with eating houses and bars, the same stained and worn fused glass streets, and the same basic smells. But from the top of the rise looking down, the resemblance ended, like waking from a dream. Below me, the other half of the settlement fell away downward in haphazard structures built out of every material you could readily bring to mind. Bubble fabs rubbed shoulders with wood frame houses, driftwood shacks, and, toward the bottom, actual canvas tents. The fused paving thoroughfares gave way to poorly laid evercrete slabs, then to sand, then finally to the broad, pale sweep of the beach itself. Here there was more movement on the streets than on the Expanse side, most of it semi-clad and drifting toward the shoreline in the late sun. Every third figure had a board slung under one arm. The sea itself was burnished a dirty gold in the low-angle light and flecked with activity, surfers floating astride their boards or upright and cutting casual slices across the gently flexing surface of the water. The sun and distance turned them all to anonymous black tin cutouts.
Some fucking view, eh, Sam?
It was a high child's voice, at odds with the words it uttered. I glanced around and saw a boy of about 10 watching me from a doorway. Body rib-thin and bronzed in a pair of surf slacks, eyes a sun-faded blue, hair a tangled mess from the sea. He was leaned in the door, arms folded nonchalantly across his bared chest. Behind him in the shop I saw racked boards, shifting screen displays for Aquatech software. "I've seen worse," I admitted.
First time at Ventura?
No. Disappointment notched his voice.
Not looking for lessons, then?
No. I paused a moment, measuring advisability. "You been long on the Strip yourself?" He grinned.
All my lives. Why?
"I'm looking for some friends. Thought you might know them."
Yeah? You a cop? Enforcer?
"Not recently." It seemed to be the right answer. His grin came back.
They got names, these friends?
They did last time I was here. Brazil, Ado, Trace. I hesitated. Vidora, maybe. His lips twisted and pursed, and he sucked his teeth. It was all gesture learned in another, much older body.
Jack Sol Brazil?
He asked warily. I nodded.
You a bug?
Not recently.
Multiflores crew?
I drew breath. Nope.
That croon boy?
Do you have a name? I asked him. He shrugged.
Sure, Milan. Around here they call me Gun-Getter.
Well, Milan, I told him evenly. You're beginning to irritate the fuck out of me. Now, are you going to be able to help me or not? You know where Brazil is, or are you just getting off on the rep vapor he trailed through here 30 years back?
Hey!
The pale blue eyes narrowed. His arms unfolded, fists tensed to small hammers at his sides.
You know, I fucking belong here, Sam. I surf. Been shooting curls of Ventura since before you were a fucking splatter up your mother's tube.
I doubt that, but let's not quibble. I'm looking for Jack Sol Brazil. I'll find him with or without you, but you can maybe save me some time. Question is, are you going to? He stared back at me, still angry, stance still aggressive. In the 10-year-old sleeve, it was less than impressive.
Question is, Sam, what's it worth to help you?
Paid, Milan was forthcoming in grudging fragments designed to disguise and eke out the very limited nature of his knowledge. I bought him rum and coffee in a street cafe across from the shop he was tending.
Can't just close it up, Sam. Be more than my job's worth.
And waited out the storytelling process. Most of what he told me was readily identifiable as well-worn beach legend, but from a couple of things he said, I decided he really had met Brazil a few times, maybe even surfed with him. The last encounter seemed to have been a decade or so back. Side-by-side, empty-handed combat heroism in confrontation with a gang of encroaching Harlan loyalist surfers a few clicks south from Kem Point. Face down in general battery, Milan acquits himself with modestly understated savagery. Collects a few wounds.
You should have seen the fucking scars on that sleeve, man. Sometimes I still miss it.
But the highest praise is reserved for Brazel.
Like a fucking swamp panther, Sam. Fuckers ripped him in the chest, he didn't even notice. He tore them all down, just like nothing left when he was done, sent them back north in pieces.
All followed by orgiastic celebration, bonfire glow, and the cries of women in wild orgasm on a surf backdrop. It was a standard picture, and I'd had it painted for me before by other Vichor enthusiasts in the past. Looking past the more obvious embellishments, I panned out a little useful detail. Brazel had money.
All those years with the Little Blues, right? No way he has to scratch a living teaching wobblies, selling boards, and training up some fucking Millsport Aristo's spare flesh 5 years ahead of time.
But the man still didn't hold with clone reincarnation. He'd be wearing good surfer flesh, but I wouldn't know his face.
Look for them fucking scars on his chest, Sam.
Yes, he still wore his hair long. Current rumor had him holed up in a sleepy beach hamlet somewhere south. Apparently he was learning to play the saxophone. There was this jazz man, used to play with Chango Jr., who'd told Milan. I paid for the drinks and got up to go. The sun was gone, and the dirty gold sea all but tarnished through to base metal. Across the beach below us, lights were coming to firefly life. I wondered if I'd catch the bug hire place before it shut. "So, this Aristo," I said idly. "You teach his body to surf for 5 years, hone the reflexes for him? What's your end?" Milan shrugged and sipped at what was left of his rum. He'd mellowed with the alcohol and the payment.
"We trade sleeves. I get what he's wearing in return for this, age 16. So my end's a 30-plus Aristo sleeve, cosmetic alterations, and witnessed exchange so I don't try to pass myself off as him. Otherwise, catalog intact. Top-of-the-range clone stock, all the peripherals fitted as standard. Sweet deal, huh?"
I nodded absently. "Yeah, if he looks after what he's wearing, I guess. Aristo lifestyles I've seen can make for some pretty heavy wear and tear."
"Nah, this guy's in shape. Comes down here on and off to check on his investment, swim and surf a bit. Would have been down this week, but that Harlan limo thing put a lock on it. He's running a little extra weight he could do without. Can't surf for shit, of course, but that'll sort out easy enough when I..."
Harlan limo thing? Envoy awareness slithered along my nerves.
"Yeah, Seichi Harlan Skimmer. This guy's real close with that branch of the family. Had to..."
"What happened to Seichi Harlan Skimmer?"
"You didn't hear about this?"
Milan blinked and grinned.
"Where you been, Sam? Been all over the net since yesterday. Seichi Harlan taking his sons and daughter-in-law across to Ryla. The skimmer just wiped out there in the Reach."
"Wiped out how?" He shrugged.
"They don't know yet. Whole thing just exploded. Footage they showed looks like from the inside. Sank in seconds, what was left of it. They're still looking for the pieces."
They'd be lucky. The maelstrom made itself felt a long way in at this time of year, and the currents in the Reach were lethally unpredictable. Sinking fragments of wreckage might get carried for kilometers before they settled. The broken remains of Seichi Harlan and his family could end up in any of a dozen resting places amid the scattered islets and reefs of the Millsport archipelago. Stack recovery was going to be a nightmare. My thoughts fled back to Bella Cotton Kohei and Plex's take-soaked mutterings.
"I don't know, Tack. Really, I don't. It was some kind of weapon, something from the unsettlement."
He'd said biological, but on his own admission, his knowledge was incomplete. He'd been shut out by high-level Yakuza rank and the Harlan family retainer Aura, who ran damage limitation and cleanup for the Harlan family. Another wisp of detail settled into place in my mind. Drava wrapped in snow, waiting in Kutamaya's antechamber, staring disinterestedly through the Global News scroll-down. Accidental death of some minor Harlan heirling in the Millsport Wharf district. It wasn't a connection as such, but Envoy intuition doesn't work that way. It just goes on piling up the data, until you start to see the shape of something in the mass, until the connections make themselves for you. I couldn't see anything yet, but the fragments were singing to me like wind chimes in a storm. That and the tiny, insistent pulse of backbeat.
Hurry, hurry, there isn't time.
I traded a badly remembered Ventura handshake with Milan and set off back up the hill, hurrying. The bug hire place was still lit and staffed by a bored-looking receptionist with surfer physique. He woke up around the eyes for long enough to find out that I wasn't a wave rider, aspiring or otherwise, and then settled into mechanical client service mode. Day job shielding around the briefly glimpsed inner core that kept him at Ventura, the heat of enthusiasm wrapped carefully back up again for when he could share it with someone who understood. But he set me up competently enough with a garishly colored single-seat speed bug and showed me the street map software with the return points I could use up and down the strip. At request, he also provided me with a pre-molded polyalloy crash suit and helmet, though you could see his already low opinion of me go through the floor when I asked for it. It seemed there were still a lot of people on Ventura Beach who couldn't tell risk and idiocy apart. Yeah, maybe including you, Tack. Done anything safe yourself recently? 10 minutes later, I was suited up and powering out of Chem Point behind a cone of headlamp glow in the gathering gloom of evening. Somewhere south, listening for a badly played saxophone. I'd had better sets of clues to follow, but there was one thing massively in my favor. I knew Brazel. And I knew that if he heard someone was looking for him, he wasn't likely to hide. He'd come out to deal with it the way you paddled up to a big wave, the way you faced down a spread of Harlan loyalists. Make enough noise, and I wouldn't have to find him. He'd find me. 3 hours later, I pulled off the highway and into the cold bluish wash of bug-swarmed Angier lamps around an all-night diner and machine shop. Looking back a little wearily, I judged I'd made enough noise. My supply of low-value credit chips was depleted. I was lightly fogged from too much shared drink and smoke up and down the strip, and the knuckles of my right hand still ached slightly from a badly thrown punch in a beachside tavern, where strangers asking after local legends weren't well regarded. Under the Angier lamps, the night was pleasantly cool, and there were knots of surfers clowning about in the parking area, bottles and pipes in hand, laughter that seemed to bounce off the darkened distance around the lamp glow, someone telling a broken board story in a high, excited voice. One or two more serious groups gathered around the opened innards of vehicles undergoing repair. Laser cutters flickered on and off, showering weird green or purple sparks off exotic alloys. I got a surprisingly good coffee at the counter and took it outside to watch the surfers. It wasn't a culture I'd ever accessed during my youth in New Pest. Gang protocols wouldn't permit a serious commitment to both scuba and wave riding, and the diving found me first. I never switched allegiances. Something about the silent world beneath the surface drew me. There was a vast, slow-breathing calm down there, a respite from all the street craziness, and my own even more jagged home life. You could bury yourself down there. I finished the coffee and went back inside the diner. Ramen soup smells wreathed the air and tugged at my guts. It hit me suddenly that I hadn't eaten since a late ship's breakfast on the bridge of the Haiduchi's daughter with Yaparitse. I climbed onto a counter stool and nodded at the same meth-eyed kid I'd bought my coffee from. "Smells good. What have you got?" He picked up a battered remote and thumbed it in the general direction of the auto chef. Hollow displays sprang up over the various pans. I scanned them and chose a hard-to-spoil favorite. Give me the chilied ray. That's frozen ray, right? He rolled his eyes. You expecting fresh, maybe? Place like this, at that price? I've been away. But it elicited no response in his meth-stunned face. He just set the auto chef in motion and wandered away to the windows, staring out at the surfers as if they were some form of rare and beautiful sea life caught in an aquarium. I was halfway through my bowl of ramen when the door opened behind me. No one said anything, but I knew already. I set down the bowl and turned slowly on the stool. He was on his own. It wasn't the face I remembered, not even close. He had sleeved to fairer and broader features than the last time around, a tangled mane of blonde traced with gray, and cheekbones that owed at least as much to Slavic genes as they did to his predilection for adoration custom. But the body wasn't much different. Inside the loose coveralls he wore, he still had the height and slim breadth in chest and shoulders, the tapered waist and legs, the big hands. And his moves still radiated the same casual poise when he made them. I knew him as certainly as if he'd torn open the coverall to show me the scars on his chest. "I hear you're looking for me," he said mildly. "Do I know you?" I grinned. "Hello, Jack. How's Virginia these days?" Chapter 24. I still can't believe it's you, kid. She sat on the slope of the dune at my side and traced triangles in the sand between her feet with a bottle-back prod. She was still wet from the swim, water purling on sun-darkened skin all over the surfer's sleeve, razored black hair spiked damp and uneven on top of her head. The elfin face beneath was taking some getting used to. She was at least 10 years younger than when I'd last seen her. Then again, she was probably having the same problem with me. She stared down at the sand as she spoke, features unreadable. She talked hesitantly, the same way she'd woken me in the spare room at dawn, asking if I wanted to go down to the beach with her. She'd had all night to get over the surprise, but she still looked at me in snatched glances, as if it weren't allowed. I shrugged. I'm the believable part, Virginia. I'm not the one back from the dead, and don't call me kid. She smiled a little. We're all back from the dead at some point, Tack. Hazards of the profession, remember? You know what I mean. Yeah. She stared away down the beach for a while, where the sunrise was still a blurred blood rumor through early morning mist. So, do you believe her? That she's Quell? I sighed and scooped up a handful of sand, watched it trickle away through my fingers and off the sides of my palm. I believe she believes she is. Virginia Vidora made an impatient gesture. I've met wireheads who believe they're Conrad Harlan. That isn't what I asked you. I know what you asked me, Virginia. Then deal with the fucking question, she said without heat. Didn't I teach you anything in the Corps? Is she Quell? Trace moisture from the swim had left tiny lines of sand still clinging to my palms. I brushed my hands together brusquely. How can she be, right? Quell's dead, vaporized, whatever your pals back at the house might like to wish for in their political wet dreams. She looked over her shoulder as if she thought they might hear us. Might have woken and come stretching and yawning down to the beach after us, rested and ready to take violent offense at my lack of respect. I can remember a time you might have wished for it too, Tack. A time you might have wanted her back. What happened to you? Sanction 4 happened to me. Oh, yes.
Sanction 4. Revolution called for a bit more commitment than you'd expected, did it? You weren't there. A small quiet opened up behind the words. She looked away. Brazil's little band were all nominally Quellists, or neo-Quellists at least, but Virginia Vidora was the only one among them with envoy conditioning. She'd had the capacity for willful self-deception gouged out of her in a way that would permit no easy emotional attachment to legend or dogma. She'd have, I reasoned, an opinion worth listening to. She'd have perspective. I waited. Down the beach, wave crash kept up a slow, expectant backbeat. "I'm sorry," she said finally. Skip it. We all get our dreams stamped on from time to time, right? And if it didn't hurt, what kind of second-rate dreams would they be? Her mouth quirked. "Still quoting her, though, I see." Paraphrasing. "Look, Virginia, you correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no record of any backup of Nadia Makita ever made, right?" "There's no record of any backup of Takeshi Kovacs, either. Seems to be one out there, though." "Yeah, don't remind me. But that's the fucking Harlan family, and you can see a rationale for why they'd do it. You can see the value." She looked sidelong at me. "Well, it's good to see your time on Sanction 4 didn't damage your ego." "Oh, Virginia, come on. I'm an ex-envoy. I'm a killer. I have uses. It's kind of hard to see the Harlan family backing up the woman who nearly tore their whole oligarchy apart. And anyway, how the hell does something like that, a copy of someone that historically vital, get dumped in the skull of a Plankton Standard decom artist?" "Hardly Plankton Standard." She poked at the sand some more. The lull in the conversation stretched. "Takeshi, you know Yados and I—" "Yeah, I spoke to him. He's the one told me you were down here. He said to say hello if I saw you. He hopes you're okay." "Really?" "Well, what he really said was, fuck it, but I'm reading between the lines here." "So it didn't work out?" She sighed. "No, it didn't." "Want to talk about it?" "Oh, there's no point. It was all so long ago." A vicious jab at the sand with the bottle-back prod. "I can't believe he still hung up on it." I shrugged. "We must be prepared to live on time scales of life our ancestors could only dream of, if we are to realize our own dreams." This time the look she gave me was smeared with an ugly anger that didn't suit her fine new features. "You trying to be fucking funny?" "No, I'm just observing that Quellist thought has a wide range of—" "Shut up, Tack." The Envoy Corps was never big on traditional authority models, at least not as most humans would recognize them. But the habit, the assumption that my trainers were worth listening to, was hard to break. And when you've had feelings that amount to, well, never mind. I shut up, listened to the waves. A little while later, rusty saxophone notes started to float down to us from the house. Virginia Vidora got up and looked back, expression softened somewhat, shading her eyes. Unlike a lot of the surfer crash pads I'd seen as I cruised this portion of the strip the night before, Brazil's house was a built structure, not blown. Mirrorwood uprights caught the rapidly strengthening sunlight and glinted like huge-edged weapons. The wind-worn surfaces between offered restful shades of washed-out lime and gray, but all the way up 4 stories of seaward-facing rooms, the windows winked broadly at us. An off-note from the sax dented the halting melody out of shape. "Ouch!" I winced, perhaps exaggeratedly. The sudden softness in her face had caught me at an odd angle. "At least he's trying," she said obscurely. "Yeah, well, I guess everyone's awake now, anyway." She looked sideways at me, the same not-allowed glance. Her mouth quirked unwillingly. "You're a real bastard, Tack. You know that?"
I've been told once or twice. So, what's breakfast like around here? Surfers. You'll find them pretty much everywhere on Harlan's World, because pretty much everywhere on Harlan's World there's an ocean that throws waves to die for. And to die for has a couple of meanings here. 0.8 G, remember, and 3 moons. You can ride a wave along some parts of Ventura for half a dozen kilometers at a time. And the height of the thing some of these guys get up on has to be seen to be believed. But the low gravity in the trilunar tug has its flip side, and the oceans on Harlan's World run current systems like nothing ever seen on Earth. Chemical content, temperature, and flow all vary alarmingly, and the sea does bitchy, unforgiving things with very little warning. The turbulence theorists are still coming to grips with a lot of it, back in their modeled simulations. Out on Ventura Beach, they're doing a different kind of research. More than once I've seen the Young effect played out to perfection on a seemingly stable 9-meter face, like some Promethean myth in frame advance. The perfect rising shoulder of water eddies and stumbles drunkenly under the rider, then shatters apart as if caught by artillery frag fire. The sea opens its throat, swallows the board, swallows the rider. I've helped pull the survivors from the surf a few times. I've seen the dazed grins, the glow that seems to come off their faces as they say things like, "I didn't think that bitch was ever gonna get off my chest," or, "Man, did you see that shit come apart on me?" Or most often of all, urgently, "Did you get my plank out okay, Sam?" I've watched them go back out again, the ones who didn't have dislocated or broken limbs or cracked skulls from the wipeout, and I've watched the gnawing want in the eyes of the ones who have to wait to heal. I know the feeling well enough. It's just that I tend to associate it with trying to kill people other than myself. "Why us?" Mariotto asked, with the blunt lack of manners she obviously thought went with her off-world name. I grinned and shrugged. Couldn't think of anyone else stupid enough. She took a feline kind of offense at it, rolled a shrug of her own off one shoulder, and turned her back on me as she went to the coffee machine beside the window. It looked as if she'd opted for a clone of her last sleeve, but there was a down-to-the-bone restlessness about her that I didn't remember from 40 years ago. She looked thinner, too, a little hollow around the eyes, and she'd drawn her hair back in a sawn-off ponytail that seemed to be pulling her features too tight. Her custom-grown Adoracion face had the bone structure to carry that. It just made the bent nose more hawkish, the dark liquid eyes darker, and the jaw more determined. But still, it didn't look good on her. "Well, I think you've got some fucking nerve, actually, Kovacs, coming back here like this after Sanction 4. Opposite me at the table, Virginia twitched. I shook my head minutely. Otto glanced sideways. "Don't you think, Sierra?" Sierra Trey, as was her tendency, said nothing. Her face was also a younger version of the one I remembered, features carved elegantly in the space between Millsport Japanese and the Jean Salon's idea of Inca beauty. The expression it wore gave nothing away. She leaned against the blue color-washed wall beside the coffee maker, arms folded across a minimal polyalloy top. Like most of the recently woken household, she wore little more than spray-on swimwear and some cheap jewelry. A drained café au lait demi-tasse hung from one silver-ringed finger as if forgotten. But the look she danced between Mari and me was a requirement to answer. Around the breakfast table the others stirred in sympathy. With whom it was hard to tell. I soaked up the responses with envoy-conditioned blankness, filing it away for assessment later. We'd been through ascertainment the night before. The stylized grilling disguised as conversational reminiscence was done, and I was confirmed in my new sleeve as who I claimed to be. That wasn't the problem here. I cleared my throat. You know, Mari, you could always have come along, but then Sanction 4's a whole different planet. It has no tides, and the ocean's as flat as your chest, so it's hard to see what fucking use you'd have been to me. As an insult, it was as unjust as it was complex. Mariotto, ex of the Little Blue Bugs, was criminally competent in a number of insurgency roles that had nothing to do with wavecraft, and for that matter, no less well-endowed physically than a number of the other female bodies in the room, Virginia Vidora included. But I knew she was sensitive about her shape, and unlike Virginia or myself, she'd never been off-world. In effect, I'd called her a local yokel, a surf nerd, a cheap source of sexual service, and sexually unappealing all in one. Doubtless Issa, had she been there to witness it, would have yipped with delight. I'm still a little sensitive myself where Sanction 4's concerned. Otto looked back across the table to the big oak armchair at the end. "Throw this motherfucker out, Jack." "No." It was a low drawl, almost sleepy. "Not at this stage." He sprawled almost horizontal in the dark wood seat, legs stretched out in front of him, face drooping forward, opened hands pressed loosely one on top of the other in his lap, almost as if he was trying to read his own palm. "He's being rude, Jack." "So were you." Brazel curled himself upright and forward in the chair. His eyes met mine. A faint sweat beaded his forehead. I recognized the cause. Fresh sleeve notwithstanding, he hadn't changed that much. He hadn't given up his bad habits. "But she's got a point, Kovacs. Why us? Why would we do this for you?" "You know damned well this isn't for me," I lied. "If the Quellist ethic isn't alive on Ventura, then tell me where the fuck else I go looking for it, because time is short." A snort from down the table. A young male surfer I didn't know. "Man, you don't even know if this is Quell we're talking about. Look at you don't even believe it yourself. You want us to go up against the Harlan family for the sake of a glitch in some decom psycho bitch's fucked up head? No way, Sam." There were a couple of mutterings I took for assent, but the majority stayed silent and watched me. I hooked the young surfer's gaze. "And your name is?" "Fuck's it to you, Sam?" "This is Daniel," said Brazel easily. "He hasn't been here long, and yes, you're looking at his real age there. Listening to it, too, I'm afraid." Daniel flushed and looked betrayed. "Fact remains, Jack, we're talking about Ryla Craggs here. No one ever got inside there without an invitation." A smile tripped like lightning from Brazel to Virginia Vidora and on to Sierra Trey. Even Mariotto chortled sourly into her coffee. "What? Fucking what?" I was careful not to join in the grinning as I looked across at Daniel. We might need him. "I'm afraid you're showing your age there, Dan. Just a little." "Natsume," said Otto, as if explaining something to a child. "Name mean anything to you?" The look she got back was answer enough. "Nikolai Natsume." Brazel smiled again, this time for Daniel. "Don't worry about it. You're a couple of 100 years too young to remember him." "That's a real story?" I heard someone mutter, and felt a strange sadness seep into me. I thought it was a propaganda myth. Another surfer I didn't know twisted in her seat to look at Jack Soul Brazel, protest in her face. "Hey, Natsume never got inside." "Yeah, he did," said Otto. "You don't want to believe that crap they sell in school these days. We can discuss Natsume's achievements later," said Brazel mildly. "For now, it's enough that if we have to crack Ryla, the precedent already exists." There was a brief pause. The surfer, who hadn't believed in Natsume's existence outside legend, was whispering in Daniel's ear.
"Okay, that's fine," someone else said finally. "But if the Harlan family have this woman, whoever she is there any point in mounting a raid? Interrogation tech they've got up at Ryla, they'll have cracked her by now." "Not necessarily." Virginia Vidora leaned forward across her cleared plate. Small breasts moved under her spray-on. It was strange, seeing her in surfer uniform, too. "DCOM are running state-of-the-art gear and more capacity than most AI mainframes. They're built as well as the wetware engineers know how. Supposed to be able to beat Martian naval intelligence systems, remember? I think even good interrogation software is going to look pretty sick against that." "They could just torture her," said Otto, returning to her seat. "This is the Harlans we're talking about." I shook my head. "If they try that, she can just withdraw into the command systems. And besides, they need her coherent at complicated levels. Inflicting short-term pain isn't going to get them there." Sierra Trey lifted her head. "You say she's talking to you?" "I think so, yes." I ignored a couple more disbelieving noises from down the table. At a guess, I'd say she's managed to use her DCOM gear to hook into a phone I used to call one of her crew a while back. Probably a residual trace in the Team Net system. She could run a search for it. But he's dead now, and it's not a good connection. Hard laughter from a couple of the company, Daniel included. I memorized their faces. Maybe Brazil noticed. He gestured for quiet.
"Her team are all dead, right?"
"Yes, that's what I was told." 4 DCOMs in a camp full of DCOMs. Mariotto made a face. "Slaughtered, just like that. Hard to believe, isn't it?" She talked over me. "That they'd let it happen, I mean. This, what's his name, Kudamayo, was it? Old-school DCOM Big Daddy, he's going to just let the Harlanites walk in and do that under his nose? And what about the rest of them? Doesn't say much for their esprit de corps, does it?" "No," I said evenly. "It doesn't. DCOM runs as a competition-based nail-it-and-cash-in bounty dynamic. The crews are tight-knit internally. Outside of that, from what I saw, there's not a lot of loyalty, and Kudamaya will have bowed to whatever oligarchy pressure was brought to bear, probably after the event. Sylvie's slip-ins never did themselves any favors with him, certainly not enough for him to buck the hierarchy." Otto curled her lip. "Sounds charming." "Signs of the times," said Brazil unexpectedly. He looked at me. "When you strip away all the higher loyalties, we inevitably fall back on fear and greed. Right?" In the wake of the quote, no one said anything. I scanned the faces in the room, trying to reckon support against dislike and the shades of gray between. Sierra Trey cranked one expressive eyebrow and stayed silent. Sanction 4. Fucking Sanction 4. Hung in the air about me. You could make a good case for my actions there being governed by fear and greed. Some of the faces I was watching already had. Then again, none of them was there. None of them was fucking there. Brazil stood up. He searched the faces around the table, maybe for the same things I'd been looking at. "Think about this, all of you. It will affect us all, one way or the other. Each one of you is here because I trust you to keep your mouth shut, and because if there's something to be done, I trust you to help me do it. There'll be another meeting tonight at sundown. There'll be a vote. Like I said, give it some thought." Then he picked up his saxophone from a stool by the window and ambled out of the room as if there was nothing more important going on in his life at that moment. After a couple of seconds, Virginia Vidora got up and went out after him. She didn't look at me at all.
This is the end of the CD. The program continues on the next CD.
Chapter 25. Brazel found me again later on the beach. He came trudging up out of the surf with the board slung under one arm, body stripped to shorts, scar tissue, and spray-on ankle boots, raking the sea out of his hair with his free hand. I lifted an arm in greeting, and he broke into a jog toward where I sat in the sand. No mean feat after the hours he'd had in the water. When he reached me, he was barely breathing heavily. I squinted up at him in the sun. "Looks like fun. Try?" He touched the surfboard, angled it toward me. Surfers don't do that. Not with a board they've owned any longer than a couple of days, and this one looked older than the sleeve that was carrying it. Jack Sol Brazel. Even here on Ventura Beach, there was no one else much like him. "Thanks, I'll pass." He shrugged, dug the board into the sand, and flopped down beside me. Water sprang off him in droplets. "Yeah, suit yourself. Good swell out there today. Nothing too scary." "Must be dull for you." A broad grin. "Well, that's the trap, isn't it?" "Is it?" "Yeah, it is." He gestured out to sea. "Get in the water, you do every wave for what it's worth. Lose that, you might as well go back to New Pest. Leave Ventura for good." I nodded. "Get many like that?" "The burnouts? Yeah, some. But leaving's okay. It's the ones who stay on that hurt to look at." I glanced at the scar tissue on his chest. "You're such a sensitive guy, Jack." He smiled out at the sea. "Yeah, trying to be." "That why you won't do the clone thing, huh? Wear every sleeve for what it's worth?" "Learn every sleeve for what it's worth," he corrected me gently. "Yeah, plus you wouldn't believe what clone storage costs these days, even in New Pest. Doesn't seem to bother Otto or Trey." He grinned again. "Mari's got an inheritance to spend. You know what her real name is, don't you?" "Yeah, I remember." "And Trey?" "Sierra knows people in the trade. When the rest of us packed in the bug stuff, she went on contracting for the Haiduchi for a while. She's owed some favors up in New Pest." He shivered slightly, let it run up to a shudder that twitched his shoulders, sneezed suddenly. "Still doing that shit, I see. Is that why Otto's so thin?" He looked at me oddly. "Otto's thin because she wants to be thin. How she goes about it is her business, wouldn't you say?" I shrugged. "Sure, I'm just curious. I figured you guys would have gotten bored with self-infection by now. But you never liked it in the first place, did you? I remember last time you were here when Mari tried to sell you on that batch of HHF we had. You always were a little puritanical on the subject. I just never saw the point of making myself ill for fun. Thought as a trained medic, you'd be at least that smart, too. I'll remind you of that next time we're sharing a bad tetrameth come-down, or a single malt hangover. It's not the same." "You're right." He nodded sagely. "That chemical shit is Stone Age stuff. I ran Hun-Home flu against a spec-inhibited immune system for 10 years, and all I got was buzz and some really cool delirium dreams. Real wave climbers. No headaches, no major organ damage, not even a runny nose once the inhibitors and the virus meshed. Tell me one drug you could do that with. Is that what you're running these days? HHF?" He shook his head. "Not for a long time. Virginia got us some Aderasian custom a while back. Engineered spinal fever complex. Man, you should see my dreams now. Sometimes I wake up screaming." "I'm happy for you." For a while we both watched the figures in the water. A couple of times Brazel grunted and pointed out something in the way one of the surfers moved. None of it meant very much to me. Once he applauded softly as someone wiped out, but when I glanced at him there was no apparent mockery in his face. A little later he asked me again, gesturing at the pegged board. "You sure you don't want to try out? Take my plank? Man, that mothballed shit you're wearing looks practically made for it. Odd for military custom, come to think of it. Kind of light." He prodded idly at my shoulder with a couple of fingers. In fact, I'd say that's near perfect sports sleeve trim you're carrying. What's the label? Some defunct bunch. Never heard of them before. Aishundo. Aishundo? I glanced at him, surprised. Yeah, Aishundo Organics. You know them? Fuck yeah. He scooted back in the sand and stared at me. Tak, that's a design classic you're wearing. They only ever built the one series and it was a century ahead of its time at least. Stuff no one had ever tried before. Gecko grip, recabled muscle structure, autonomic survival systems like you wouldn't believe. No, I would. He wasn't listening. Flexibility and endurance through the roof. Reflex wiring you don't start to see again until Harkani got started back in the early 300s. Man, they just don't build them like that anymore. They certainly don't. They went bust, didn't they? He shook his head vehemently. Nah, that was politics. Aishundo was a Drava cooperative, set up in the 80s, typical quiet Quellist types, except I don't think they ever made any big secret of the fact. Would have been shut down probably, but everyone knew they made the best sports sleeves on the planet, and they ended up supplying half the brats in the first families. Handy for them. Yeah, well, like I said, there was nothing to touch them. The enthusiasm leached from his face. Then, with the unsettlement, they declared for the Quellists. Harlan family never forgave them for that. When it was over, they blacklisted everyone who'd ever worked for Aishundo, even executed a few of the senior biotech guys as traitors and terrorists, providing arms to the enemy, all that tired line of shit. Plus, with the way things turned out at Drava, they were pretty fucked anyway. Man, I can't believe you're sitting there wearing that thing. It's a fucking piece of history, Tak. Well, that's good to know. You sure you don't want to sell it to you? Thanks. No, I'll surf, man. You sure you don't want to surf? Take the plank out and get wet. Find out what you can do in that thing. I shook my head. I'll just live with the suspense. He looked at me curiously for a while. Then he nodded and went back to watching the sea. You could feel the way just watching it did something for him. Balanced out the fever he'd set raging inside himself. I tried, a little grimly, not to feel envy. So maybe some other time, he said quietly, when you're not carrying so much. Yeah, maybe. It wasn't any other time I could usefully imagine, unless he was talking about the past, and I couldn't see any way to get back there. He seemed to want to talk. You never did this stuff at all, did you? Even back in UPest? I shrugged. I know how to fall off a plank, if that's what you mean. Did the local beaches for a couple of summers when I was a kid. Then I started hanging out with a crew, and they were strictly sub-aqua. You know how it goes. He nodded, maybe remembering his own UPest youth. Maybe remembering the last time we'd had this conversation, but I wouldn't count on it. The last time we'd talked about it was 50-odd years back, and if you don't have Envoy recall, that's a long time and a lot of conversations past. Fucking stupid, he muttered. Who'd you run with? Reef Warriors. Harada chapter mostly. Dive free, die free, leave the scum on the surface. We would have cut up guys like you as soon as look at you back then. What about you? Me? Oh, I thought I was a real fucking free spirit. Storm Riders, Standing Wave, Ventura Dawn Chorus, some others. I don't remember them all now. He shook his head. So fucking stupid. We watched the waves. How long have you been out here? I asked him. He stretched and tipped his head back toward the sun, eyes clenched shut. A sound like a cat purring made its way up out of his chest, broke, finally, into a chuckle. Here on Ventura? I don't know, I don't keep track. Gotta be close to a century by now, I guess. On and off. And Virginia says the bugs folded 2 decades back. Yeah, near enough. Like I said, Sierra still gets out and about occasionally, but most of the rest of us haven't been in worse than a beach brawl for 10, 12 years. Let's hope you haven't gotten rusty then. He flipped another grin at me. You take a lot for granted. I shook my head. Nah, I just listened carefully. It will affect us all one way or the other. You got that right. You're going to go with us, whatever the others do. You think it's for real. Oh, yeah? Brazo lay back flat on the sand and closed his eyes. Well, here's something you might want to think about then. Something you probably don't know. Back when the Quellists were fighting the First Families for continental dominance of New Hokkaido, there was a lot of talk about government death squads targeting Quell and the other contingency committee names. Sort of counterblow to the Black Brigades. So you know what they did? Yeah, I know. He squinted an eye open. You do? No, but I don't like rhetorical questions. You gotta tell me something, get on and tell me. He closed his eyes again. I thought something like pain passed over his face. All right. Do you know what data shrapnel is? Sure. It was an old term, almost outmoded.